Over the Israeli filmmaker's remark, Kashmiri pundits staged protests calling Lapid an agent. They said a foreigner cannot understand the pain of a community living as a refugee in their own country. They also demanded an apology from the filmmaker. On expected lines, former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti put out a tweet in support of Nadav Lapid, calling the film Kashmir Files sheer propaganda promoted by the ruling party to demonize Muslims, especially Kashmiris. Through that tweet, she also said diplomatic channels are being used to silence the truth. Filing a fresh affidavit before the Supreme Court opposing the CAA, the DMK is now saying that the CAA is against India's basic fabric of secularism by discriminating on the basis of religion. The party also said that the CAA is against Tamils as it does not bring Tamil refugees within the ambit of law. The ED have arrested businessman Amit Arora in connection with its money laundering probe into alleged irregularities in the Delhi excise policy case. Arora is the director of Buddy Retail Private Limited located in Gurugram. This is the sixth arrest in the case by the ED. Arora was later produced in Rouse Avenue Court, where the ED was granted 7 days custody of him. CBI issues summons to Telangana Minister Gangula Kamlakar and TRS MP in a case where the CBI arrested a person for impersonating a joint directorial level officer. They have been asked to appear in Delhi on Thursday for the same. The arrested person has been identified as Kovvi Reddy Srinivas Rao of Visakhapatnam. A case of extortion and cyber terrorism registered by the Intelligence Fusion and Strategic Operations Unit of the Delhi Police on November 25th. The investigating team is probing a possible foreign hand in the alleged ransomware attack into the cyber system of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. IP addresses of foreign countries are under the scanner now. According to sources, AIIMS is using 24 servers for various hospital models, and 4 of these servers were infected with ransomware. Later, ransomware was also found in the Elasticsearch virtual servers. 4 new physical servers arranged, including 2 from external agencies. And the India-US joint exercise near China being conducted in Oli, close to the border with China, labelled as Yudhabhyas, which loosely translates as war training. The joint exercise is held annually to exchange best practices, tactics, techniques and procedures between the armies of the 2 nations. Meanwhile, China has opposed the joint Indo-US military exercises being held near the line of actual control, asserting that they violate the spirit of the 2 border agreements signed between New Delhi and Beijing. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Zhao Lijian in a media briefing said, I quote, "It does not serve the mutual trust between China and India," unquote. And for some election news, so once again, today is the first phase of polling in Gujarat. Voting will be held at 25,430 polling stations. According to Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar, forces have been deployed and a lot of monitoring is being undertaken so that no untoward incident takes place. Exuding confidence in the victory of the Aam Aadmi Party in the Gujarat elections, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann on Wednesday said that the northwestern state will get free electricity from March. Mann's remarks came while addressing a press meeting in Ahmedabad. Meanwhile, Punjab police on Wednesday resorted to lathi charge on members of the agriculture labour unions who were marching towards Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's residence in Sangrur over the various demands. The protesters, who included agricultural workers, gathered at the Patiala bypass, after which they started moving towards the Chief Minister's home, where there was heavy police deployment. A mob of students of classes 10th and 11th attacked a 5-month pregnant history teacher in Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya in Dibrugarh on the 27th of November as she complained to the parents of one of the students pertaining to his poor performance during the PTM. According to the principal, the victim was rushed to hospital and her condition is now normal, and further stated that 22 students have been suspended over the matter. West Bengal Chief Minister and Trinamool Congress Supremo Mamata Banerjee on Wednesday tried her hand at driving a boat during a visit to the villages in the North 24 Parganas. The TMC tweeted a video of the same wherein the Chief Minister could be seen rotating the wheels of a boat while sitting beside someone who was guiding her. And with the aim of curbing the manufacturing of spurious drugs, the Himachal Pradesh government has started an exercise to break the network of medicine mafia. The government has called a high-level meeting to devise a mechanism to eradicate the manufacturing and trade of spurious medicines in the state. All the laws, including a 3-year-old order of the Supreme Court, will be invoked to control the spurious drug-making mafia. All other states will be involved to arrest the growing menace. The Union Electronics and Information Technology Minister Ashwini Vaishnav on Wednesday said that the country's technology sector has moved out of consumer-based thinking to development, and India has seen a real maturing of the startup ecosystem. The last 8 years' journey, he said, has seen a real maturing of the startup ecosystem, moving out of consumer-based thinking. A clear trend of technology development among startups is being seen today. The Union IT Minister said while addressing a national conclave on startups organized in New Delhi. India's economy grew by 6.3% in the second quarter of the current fiscal, according to data released by the National Statistical Office. The gross domestic product (GDP) has expanded by 8.54% in the September quarter of 2021-22. In fact, analysts had earlier projected the Indian economy would expand at half of the growth rate of 13.5% recorded in April to June quarter this fiscal. The Delhi High Court on Wednesday allowed the withdrawal of a plea filed by former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti challenging the wires of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. The plea filed by former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti was allowed the withdrawal by the Delhi High Court. Assam police have arrested 3 persons recovering 7.65mm pistol and brown sugar in Nagaon district on Wednesday. According to the police, based on secret information, a police team of Nagaon Sadar police station launched an anti-drugs operation at the home of a wanted drugs mafia named Rajat Ali alias Munna in the Mohkuli area on Tuesday night. And these are visuals of a protest being held at Dibrugarh University over the ragging and killing of and near death of a student. Moving on to other stories, the Indian Army and Malaysian Army troops practiced operations in jungle terrain during the cross-training phase of the joint exercise Harimau Shakti. The India-Malaysia Joint Military Exercise Harimau Shakti 2022 commenced at Pulau Kluang in Malaysia and will culminate on the 12th of December. The Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police on Wednesday have received a 3 days remand of Pinky Irani in connection with the probe in the 200 crore rupees extortion case involving jail conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. According to police, Mumbai-based Pinky Irani is said to be a close aide of Chandrasekhar and introduced him to Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez. Vice Chairman of Toyota Kirloskar Motors, Vikram S. Kirloskar, passed away due to a heart attack. The car maker later released a statement informing of his demise. The last rites of the Vice Chairman of the group were held at the Herbal Crematorium in Bengaluru. When did he die? Kerala Cabinet has decided to introduce an anti-governors bill. According to the bill, chancellors of state universities will be experts from the field of education in the assembly session. This will remove the governor as the chancellor. Enforcement Directorate has questioned Telugu superstar Vijay Deverakonda in its Hyderabad office yesterday. The source of funding for the film Liger is under investigation now, as agencies believe that a politician from Telangana invested hawala money in the film that was received from abroad. An avalanche reported in Lahore and Spiti valleys in Himachal Pradesh. No casualties or damage reported so far. At least 72 roads across Himachal were blocked due to heavy snowfall last week. President Draupadi Murmu presented the National Sports Awards to sporting icons yesterday at a glittering ceremony. The president presented the Arjuna Awards to boxer Nikhat Zareen at the National Sports and Adventure Awards 2022 at Rashtrapati Bhavan. And while a case of extortion and cyber terrorism was registered by the Intelligence Fusion and Strategic Operations Unit of the Delhi Police on November 25th, the investigating team is also probing a possible foreign hand in the alleged ransomware attack into the servers of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Addresses of foreign countries are under the scanner now. According to various sources, AIIMS is using 24 servers for various hospital modules, and 4 of them have been infected with ransomware. Later, ransomware was also found in the Elasticsearch virtual servers. 4 new physical servers arranged now, including 2 from external agencies. The applications and databases restored on these 4 new servers, which have been scanned, and data is accessible now. While campaigning in Gujarat, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said that Maharashtra will think about bringing in the UCC at the right time. The European Union has proposed to set up a UN-backed specialized court to investigate possible war crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine and to use Russian frozen assets to rebuild the war-torn country. The European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said the EU would work with international partners to get the broadest international support possible for the tribunal while continuing to support the work of the International Criminal Court. Foreign Minister of Turkey met several of his counterparts in Bucharest on the sidelines of a summit of NATO's top diplomats. NATO doubled down on its commitment to one day include Ukraine, a pledge that some officials and analysts believe helped Russia's invasion this year. The world's largest security alliance further pledged to send more aid to Ukrainian forces locked in battle with Russian troops. In a massive crackdown on the LGBTQ community, the upper house of the Russian parliament gave final approval to a bill that significantly expands restrictions on activities seen as promoting gay rights in the country. The new bill is another step in a years-long crackdown on the country's embattled LGBTQ+ community. Protesters took to the streets of Tokyo to support Chinese who have called for that country's leader to step down amid severe anti-virus restrictions in the biggest demonstrations against the government in decades. Dozens of protesters, mostly Chinese, held signs in Japanese, Chinese and English and chanted slogans. Hong Kong Security Minister have warned the city's protests against China's anti-virus restrictions are threatening national security. Chris Tang said some events on university campuses and city streets had attempted to incite others to target China's central government in the name of commemorating a deadly fire in the country's far west last week. Former President of China Jiang Zemin passed away at the aged 96 on Wednesday afternoon, according to Chinese state media, which says Zemin died of multiple organ failure while he was undergoing treatment for leukemia in Shanghai. One of the major figures in the contemporary history of China, Jiang Zemin presided over China at a time when the country had opened up to the global community on a vast scale and witnessed high-speed growth. Warplanes from China and Russia staged joint air patrols over the Sea of Japan, East China Sea and Western Pacific on Wednesday. The ministry described Wednesday's patrols as a routine part of an annual cooperation plan between the two militaries. Notably, China has tacitly backed Moscow as part of an alignment of their foreign policies in opposition to the West. At least 2 policemen killed, 20 others injured as a suicide bomber blows himself up near a truck carrying police officers outside the Pakistani city of Quetta. However, the Pakistani Taliban in a statement claimed responsibility for the attack. In fact, the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan group has said the attack in Balochistan targeted police to avenge the killing of their former spokesperson Abdul Wali. Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said on Wednesday he recently told US President Joe Biden's administration to bring the prosecution of the WikiLeaks founder to a close. Albanese's comments to Parliament appear to be an escalation of Australia's diplomatic pressure on the US to drop spying charges against Australian citizen Julian Assange. Twitter rants are set to grow longer. The microblogging site's character limit might soon expand to 1,000 characters from its previous limit of just 200. Musk has shown interest in the idea of increasing the character limit on a number of occasions since his controversial takeover of the platform. And on to some sports news now. FIFA Technical Study Group member Alberto Zaccaroni has urged football academies to keep helping young players develop their dribbling skills, as take-on attempts appear to be dwindling in international football in favor of more cautious tactics. It's a sigh of relief for all Argentinian fans as Argentina won the match yesterday against Poland 2-0. This was a must-win match for Messi's team, Argentina, as it was a deciding factor for it. Former New Zealand batsman Dean Brownlee has been appointed as new batting coach of the New Zealand women's team alongside Craig Howard, who joined the team as its spin bowling coach. Third and final ODI of the three-match series between India and New Zealand called off due to rain, with the hosts able to score 104 for 1 in 18 overs at the time rain intervened. Several England players have been struck by a virus ahead of the team's first test in Pakistan in 17 years, leading to discussions about postponing the start of the match by 1 day. And a men's World Cup match will be refereed by an all-women team for the first time ever when Costa Rica face Germany in Group E at the FIFA World Cup on Thursday. And history will be made when Costa Rica face Germany on December 1st at the Al Bayt Stadium in France, as Stephanie Frappart will become the first woman in the history of the FIFA World Cup to referee a finals match in the men's tournament. Professional boxer Sandeep Singh Bhatti chosen to box for Tyson Fury's undercard team. Dinesh Lad, the cricket coach who has mentored Indian cricket stars Rohit Sharma and Shardul Thakur, has said he is extremely honoured to have won the Dronacharya Award and credited his win to his pupils. Table tennis legend and Commonwealth Games medalist Achanta Sharath Kamal has said that winning 3 gold and 1 silver and receiving the prestigious Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna Award in 2022 is the best way to finish the year. And that's all in this edition of Superfast 50. News and updates continue on Republic TV. So keep watching. Have a great day.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high-voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
As Gujarat goes to polls, live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of
Welcome back. You're watching This Morning here on Republic. And in other news, the Enforcement Directorate has lodged a money laundering case in connection with the funding of the movie Liger. The case was lodged on Wednesday under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Telugu film actor Vijay Deverakonda was questioned by the ED in Hyderabad in connection with the probe into the funding of the film Liger. We bring you all the details in our next report. Take a look.
Trouble mounts for Liger actor Vijay Deverakonda. As Enforcement Directorate under the PMLA case on Wednesday lodged a case on Telugu-turned-Bollywood movie Liger. The case was lodged in connection with the funding of the movie. Notably, Telugu fame and Liger actor Vijay Deverakonda appeared before the Enforcement Directorate for questioning for the related matter. As per sources, the questioning in Hyderabad was in connection with funds allegedly being sent to Dubai and then laundered in India, and may also allegedly involve a Telangana-based politician. Earlier, the film's director Puri Jagannath and producer Charmi Kaur were also interrogated by the ED in Hyderabad. The makers were questioned for almost 12 hours on November 17th. Sources further said that they were grilled over Foreign Exchange Management Act violation. ED suspects that foreign countries also invested crores of money in the film. Charmi and Jagannath were asked to provide proof of the sources of income for the movie Liger. ED began its investigation after Congress leader Bakka filed a complaint regarding the investment into the movie via dubious route. Bakka also claimed that the investors attempted to launder money via the film. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And Vice Chairman of Toyota Kirloskar Motors, Vikram Kirloskar, passed away of a heart attack yesterday. The car maker later released a statement informing of his demise. The last rites of the Vice Chairman of the group were held at the Herbal Crematorium in Bengaluru. And we pay respect in this next report. Take a look.
Vice Chairman of Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited, Vikram Kirloskar, and one of the stalwarts of India's automotive industry, passed away at the age of 64. According to reports, Vikram Kirloskar suffered a heart attack. Toyota India confirmed the news of his demise in a statement on its social media handle. Toyota India extended condolences and prayers to his family and friends. Last respect to the late Vikram Kirloskar were paid at Herbal Crematorium, Bengaluru on Wednesday afternoon. He held several important positions at CII, CM and RI over the years. Vikram Kirloskar was last seen at the new generation Toyota Innova High Cross Unveil event in Mumbai on November 25, 2022. The entire auto industry is in shock and left with loss at the tragic demise of Vikram Kirloskar. Kirloskar contributed immensely to the growth of Indian auto industry and emphasized on the need for making India a robust auto manufacturing hub. He has always been passionate for all-round development of the industry and aligning them with the national goals for the good of the economy, environment sustainability and the society. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In other news, on the closing day of the 53rd edition of the International Film Festival of India, a cleanathon, beach cleaning drive was organized by Amruta Devendra Fadnavis's Divyaj Foundation and Bhamla Foundation with support from the Government of Goa. We bring you all the details in this report. Take a look.
On the closing day of 53rd IFFI Goa, a cleanathon beach cleaning drive was organized by Amruta Devendra Fadnavis's Divyaj Foundation and Bhamla Foundation with support from Goa government. The event flagged off at Miramar Beach with huge enthusiasm early Monday morning. In this drive, along with cleanliness of beaches in Goa, issues such as waste management, marine wildlife, afforestation, mangroves conservation and restoration, renewable energy and other such critical issues related to environment were discussed and awareness was created about it.
Shri Pramod Sawant ji, Shri Rohan Kavte ji, all the dignitaries present here and beautiful people of Goa. Maka Govemcho Mogasa. I really love Goa and we all really love Goa. That's why we are here today, because we have enjoyed our childhood. Until now we have been visiting Goa beaches and we love them. Goa has a culture to have beautiful beaches, have them cleaned up regularly, thanks to our great government.
The Chief Minister of Goa personally expressed support towards the event.
So our motto is, na gandagi karunga, na gandagi karne dunga.
The campaign with the motto "Na gandagi karunga, na karne dunga" enthused students, NGOs and tourists to do their bit to keep Goa clean. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And with that, we slip into a very short break. On the other side, all eyes on Gujarat. In an hour, Gujarat is set to vote for phase 1 of this mega electoral battle. Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
On Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
As Gujarat goes to polls, live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
So all eyes on Gujarat today as the big electoral battle begins with the first phase of polling set to take place in just a few minutes, as 39 parties are in the fray, 788 candidates' fates to be decided in this first phase. I'm Rukma with you in this edition of the news here on Republic. Let's begin with the headlines. So all eyes on Gujarat. In an hour, Gujarat is set to vote for phase 1. Voters in the state will seal the fate of 788 candidates in 89 seats. And mega campaigning continues for the second phase of elections. Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah's roadshow set to take place in Ahmedabad today. A huge day for the country as India is all set to assume the presidency of the G20. Enforcement Directorate questions actor Vijay Deverakonda for 9 hours in connection with funding of his movie Liger. And all eyes on Gujarat today. The battle for Gujarat begins. 788 candidates' fates will be sealed in the first phase of the assembly elections as the voting begins at 8. Polling will take place in 89 constituencies spread across 19 districts of Kutch, Saurashtra and South Gujarat. And our reporters on the ground will be bringing you all the details. Stay tuned to Republic for the entire live coverage. And it's the biggest polling day coverage of the country. And is the first phase of voting in Gujarat today. And Shivangi and Priyanka, our correspondents on the ground, joining us for this broadcast. A very good morning to both of you. It's the beginning of the electoral battle, for the high stakes battle for Gujarat. Well, first of all, coming to you, Priyanka, give us a sense of the kind of stage that has been prepared by the Election Commission, the security deployment in place, as also, well, when we talk about the enthusiasm of voters this time around.
That's right, Rukma. Good morning to you and to all our viewers. Of course, as you very rightly put out, this is a high-stakes battle and high-prestige battle, political battle that has broken out in the state of Gujarat as the Saurashtra, Kutch and the South Gujarat regions, in fact, go into polling today. And we are, in fact, reporting from Surat, that is in South Gujarat. And, of course, one of the key districts to watch out for is Surat. We have seen that in the municipality polls in Surat as well, where the Aam Aadmi Party had made a mark for themselves, and we had seen that the BJP had come on a back foot in this particular district. So, of course, we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party factor, that is going to be something that we'll have to watch out for in at least Surat. That was also fueled by the Patidar agitation, that was also fueled by the local leaders that had been fighting for Aam Aadmi Party, the known faces of the party as well that are going to be contesting from this particular district, that then be it Gopal Italia, Manoj Sorathia. But of course, where we are standing right now is of utmost importance, because this is a polling booth where Harsh Sanghvi will in fact also come and cast his vote as well. He's the Home Minister for the state, and he is also somebody who is the key main people for the BJP, who has been campaigning in the state, and of course somebody who's considered to be very close to the Prime Minister as well, and he is somebody who makes most of the decisions as well in the government machinery here in the state of Gujarat. So of course we are seeing that several key constituencies that we are keeping a track of, several key fights between candidates that we are keeping a track of, and of course we are seeing that over 2 crore people that will be going out and casting their vote as well today is something that will be a determining factor for the upcoming, for the government formation as to who really will be able to form that government as well. This time, Rukma, we are seeing several new factors as far as the Gujarat elections are concerned. And of course, this time we are seeing that the BJP as well that had been campaigning over the hyper-local issues. And we have seen that this time the Aam Aadmi Party factor, as I mentioned earlier, they had been saying that they are going to be challenging the Gujarat's bipolarity of the politics of Gujarat as well. However, we do see not too much of their friction here on the ground, not too much of their cadre on the ground during the entire campaigning. that we have been able to spot in the entire state of Gujarat, barring a few pockets. So of course those key constituencies are going to be important to be watching out for. But as of now, we do see Surat being one of the key places where we will see a tough fight, because the known faces of the BJP as well are contesting from here. We know that the BJP chief C.R. Patil hails from Surat. So of course it is also a prestige battle for the BJP as well, as far as this elections are concerned, and also for BJP, Rukma. This election is not just about winning, it is also about winning with a considerable amount of vote share and vote percentage as well, because they had been saying that they are going to be breaking the records of Madhav Singh Solanki. They had been saying that they will be breaking the records of Narendra Modi as well. In fact, Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister himself, had been stumping for the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, and he had been saying that the BJP cadre should break all records of Narendra Modi for Bhupendra Patel as well. So this is the kind of narrative that we have seen that was set by the BJP. But of course, we will have to see as to how today pans out, the vote percentage that comes out, how many people come out and cast their votes as well. And of course, a very deciding factor in the who will be able to form their government with how many vote percentage as well. Something that we will get an idea of by today evening, Rukma.
So, well, Priyanka, well, many thanks, and we'll be back with you throughout the day for more, as Republic will continue with its high voltage coverage of this first phase of voting in the elections for Gujarat, for the Gujarat Assembly. And we also have with us Shivangi, as I was telling you. Shivangi, well, Priyanka telling us about how it will be a pitched battle in key constituencies in this particular phase. Many important candidates to watch out for. But when we talk about the mood of the voters, well, it's always been said that Gujarat votes on emotional issues. What about this time around? We've heard of so many issues that, political parties have pitched for example, paper leaks, government job vacancies, and more development. What are you hearing from your sources and from the, buzz on the ground?
Right. Well, Rukma, and to all of viewers of Republic TV, a very, very good morning. I am at Rajkot right now in Gujarat, and Rajkot is one of the very, very key cities of Gujarat. It's part of the Saurashtra region. It's the capital of the Saurashtra region, a very, very important factor when we talk about Saurashtra. Now, Saurashtra is a place, like you were saying, Rukma, where the key issues would be, of course, industrialization. Key issues would be employment as well. And right now, as we speak, I'm outside the Anil Gyan Mandir right now. Now this Mandir, this is the area where the voting will take place. In fact, around 8 a.m. we'll try to also get a word in from Vijay Rupani, who's a former CM of Gujarat. We'll try to get a word from him. He's expected to come here and vote at this point of time. And you can see that the police security is also very, very tight at this point of time, viewers. We can see that the preparations are on right now, and a lot of anticipation as well. That's a polling booth inside, viewers, getting you a view of the polling booth. Very, very important place at this point of time for the viewers, and also for what is going to happen next right now, where the voting will take place as well. The voting will take place as well, viewers, and this is the polling booth. Just getting you an inside view of the polling booth. And very, very soon, viewers, the voting will start. In fact, I will ask my VJ to come ahead and let's have a talk with the voters at this point of time. Vijay Manish, if you could come and let's have a talk with the voters right now, because as polling will start, we have seen that voters are already waiting at this point of time, and one of the voters is here. आप वोट करने वाले हैं, वेट कर रहे हैं वोट करने के लिए. A very elderly man is here, and he's very enthusiastic about voting. The voting will start very soon. बस एक लाइन बोल दीजिए हमारे viewers के लिए. अभी voting शुरू होने वाला है. It's very early in the morning right now. लेकिन आप वोट करने आए हैं. What do you expect next? आप वोट करने आए हैं. Are you very, very confident? अब confidence है कि जब आप वोट डालेंगे, so this will make a change in the government. Also, voters क्या चाहते हैं government से अब?
वोटर तो अपने टूकतांती चाहते हैं सब. बाकी तो ठीक है. बाकी तो मैं 25 मिनट पे वोट देने आता हूँ. पैसा क्या 5 टाइम इलेक्शन होता है. एक ने रिजाइन कर दिया है तो दूसरा तो ये कि 5 साल में 3 4 आता है ना इलेक्शन.
Right, so he's saying that the elections keep coming every few years, and it's very, very important, and he does come for the elections. It really shows that how much the people want to come out, they want to take part in the democratic process. We talk about Rajkot particularly, this is a BJP stronghold. All the fresh faces, in fact, it's very, very interesting to know that this time Vijay Rupani is not contesting. He did not, in fact, in the committee meet which had taken place where PM Modi had attended, Amit Shah had attended, that committee meet of the BJP had taken place in New Delhi, and there the Prime Minister himself had come down from Uttarakhand while he was campaigning there, while he was addressing there, and he himself came, and after he came for that meeting, the list had come out which had mostly a lot of fresh faces. In fact, in Rajkot, all the important constituencies, they all have fresh faces. 4 new fresh faces being fielded this time from Rajkot. Really, really shows the BJP trying to fight anti-incumbency. That is going to be a very, very important part. Anti-incumbency is something that the BJP is making sure that they, that they will be able to overcome it. The Congress, of course, counting that anti-incumbency will work in their favor. And the Aam Aadmi Party, the new entrant which has come in at this point of time, the Aam Aadmi Party also, they're contesting all the 182 seats. So we are seeing a triangular contest. The big question is that how much seats will the Aam Aadmi Party get? Will they be eating into the Congress's vote share, or will they be eating into the BJP's vote share? This is going to be a wild card right now, of course. But as of now, we are of course preparing for the voters. In fact, the voters are very excited right now, and after some time, we can expect that a line of voters will be coming here. Of course, we will be talking to them face to face to try to understand the mood over here. But when we talk about Saurashtra region is something which is very, very important here in Gujarat. Now remember, the Saurashtra region is a Patidar area where a lot of Patidar leaders have emerged, including we talk about the Patel community as well. And right now, of course, after Hardik Patel, who had just left the Congress, he joined the BJP. Very important to note. When the Patidar agitation had started a couple of years ago, around 6, 7, 8 years ago, that was working against the BJP, and the Congress had taken a lot of advantage of that. So Saurashtra region, the rural areas, the Congress is more strong here. Rajkot, the BJP is more strong here. But right now, it looks like after Hardik Patel joined the BJP, it could be very favorable for the BJP in the Saurashtra rural regions as well. I'm just going back to you, Deepti. And of course, we are waiting for the more voters to come. We'll talk to them and get you the mood from Gujarat.
Oh yes, I think those are very important details. Shivangi, Priyanka, remember, are getting for us. And do remember, as always, Republic is your election news headquarters. Republic is the place where you will try and understand why this election is so very important, not just for the BJP, but remember the Congress, Priyanka, because the Congress on the other side is also on a Bharat Jodo Yatra. But if they end up losing the state of Gujarat, even after 27 years of the BJP in power, what kind of a comment is this? And Shivangi also spoke about the Aam Aadmi Party. Is that going to be a spoiler? Because for the first time in a long, long time, Priyanka and Shivangi, you're having not a bipolar contest, a BJP versus a Congress, but you have the Aam Aadmi Party. What will it do? What are its chances? We are tracking that story continuously on your screens. You'll be looking at the key battles, the key constituencies, and in a short while from now, we will also in fact take you across to live images that will come in of the first vote that will be cast in Gujarat. A lot of breaking updates also that continue to come in. Let's quickly get you one of that now. Just hours before the voting that is about to begin, we are learning that the Navsari BJP candidate Piyush Patel has been attacked by unidentified people. Now, there were at least 40 to 50 people, is what we are learning, who attacked this candidate, who now claims that this was a politically motivated attack. His supporters now have also reached the police station to register a complaint, and we'll see if we can cut across to Priyanka, who has more insight into that story, as we'll also try to put out the first pictures. Priyanka, this is a BJP candidate, Piyush Patel, who's been injured in the attack. The first images also on our screens. Please tell us what happened.
Well, that's right, Deepthi. A cause of concern emerging from south of Gujarat, there in Navsari, just a little bit ahead from here, neighbouring district of Surat as well. And we had seen something like this happening in Navsari earlier as well with the Congress candidate, that is Anand Patel as well, where he had also been attacked. But now we are seeing just hours before the polling, Piyush Patel, in fact, who is the BJP candidate there, he had also been attacked upon. He's claiming that there were at least 40 to 45 people that had come there, and he had been attacked while he was returning to his house in Chikli as well, in Navsari itself, from one of the villages. And there were at least 45 people is what they're claiming, that they had gherowed the leader, the BJP candidate, and then they had also, there was a stones that had also been pelted. In fact, those are the images that we are putting across for our viewers of Piyush Patel as well. He has been admitted in the civil hospital. He is undergoing treatment as well because he has sustained multiple injuries. Post which, Deepthi, we had seen that his supporters in fact had gathered at the police station. There was a lot of sloganeering against the Congress party and a lot of sloganeer against the opposition, claiming that this was the opposition's quote-unquote goons that had been sent to attack Piyush Patel as well before the voting in fact happens there in Navsari as well. And that's why we see the followers of Piyush Patel, in fact the cadre of the candidate, in fact had reached the police station trying to register and complaint against the opposition, they're claiming, who had sent these people, according to them, to attack at Piyush Patel as well. And they're claiming that this is a politically motivated attack that they are seeing as of now. And of course the BJP candidate has been admitted in the hospital. He's undergoing the treatment, and of course we're waiting for further updates as far as the condition of Piyush Patel and also who were these people who had carried out this attack. Because remember, Deepthi, we had seen in that particular area of Navsari where tribal pockets in fact also exist, we had seen that Anand Patel as well, who is the Congress candidate there, he had also been attacked. He had also been attacked with the stones as well on the ground a couple of days ago as well. And we have seen these kind of multiple attacks emerging from particularly in Navsari. And one such more attack of the BJP candidate who had been pelted stones upon, and he's now been admitted into the hospital as well, Deepthi.
All right, Priyanka, it is a high-pitched battle, but I think these are very, very important and very disturbing details that you're sharing with us. And it's really important that you have agencies, the Election Commission right now, who actually pulls up people responsible for this, though the BJP maintains this is a politically motivated attack. I'm just requesting both of you to stay with us. Priyanka reporting from Surat and Shivangi from Rajkot. And as we said, Republic, remember, through this day today, is building up to this mega election. Now, why is this election so important? It's not just about the fact that it's a Gujarat election. We are looking at a lot of other important state elections building up to the big battle of 2024. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is a state that has been with the BJP for 27 years. 27 years is the BJP's record in the state of Gujarat. So will the BJP be able to create history? The Prime Minister says we'll better our record. 150 plus is what the BJP is eyeing. The Aam Aadmi Party looking to make a serious dent and be a main player in the state of Gujarat. Will that happen or not? What about the Congress Party? Because the Congress Party that is fighting for its relevance today really needs to have a victory under its belt. Will that be possible? Let's quickly look at key candidates and key constituencies in phase 1. That is going to be polling just in a little while from now.
Bharat Mata Ki! Bharat Mata Ki!
Phase 1 of Gujarat polls are set to commence in moments from now. Out of 182 seats in the state's Legislative Assembly, 89 seats will go to polls today. Around 788 candidates from Indian National Congress, the Bharatiya Janata Party, Aam Aadmi Party, the Nationalist Congress Party, Communist Party of India, Bharatiya Tribal Party, All India Majlis-e-Ittihadul Muslimin, and All India Trinamool Congress will be battling for these seats in the western state. The fate of Isudan Gadvi, the Aam Aadmi Party's chief ministerial candidate from Khambaliya constituency of Devbhoomi Dwarka district, will be decided today. Former BJP Gujarat minister and key Koli leader Purushottam Solanki from Bhavnagar rural seat of Bhavnagar district will look to strengthen his position. Seven-time MLA from Jasdan constituency, Kuvarji Bavalia was senior Congress leader before he switched sides in 2018 and joined the BJP. All eyes will be on whether he manages to clinch the seat for an 8th time on a different party's ticket. BJP has fielded Indian cricketer and Jamnagar native Ravindra Jadeja's wife Rivaba Jadeja from Jamnagar North constituency, who does not have any prior experience of politics and dropped sitting MLA from the seat Dharmendra Singh Jadeja. Alpesh Kathiria of Aam Aadmi Party is contesting from Varacha Road, a key face of their 2015 Patidar agitation. He was a former close aide of Hardik Patel. Kathiria has been given ticket from the Patidar-dominated Varacha Road seat in Surat city. When a suspension bridge over a river in Morbi town collapsed weeks back, Amrutia, a 5-time former BJP MLA who was almost forgotten in political circles, suddenly came into limelight. The 5-time BJP MLA is looking to hold on to the seat despite the tragedy. The controversial Gujarat Aam Aadmi Party president Gopal Italia is fielded from the Patidar-dominated Katargam assembly seat in Surat city. Known as Giant Killer, who defeated state BJP stalwart Purushottam Rupala at young age in 2002, Paresh Dhanani of the Congress is contesting from Amreli seat. The sitting MLA of Lathi and one of the senior leaders and vocal voices of the opposition party, Veerji Thummar of Congress, is contesting for re-election. All eyes on whether he manages to clinch the seat. Babu Bukhiria from BJP and contesting from Porbandar, belongs to the Mer community, has been renominated from the Porbandar. All eyes on him as he faces tough fight from his arch rival and former Gujarat Congress president Arjun Morwadia, as both are face to face this time too. It is clear that the contest today will set the tone for the Gujarat elections. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest polling day coverage on Republic TV. We get you unmatched coverage as I report here from Rajkot in Gujarat. First phase of polling today, and soon we'll see line of voters outside this polling station here. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned to Republic.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker, and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
the mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
Welcome back. This is our non-stop rolling coverage of elections 2022. Where else but Republic, where you will catch all the action, all the newsmakers, all the breaking updates. The Prime Minister, in fact, has just tweeted ahead of the first phase of polling that gets underway shortly. The Prime Minister says, and I quote him now, "Today is the first phase of the Gujarat elections. I call upon all those voting today, particularly the first-time voters, to exercise their franchise in record numbers." Untweet. That's the Prime Minister's tweet. We'll just put that out also on our screens. In fact, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah has also tweeted, and both of them, they're reiterating how important it is for voters in Gujarat to come out and cast their ballot. That's the tweet from the Prime Minister's handle. He says, and I read that again, "Today is the first phase of the Gujarat elections. I call upon all those voting today, particularly the first-time voters, to exercise their franchise in record numbers." Unquote. Also, what we just heard from the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and we'll try to put that out also on the screens. He says, "पिछले 2 दशकों में गुजरात विकास और शांति का पर्याय बना है, जिस पर हर भारतीय को गर्व है। लेकिन ये गुजरात वासियों द्वारा चुनी मजबूत सरकार के कारण संभव हो पाया है। मैं प्रथम चरण के मतदाताओं से अपील करता हूं कि इस विकास यात्रा को जारी रखने के लिए अभूतपूर्व उत्साह और संख्या में मतदान करें." So you see those tweets that have come in from the Prime Minister and the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, both who also hail from Gujarat. In fact, both of them, you've seen them aggressively campaigning this time around. And it's about the son of the soil. Remember, the Gujarati pride, the Gujarati Asmita is something that again and again the voter will be speaking of. That's the tweet from the Twitter handle of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. who's tweeted ahead of the first phase of polling. He says, and I read that again, पिछले 2 दशकों में गुजरात विकास और शांति का पर्याय बना है, जिस पर हर भारतीय को गर्व है, लेकिन ये गुजरात वासियों द्वारा चुनी मजबूत सरकार के कारण संभव हो पाया है. Then he goes on to say, मैं प्रथम चरण के मतदाताओं से अपील करता हूं कि इस विकास यात्रा को जारी रखने के लिए अभूतपूर्व उत्साह और संख्या में मतदान करें. Let's cut across back to our colleagues reporting from Ground Zero. We have Priyanka, we have Shivangi. We'll also, in fact, quickly try and see if we can get Abhishek also on the phone line for us. But to you first, Priyanka, the Prime Minister speaking about how every vote is so important. And I think the tweet that's coming from the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Priyanka, is even more significant because that details the BJP's big push. It talks about security. It talks about the fact कि मजबूत सरकार चाहिए, because many might say that what if it's a hung assembly, but Gujarat is a state that has known to be giving decisive mandates, something again that the BJP hopes will help them create a record this time. Priyanka.
Well, you said it all very rightly, Deepthi, specifically about the kind of push that we have seen from the Prime Minister and the Union Home Minister Amit Shah as well. As you had been talking about the tweets that they have sent out and pushing the voters to come out and cast their vote today, we have seen that the voter turnout in 2017, in fact, had taken a dip from the 2012 stats, if we look at it, because in 2012 we had seen 71% voter turnout that had been recorded, and we had seen in 2017, the last election, that 68% of the voter turnout had been there. And of course, we have seen in those rallies, the back-to-back rallies that the Prime Minister, in fact, had been organizing, had been addressing in south of Gujarat and also in Saurashtra region. Time and time again, he has stated and appealed to the first-time voters specifically. In that rally, he has said that you should go out and vote, and that push we have seen time and time again, not just from the Prime Minister but also from the Union Minister Amit Shah as well, who had been saying that the first time voters should understand their responsibility, their democratic responsibility to go out and cast their vote as well on this day for when the first phase of polling is also going on. And of course, we do see how the results are also affected by the voter turnout, and that is why we see a huge push by the BJP to carry out this awareness campaign as well on the ground in the run-up to the elections, where they had carried several such campaigns. And of course, from the Election Commission as well, we have been seeing that they had been carrying out these campaigns for awareness of the voters, for telling them door-to-door campaigns that were being organized by the Election Commission. Now, that being said, we do see that today we will, in perhaps a few minutes from now, we will see one of the first voters coming out and casting their votes. And of course, on several agendas, as you had been talking about this as well, Deepthi, as far as security is concerned, as far as terrorism is concerned, these are some of the main agendas that the BJP had also been pushing, and they had also mentioned this in their manifesto as well. In fact, anyone who takes a stroll on the streets of Gujarat in urban areas as well as rural, we do see posters and billboards, in fact, to the run-up to the elections, where they had been talking about how this is a war on terrorism. Now, these were the slogans that we had seen on the posters that had been put up by the BJP of the government of Gujarat as well, where they had said that this is a government that is carrying out a massive crackdown on terrorism, massive crackdown, and concerned about the security as well. In fact, in a run-up to the elections as well, Deepthi, we had seen a major demolition drive as well that had been undertaken by the government of Gujarat in Bet Dwarka, and they had said that this was keeping in mind the maritime security, and that had in fact become one of the main causes of this. It had become one of the main points that the Prime Minister had also talked about. The Union Minister Amit Shah had also spoken about how they had been carrying out this crackdown on this illegal construction and this kind of security concerns that were also mushrooming on the coastal regions of Gujarat. Remember, this is the state that has the largest coastline, and of course we are seeing that the kind of campaigning had seen this kind of narrative as well. So all of those agendas will be at play, all of those agendas will be in the mind of the voters as well today, Deepthi, as we see that some of the voters will be coming out out and voting, the early bird voters as well. Of course, the voting has not started yet. We are at one of the polling booths. This is Harsh Sanghvi's polling booth. In fact, we are waiting for him. We are expecting that he will be coming here as well and casting his vote at around 9 to 9:30 is what we're being told. And of course, Deepti, speaking of Harsh Sanghvi, speaking of Surat, speaking of some of the key players here in Surat and South Gujarat as well, those are the people to be watching out for, because we have seen that Harsh Sanghvi is one of the main key players of the BJP here, somebody who's had been an MLA at a very young age, somebody who's been very close to the Prime Minister, somebody who's been very close to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah as well. In fact, some say he has taken guidance from both of them in Gujarat when they were here before 2014 as well. So all of those things and all of these key players are of course something to be watching out for, and we will be keeping a close eye on all of these people who will be coming out and casting their votes, and how really the vote share, the vote percentage, as we started talking about this entire issue with respect to the tweets that have also been sent out by the Prime Minister pushing the voters to go out and cast their votes today. So all of those factors will be at play, and by perhaps afternoon we will get a clearer picture as to which way this this election is going to also swing, Deepti.
You never know, you know, Priyanka, that's exactly what happened during 2017, because I remember we were all there on ground zero, and we've seen the election move from, you know, one issue to the other. And a lot of interesting points that you brought out. She's, remember, reporting from Surat, our colleague Priyanka there, and I see Shivangi at Rajkot. A lot of police bandobast behind you, Shivangi. But what really are the preparations? Because this first-time voter again is important. A lot of voters in the state, and Priyanka, you would agree with this, have only seen a BJP government. You know, for 27 long years is how long the BJP has been in power. This is why the Prime Minister, Shivangi, if you recall, has you know, repeatedly he said that अपने दादा दादी के पास जाइए, उनसे पूछिए कि जब बीजेपी की सरकार नहीं थी तो यहाँ कितनी दिक्कतें होती थी. He's spoken about the riots, he's spoken about the curfew, Shivangi, and he's actually appealed to those first-time voters to come forward and vote for the BJP. You've been on ground zero, Shivangi. What are the kind of stories, feedback that you've seen, you've heard?
Right. Well, Deepti, right now we are seeing that there are a lot of elderly voters, like you were saying. You can see that there are a lot of elderly voters. This gentleman here, who's right over here, he's been waiting to vote. And in fact, he had reached the polling station at least around 6:45 a.m. He was here before even we got here. So this really talks about the enthusiasm of, you know, the people here, of elderly people coming out to vote in large numbers. Like you were saying, the police is very, very alert. They have been here since morning. They're making sure that all the preparations are in place. High security at Anil Gyan. That is where we are. This is the polling booth in Rajkot. When we talk about Rajkot, this is the stronghold of the BJP, and Rajkot has a lot of significance because from Rajkot West, PM Modi had made his assembly debut in 2001. That was a very long time back when PM Modi had made his assembly debut. And what we are seeing are all new faces in Rajkot constituency. Now, the reason why Rajkot is very important is, like I was telling our viewers earlier, this is the Saurashtra region. And when we talk about, you know, how votes might in fact be in favor of a particular party is because of the Patidar community. The Saurashtra region is very famous for that. That's where the Patidar community is. And like I was saying, after Hardik Patel joined the BJP, that might really change things up right now, because things might not go in favor. The votes might not go in favor of the Congress after that big development. Now, talking about, you know, the polling station and what the BJP's manifesto really is, like you were saying that
9 crore voters of Gujarat to vote today, and also on 5th December during the second phase of the elections. There are over 4 lakh PWD voters and 9.8 lakh senior citizen voters in Gujarat. We are giving them all facilitations. This is the occasion to give equity and equality and show respect to them. Participation of over 10,000 centenarian voters, 100 वर्ष से ऊपर के 10,000 voters and PWD voters should be an inspiration for all of us, especially our young voters. दरअसल कमीशन ने 182 से अधिक मतदान केंद्रों का प्रबंधन हमारे PWD कर्मचारियों को दिया है, और इन बूथ्स पर वही आपका वोट डलवाएंगे। ये उनके एक एम्पावरमेंट का प्रयास है। इसी तरह 1274 बूथ पर सभी महिला कर्मचारी तैनात रहेंगी और वे आपका वोट डलवाएंगी। I am also glad to share that 4,77,000 first-time voters could exercise their franchise in these elections. And of these, over 3.3 lakh young voters have been added because of the recent electoral reforms using 4 qualifying dates, including 1st October 2022. मैं सभी युवा मतदाताओं से मतदान करने की पुरजोर अपील करता हूँ। वोट के लिए बटन भी उसी तरह से दबाएं, उतने ही शौक से दबाएं, उतनी ही प्रसन्नता से दबाएं, उतने ही इन्वॉल्व होकर दबाएं जैसे कि दोस्तों से बात करते समय, फ़ोन पर सोशल मीडिया पे बात करते समय वो फ़ोन पर बटन दबाते हैं। युवा मतदाताओं को मोटिवेट और इंस्पायर करने के लिए पहली बार 33 मतदान केंद्रों का प्रबंधन पूरी तरह से युवा मतदान दलों के द्वारा किया जाएगा। ये वो कर्मी हैं जो अभी रिसेंटली अपॉइंट हुए हैं और 33 बूथ पर आपका स्वागत करेंगे और आपसे मतदान करेंगे। I also appeal to all the citizens of Gujarat to come forward and defeat urban apathy in all its forms. In recently held polling in Himachal, voting percentage has set a record of 75% voting. It is over to Gujarat now. अब गुजरात की बारी है कि लोकतंत्र के पर्व में हिमाचल की तरह अधिक से अधिक भाग लेकर मतदान में नया कीर्तिमान स्थापित करें।
All right, that's a new reaction that we've just heard this morning. This is Rajiv Kumar, the Chief Election Commissioner, there again, appealing to the first-time voters in particular, appealing to the youth to come forward, and he says, come and create new records. Because that, remember, is the beauty of Indian democracy. Each and every person today has a role, has a duty to come forward and cast his ballot. And I'm told Abhishek is also joining us right now on the phone line. Abhishek, good morning. I think you should be here in our studios now because this is your home state, Abhishek, we are talking about. But so much already happening. We've seen that tweet from the Prime Minister, from the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. We've just heard the CEC again talking and, emphasizing, Abhishek, the importance to come forward and cast your ballot.
Well, absolutely, Deepthi. I'm on way. I should be joining you just in a bit. But what is important is that first phase of polling happening in Gujarat, 89 seats, I believe 21 of them reserved, and essentially South Gujarat, Saurashtra and Kutch. More number of seats in the second phase, which includes Central Gujarat and North. Home state, of course, of Prime Minister and the Union Home Minister. And the kind of campaigning that's happening. Prime Minister is going to address 3 big rallies across the state in the second phase areas and then end the day with a huge road show, in the sense about 50 kilometers long, crisscrossing all parts of Ahmedabad, covering 16 assembly segments. And that's the kind of effort that's been put in by the BJP in respect of the fact that they are ruling party there and they're ruling party there for the last 27 years and that there has been absolutely invisible campaign from the opposition except for some splash created by the Aam Aadmi Party in the first phase, not first phase, but the first half of the campaigning, if you could. But because we have seen even the Aam Aadmi Party's campaign petering out over the last fortnight or so, or losing steam. So in that sense, it's an example of how seriously the BJP takes its campaign. A full throttle campaign going on. In fact, not just Prime Minister, but the Union Home Minister, he would be carrying out a roadshow at 10 a.m. in Motown of Gujarat, Sanand, which is almost now on the outskirts of Ahmedabad. And then he would also again be crisscrossing the state, carrying out campaign rallies. And even as Prime Minister would be carrying out his roadshow in Ahmedabad, the Union Home Minister would be addressing one rally in one part of the city. So that's really the scale of the campaigning we have seen from the BJP. You just imagine Rajnath Singh, who's number 2 in the Union Cabinet, doing door-to-door campaigns. That gives you an idea of what's been happening. First phase of polling to see about 2.4 crore voters, important constituencies like Jam Khambhalia in Jamnagar, where Aam Aadmi Party's Chief Minister Ishudan Gadhvi is contesting, or Majura in Surat, where the Home Minister of Gujarat, Harsh Sanghvi, is contesting. And then you have C.R. Patil not contesting, of course, but voting in Surat. So these are some of the important areas, apart from Rajkot, of course, where former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani would be there. And I'm, of course, joining you, Deepti, just in a bit.
Yes, so Abhishek, I'll just let you go only for the time being so that you can come and join our coverage here in our studios. But these are again pictures on our screen. I'm told these are live pictures. And I think all the first-time voters, the youth especially, should look at these pictures and get inspired. You know, these are people who voted in every election. These are people who, come in as early as 6:30 to ensure that they are first in the lines to come forward and cast their ballot, an appeal that has been made by the Prime Minister, by the Union Home Minister. We just also heard the Chief Election Commissioner there saying that come forward and cast your ballot. 68% was the voter turnout in the last elections of 2017. Gujarat is expected to better that record as the BJP hopes they will improve their record and touch a 150. Will that happen or not is something we'll only know on the 8th. But December 8th with Arnab is also a hashtag that you must remember. And all through today, Republic Remember is going to keep its focus and the spotlight on these very, very, very important elections. A lot of campaigning also expected today. So we'll continue with this coverage. And don't go anywhere. Priyanka also getting you a quick insight into what is lined up next.
788 candidates, 89 constituencies. Republic is on the ground reporting from all the constituencies, getting you the breaking and the fastest updates only on India's election news headquarters. Stay tuned, we'll be back after a very short break.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken.
Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi liquor gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls,
Welcome back. It's the all-important Gujarat Phase 1 that gets underway in just the next few minutes. As always, Republic is your election news headquarters. Will the BJP be able to better its record? What about the Congress? It's fighting for its relevance. And what about the third player, the Aam Aadmi Party? Is that going to be a spoiler? Or will the Aam Aadmi Party be able to pick up seats and become number 2 in the state? All those are very, very important questions. And before we actually deep dive and connect with all our panel of guest reporters, let's quickly cut across to our colleague Shivangi, who's reporting from Rajkot. Now, Rajkot, Shivangi, is a bastion of the BJP. But again, this is a seat that you've seen the Prime Minister personally also invested in. Where you are, what do you see? I'm told you are at a polling booth, and are there queues already?
Yes, Deepti. Well, the queues are here, the line is here. Of course, the voters will start voting very soon, few minutes left. But we see a long queue already. This happened quite quickly, Deepti, honestly. Because just 5-10 minutes ago, there were people coming slowly, but now we see a very long queue here. A lot of voters, in fact, some youngsters I can spot in the crowd too. There's some few youngsters in the crowd as well. You, aap youngster ho, is this the first time you're voting?
No, I have voted before.
All right. So, what expectation do you have right now? Are you, because you as a citizen exercising her democratic right, this is a very important election as well.
Everyone should vote because it's your right and you should decide who to govern you.
Right. Okay. A very strong message there, and that was a message for more youngsters to come out, Deepti, and vote in large numbers. And we have a lot of people. In fact, we have a lot of senior citizens, elderly people as well, who have come here to vote, and they are standing in line. They're standing in queue very, very patiently right now. So we have the women, the female and women voters there, and then we have the gentlemen voters here. Very long queue, and let's talk to some of them if we can right now. आप वोटिंग करने के लिए आए हैं, सुबह आए हैं, अभी वोटिंग अभी तो शुरू होने वाली है कुछ मिनटों में, तो आपको अच्छा क्या लग रहा है, क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं कि जो नई गवर्नमेंट बनेगी उनसे?
हम तो चाहते हैं कि भारत में ऐसा राष्ट्र बने, कि ऐसा देश बने कि सबके विश्व में हमारा ऊंचा नाम रहे, और ऐसा है महादेव की कृपा से सब कुछ अच्छा हो जाए और सब आनंद मंगल में रहे.
Right, so you can see that, Deepti, a lot of expectations, a lot of enthusiasm. These voters are going to go in very soon, and some people, in fact, have come from the morning walk. I'll just take a break shortly. आप definitely अभी आप morning walk, morning jog से आए हैं, straight to the voting station.
Sorry?
आप straight आए voting station से?
हाँ, सीधा.
Morning jog के बाद. Right.
जिम से सीधा आया हूँ.
All right. So somebody's come from the gym straight to the polling booth. On that note, let's take a short break. Unmatched coverage on Republic TV. First phase of elections in Gujarat. We'll be back soon.
Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi liquor gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why the question is bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court.
Voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic. Election news headquarters. We are looking at what's happening in Gujarat. In the next few minutes, you will be looking at the first vote that will be cast in the big battle of Gujarat. The first phase, remember, gets underway shortly. The second phase is going to be on the 5th, and the big counting day is going to be December the 8th. So what really makes this Gujarat election so very interesting and fascinating is, for the first time in a long time, ladies and gentlemen, you have not a BJP versus a Congress fight anymore. You have a third player. The Delhi's Aam Aadmi Party, that has also won the state of Punjab, now is trying to get inside the politics in the state of Gujarat. But will that happen? How far can the Aam Aadmi Party go? What will the Congress do? Will the Congress be able to fight for its relevance? Again, a question that's going to be answered on the 8th. And the BJP, remember, the BJP says and they claim they will better their record and they will touch 150. Will that happen? All these questions will be answered on December the 8th with Arnab. 89 seats are voting today out of the total 182. On your screen, I think we'll continuously have a lot of live images coming in right now from different polling centers as polling has just begun in this big battle of Gujarat. We'll also cut across to our entire team of reporters and colleagues standing by to get you different insights into what's happening right now. Priyanka and Shivangi both with us. It's sharp 8 o'clock right now. You're looking at queues already at polling stations in Rajkot and Surat, where our colleagues are stationed right now. Priyanka, first to you. Tell us where you are, Priyanka. What do you see around you? And, what for you today, this time, is significant, this Gujarat election, Priyanka? We've seen and covered the elections of 2017, where the BJP just managed to touch 99. But this time, Priyanka, many say that the BJP will break its own records. And they believe that it's because you have a third player in the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, that's right, Deepti. That is what they're trying to do. That is what they're attempting to do, is break their own all records. In fact, they've stated that this time they want to break the records that had been set by Madhav Singh Solanki of the Congress. And they also want to break all records as far as the BJP is concerned of Narendra Modi's tenure, as he had been contesting as the Chief Minister in the state of Gujarat. But let's also pan out our camera and show our viewers what's really happening in the voting station now, Deepti. Since now it's on the dot, it's 8 a.m. and people have started pouring in. The voters, in fact, the early voters, in fact, we see that have already come here. We will get in a word from them as well. But to talk about what you had been speaking as far as the 2017 election is concerned, Deepti, I remember you were also here on the ground with us in the Gujarat, and we had been seeing how it had been a very close election last time. But to also talk about the last election is that in 2017, it was the first election that had been contested in the state of Gujarat, where the Prime Minister, in fact, had been in Delhi. He was not here in the state of Gujarat as the Chief Minister. And of course, we have seen that in 2017, the Patidar agitation was a huge factor that the BJP had been fighting against. Not to mention that some of the known faces of the Patidar agitation, namely Hardik Patel, had also been fighting against the BJP for the Congress. He had been campaigning on the ground. But this time we see that those factors have also been nullified by the BJP, since Hardik Patel has now joined the BJP. In fact, remember, Deepti, we remember in 2017, we had been talking about the three musketeers. That is Hardik Patel, Jagdish Mevani and Alpesh Thakur. Now, out of these three, the two of them have already joined the BJP. That is Hardik and Alpesh. And of course, Jagdish is contesting from the Congress ticket as well this time. But we do see that he is more focused on the localities, on his own constituencies as well. Let's also keep panning our cameras, and actually let's try to get in a word from some of the voters as well, because we know the kind of issues that the BJP had been facing, the BJP had been trying to address, that this is the kind of issues that they want to address during this elections. But let us get in a word from the voters to understand what is on their minds, what is it that they will be thinking about when they go in to cast their votes as well. Let's get in a word from them. Ma'am, आप यहाँ पे वोट करने आए हैं, यहाँ पे क्या मुद्दे आपके जहन में है जब आप वोट करने जा रहे हैं? क्या इश्यूज को आप ध्यान में रख के यू विल बी वोटिंग?
बस कुछ नहीं, अब तक जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ है वो कंटिन्यू रहना चाहिए. अब तक अच्छा हुआ है डेवलपमेंट, सूरत में बहुत अच्छा है, बस वो कंटिन्यू रहना चाहिए. उस हिसाब से हम वोट कर रहे हैं.
I see that a lot of older people are here, but youngsters के लिए भी एक ज़्यादा push होना चाहिए, that people should be more aware that they should be coming out and voting as well. Could you also give a message about that, because the youngsters need to be also motivated to come out?
यंगस्टर्स तो हमसे भी मोटिवेटेड हो ही रहे और उनसे हमें मोटिवेटेड होना चाहिए, क्योंकि अब तक के जो यंगस्टर्स हैं उनको वोटिंग के लिए वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा जागरूक हो चुके हैं कि हमको भी वोट करना चाहिए.
And we will get in a word from several other people, because we see now several of the youngsters, in fact, who have made their queue and they're waiting for the voting to take place, and they will be also speaking to us. But let's get in a word from some of the senior citizens as well who have been standing in this queue. Sir, you have also come for voting here. क्या issues आपके ध्यान में है जब आप वोट?
Nothing to say. BJP has done the best.
We'll not talk about parties, but issue. All right. So we do see that the voters, in fact, that have gathered here, they will be casting their votes. In fact, there's a lot of rush here because we have just seen that the gates have been opened for the voters to come in and cast their votes. And we see in the Majura Vidhan Sabha, in the Majura Assembly constituency, where Harsh Sanghvi is in fact contesting from, we see that the voters in fact have started coming in and casting their votes as well. And we are also looking and expecting that Harsh Sanghvi will also be coming here and casting his vote as well at about 9:30. Ma'am, आप भी बहुत खुश लग रहे हैं. एक त्योहार है डेमोक्रेसी का. ये आज सब लोग वोट करने आ रहे हैं. एक फंडामेंटल राइट है हमारा वोट करने का, गवर्नमेंट बनाने का. क्या मुद्दे आपके जहन में है जब आप वोट करें?
क्या बोले, खूब खुश है. मैं आज खूब खुश है. हमारा देश खूब प्रगति करे, ऐसे खुश हूँ.
और जो नौजवान हैं उनको भी बाहर आना चाहिए, उनको वोट करना चाहिए. ये बार बार एक अवेयरनेस कैंपेन भी हमने आज बहुत देखा ग्राउंड पे इलेक्शन कमीशन की ओर से. क्या मैसेज देंगी यंगस्टर्स को भी कि बाहर आके वोट करें?
બધાને મત ફરજિયાત દેવું જોઈએ. દેશના નાગરિકોએ મત દેવું ફરજિયાત છે, તો તમે સુરક્ષિત રહી શકશો.
So all right, she was speaking in Gujarati. Thank you so much, ma'am. She was speaking in Gujarati and she was talking about how the youngsters need to be coming out and casting their votes as well, and that this is their own responsibility to come out and cast their votes. Where we see a level of rush here, Deepti, in the Majura Vidhan Sabha, in the Majura Assembly constituency, where people, the early bird voters, in fact, have already come here. Most of the senior citizens that we see that have been here to once again reiterate the statistics that we had seen from 2012, how there had been 71% voter turnout, and in 2017 we had seen that it had taken a dip to 68% as well, and that also somewhere affects the vote percentage, the vote margin as well. So of course all that will be kept in mind as we get you all the ground reports from here, Deepti.
Oh yes, and you know, Priyanka, you're at Surat. Now Surat actually came into news last year. This is because of the municipal election, and this is exactly the place where many believe that the Aam Aadmi Party could dent the BJP. The reason again why, Priyanka, you've seen the BJP going all out to ensure that they are able to tap into whatever discontent, whatever anti-incumbency might be there. And the reason why I think a lot of voters that you've spoken to today are enthusiastic about casting their ballot. You know, Nupur, there is this tweet that has just come in from Arvind Kejriwal. He says, Gujarat चुनाव के पहले चरण में आज 89 सीटों पर मतदान हो रहा है. गुजरात में आज जिन जिन विधानसभा क्षेत्रों में वोटिंग है, वहां के सभी मतदाताओं से मेरी अपील है कि आपके पास सुनहरा मौका है. गुजरात और अपने बच्चों के बेहतर भविष्य के लिए वोट जरूर देकर आइए. इस बार कुछ बड़ा करके आइए, is what Arvind Kejriwal says. And Nupur, anyone who's seen what's happened in Delhi, what's happened in Punjab might believe that they can, you know, create wonders in Gujarat. But we don't know. And you know, there are different opinion polls, Nupur, that do indicate to the fact that they could pick up a considerable vote share, even if it is about 6 to 10%. But what about the number of seats? And like we said, Surat again is a seat, a constituency, a district where they are very, very hopeful, Nupur. And I'm sure this is something that the Aam Aadmi Party might believe will be able to turn the tide for them.
Absolutely. Good morning, Deepti, and good morning, Priyanka, as well as Shivangi, to both of you. And as Deepti was pointing out, of course, it's going to be a battle like no other. The difference this time is that the Aam Aadmi Party is also going to be a contender. Let's quickly, I think, go across to Shivangi. Shivangi, it's interesting, Rajkot, where you're reporting from, is considered a bastion really of the BJP. Since 1985, at least, Rajkot West hasn't really seen the party lose even once. So in that sense, it's one of their strong suits in this election. But give us an overall sense right now of what's happening around you. Today, of course, is the Festival of Democracy, people queuing up. It's just about 8:08. So are we seeing the numbers already out in full strength, people wanting to cast their ballots?
Well, a very good morning to you, Nupur. Very good morning to our viewers of Republic TV. I am reporting from Rajkot right now. And like you were saying, Nupur, the voting has started 8 a.m. sharp. 8 a.m. sharp. the security let the first voter in. The first voter was a very, very elderly man who has been waiting since 6:45 a.m. in the morning to cast his ballot. And that really talks about the celebration of democracy today. First phase of polling in Gujarat. Long, long queues. The queues are getting longer and longer by the minute right now, Nupur and all our viewers. And a lot of people, a lot of youngsters. In fact, we have seen some youngsters as well. Right now, not many youngsters have turned up in big numbers, but most of them, we are waiting for more youngsters to come. And we appeal from Republic TV that more youngsters should come out and vote in large numbers. When we are seeing very elderly people who are in their 80s come out, they're being escorted inside. They're giving first priority for voting as well. Then the youngsters of our nation can also come out and vote today. In fact, let's try to speak to some of the voters which have come. So right now, so the two lines, one ladies and one is of the gentlemen here. So let's try to talk to some of the ladies. आप voting करने आए हैं आज, आप voting करने आए हैं आज. What issues, आप कौन से issues के बारे में आप hope करते हैं कि the government address करेगी जो अगली government आएगी?
वैसे तो काफ़ी सारे इश्यूज हैं भी और सॉल्व भी हो गए हैं, लेकिन फिर भी अगर बात करें तो करप्शन, मेनली अभी करप्शन ये मेन इशू है. तो इसके बारे में अगर गवर्नमेंट कुछ आगे कदम लेती है, या फिर लोकल की बात करें तो रास्ते बहुत ख़राब हैं यहाँ के.
Okay. So there's two issues coming up right now, Nupur, and we see some more voters, elderly voters as well. They are making their way inside
just to interrupt
polling
you for a bit, pictures on our screen are coming to us. That's Rivaba Jadeja. She's one of the young contestants in this battle. It's a key battle that we will be looking out for. Jamnagar North. She's the wife of Ravindra Jadeja, the Indian cricketer. So a lot of focus has been on her, and she, in a sense, embodies young women who are now taking to politics. So in that sense, very, very important visuals coming over there. I think I'm going to come back to you, Shivangi. Priyanka has someone with her and she'd like to speak to that person. So Priyanka, over to you. Take us through what's happening over there, and voters, of course, beginning to come in. So tell us what's happening. I think you had someone with you.
Well, we have some of the first voters, in fact, that have just cast their votes, and we will get in a word from them as well. We have been speaking to the voters and trying to understand what is on their minds, what is on their conscience when they actually go out and cast their votes today, as it is early in the morning. And we will be getting a word from the youngsters as well. There are senior citizens as well that have come here and started casting their vote. And we do see one of the first few voters that have come here, and they have also spoken about how several of the issues that they have voted on. Sir, आपने अभी वोट किया है, क्या issues?
8 सीटें, और ऐसे में
All right. So that's the 31-year-old Rivaba Jadeja, who's been nominated as a candidate by the BJP for this assembly election. This, of course, came after the ruling government replaced its MLA Dharmendra Singh Jadeja from this constituency. Rivaba Jadeja, of course, the wife of India's old star all-rounder Ravindra Jadeja, casting her ballot early. It's just 8:13 and she's already cast her ballot. Let's listen into what she's saying.
मुश्किल हो सकती है क्या?
डेफिनेटली नहीं, कुछ मुश्किल नहीं है. थोड़ा आप डिस्टेंस प्लीज मेंटेन करें. डिस्टेंस मेंटेन करें, मैं तभी वो बोल सकती हूँ. डिस्टेंस थोड़ा मेंटेन करें प्लीज.
आप इस तरफ देखते हुए.
मुझे जामनगर की जनता पे पूरा भरोसा है कि जामनगर की जनता ने जिस हिसाब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति, खास करके केंद्र के नेतृत्व के प्रति वो विश्वास जामनगરના ઓવરઓલ ડેવલપમેન્ટ અને સાથે સાથે જામનગર મહાનગરને સ્માર્ટ સિટી બનાવવા માટેના જેટલા પણ સંપૂર્ણ પ્રયાસ હશે એ અમારા તરફથી પૂરા जी डेफिनेटली भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार भी बहुत अच्छी लीड के साथ, बहुत अच्छी सीटों के के साथ रिपीट होगी।
पिछली बार रिवाबा भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है 99 सीटें जीती थी, इस बार का टारगेट
ये आपका
हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए रिवाबा
So that, of course, is Rivaba Jadeja. Deepti, very interesting over there. There are a large number of candidates that the BJP had actually fielded, I beg your pardon, earlier, have now been replaced by younger faces. And as we head into polls, actually, it's almost an entirely new cabinet that is being voted for. Because do remember that the chief minister was also changed. So in that sense, that seemed to be a good move from the BJP to at least deal with anti-incumbency, because there is going to be some at the end of the day. They've been in power long enough, for a large number of voters to essentially want some change at least. Deepti.
That's true. Nupur, 27 long years, barring a 15-month period in between. That is how long the BJP has been in power in the state of Gujarat. The reason why Priyanka and Shivangi, the BJP believes that this is their citadel. And the reason why today the Congress is fighting for its survival. You have the first test of Rahul Gandhi, his Bharat Jodo Yatra, Priyanka and Shivangi Nupur. That's going to be, what happens on the 8th. Because remember, again, the counting for Himachal is also slated on the 8th. On the other side, the other player is the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party, will it be able to carve any space for itself? But just a little comment, on these images of Rivaba Jadeja and this entire sequence, Nupur, that we heard. The BJP this time has a problem from within as far as the rebels are concerned, because Rivaba actually replaced a sitting legislator. And Priyanka, why don't you opine a little bit more on that? I think there are 19 of such seats, 19, where the BJP is fighting against the BJP itself. Now, again and again, whether it's a Union Home Minister Amit Shah, whether that is the BJP National President JP Nadda, Priyanka, all of them have said, we don't need to worry, because they say that at the end of the day, it's the BJP, the work that they've done, the Prime Minister being the son of the soil, this is his own land, and the Gujarati will today be voting for Gujarati Asmita. But how important is this rebel factor, a lot of people who are standing as independents and might actually dent the BJP?
Very, very, very important points that you put forward, Deepti and Nupur as well. Speaking about the Rivaba Jadeja factor and talking about the younger faces coming to light and them being given the candidacy for fighting the elections this time, of course, it becomes very important, because we had seen over the past few months, as Nupur was also pointing out, that this is a fresh government that we are seeing of the BJP. We had seen that there was a level of anti-incumbency in the Vijay Rupani factor, because he had been the chief minister during the first and the second waves of the COVID-19, and we had seen how there was a level of anti-incumbency that the BJP had been facing, but very strategically there was a new government that had been sworn in. In fact, we had seen that the BJP union leaders, in fact, had been taking accountability from the BJP government, BJP Gujarat government, and speaking to them about their performances as well during COVID-19 pandemic, because of which they have also newer faces that have come into the cabinet, then including Harsh Sanghvi himself, who has been given so many important portfolios, and of course Bhupendra Patel, who's been named the chief minister, and of course we have also seen the BJP factor, the internal infight that you had also mentioned, Deepti, as far as some of the key constituencies of the BJP is concerned. Now, talking about Rivaba Jadeja, we had seen Dharmendra Jadeja and his ground level cadre, in fact, that had created a lot of ruckus during the time that the ticket distribution, in fact, was being carried out. We had seen those images emerging from Jamnagar, where Dharmendra Jadeja's cadre, in fact, had been protesting, and we had seen that there was a level of meeting that had also been carried out there in Jamnagar to pacify those ground level cadres, to pacify the followers.
मैडम, जामनगर हो या राजकोट हो, किस तरह की बूथ मैनेजमेंट की गई है पार्टी की तरफ से, ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग वोट के लिए?
जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी सबसे ज़्यादा सदस्य वाली, सभ्य वाली पार्टी है, और जैसे ही मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के रूप में, मुझे एक प्रत्याशी के रूप में चुना गया भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से, तब से लेके अभी तक, आज तक एक जो पूरा एक संगठन का जो माहौल रहता है कि छोटी सी चीज़ें माइन्यूट जो मैक्रो मैनेजमेंट होता है उस हिसाब से पूरा जो इलेक्शन का पोर्टफोलियो रेडी करके लोगों के बीच में जाना, ग्रुप मीटिंग करना, बूथ तक लोग अपनी तरफ से अवेयर होके मतदान मथक तक पहुंचे, ये सारी चीज़ें भारतीय जनता पार्टी के माध्यम से बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से मैनेज की जाती है।
लेकिन बहुत सी ऐसी सीटें हैं जहां पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कई वरिष्ठ नेताओं की सीट काट दी गई। विजय रूपाणी उनमें से एक है जहां पर आप मतदाता है। क्या आपको लगता है कि इस तरीके से
भारतीय जनता पार्टी कैडेट बेस्ड पार्टी है, सेंट्रल नेतृत्व के माध्यम से जो उम्मीदवार के प्रत्याशी के रूप में चुना जाता है, पूरी पार्टी, पूरे कार्यकर्ता भाई बहन उसका सहर्ष स्वीकार करते हैं। और जो हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक अनुभव के साथ और युवा पीढ़ियों को तैयार करने के माध्यम, ये दोनों एक जो पिलर्स हैं उनको रेडी करने में मानने वाली पार्टी है। तो एक तरफ है तो वो जो जितने भी वरिष्ठ नेता हैं उनका अनुभव और साथ ही साथ युवा पीढ़ी को आगे लेके चलना, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एक अलग अपनी तौर की एक जो मेथड है, जिससे देश के भविष्य के लिए देश के राजनीतिक भविष्य के लिए भी बहुत ही ज्यादा बेनिफिशियल है।
आप देखती हैं इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी?
और भी चुनौतियां हैं जो आपके चुनाव में बीच में आ सकती है?
नहीं, मैंने ये बात का पूरा अभी बोला कि मुझे जामनगर की जनता में पूरा विश्वास है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति लोगों का जो एक विश्वास और विकास यात्रा का जो विश्वास रहा है और खास करके केंद्र का जो नेतृत्व है, हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति लोगों का एक विश्वास है, तो वो इस बार भी टू बी कंटिन्यू होने वाला है।
क्योंकि पिछली बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी सैकड़े का नहीं कर पाई थी पूरा। हम
2/3 सीटों के साथ आगे बढ़ेंगे। 150 प्लस सीटों का जो टारगेट है वो डेफिनेटली अचीव होगा।
रविंद्र
Absolutely. So Rivaba Jadeja over there extremely confident, of course. What we've heard from the BJP so far is 150 seats. That's the target. That's almost up 50 seats from last time. I'm going to go across, I think, to Shivangi, who's reporting from Rajkot. Shivangi, take us through the overall sense that you are getting on the ground right now. Of course, one of the appeals has been to people to come out and vote. And that's so important that younger voters, even the Prime Minister spoke to them, come out and cast their ballots because it's that one day that you feel enfranchised in terms that, you have a say.
Right, Rupur. And like you were saying, I was speaking to some voters just a short while back, and they're very, very clear that, they want change in terms of the issues. Like, for example, there's some issues in Saurashtra itself. We're talking about employment opportunities and industrialization. That is something which is very important in Saurashtra region. I'm in Saurashtra region right now. Rajkot is the capital of Saurashtra. Very, very important region. People are coming out. Aapne abhi vote kiya hai? And aapne vote kiya hai abhi? Yeah, that's right. So this is, he's voted right now, and that is, he's inked. He's inked. And just like he has voted, आपने भी वोट किया है और आपने कितनी बार वोट किया अभी तक अपने लाइफ में?
हमारी लाइफ में हमने ये 30 बार तो वोट किया है।
30 बार?
हाँ,
30
विधानसभा राज्यसभा।
ओके, ऑलराइट।
हाँ, अरे जब मैं 18 साल का था ना, तभी से एक दिन भी वोट नहीं चुका हूँ।
Alright, so very big message here. Since he was 18 years old, thank you so much. Since he was 18 years old, he has been voting, and very big message. Like Nupur, we were saying that we want more youth voters to come out and vote in large numbers. Come out and vote. The line was very long. Now slowly people are going in, they're casting their vote, and they're coming out right now. And when we talk about the issues, like I was saying, Saurashtra especially, where we are at this point of time, Saurashtra especially, it is a very, very important region. Now, why is that? Now, we talk about the Patidar community, very, very big here. We're talking about the agitation which took place, which was against the BJP. And that's why Congress scored a lot of votes in the rural region. But things might change this time because Hardik Patel has joined the BJP a short while back. He was very, very unhappy with the Congress. And he had written a letter where he said that the youth in the Congress are not getting opportunities to prove themselves. He's made the change to BJP. Now that could be a game changer for BJP as well in the Saurashtra region. So that's something that we in Republic TV will be keeping a very, very close eye on as well right now. And we talk about the BJP manifesto as Vijay Manish will show our viewers the voting which is in progress right now. The BJP is very, very adamant in the manifesto about the implementation of the Gujarat Uniform Civil Code committees as well and the recommendations of it. So it's going to be a very important part. UCC has become one of the very important points of the BJP. And then we are talking about the anti-radicalization cell to identify, eliminate potential threats. That has been a #1 point of the BJP as well. And 1 lakh government jobs for women in the next 5 years. So women being the focus, anti-terror being the focus, UCC being the focus, big points of the BJP. Talking about Aam Aadmi Party, their plank is freebie. It's freebie politics, free water, free electricity, everything free. That's what Aam Aadmi Party is banking on right now. On that note, it's time for a very short break, viewers. Unmatched coverage on Republic TV from Rajkot as Gujarat goes to polls in the first phase. We'll get you every minute from here. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why the question is bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadha that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's his 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University.
welcome back. You are watching Republic TV special broadcast this morning as Gujarat votes for a new government. It is the first phase of the two-phase assembly election. Do remember, December 8 is the day when we will be having the results. And of course, do remember to join us. Arnab Goswami, our editor-in-chief, will be in the studios that day and taking you through the results as he always does each election result day. Let's quickly go across to Ahmedabad, where our correspondent Samiksha is reporting from. Samiksha, good morning. Ahmedabad is one of the key constituencies in this fight, more so because, of course, it is a stronghold of the BJP. It also is going to be seeing a very intense fight between the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel and Ami Yagnik of the Congress Party. To begin with, take us through what you see around you and, of course, tell us a little bit more about how important Ahmedabad is in the scheme of things. Gatlodia is the constituency where the sitting Chief Minister, of course, is fighting from.
अवश्य चारों चार सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीत पाएगी, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रत्याशी
इस वक्त हमारे
अच्छी तरह से उन्होंने प्रचार प्रसिद्धि की है।
जानेंगे कि क्या लग रहा है राजकोट की स्थिति। सर, आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि क्या राजकोट की स्थिति लग रही है अभी आपको?
राजकोट की चारों चार सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी भारी बहुमत से विजयी प्राप्त करेगी।
सबसे मुख्य बात यह है कि सर
Right, Samiksha, coming back to you, take us through what you're seeing around you and, of course, the question I asked you earlier.
Excitement around here. I have the students around here who all are very excited to even speak and talk about the issues that are going to be taken up when we talk about the phase two. Of course, I'm reporting from Ahmedabad, which goes to polls in phase 2. Let's talk to some people here. आपका नाम आइए और बताइए ऐसे कौन से इश्यूज हैं जो आप ध्यान में रखेंगे वोट डालते टाइम?
आशिक भाई नाम है मेरा। हम गुजरात में रहते, तो कौन से भी कोई भी वोट देंगे।
क्या इश्यूज है ऐसे जो आपके दिमाग में रहेंगे आप वोट डालेंगे? क्या डेवलपमेंट मुद्दा एक रहेगा, क्या एजुकेशन रहेगा, एम्प्लॉयमेंट सोचकर आप ऐसी कौन सी पार्टी जो हटाएगी कंट्री में?
हम तो डालेंगे भाजपा को डालेंगे। भाजपा बोल लेने
आप बीजेपी को डालेंगे डेवलपमेंट सोचकर और
नरेंद्र मोदी को डालेंगे हम तो।
Nupur, I also have some students here around here. We'll try and take a word from them and try and understand what is their sense and what will they be thinking when they cast their votes on this. थोड़ा बात करिए. Excuse me. Hello. Yes. आप समझे थोड़ा सा बात करेंगे. आप सब कब वोट डालने वाले हैं? फेज 2 में डालेंगे. ऐसे कौन कौन से इश्यूज हैं जो आप ध्यान में रखेंगे वोट डालते टाइम? आप बताइए.
एक्चुअली पता नहीं है फेज 2 फेज 1 कब है. अहमदाबाद में 5th को इतना ही पता है.
तो आपको क्या ऐसे मुद्दे हैं जो आप ध्यान में रखेंगे वोट डालते टाइम?
वो नहीं आइडिया. फ्रैंकली मेरे पास इलेक्शन कार्ड नहीं है, मैं वोट डालने नहीं जा रहा.
अच्छा, आप वोट अभी नहीं डाल सकते. आप में से ऐसा कोई है जो वोट? ओके, Nupur, I think they are a little intimidated seeing the camera around, but yes, the sense I get over here is that development is something that is going to be on top of their mind when they cast their votes. In fact, let's try and take a word from the shopkeeper here as well and try and understand if he can tell us and explain to us what he will be thinking when he casts his vote. हमसे थोड़ा बात करेंगे. आप कब वोट डालने वाले हैं अपना?
बीजेपी को डालने वाले.
ऐसे कौन से मुद्दे?
बहुत सारे मुद्दे मैडम बीजेपी के लिए तो किया है. व्यापारी लोगों को अच्छा किया है. जो 20 साल से जो कौमी तूफान होते होना बंद हो गए हैं और से बहुत सारे मुद्दे हैं.
आपको ऐसा लगता है कि आप जो अब एक ट्रायंगुलर बैटल हो गया है, पहले सिर्फ कांग्रेस और बीजेपी थी जिनके बीच में नेक टू नेक फाइट होती थी, अब आपको लगता है आप ऐसी पार्टी है जो कांग्रेस के वोट थोड़े ले सकती है?
नहीं हो सकता मैडम. ओनली फॉर बीजेपी आगे कोई नहीं आ सकता.
All right, so Nupur, here I am speaking to the shopkeeper here who says that there is no other party that can beat BJP and that BJP is going to come back to power for the 7th consecutive term.
Right, Samiksha. Deepthi also continues to be with us in the studio. So, Deepthi, what we are seeing essentially is that what's on the mind of young voters seems to be issues that should ideally be affecting all of us. But, I was a little surprised, Deepthi, with a lot of those young voters actually saying that they're not going to be casting their ballots. And that is something that, it isn't a very good sign in a democracy. Deepthi, of course, today is extremely crucial in terms of the fact that it also marks the entry of the Aam Aadmi Party into this contest. They seem very confident. The convener has spent nearly a month in Gujarat, hopeful that they can finally get some numbers going for them. But how much do you think are they going to be a spoiler, really?
No one knows, Nupur. That's the key question. No one knows what will the Aam Aadmi Party do, because, it's like that X factor this election season, and Samiksha is in Ahmedabad. Now, Ahmedabad is, remember, voting in the second phase. But why is Ahmedabad today crucial is because this is where you will have the Prime Minister carrying forward that huge roadshow. It's 50 kilometers plus. We haven't seen and heard something as big as that. Now, many are saying that if the BJP is so confident of Gujarat, why do you have the Prime Minister personally investing so much in Gujarat? And the counter to that, Priyanka, is because this is the BJP. The BJP, whether it's a municipal election, whether it's a state election, whether it's the national election, you will see the BJP putting its best foot forward. And, whether or not we accept it, the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, is the only face for the BJP. And this is the reason why I think, Nupur, the issue that you touched on earlier about the entire cabinet there being changed. You had a new chief minister. Vijay Rupani was earlier speaking. He earlier was contesting from Rajkot, Priyanka. If you recall, in 2017, I was there. Now, he sounded pretty confident, but this time what's happened is that a lot of these people have come forward to say, Priyanka, we ourselves are not going to be contesting the election. So there is clearly a generational shift that the BJP wants to put forward, with new faces. But one thing is clear, Nupur, and I want to take this question then to Priyanka, then we'll go to Shivangi and back to Samiksha again. Priyanka, the very fact today that the Prime Minister is the only leader heavy lifting for the BJP, whether it's a municipal election, whether it's a state election or a national election, the BJP is so much invested right now in the popularity of the leader Narendra Modi that they do not really have a very strong leadership in the state of Gujarat. Now, is that a correct assessment or not, Priyanka?
Well, absolutely it is, Deepthi, because firstly talking about your conversation in Rajkot as well, Deepthi, I remember very clearly you had been in Rajkot in 2017 and you had also had a word with Vijay Rupani at that time, and he was the chief ministerial candidate for the 2017 elections, and he had been a lot more confident, but the results had been quite something that was working out for the BJP in 2017. They were struggling to maintain their vote share as well. But this time, of course, we see that the kind of sloganeering, the kind of narrative that is being set by the BJP coming to that point of how the Prime Minister is the only face that is actually campaigning for the BJP, doing the heavy lifting, as you very rightly put, as far as the campaigning is concerned for the BJP, because it is, of course, a prestige factor. This is a son of the soil factor as well. Narendra Modi has been the longest, in fact, for the longest time, the serving chief minister for the state of Gujarat. And even when we look at the rallies of the Prime Minister, Deepthi, let's decode it for our viewers, because we have been looking at attending several of these rallies of the Prime Minister, and he time and time again talks about his tenure as the Chief Minister, and he talks about how when he was the Chief Minister, the Congress government, the UPA government, in fact, in the centre had been stopping several of the policies to be pushed forward so that there can be developmental policies that can be passed in Gujarat as well. So he reiterates time and time again about his tenure as the Chief Minister and how the people sitting in Delhi at that time created hindrances for the people of Gujarat. Now what he then also goes around to say is now they have a double engine sarkar. They say that this is a double engine sarkar of Bhupendra and Narendra is something that he has been seen saying time and time again in these rallies, and so much so that he's stumping for the Chief Minister, saying that Bhupendra Patel should break all records of Narendra Modi. So these are some of the decoding factors that also tell us about the BJP's campaign. and where really the results will also be landing. But we are here on the ground getting you minute-to-minute update as far as the first phase of voting is concerned. We'll be back after a very short break with all the breaking updates.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadha that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme.
આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રીનો રોડ શો નથી, પરંતુ આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી નરેન્દ્ર મોદી સાહેબ પુષ્પાંજલિનો કાર્યક્રમ કરવાના છે અને એના માટે નીકળવાના છે. સ્વાભાવિક છે કે જ્યારે નીકળશે તો લોકો એમના સ્વાગત માટે, એમને જોવા માટે સ્વાભાવિક રોડ પર આવશે, પરંતુ એનો રોડ શોનું કોઈ આયોજન આજે કરવામાં આવ્યું નથી.
સર, આપણે 3 રેકોર્ડની વાત કરી છે. શું છે આ 3 રેકોર્ડ?
એક રેકોર્ડ છે કે ગુજરાતમાં આજ દિન સુધીની સૌથી વધુ સીટો જીતવાનો રેકોર્ડ. દરેક ઉમેદવારની જે લીડ છે એ સૌથી વધુ લીડ સાથે વધુમાં વધુ ઉમેદવારો જીતે એનો રેકોર્ડ. અને ટોટલ વોટ શેર આજ દિન સુધીમાં કોઈપણ પાર્ટીને મળેલા જે વોટો છે એમાં સૌથી વધુ વોટ આજે ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટીને મળે તો ત્રીજો રેકોર્ડ, આવા 3 રેકોર્ડ કરવા અમે જઈ રહ્યા છીએ. મતદારોને વિનંતી છે કે આ ગુજરાતના હિતમાં, ગુજરાતના વિકાસ માટે અને અવિરત વિકાસની પ્રક્રિયા ચાલુ રહે એના માટે પોતે ખૂબ વિચારીને મતદાન કરે અને મતદાન ચોક્કસ કરે એ મારી એમને વિનંતી છે. અમારા માટે કોઈ પણ બેઠક રસાકસી ભરી નથી. આ બધી જ બેઠકો ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટી સતત જીતતી આવી છે અને જીતવાની છે, એ નક્કી છે.
सर, एक सवाल है मेरा रूपाणी और जो पुराने लीडर्स थे उनका टिकट काट के नए युवाओं को टिकट दिया गया है। कुछ लोग जैसे मधु श्रीवास्तव नाराज हुए थे और आपसे पहले भी हमारी बात हुई।
All right. I'm going to ask Priyanka to translate that because we couldn't really understand if she's there with us. But okay, we'll go back to her later. But Deepthi, just coming back to you, it's very interesting that if the BJP actually, manages to get another term, just a bit of trivia, they will equal the record of the left front government, which won West Bengal for 7 consecutive terms. But apart from that, talking a bit about the Congress party right now, we haven't really seen their big guns on the field. But it depends on who you talk to in the Congress. Some of them say that it's actually thought out, that you don't see the big guns there. They're letting the ground workers do all the work. But, if you talk to rival parties, they seem to suggest that the Congress has already given up without a fight. But just going by the numbers the last time, they are the main opposition party in Gujarat, and it's not that easy for them to be wiped out, even though the Aam Aadmi Party is trying very hard to occupy their space.
Just a number of important questions. And talking about the Congress, the Congress largely and generally has a close to 30% ossified vote in the state of Gujarat. Now, what they believe is that they take this for granted. And, Priyanka will second that. The Congress has been saying again and again that this is a muted campaign. We've been doing the Charpai Pe Baithak, but not many people have seen the Congress per se, doing much. You've seen Rahul Gandhi addressing a rally, but that's about it. But is that good enough? We do not know. Though, yes, there are a lot of barbs, there are a lot of insults that have been leveled personally at the Prime Minister, something that has become the topic of conversation. You're looking at Vijay Rupani there on our screens. He's voting in Rajkot. Rajkot again is a seat. It's a bastion of the BJP. But as I said, it has also, been a seat that you've seen the BJP having some bit of anti-incumbency. Will that affect the party, or will the party, be able to actually glide over it again is something Nupur will only know on the 8th. But these are all very important seats. Now, what are the seats that are voting today? It's largely your Saurashtra Kutch belt and your South Gujarat regions. You will have North Gujarat and Central Gujarat both voting on the 5th. That is going to be the second phase. But because you've spoken of the Congress, before I take this to Priyanka, I think Vijay Rupani already has also spoken, and he says the BJP is coming back with a thumping majority. Now, what's the best record of the BJP in the state of Gujarat? It is 127. 127, the year was 2002. What the BJP aims to do now is improve and better the record of Madhavdas Solanki. That was 149. And this is why, Nupur and Priyanka, we again hear the BJP saying Mission 150 in the state of Gujarat. I'm not sure if we have a soundbite of Vijay Rupani that we can dip into and listen, but we'll try to actually get that for our viewers as soon as we have it. But talking of different candidates, as you spoke about the Congress sitting on a 30% plus ossified vote, Priyanka. But this time around, the fight is between the Congress and the AAP for number 2. And this is a given. This is a given. All opinion polls have actually hinted towards that. It's also the first test of Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra. The Aam Aadmi Party is desperate right now to push out the Congress, Priyanka, and become the number 2 party in the state of Gujarat.
But will they be able to do that is the real question, Deepthi, isn't it? Because we do see that the Congress party has a traditional followers, the traditional seats that they have, the tribal belts usually that we see usually go and vote towards the Congress party, whether or not there is a Rahul Gandhi factor at play or not in Gujarat. But that, of course, we do see that even the BJP had considered. Remember in that very explosive interview with our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, Amit Amit Shah had also stated that they still look at the Congress party as their principal opposition. We will be decoding all of these and the rallies and the campaigning that had been going on. But as of now, we are tracking on the ground the first phase of voting. We are bringing you all the breaking updates right now, slipping into a very short break.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls.
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV's continuous broadcast of elections that are taking place in Gujarat. And a short while ago, Vijay Rupani spoke to Republic TV. He's the former Chief Minister of Gujarat. Here's what he had to say.
मैं लोगों को अपील करता हूं कि अवश्य मतदान कीजिए। लोकतंत्र में मतदान एक बहुत बड़ा दान होता है और इस पर्व को आप लोकतंत्र की रक्षा के लिए भी मतदान करना आवश्यक है। अवश्य मतदान कीजिए, भारी मतदान कीजिए और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि गुजरात में 7वीं बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने के लिए जा रही है।
इस बार चुनाव में माहौल क्या लग रहा है, क्योंकि 3 पार्टियां मैदान में हैं?
कोई असर नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ही बहुमत मिलेगा और नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति लोगों में जो आदर और प्रेम है, भरोसा है, इसलिए गुजरात की जनता इधर उधर नहीं होगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट देंगी। आखिरी सवाल, नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आज अहमदाबाद में बहुत बड़ा रोड शो है, क्या कहेंगे? वो तो अहमदाबाद की जनता तो उसके पीछे दीवानी है और बड़ा भव्य रोड शो होगा और काफी अच्छा प्रतिसाद होगा।
Rupani over there extremely confident that the BJP will cross the mark of 150. You're watching Republic TV. We slip into a short break. On the other side, we continue our broadcast of the first phase of polling in Gujarat. Stay with us.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri pundits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadha that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam. Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV, and Gujarat is voting in the first phase of its elections. 89 of the total 182 seats are polling today. 19 districts of Saurashtra, Kutch region and the southern parts are going to the ballot. You are watching Republic TV's continuous broadcast. We'll go across to our correspondents on the ground shortly. Do stay with us.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts. Was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadha that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's his 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area.
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV and this is a continuous broadcast of the first phase of elections that's taking place in Gujarat. Do remember, it's 89 constituencies in 17 districts of Gujarat, essentially Saurashtra, Kutch and southern Gujarat, which are polling today. 8 a.m. was the time when polling began. Enthusiastic voters, of course, lining up already at various polling booths. On the ground, reporting for us are our correspondents Priyanka, Shivangi, as well as
5 साल में ये पूरे आंदोलन खत्म हुआ। 5 साल में कोई विवाद भी नहीं हुआ। 5 साल में स्थिरता से साथ विकास के साथ सरकार चली। ये सब आंदोलन खत्म हुए और कांग्रेस भी इतनी टूट गई है, 17 से ज्यादा कांग्रेस के विधायक पार्टी छोड़ गए, चालू विधायक, यानी कि कांग्रेस डूबती नहीं है ऐसे कांग्रेस वाले मान रहे हैं। इसलिए कांग्रेस पूरी खत्म हो गई है और मैंने पहले कहा कि लास्ट टाइम सरकार बनाने के लिए लड़ रही थी, इस बार सिर्फ अस्तित्व के लिए लड़ रही है।
एक आखिरी सवाल, कितनी बार आपको क्या लगता है कि इस बार आपकी भूमिका क्या होगी?
मैं पार्टी जो मुझे जिम्मेवारी देगी, मैं अभी संगठन का मुझे काम मिला है, पंजाब और चंडीगढ़ का प्रभारी हूँ। आने वाले 2024 में पंजाब में ज्यादा से ज्यादा सीट बीजेपी प्राप्त करे, उस दिशा में हम लोग काम करेंगे। सवाल ही नहीं है, इस बार भी भारी वोट से जीतेंगे हम।
सर, राजकोट की जनता से क्या कहेंगे? तो रिपब्लिक ये पूछ रही है कि फ्रेश फेसेस इस टाइम यू थिंक द फ्रेश फेसेस आर गोइंग टू डू द ग्रेट जॉब, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी?
नो, कोई एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है, क्योंकि 6 बार तो हमारी सरकार बनी है और निरंतर बनी है। एंटी इनकम्बेंसी होती तो पहले ही हमारी सरकार नहीं बनती। अब 7वीं बार भी सरकार बनने के लिए जा रही है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है गुजरात की जनता पर, और जिस तरीके से गुजरात के सपूत मोदी जी पर उनको पूरा भरोसा है, विश्वास है, प्रेम भी है। 7वीं बार भी भाजपा को ही वोट देगी और भाजपा की 2/3 से ज्यादा बहुमत से सरकार बनेगी।
कौन सा फैक्टर इस बार सरकार की जीत तय करेगा?
बस वही विकास की जो बात है, गुजरात में पिछले 5 साल में काफी विकास हुआ है, तो और विकास आगे बढ़े। और केंद्र में भी सरकार बीजेपी की है, डबल इंजन से और विकास आगे बढ़ेगा।
कौन आपकी टक्कर में, कांग्रेस अभी भी या फिर आम आदमी?
कोई टक्कर में नहीं है, सब लोग अपने अस्तित्व के लिए लड़ रहे हैं। कोई लड़ाई नहीं है, क्लियर वन वे है।
Mr. Ribani, Hardik Patel has joined the BJP. Do you think that's going to help in the Saurashtra rural region?
नो, हार्दिक पटेल तो वैसे भी सौराष्ट्र का नहीं है, वो गुजरात का है। लास्ट टाइम जो पाटीदार आंदोलन हुआ वो तो पूरे गुजरात में पाटीदारों ने वो आंदोलन में भाग लिया था। इस बार तो वो आंदोलन भी खत्म हो गया, हार्दिक बीजेपी में आ गए हैं। उनका जो प्रश्न था वो 10% रिजर्वेशन इकोनॉमिकल बैकवर्ड के लिए भी हो गया है, इसलिए अभी कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं है। पाटीदार समाज पूरा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है।
પાટીદાર સમાજની ક્યાંક નારાજગી પણ હતી 2017 પછી, અત્યારે પરિસ્થિતિ
અત્યારે સારામાં સારી સ્થિતિ છે, લોકો પાટીદાર સમાજ પણ ભાજપ સાથે છે।
खड़गे ने जो बयान दिया प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को लेकर,
बेतत्यांश बहुमती।
खड़गे ने जो बयान दिया प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को, कांग्रेस बार बार चुनाव में इस तरह के बयान
नहीं, कांग्रेस हताश है, निराश है और हताशा में ये हार देख रही है, इसलिए ये निवेदन उनका हो गया।
फिर ये आपका घर भी है और आपका गढ़ भी है इस बार, क्योंकि हमने देखा था 6 सीटें बीजेपी ने 8 में से ली थी, फिर उसके बाद उपचुनाव था, 1 सीट और आ गई थी। क्या इस बार 8 की 8 सीटों पर राजकोट?
जरूर राजकोट डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 8 सीट हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेंगे।
नए वोटर से आप क्या?
नए वोटर्स को मैं बताऊंगा कि लोकतंत्र में आप पहली बार वोटिंग कर रहे हैं, अच्छे आनंद के साथ 100% वोटिंग कीजिए और आप अपना लोकतंत्र में फर्ज अदा कीजिए।
क्वेश्चन है, आपने इस चरण में बीजेपी ने 48 सीटें जीती थी, अगर फर्स्ट फेज की बात करें पिछली बार, इस बार क्या उम्मीद?
नहीं, फर्स्ट फेज में 48 सीट जीते थे, इस बार इससे ज्यादा जीतेंगे।
जी, बस एक और क्वेश्चन है, बस वन मोर क्वेश्चन फॉर रिपब्लिक। Rajkot, like fresh fishes are being, contested right now. There's one last question is there. आम आदमी पार्टी बहुत freebie politics कर रहा है. Do you think that will make any kind of dent?
देखिए, जो भी करे, गुजरात की जनता व्यापारी जनता है, समझदार जनता है, उसको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। उसको पूरा भरोसा है क्योंकि पिछले 20 साल से ज़्यादा 27 साल से हम लोग रूलिंग में है और हमारा और जनता के सीधा संबंध है, तो इससे कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आम आदमी के पार्टी के कारण कांग्रेस की सीट कट होगी, भाजपा को लाभ होगा।
Right. Thank you so much. So there was a couple of points being made there. He said that he's confident the BJP win. The Aam Aadmi Party.
Rupani over there, of course, extremely confident that the BJP will come back to power. Also, just to tell our viewers that in his stead this time, Darshita Shah, the Deputy Mayor of Rajkot Municipal Corporation, is actually fighting on the Rajkot West seat. Joining us right now on the broadcast in our Delhi studios, Dipti, of course, continues to be with us. Our Senior Executive Editor, Abhishek Kapoor, is also joining us right now. Abhishek, good morning. Abhishek, the question that, a lot of people will be thinking about today is how is the Congress placed? Because we haven't really seen a lot of high voltage sort of a campaign from the Congress party. But, even as Deepthi was mentioning, but they still do have a considerable vote share. In fact, in that interview that the Home Minister Amit Shah gave to our editor-in-chief, he also continued to say that he sees the Congress still as the biggest party in Gujarat, and he doesn't really feel that the Aam Aadmi Party is a contender at all, Abhishek.
Well, yes, that's very important, Nupur. And even when the Congress party hit its lowest in 2002, for example, the typical vote share of the Congress party has been in the 35 to 40% range. It has never gone down below that. This is the first time, perhaps, there is a party, a third party in play in the form of Aam Aadmi Party. And if you go by what Aam Aadmi Party has done at the municipal level, there is serious possibility of a huge dent in the Congress party vote share. How much? We don't know as yet. I can give you specific examples of how the Aam Aadmi Party affected vote share of the Congress in Surat Municipal Corporation, for example, where there are 3 or 4 seats where they are very strong contenders. Or for that matter, the Gandhinagar Municipal Corporation. It's going to be a classic case, the Gandhinagar Municipal Corporation model, if I could call it, which the BJP perhaps might want. So on the face of it, they are saying that there is a straight contest with the Congress party, but they would want that the Aam Aadmi Party dents the Congress vote share to a level where it gives a fillip. This division of votes between the Congress and the BJP, Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party gives a fillip to their number of seats. But typically, if you discount the Aam Aadmi Party, yes, it's it's always been a straight contest between the BJP and the Congress for the last 3 decades in Gujarat. And the difference in vote share between the two ranging anything between 8 to 12%, with the Congress party not going below 35%, Nupur, and the BJP in the 45 to 50% range.
Right, absolutely. Let's also go across on the ground to our reporters, and Priyanka right now reporting from Surat. Now, Surat, of course, is where a lot of this contest will actually take place, isn't it, Priyanka? The Aam Aadmi Party extremely hopeful that they'll be able to make a dent in these assembly elections after having won the local body polls.
Well, that's right, Nupur, and pushing the point that Abhishek was also making, pushing it a little further as far as Surat municipality is concerned. And of course, we had seen that the BJP had been in a huddle post those 2021 municipality elections, where the Aam Aadmi Party had been able to get a foot in the door to Gujarat politics, is what they believe. Since that is the kind of on that result is where they're saying that they will be they were campaigning for the assembly elections as well. In fact, we have seen some of the councillors and the corporators as well who have been campaigning for the Aam Aadmi Party on the ground here in Surat as well. And of course, we did see post those elections, post the results had come out, we had seen that the BJP chief, that is C.R. Patil, who also hails from Surat, who had just cast his vote in Surat as well, he had also been taking several meetings. In fact, there were review meetings that had been carried out in Surat to make sure that the BJP's performance also becomes a little better in the upcoming assembly elections as well. Out of the 16 constituencies in Surat, there's only one that the Congress has been able to get. But as Abhishek was also pointing out, the kind of damage that the Aam Aadmi Party will be doing in the vote share of the Congress party is also something that we will have to wait and watch as to how that really pans out on the ground. But we do see that the kind of campaigning that was being done by the Aam Aadmi Party and the factors that they were hoping to bank upon. Now, remember, in 2017, the Patidar factor was very much prominent, and of course, Surat had been the hotbed for that. And we had seen some of the Patidar agitation leaders, including Gopal Italia, including Alpesh Kathiria. These are some of the known faces of the Aam Aadmi Party now. And the strategy of the Aam Aadmi Party had also been to garner those vote shares towards the Aam Aadmi Party as well. But we will have to see as to how much that factor really works on the ground. In terms of Gopal Italia, he's contesting from Katargam, where in fact the incumbent minister as well is fighting from, and we had seen the kind of stumping that Dashna Jardosh had also been doing on the ground in Katargam in the last few hours of the campaigning that was being carried out by the BJP. Now, also talking about Alpesh Kathiria from the Varacha Road constituency, and whether or not the Patidar factor will also be working there is something that we will have to see that. But these are some of the known faces of the Patidar agitation that had been very much prominent in the 2015 agitation, and they had been campaigning for the Congress party in 2017 as well. Now, these are also considered to be some of the close friends of Hardik Patel, and they had been working in close proximity with him in Surat as well in the last elections of 2017, where the BJP had seen a tough fight from the Congress as well. But of course, those factors have seemed to be nullified because Hardik Patel himself, one of the bigger faces of the Patidar agitation, have joined the BJP, and of course, Gopal Italia and Alpesh Kathiria are campaigning for the Aam Aadmi Party as well. So those factors are something to be watching out for. And as of now, we are in the Majra constituency, and we are waiting for the Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi to also come here and cast his vote. He is also somebody who's to be watched out for, a very known face of the BJP, somebody who's working very closely as far as the entire strategy for the elections is concerned. Time and time again, we have seen Harsh Sanghvi also there in meetings with the Prime Minister, with C.R. Patil, with several union leaders. In fact, we had seen a couple of days ago when that massive roadshow that was being organized by the Prime Minister in Surat, and he had stayed overnight in Surat, and there was a closed-door meeting with all of these leaders as well to talk about exactly these issues, to also talk about the strategy as far as the BJP is concerned to be campaigning in Surat as well, and how to also nullify these factors of the Patidar agitation and also the known faces of the Aam Aadmi Party, and also pacify those kind of issues is also something that had been discussed. So, of course, Surat, of course, is a very main district, a main place, in fact, that we will have to wait and watch for. But as of now, the voting, in fact, continues. First few hours of voting underway, and voters are still pouring in as we see.
Priyanka getting us that exhaustive coverage from Surat. Abhishek, Shivangi, Samiksha all continue to stay with us. And you know, Abhishek, because now you're here in the studio, so I think it's important to talk of the core areas and the core issues. Before I go back to our colleagues on the ground, you're looking at Saurashtra, Kutch and, the South Gujarat belt that's voting in this first phase. Out of the 89 constituencies, the BJP last time in 2017 won 48, Congress got 38. Important is the Saurashtra belt also, Abhishek. So why don't you tell our viewers why is that? Because the last time around, the BJP's performance, I think, was the worst since it came to power in 95. But what has also happened is that you've had 10 Congress MLAs from the Saurashtra belt who've now joined the BJP. So what really is the importance this time of Saurashtra? What has the BJP done this time to actually ensure that its 2017 tally is bettered?
So 2017 is the year, in fact, Deepthi, that the BJP came closest to defeat, I would say. Yes. 99 seats they got. 91 is the halfway mark. 92 is what you need to win in Gujarat. So just about a margin of, wafer thin margin of 7 seats. And in vote share also it was pretty close. So I think Congress party at 77 really gave the BJP the scares. But there is a reason why that happened. That was also the first election minus Narendra Modi in Gujarat because he had become Prime Minister in 2014. Number one. Number two, there was these strong headwinds because of the Patidar rebellion, the Patidar Anamat Andolan, the reservation movement that was helmed by Hardik Patel, who remember now happens to be in the BJP. He's a candidate from Viramgam in Ahmedabad district. And then there was this issue of rollout of GST, which was causing a lot of apprehension in the trading class across Gujarat, particularly the diamond traders, diamond merchants, and the textiles business community in Surat. Remember, that was also the time that the then Finance Minister Arun Jaitley had to really camp in Surat for 3 nights, 3 days. To assuage the concerns. So those headwinds of GST, the Patel movement, the Chief Minister, Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, not available as Chief Minister or not a candidate for Chief Ministership. So all those headwinds taken together really gave the BJP a sort of a dressing down in terms of both vote share and seat share in 2017. It was a very difficult election. Remember the last 10 days, not that BJP does it differently in any election, but the last 10 days, I remember I was there, studying the campaign, covering the campaign in 2017, and the BJP was all jitters, and Prime Minister had to really almost campaign the last week and carry out some real heavy lifting to make the BJP see through the 91 halfway mark. So in that sense, it was a very difficult election for the party. But this time, obviously, things are different. There is no Patidar movement. Hardik Patel happens to be in the BJP, is a BJP candidate. GST, we are seeing the highest numbers coming in monthly GST collections standing at about 1,49,000 crores on an average nationally, which means the GST concerns aren't taken care of. And everyone understands that Narendra Modi, he is Prime Minister of India, but he is son of the soil. So I think in that sense, every other thing taken care of. Also remember, insofar as opposition is concerned, on the side of the Congress party, it has been an absolutely lackluster campaign, and we can discuss this point by point. This is the first election that the Congress party in Gujarat is having minus Ahmed Patel. And that really is a factor in terms of, for the Congress party, in keeping together the satraps within Gujarat, the regional satraps and the second rung of leadership. So in that sense, I think if you look at BJP, it's in a sweet spot. It's favorably placed. Of course, that does not mean they have not really campaigned hard. That's become the style of the party, but that's how things stand really in terms of how the BJP fared in 2017 vis-a-vis where it stands in 2022.
So, this is why I think what happens on the 8th, Abhishek, is going to be so significant, because a party that has been in power in a state for 27 long years is still able to give such a good fight to the opposition. I think this is a commentary in itself. I see our colleagues Priyanka, Shivangi, Samiksha reporting from Surat, Rajkot and Ahmedabad respectively on the broadcast. As again I introduce them to you, Shivangi, because you've been speaking to a lot of people. Now, Rajkot is where you're reporting from. We've just heard Vijay Rupani, who's very, very confident. And he does say that, I volunteered myself out of the race this time because it's important to have a generational shift. How does the voter look, exactly at that plan, that modus operandi of the BJP, that they do realize there is anti-incumbency, but then they have a plan to counter it, Shivangi?
Absolutely, Deepthi. And, he was very, very clear about it that anti-incumbency is not a factor, according to Vijay Rupani. He said it's not going to be a factor. And he also said that the new faces, I asked him specifically about that. He said, yes, he's confident the BJP will again make the government extremely confident. About Aam Aadmi Party, I posed a question on the Aam Aadmi Party. And as polling is happening right now, Deepthi, I'm just talking about what Vijay Rupani said. So Vijay Rupani said that Aam Aadmi Party has no chance in this election. He said that this Gujarat is a state where a lot of great things happen. The people are very aware about politics in the state and they will not fall for something like freebie politics. Remember that Aam Aadmi Party is banking on freebie politics. It's about free electricity, free water, basically trying to copy the Delhi model here in Gujarat. And right now, as you can see, Deepthi, we are in fact showing you visuals of inside the polling station. This is one of the polling stations in Rajkot. And when we talk about the BJP manifesto, UCC is a very, very big important point the BJP has spoke about. Also talking about the anti-radicalization cell as well. And also talking about jobs for women, government jobs for women. So that is one of the top priorities of the BJP. Rajkot being a BJP bastion, Saurashtra being a place, rural areas being where Congress is stronger, but then again that might change in this election, Deepthi. So right now we are seeing people coming in, coming out after voting as well, and we'll try to talk to some of the voters. Right now in the morning we had seen a lot of voters come in. We had seen a lot of elderly people come in. We had seen people who were younger as well. They had come from the morning jog or from the gym. A lot of enthusiasm. And in fact, I would like to take the opportunity right now to tell all our viewers who are in Gujarat to come out and vote in large numbers because, democracy, India is one of the largest democracies in the world and this is a right and this is a privilege that the Indian citizens have. So today is the first phase of polling and a lot of people coming out after voting as well and a lot of security as well happening right now. So some people are voting inside. So we'll try to talk to them once they come out from the polling booth. We'll try to speak to some of them. But a lot of excitement in the morning as well. We spoke to some people who said that the government should take care of the problems, whatever issues that they have. Now, some of them pointed out corruption, some pointed out that the roads should be better. But then again, industrialization and jobs will remain one of the top moot points here when it comes to the BJP and of course the BJP coming back to power. The BJP is confident it will come back to power and this Rajkot, Deepthi and Abhishek and our viewers, I would like to tell that Rajkot is a place where PM Modi had in fact, he had stood for elections in Rajkot, making it a very, very special place, especially when it comes to PM Modi. PM Modi being one of the top leaders and he's been a CM of Gujarat. Very, very important place. Also, let's talk a little bit about Congress. The Congress, again, they're trying. In fact, before I talk about the Congress, आपने वोट किया है अभी? आप वोट करके आए? आप वोट करके आए? अब दिखाइए अपना, आप इंक अपने जो आपके हाथ में इंक लगा है. All right, so he has voted. One more elderly citizen coming out, senior citizen coming out and voting. Abhi, I was talking to our viewers on Republic TV. We're talking to our viewers right now about kaun se issues. What issues do you want the government to concentrate on? And when you voted specially, what do you have in mind? आपके mind में क्या है? Issues के बारे में?
सिर्फ दो ही चीजें पूरी जनता के माइंड में हैं और वो है भ्रष्टाचार और महंगाई. ये दोनों का मुकाबला जो कर सके आने वाले दिनों में ऐसे ही उम्मीदवार को लोग पसंद करेंगे.
Right. So corruption and also जो rising prices है वो दोनों, right? These two are top top issues. So he's saying there are two top issues and he's very proudly showing he's inked. And if elderly people, अब मैं एक और बात पूछना चाह रही हूँ, बहुत सारे elderly लोग आए हैं लेकिन youth faces थोड़े कम है अभी सुबह. Youth के जो face है, young faces है, आप अपील करिए youth faces को, जो youngsters हैं गुजरात के, जो young लोग हैं कॉलेज में जो जा रहे हैं, जो जॉब कर रहे हैं, अभी स्टार्ट किया है कि आके वोट करें, क्यों इम्पोर्टेंट है?
वोट तो इम्पोर्टेंट है ही, वो हमारा अधिकार है, सिर्फ फर्ज नहीं है, धर्म नहीं है, हमारा अधिकार हमें भुगतना है और उस अधिकार को भुगतने के लिए किसी न किसी अच्छे उम्मीदवार को जो हैं उनमें से सबसे अच्छा कौन लगता है उसे हम देंगे। एक चीज़ है जो कई लोगों का भ्रम है कि नोटा दे देंगे तो चलेगा, हमें कोई पसंद नहीं, लेकिन नोटा देने से नोटा का जो वोट है वो बेकार जाता है।
राइट।
तो ज़रूरी ये है कि अपना जो कम से कम चाहे पसंद हो लेकिन उसे ही वोट दें ताकि कम से कम मेजॉरिटी किसे भी वो आ सके।
Absolutely.
नोटा वाला नहीं आएगा।
Absolutely. He's saying that democracy is a right which has to be exercised. Thank you so much. And the youth should come out. Come out, vote, exercise your right, choose your candidate as well. On that note, I'm taking a very short break right now. We continue to be live and breaking, getting you the top updates. First phase of polling here. We spoke to Vijay Rupani, former CM of Gujarat, from here as well for a short break. Unmatched coverage right now on Republic TV on the elections.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore.
All right, howsoever one-sided, no election is bereft of its share of controversies. Gujarat also had them. Let's have a look at some of them.
As Gujarat witnesses first phase of polling today, insult politics to controversial issues to cash for ticket claims. The Gujarat election season witnessed it all. BJP stand on implementing the UCC in the state was met with OVC opposition.
अमित शाह जी ने कहा कि खाली इस पे एक डायलॉग होना चाहिए, क्या इस पे बात होनी चाहिए? आप इसको कंप्लीटली डिसमिस करें तो क्या आपकी नुआंसेस, क्या दिक्कत है इसके साथ में? जो बीजेपी का जो सुझाव है कि किस तरह से यूसीसी
बिल्कुल डिसमिस करते हैं, इसकी जरूरत ही नहीं है। जब बीएस चौहान लॉ कमीशन के चेयरमैन थे, उनकी रिपोर्ट पढ़नी चाहिए अमित शाह साहब को। उन्होंने कहा कि हमको देश में यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की ना डिजायरेबिलिटी है ना उसकी जरूरत है। आप क्यों लेके आना चाह रहे हैं भाई आप?
Congress has been facing charges of selling tickets to candidates, and party leader Kamini Ba raised her voice and quit to join the BJP.
सर्वे रिपोर्ट दिल्ली से किया गया था, 25-25 लाख रुपए खर्च की ये रिपोर्ट्स किया गया था, तो सारे पैसे की बर्बादी है, बस लेन देन का व्यापार ही चल रहा है। और मुझे शायद मैं पार्टी में रहती भी और अगर ना भी रहती तो मैं ये पार्टी के लिए जो गलत चीज थी उसको मैंने खुल के बाहर लाया, इसलिए मुझे इस बात का कोई भी दुख नहीं है। और मैं तो ये निवेदन करूंगी कि जिसके साथ भी ऐसा हुआ है उसको पार्टी छोड़ के बीजेपी ज्वाइन करनी चाहिए या तो उसे खुल के बाहर आना चाहिए।
How can we forget the controversy Aam Aadmi Party walked into with this video? On camera, Gopal Italia insulting Swami Narayana.
વસ્તુ ઉપર આપણે માનીએ છીએ છતાં આપણને કોઈ કહે તો આપણને તકલીફો થાય છે, સાચું કહ્યું। એટલે આ બધી બાબતોનો નિષેધ કરવો જરૂરી છે। હું નિષેધ કરું છું કે આ લોકો ખોટા છે।
The BJP slammed Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat chief for hurting the sentiments of Swami Narayana followers. Congress too campaigned in the battleground Gujarat and yet again restored for attacking Prime Minister Modi.
आप किसी को मत देखो, मोदी को देखकर वोट दो। अब भाई तुम्हारे को तुम्हारी सूरत कितनी बार देखना? कारपोरेशन में भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, एमएलए इलेक्शन भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, एमपी इलेक्शन में भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना। हर जगह कितने हैं भाई? क्या आपके रावण के जैसा 100 मुख है? क्या है? कमाल में नहीं आता।
The BJP also hits back.
A leader who is considered as a global leader today across the world, उसको रावण कहना और उसके लिए इस प्रकार के अपशब्दों का प्रयोग करना, यह केवल और केवल मोदी जी का अपमान है, ऐसा नहीं है। मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल जी, आप जान ले, यह प्रत्येक गुजराती का अपमान है। दिस इज एन इंसल्ट विच इज रब्ड इनटू एवरी गुजराती। यह गुजरात का अपमान है।
While campaigning, a slew of issues dominated the narrative, including anti-radicalization cell.
देखिए, एक एक्सपेरिमेंट है, प्रोएक्टिव एक्शन है और मुझे लगता है कि बहुत जरूरी एक्शन है। बहुत अच्छा निर्णय लिया है प्रदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने। एक बार यहाँ पर सेल चालू हो जाएगा, बहुत सारे राज्य भी इसको स्टडी करके अपने अपने यहाँ लाएंगे।
लेकिन सर, इस पर अभी से विपक्ष राजनीति करने लगा है।
वो ठीक है, उनका काम है, वो करे, जनता को निर्णय करना।
It's been a controversy-ridden campaign so far, but who will emerge on the top despite it all remains to be seen on December 8th. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
So that, remember, was just a quick insight into the many controversies, Abhishek and Shivangi, that we've seen this election season. And before I go back to Shivangi, who's in Rajkot, you know, Abhishek, because we are talking of the core issues, what really is on people's mind, what is it that the conversation largely has been driven about? You know, we saw the BJP talking about issues like nationalism, speaking about terrorism, the Prime Minister speaking about appeasement, and those are issues, you know, those are planks that the opposition has really found it difficult to defend itself on. You know how huge issues those could be, considering there is this tweet also earlier that came in from Amit Shah where he said, पिछले 2 दशकों में गुजरात विकास और शांति का पर्याय बना है जिस पर भारत को गर्व है. And he goes on to say, Abhishek, कि अगर मजबूत सरकार आपको चाहिए गुजरात में तो आपको भाजपा को वोट करना चाहिए.
Well, you see, Gujarat might be the home state of both the Prime Minister and the Home Minister. What is important is that for the BJP, it's a national party.
Yes.
And every campaign for them is an omnibus campaign. So in that sense, there would be local issues. There would be, you know, absolutely ultra-local issues. And then there would be national issues also talked about. So on 26/11, because Prime Minister was not campaigning on 26/11, but a day later, he mentioned the issue of terror, picked up from you know, Mumbai terror attack, and then spoke about the BJP's no tolerance or zero tolerance policy on terror vis-a-vis Congress's indulgence with terror, and giving specific examples, Batla House encounter, for example. So I think in that sense, BJP, as it happens in every campaign, would bring in all those issues, and then Prime Minister connected terror with appeasement, and then Amit Shah really took it forward, said that Gujarat has had a history of violence, communal violence, which ebbed and stopped over the last 2 decades, particularly post 2002, as he mentioned in one of his campaign speeches. So all these issues came up, but remember, this essentially remains, I think, be saying this on and on through the day. This is about Narendra Modi, the son of the soil, and the people of Gujarat knowing that someone from them is Prime Minister of the country, and a very successful Prime Minister, someone who has had a long track record of delivering governance in the home state before being elevated in a strong mandate in 2014, repeated even stronger in 2019. So I think everything else really pales out insofar as Gujarat is concerned. There would be issues. So for example, inflation is an issue, but inflation is not an issue specific to Gujarat. It's an issue which is national, increasingly global. In fact, much of the component insofar as what India is facing in inflationary terms has a global component, a global contribution, Deepthi. So if inflation is a factor, it's not just for Gujarat, it's for every part of the country, every state of the country. We don't know how much of it is going to be a play. There are then local dynamics. Narendra Modi's shoes have been too big to fill. We have seen 3 chief ministers post 2014 in Gujarat. We had Anandiben Patel and Vijay Rupani in the first term between 2014, post Narendra Modi between 2014 and 17. And then we had Vijay Rupani passing on the baton to Bhupendra Patel sometime last year, essentially because there was definitely an element of anti-incumbency building up. And that's why, in a very strong move, the top leadership of the BJP in Delhi decided that sab badal dalenge, as there was Surya ad, right? Ghar ke sab badal dalenge. So the entire cabinet was changed, not just Vijay Rupani. And the party took it to the next level when the tickets were being announced about a month back for Gujarat, and which was that none of those old guard who were part of the cabinet, who had been ministers, would be given tickets. So essentially, the BJP is starting with a clean slate, offering a clean slate to the people, and in that sense, really discounting, taking care of, or avoiding anti-incumbency as it happens, because anti-incumbency always has local component, individual component. So I think that bit is taken care of. It's essentially about a mandate on Narendra Modi's personal connect with his home state. And that's why we are seeing, in fact, brisk polling also happening, Deepthi.
Yes.
In the first hour, 5%, in some pockets, 8%. That's a significant number.
Oh yes, you know, Abhishek, as always, you've touched so many important issues, but again, these pictures again are a clear testimony to the fact that how vibrant our democracy is. People coming out in huge numbers to come out and vote. This is the appeal that has been made by all political parties today. And, you know, Priyanka, why don't you push that point a little further that Abhishek touched on? You know, people talk about महंगाई, people will talk about नौकरी नहीं है, बेहतर सुविधाएं होनी चाहिए. But the point is that where is the opposition then? Is the opposition giving you a better plan to curb that महंगाई? या वहाँ पर रेवड़ी कल्चर जिसकी बात प्रधानमंत्री ने की वो ज़्यादा सुनाई देती है? What about the Congress? Has the Congress even spoken about how it plans to deal with issues of inflation, of unemployment? Or then the people believe कि जो भी है समस्या है तो उसका हल भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी देंगे. Priyanka.
That's a very interesting question, Deepthi, because what we do see as far as the opposition is concerned, at least in the state of Gujarat, and how we have seen the Congress also campaigning, where, as we had been talking about this in the morning as well, where Rahul Gandhi had been missing in action in Gujarat, as compared to 2017, where we had seen those marathon temple runs that Rahul Gandhi had also done in North Gujarat, in Saurashtra, in Somnath as well, where he had made several visits to these temples, and there was a massive campaigning that was done at least 4 times in a month. He had been coming to Gujarat to campaign for the Congress party, but this time, as opposed to 2017, we've only seen probably 3 to 4 rallies that have been organized, one in Surat, one in Rajkot, and also in Ahmedabad as well, where he had been addressing the party ground level cadre as well. But now, that being said, we did get a sense from the Congress party as though they were competing with the Aam Aadmi Party, and they were fighting for their own importance in the state as well, since they felt that the Aam Aadmi Party will be doing them a lot more damage. And of course, we will be analysing and getting you all the updates as far as the first phase of voting is concerned. Right now, slipping into a very short break. News and updates continues on the other side.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken.
Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs.
Let's get you a quick check of other stories that Republic is tracking this morning. The Reserve Bank's revised digital lending guidelines, which aim to protect customers from exorbitant interest rates charged by certain entities while also preventing unethical loan recovery practices, will go into effect starting today. The BJP chief JP Nadda is going to be launching the party's Jan Akrosh Yatra in the Congress-ruled state of Rajasthan. He's going to be flagging off 51 Jan Akrosh Raths at Jaipur to corner the state government on issues related to farmers and governance. The Enforcement Directorate has questioned the actor Vijay Deverakonda for more than 9 hours in connection to his movie's funding. 100 centrally protected monuments, including UNESCO World Heritage Sites spread across the country, will be lit up for a week starting today. They will also, remember, be bearing the G20 logo as India assumes the G20 presidency today. The Uttarakhand Assembly has passed a stricter anti-conversion bill, making unlawful conversion a cognizable and a non-bailable offence, punishable with an imprisonment for a term of at least 3 to a maximum of 10 years. Pinky Irani, an alleged aide of the conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, has been arrested in connection with an extortion case and remanded in police custody for 3 days by a court which says that the police must be given a free hand to probe the matter thoroughly. There has been at least a 20% increase in the number of walk-in by OPD patients at AIIMS in Delhi, leading to long queues as the Premier Hospital's online appointment system has remained shut now for 8 days following a cyber attack. The Prime Minister has invited students, parents and teachers to take part in activities related to Pariksha Pe Charcha. He's also emphasized the need to work collectively towards creating a stress-free environment. Department of Telecommunications has directed the telecom providers to not install any 5G base stations in the area of 2.1 kilometer from the runways at all airports across the country. The Odisha Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik has inaugurated the 3rd edition of the flagship Investors Summit, Make in Odisha Conclave 2022 in Bhubaneswar. The event continues till the 4th of this month, will showcase Odisha's transformation story and conducive environment for investing in the state. And we are heading into a quick break right now, but when we come back, this is a non-stop rolling coverage of day one, the first phase of the Gujarat polling that is underway. Will the BJP be able to better its own record We get you ground coverage on the other side of this quick break.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadha that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken.
Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandits. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Back as India takes over the G20 presidency officially today or formally today, we are having a tweet thread from Prime Minister tagging all the heads of governments of the G20 nations and asking for an end to all zero-sum game when it comes to global geopolitics. In fact, Prime Minister has followed that tweet thread with a blog as well, in which he says, and he asks question that whether G20 can go further and bring in a fundamental mindset shift to benefit humanity as a whole. The G20 presidency of India would last the entire next year, and the theme chosen by India for the year is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family and one future. And Prime Minister there calling upon all the leaders who are members of the G20 as also special invitees. In fact, Africa is going to be the biggest representative of Africa is going to see highest representation in G20 meetings this year. But let's go back to Gujarat, and we are having visuals and a soundbite perhaps of Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi from Surat. He's contesting from the Majura seat. Let's go to Surat. We have Priyanka and Sucharita there. All right, there seems to be some audio issue, but we are seeing pictures of Harsh Sanghvi, the Minister of State with Independent of Gujarat, Minister of State for Home for Gujarat, and the young leader. He is contesting from the Majura seat in Surat city.
फिर सब बात पोलिंग के बाद, और मेरा ये संदेशा है पूरे गुजरात के सभी नागरिकों के लिए, मेरे क्षेत्र के सभी नागरिकों के लिए, कि पहले आज के दिन में मतदान हो, उसके बाद सब बात हो। ठीक है सर, मतदान के बाद तो ठीक है। गुजरात के गृह राज्य मंत्री अपने परिवार के साथ चलते रहो।
All right, that was Harsh Sanghvi giving a short soundbite saying that he is going to cast his vote and would speak to the media only after that. Priyanka Sharma, in fact, our Gujarat Bureau Chief, is reporting from Majura in Surat. Priyanka, over to you. I believe you would be speaking to Harsh Sanghvi after he casts his vote. Earlier we had pictures of him praying at a temple. What's the sense you are getting from the ground? What's the mood of the people of Surat?
Well, that's right, Abhishek. In fact, we are going with him right now. He's going to cast his vote. He said that he will be speaking to us after he casts his vote. He's come with his family as well. And that's why he's saying that first he will be doing the voting and then he will be speaking to the media. But of course, right now, what we also see is him having a very home feel here in Surat. He's meeting with the people. He's talking to the locals as well, meeting with his relatives, meeting with his friends as well. This is his neighboring area where he has in fact come to vote now, and he will be going inside and voting as well, and we will be getting in a word from him as he goes inside and then he votes. And of course we are seeing how Surat is of course a very important place to be watching out for, and to see how many constituencies out of the 16 that the BJP will be able to secure more easily and with a higher vote share is also something that we will have to wait and watch for. We have seen through the entire campaigning, Abhishek, that Harsh has not just been in Majura constituency, but he has been roaming around in the entire state and getting in and in fact campaigning for the party, and he has been campaigning with the Prime Minister, he has been campaigning with C.R. Patil, he has been going to almost all constituencies and campaigning for the party. So it is not just about one constituency or his constituency here. He has been the face for the BJP, in fact, and one of the youngest MLAs, somebody who is supposed to be close to the Union Minister Amit Shah, along with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. He is in fact also meeting with the people and going in to cast his vote as we speak. We will be getting you the latest pictures as and when they come. We're getting you all the breaking updates on the ground right now, slipping into a very short break.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
the joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
फिर भी ये जो चीप ट्रिक्स भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्ले करती है, मीडिया में लीक दे दो, नेता के रेपुटेशन खराब कर दो, मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ मोदी जी से विनम्रता से, मोदी जी अगर आपको जेल में डालना है तो डालो, कोई टेंशन नहीं है, चले जाएंगे, लेकिन लोगों के लिए काम करना नहीं छोड़ेंगे। बीजेपी के जो फेल्यूर्स है उसको एक्सपोज करना भी नहीं छोड़ेंगे। और आज तेलंगाना प्रदेश में केसीआर साहब के सदारत में बहुत अच्छे तरीके से सरकार चल रही है। आप इस सरकार को गिराने के जितने साजिश आपने किया है वो लोगों ने देखा है, क्योंकि हमने वो षड्यंत्र को लोगों के सामने रखा है, तो आप रिएक्शन में ये सारी चीजें कर रहे हो। सिर्फ मेरे ऊपर नहीं, हमारे मंत्रियों के ऊपर, हमारे एमएलएस के ऊपर, एमएलसीज के ऊपर, ईडी, सीबीआई, आईटी सब कुछ चला रहे हो। हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं, आपसे कोऑपरेट करेंगे, लेकिन आप ये बताइए कि आपने तेलंगाना के लिए क्या किया। बस इससे ज्यादा मैं कुछ नहीं पूछती हूँ। वी वेलकम द एजेंसीज, We will absolutely cooperate with them and we are not scared of anything. Thank you. Jai Telangana.
Of course, is K. Kavita over there. She's the daughter of the Chief Minister, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, saying that she's not afraid of the agencies, will cooperate. Now, do remember that the Enforcement Directorate officials probing the Delhi liquor scam have named her in a remand report that's been submitted by the CBI investigation following the arrest of one of the accused, Amit Arora. Amit Arora, of course, was placed under arrest yesterday. So K. Kavita over there attacking the BJP and the centre, going on to allocate motives to this. That's K. Kavita saying that the BJP is using agencies against her. Also saying that if you want to put me in jail, do that, go ahead. But don't try to stop me from working for the people. Now, just to give our viewers a sense of what has happened now, the ED officials, of course, who had apprehended and produced Amit Arora before court on Wednesday, that's yesterday, mentioned Kavita's name in the report, the remand report that is. There were other names also of the YSRC MP, Magunta Srinivasa Reddy, as well as his son Raghava, which also have figured in that report. Now, ED, of course, has said in its remand copy that Kavita had changed her mobile phone's international mobile equipment identity 6 times after the case was handed over to the agency for investigation. The ED also analysed the data based on the IMEI and found that digital evidence was destroyed to hamper the investigation. So that's the charge that the ED has mentioned in its remand copy. K. Kavita, of course, taking on the BJP over there. Aneri is reporting on this. She joins us from Hyderabad. Aneri, good morning. Aneri, K. Kavita, of course, wanting to take a political route out of this, accusing the BJP of using the agencies. It's a common refrain that she has used before as well. But as far as the ED is concerned, in their remand copy, they have mentioned that she changed her number about 6 times, and they have analysed the data based on the IMEI and found that digital evidence was destroyed. Tell us more of what's happening.
Well, Nupur, we have been seeing that the Directorate have now mentioned the TRS MLC and KCR's daughter, K. Kavita, into the name in the Delhi liquor scam. And also, I would like to first show you the visuals here where people are raising slogans, and also at the same time, they have been saying Modi go back, but also not to forget, just some time back, K. Kavita came out and gave a statement, a media statement which she gave, where she clearly hit it out at this Modi government at the center. They say that they haven't done anything for the state, and before, as not to forget, that Telangana will be going to polls next year, and before that, we see that before Modi comes to the state, it is the ED and IT which comes here, but we are not afraid, and we welcome them, is what K. Kavita has been saying. Well, this is the scenario right outside K. Kavita's residence, of massive sloganeering going on here, and also at the same time, we see that K. Kavita, who is KCR's daughter and also former MP, and right now she is the MLC, where her name has been come in the Delhi liquor scam in the charge sheet, which yesterday had been named, in which K. Kavita's name also has been clearly mentioned. So now K. Kavita very clearly says that we will cooperate with the agencies, we are ready for any sort of investigation, and also we are ready to go to jail, but we will continue to work for the people. Whereas she questions the Modi government, asking that what has Modi government done for the state and also for the people of Telangana. Well, this comes just ahead of the state assembly elections, because in 2023 Telangana will be going to polls, and now we see K. Kavita's name emerging in the Delhi liquor scam.
All right, Aneri bringing us all those details from Hyderabad. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you through the day for more updates. But going back to the other big story, of course, that has continued to remain our focus since early this morning. Assembly elections are taking place in Gujarat. It is the first phase, and joining us on the broadcast is our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor. Dipti Sachdeva also joining us from our Delhi studios on the ground, reporting from Rajkot, Surat and Ahmedabad are our reporters. Pictures on your screen are of the visuals that we are continuously playing out for our viewers of enthusiastic voters casting their ballots in their areas. Shivangi and Samiksha also joining us, of course, on this broadcast. But going across right now first to Abhishek. Now, Abhishek, I just wanted to talk about the Patidar reservation. Now, this is something that was such a huge focus in the last elections. You know, all of those leaders now seem to have gone into different political parties. One of them, of course, extremely important one coming into the BJP. Now, how do you see this issue playing out? Will it play out at all or not, or it's completely dormant now? What's your view on it?
Well, for one, Hardik Patel, who was leading the Patidar agitation, was the face of the movement, is contesting on a BJP ticket. I mean, what more needs to be said? And look at the irony. The Patidar movement or the Patels coming out and revolting against the BJP happened when a Patel was chief minister. Remember, in 2015-17 period, it was Anandiben Patel who was the chief minister of Gujarat. Having said that, I believe there are a lot of socio-economic factors and socio-political factors which played out in the build-up of the Patidar movement. It was not just about, there was this thread of Patel community wanting reservations, but remember, they are not a backward community in Gujarat. Deepti, we have to understand, Nupur. We have a Patel chief minister even now, Bhupendra Patel, in the pictures in a road show. And Patels are a very strong, upwardly mobile, well-off community in Gujarat. And so it was ironic that some section within the Patidars wanted reservation. I think it was more a way of lunging at power. Remember, after Narendra Modi became the chief minister of Gujarat in 2001, displacing Keshubai Patel, who was seen as a Patidar patriarch, so to say, of the community in the state, there was this thought within the Patel community that someone from amongst them has been removed from power. So that sense of powerlessness, despite the fact that they are a rich, well-off community, if not rich, reasonably well-off community in Gujarat, and have a considerable clout, particularly in urban, in our rural areas and semi-urban areas, given their strength in numbers, roughly constituting about 20% of Gujarat's voting population and Gujarat's population, in fact. So in that sense, I think the Patidar rebellion was a movement to get back power for the community. So in that sense, it was a very community-specific movement. B, there was some element of the general state of affairs when it comes to youth and their quest for jobs and a good vocation getting channelized into that drive for getting back political power. And of course, we have seen these middling castes across the country, be it the Jats in Haryana or the Marathas in Maharashtra, craving for some kind of reservations. And that issue, of course, has been there with the Supreme Court, in which we recently saw a verdict where effectively the cap of 50% is gone. So in that sense, I think, Nupur, the Patidar movement has petered out. Most of the leaders of the Patidar movement either, went into oblivion, or the likes of Hardik Patel are now part of the BJP, and apart from Hardik Patel, there are many others of the second-rung leadership of the Patidar Anamat Andolan Samiti that was spearheading the campaign, who were part of the BJP, or they have gone to the Aam Admi Party. So, for example, the state president of the Aam Admi Party in Gujarat, Gopal Italia, who's contesting from Katargam seat in Surat, was in fact effectively number 2 in Hardik Patel-led movement. So you see these dynamics really playing out. But as I said, post-2014, Gujarat has had 3 chief ministers, 2 of them Patels or Patidars, Anandiben Patel, and now, of course, the incumbent Bhupendra Patel. So in that sense, Patidar factor might be latent here and there, associated with individual second or third rung leadership of the Patidar Anamat Andolan Samiti. Most of them have moved either to the Congress or to the Aam Aadmi Party, and in the case of Hardik Patel, via the Congress Party into the BJP. Nupur.
Right, absolutely. Let's go across right now to our Gujarat Bureau Chief, Priyanka, who's been tracking all of what's happened. All right, we don't have Priyanka right now, but let's quickly go across to Rajkot, to Shivangi for a quick ground update. What are the polling numbers looking like, the poll percentage? Shivangi, take us through that.
Right. Well, Nupur, you can see that people are slowly trickling in. So in the morning, we had a very, very long queue. Right now, not that many numbers on the ground when it comes to this polling station, Anil Gyan Mandir. That is the place where we are. And that also could be to the fact that people have gone about their day. Now, according to what we feel and what has been told to us by our sources, after 3 p.m. we can expect a little bit more crowd. After 3 p.m. Later on in the evening hours, of course, after people are done with their work, whatever their office or their colleges or whatever that they have to attend to in these hours, then we can expect a longer queue, we can expect more people to come. So of course we can expect that the polling percentage is going to take a big jump right now. It's pretty good already. Right now we can see people slowly are going inside as well, and we'll try to talk to some of the voters who have already voted and who have already been inked. We see some young people as well who are in fact with families coming. That's something we are seeing. A lot of families here as well, families coming as well with their children. We'll try to talk to them as well. Let's try to talk to one of the voters. आपने वोट किया है अभी? आपने वोट किया है? Both of you? Yeah. So both families. In fact, entire members coming. आप वोट करने जा रहे हो अभी? You voted already. Okay. So we'll get a word from them. आप वोट करने जा रहे हो, right? So आप जब वोट करने जा रहे हो, कौन से issues आपके mind में अभी?
आप लोग यार प्लीज मैं हाथ जोड़ता हूं, सब लोग कितने परेशान हो रहे हैं, मैं बाहर आके दे दूंगा सब लोगों को
All right, I think we've got Priyanka tracking Harsh Sanghvi over there, and she's, I think, trying to speak to him. I'm going to try and cut across to her on the ground. Priyanka, all right, I don't think we've got her yet. But as viewers can understand, you know, it's the hustle and bustle of politics that we are bringing to you. Everybody out there on the ground trying to speak to these leaders to get a sense of how people will be voting today. Also, one of the key things that we wanted to speak about today, of course, is the fact that polling percentage is about 4.98%. Right now. That's about at 10 o'clock. Now, just to give our viewers a bit of the numbers now, the BJP, of course, trying very hard to make sure that as many people come out and vote. Now, do remember that it had won 99 seats in an election where the turnout had dipped from 71% in 2012 to about 68% in 2017. So that's the overall sense that we get, that the BJP trying very hard to get voters out. Samiksha is also tracking all the developments from Ahmedabad for us. Samiksha, you've been speaking to a lot of young people. Now, what are the issues that they're really looking at? Because if younger voters are to come out and vote, it's going to be based on issues that they think that are important. So what's your sense? What are they telling you?
Well, Nupur, you know, I tried to speak to some young people out there, but they were a little scared to come on the camera. But I have a few people here who would want to share what are those issues that are going to be on their minds when they cast their votes on 5th of December. Because I am in Ahmedabad, which goes to polls in the second phase. आप बताइए ऐसे कौन से issues हैं जो आप mind में अपने रखेंगे जब आप vote cast करने जाएंगे?
वोट कास्ट करने तो जाएंगे ये तो लाख टके की बात है, और लोगों को भी अभी अक्ल आ गई है. अभी वोट करेंगे नई पार्टी को, जो आम आदमी पार्टी झाड़ू वाला, उसको याद करके वोट करने का है। हम
ऐसा क्या प्रॉमिस करा है आम आदमी पार्टी ने जो आपको लगता है कि लोग वो सोचकर अपना वोट करेंगे?
ये सही बात है, ये भी सवाल आपका अच्छा है। देखो, जैसे 20% में अमीर लोग आते हैं, 80% में मध्यम वर्ग और गरीब लोग आते हैं, उन लोगों को तो लाइट फ्री मिले तो अच्छा है, चाहिए। और आज की तारीख में दिल्ली में फ्री है, हम लोगों ने मंगाया भी है वहाँ से जीरो वाला, वहाँ पे 300 यूनिट फ्री है दिल्ली में, पंजाब में, अब सूरत में होने वाले हैं, और लगभग अपनी सरकार आएगी तो हर जगह होएगा।
अच्छा, तो आपको लग रहा है कि आप जो उन्होंने प्रॉमिस करा है, जो फ्रीबीज अनाउंस करे हैं, वो ध्यान में रखकर अपना वोट कास्ट करेंगे? आप बताइए, आपके दिमाग में क्या रहेगा?
हमारे दिमाग में तो यही है कि अब की बार परिवर्तन जरूरी है, क्योंकि परिवर्तन के हिसाब से जो लोगों को अभी महंगाई मार रही है ना, उसके हिसाब से गरीब लोग, मध्यम वर्ग, व्यापारी सब मर गए हैं और धंधे रोजगार बिल्कुल खलास हो गए। आज सुमति ईरानी बोलती थी और मोदी जी बोल रहे थे कि हमारी सरकार आने के बाद आपको 500 रुपये से 450 रुपये बाटला मिलेगा, लेकिन उनका वायदा पोकर गया। आज भी 1100 रुपये बाटला बिक रहा है, 96 रुपये 97 रुपये डीजल पेट्रोल बिक रहा है, और 12% GST जहाँ चंपल पे लग गई है, तो आज लोगों के लिए चंपल पहनने के लिए पैसे नहीं है। ऐसी महंगाई के हिसाब से हम तो बोलते हैं परिवर्तन जरूरी है।
बीजेपी ने बोला है कि वो अगर पावर में आएंगे वो फ्री एजुकेशन करेंगे लड़कियों का, किंडरगार्टन से लेकर पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट तक। आपको लगता है वो भी एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है एजुकेशन की अगर बात करें? आप बताइए, आपके दिमाग में क्या है?
अभी हटाने का मोदी को, मोदी को हटाने का।
ये तो
आपके दिमाग में क्या इशू रहेगा?
मोदी को हटाना।
ये तो एक बात जो बोल रहे हैं ना आप एजुकेशन का, वो इनका पोकर दावा है। जैसे कि 15 लाख का उन्होंने, अमित शाह ने खुद ने बोला ये जुलसा था, ये जुमला था। हम लोगों को बोलते हैं लेकिन करते कुछ नहीं है। जो भी ये लोग बोलते हैं ना, खुद के लिए करते, बाकी किसी के लिए कोई नहीं करता।
आप में से कोई बात करना चाहेगा? आपके दिमाग में क्या ऐसे इशू रहेंगे? आपको लगता है कि आम आदमी पार्टी जो थर्ड पार्टी अभी आ गई है फाइट में, अब एक ट्रायंगुलर बैटल है, कितना एक कंपटीशन वो देंगे कांग्रेस को?
वो तो फेंकू है, केजरीवाल तो फेंकू है, केजरीवाल नहीं चलेगा गुजरात में।
केजरीवाल नहीं चाहिए?
नहीं चाहिए, बीजेपी बेस्ट।
आपको लगता है 7 सक्सेसिव टर्म में बीजेपी का बहुत ज्यादा
बीजेपी सही है गुजरात के लिए और इंडिया के लिए, बीजेपी सही है।
All right, so a slight anti-incumbency wave here is what I'm getting a sense of, Nupur. But yes, a lot of people there flagging issues which matter, which is, something that we've been talking for long now, be it the inflation, be it unemployment. Those are some of the issues which are definitely going to be on people's mind.
All right, I think stay with us. We're also getting a reaction from Ravindra Jadeja. We're going to try and cut into that. His wife, of course, Ravava Jadeja, is one of the people who's contesting her first election. I don't know if we've got him yet, but we will try and go across. Deepthi, coming to you now. Deepthi, one of the things that we've been talking about since the morning is the fact that the BJP is very quick always to pick up on issues. Yes, we go across to Deepthi in just a bit, but let's listen into what the Home Minister of Gujarat is saying.
कर लीजिए, एक करके बात कर लीजिए। ये मौका नहीं है ऐसा करने के लिए, शांति से बात कर लीजिए। हर्ष जी बोलिए।
आराम से, माइक नीचे, माइक नीचे, माइक नीचे, माइक नीचे।
तो मेरी आपसे पहले तो विनती है, आज लोकशाही का पर्व है, आप लोग भी अगर अंदर अंदर ऐसा करोगे तो कैसे चलेगा? आप पहले सेटअप हो जाइए प्लीज, मैं आपसे विनती करता हूँ शांति से।
ओके ओके ओके, आराम से बात।
थोड़ा साइड में, थोड़ा साइड में, थोड़ा साइड में।
तू शांति हमारी बात सुन लो, 1 घंटा में हटी जाओ। पहला मैं 1 घंटा बोलोगे तो 1 घंटा दूंगा आपको। आप लोग अंदर अंदर शांति रखिए ना।
1 सेकंड, थोड़ा साइड में आ जाओ, मतलब माइक सेटअप कर लो। कोई भी माथाकूट नहीं करते प्लीज।
बात करेंगे सब।
100 मीटर नहीं हो रहा है तो वो सर्कल तक जाना पड़ेगा हमें, पड़ेगा बराबर है। 100 मीटर नहीं था तू एक आगल सर।
ठीक है सर, मैं धक्का नहीं दे रही, मैं बिल्कुल नहीं दे रही धक्का सर, मैं डिस्टेंस पे चल रही हूँ, डोंट वरी प्लीज।
ये तो हमें उम्मीद है कि आपको समझ आ रही होगी।
खुशी नो माहौल
बोल रहे हैं कि भाई सब लोग निकलें, वोट करें, डेमोक्रेसी का पर्व है मानी।
यहाँ पर मिलता हुआ दिखाई देगा।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, क्योंकि लोगों में बहुत ही खुशी है। जैसे मैंने कहा कि लोग एकदम उत्साही है। इस बार एक यूथ भी इसमें शामिल हो रहा है, तो उनको भी एक कहीं ना कहीं उम्मीद है कि रिवाबा आएगी तो अच्छा काम करेगी जामनगर के लिए, और जामनगर की कोई जो भी अंडर डेवलप एरियाज है, जो भी लोगों की उम्मीद है उस पर खरी उतरेगी।
आपने अपना मताधिकार का उपयोग क्या बताएंगे?
नहीं, अभी मैं जाऊंगा, अभी मैं जस्ट उठा हूँ तो बस अभी जा रहा हूँ।
जीत को लेकर आश्वस्त?
जीत तो निश्चित।
बिल्कुल, तो रविंद्र जडेजा को आप यहाँ पर सुन रहे थे, जो लगातार ये कह रहे हैं कि वोट
over there, he's an icon for the youth, asking everybody to go out and cast their ballots. Deepthi continues to be with us in our Delhi studios. Deepthi, earlier on we were talking about the fact that the BJP has been extremely quick to deal with the issue of anti-incumbency. We've seen, they frequently change their ministers. Not just that, almost the entire cabinet was changed about a year ago, and I remember that, Abhishek and I were talking about it that time. So in that sense, they're very quick on the uptake in terms of dealing with a problem when it, comes to them. And that is perhaps why they have remained in power as long as they have in Gujarat, haven't they, Deepthi?
Oh yes, but this time I think Nupur, and I will surely take that bit to Abhishek. We do see her Sangvi. Earlier, Ravindra Jadeja, Abhishek, both have spoken to us. Lot of reactions that continue to come in, and do remember again and again, important to reiterate, Abhishek, that Republic is your election news headquarters. You will see every newsmaker, you will see every reaction and every detail behind the story that's playing out on your screens.
And you have an expert in me on Gujarat.
Absolutely. He's like that fly on the wall, Nupur, and he makes a mention of this all the time. Har Sangvi is speaking. Let's quickly listen into what he says.
कभी पड़ोसियों के घर के आम के पेड़ से आम तोड़ने का एक ग्रुप बना होगा। यही गलियों में कभी सतोड़िया, कभी गिल्ली डंडा खेला है। यही लोगों के बीच मैंने मेरे जीवन के काफी उतार चढ़ाव देखे हैं। यही लोगों ने मुझे अपनी गोद में बड़ा किया है, और आज यही लोग मुझे अपने कंधों पे बिठा के ये चुनाव लड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ाया है। 2012 का पहला चुनाव मैंने यही क्षेत्र से लड़ा था। मैं आज देश के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी का आभार मानना चाहता हूं। मात्र 27 साल की उम्र में मुझे पहली बार ये क्षेत्र से चुनाव लड़ने का अवसर दिया था। तब कांग्रेस ने एक नारा बनाया था, विपक्ष के कई लोगों ने एक मजाक बना रखी थी मेरी। 2012 में ऐसा कहते थे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक बच्चे को यहां से प्रत्याशी बनाया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये चुनाव में अपनी डिपॉजिट नहीं बचा पाएगी। उस चुनाव में मेरे क्षेत्र के लोगों ने मुझे गुजरात की 4th हाईएस्ट लीड से चुन के यहां से विधानसभा में सेवा करने के लिए भेजा, और आज 2022 में मैं ये कह पा रहा हूं कि ये चुनाव मैं नहीं, मेरे क्षेत्र के नागरिक ये चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, और उनका मैं 2 हाथ जोड़ के नमन करके उनके आशीर्वाद लेके आज मेरे परिवार के साथ मेरी माता के आशीर्वाद लिए, माँ अम्बा के आशीर्वाद लिए, और मेरे क्षेत्र की माताओं की सेवा के लिए 2022 से 27 तक के चुनाव के वोट करने के लिए मेरे परिवार के साथ मैं यहाँ आया था। लोकशाही का ये पर्व, इसको और जागरूक बनाना है। ये लोकशाही के पर्व को गुजरात की जनता ने आज सुबह पहले 7 बजे से ही गुजरात के हर एक गांव में, सौराष्ट्र से लेके दक्षिण गुजरात के हर एक गांव में काफी भीड़ लगी है, और लोगों ने तय कर लिया है कि गुजरात तोड़ने की हर चुनाव में कोशिश करने वाले लोगों को ये चुनाव में जवाब जरूर से देंगे। 27 साल के हमारे ये संबंध को और आगे बढ़ाएंगे। मोदी जी के 20 साल के संघर्ष साहस को जिस प्रकार से यही गुजरात के नागरिकों ने एक टीम गुजरात के तौर पे आगे गुजरात को बढ़ाया है, इसी तरह से 2022 से 2027 के लिए गुजरात के नागरिक मोदी जी के साथ आगे निकल चुके हैं। आज गुजरात की जनता एक नया इतिहास बनाने के लिए आगे बढ़ रही है। वो इतिहास होगा कि लोकशाही का ये पर्व इतिहास में पहली बार पूरे देश में राज्य के चुनाव में सबसे ज्यादा मतदान कैसे हो पाए, उसके लिए मैं गुजरात के नागरिकों को दो हाथ जोड़ के विनती करता हूं कि हमें एक नया रिकॉर्ड बनाना है। और वो रिकॉर्ड क्या है? वो रिकॉर्ड हमारे संबंधों का जरूर से है, लेकिन ये लोकशाही के पर्व को और मजबूत बनाने के लिए हमें मतदान जरूर से करना है। गांव में एक भी बुजुर्ग, मेरी माता, मतदान का उनका जो हक है वो रह ना पाए। शहरों में मेरे सभी युवा भाई बहन अपने मतदान का जरूर से उपयोग करें। मैं आज देख पा रहा हूं कि राज्य में गांवों से लेकर शहरों में युवा मतदार काफी जागरूक हो चुके हैं। लंबी कतारें लगी हुई है। सभी समाज के लोग साथ में मिलकर गुजरात के हित के लिए मतदान करने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
हर सूरत फैक्टर का क्या बोलेंगे? आम आदमी पार्टी ने अपना एक पहला चुनाव रखा था जो म्युनिसिपैलिटी पोल्स हैं।
देखिए 2012, 2017 में भी ठीक इसी प्रकार के नारे कांग्रेस ने लगाए थे। इतने साल हो गए, लोगों में ये तकलीफ है, लोग में वो परेशानी है। हर चुनाव में नतीजों ने स्पष्ट कर लिया है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी और गुजरात की जनता का ये जो संबंध है, ये संबंध अविरत है। और ये संबंध 2022 से 27 में और आगे बढ़ रहा है। ये चुनाव भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं, गुजरात की जनता लड़ रही है। गुजरात के हित में ये चुनाव लड़ रही है। और मैं ये स्पष्ट देख पा रहा हूं कि गुजरात की जनता पोलिंग मतलब वोटिंग में भी आज एक नया इतिहास बनाएगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक एक प्रत्याशियों को आशीर्वाद में भी एक नया इतिहास बनाएगी।
अच्छा खासतौर पे गुजरात के राजकारण में कभी भी तीसरा मोर्चा एंट्री नहीं ले पाए, इस बार सूरत से।
देखिए मैं आपसे विनती करता हूं भाई साहब, गुजरात की राजनीति में कांग्रेस ने इस प्रकार से तीसरे मोर्चे के साथ कई चुनाव लड़ने के प्रयास किए हैं। पहले गुजरात के ही कांग्रेस के एक नेता शंकर सिंह वाघेला जी के साथ, उसके बाद केशुभाई पटेल जी के साथ, इसी प्रकार से पहले भी कई बार प्रयास कांग्रेस ने इस प्रकार से किए हैं, लेकिन उन्हें सफलता कभी नहीं मिली है। क्योंकि गुजरात की जनता ये बहुत समझदार जनता है। गुजरात में हमारे वहाँ एक व्यवहार रहा है, एक संस्कार रहा है। अगर आप सुबह जाओगे तो चाय का पूछेंगे किसी भी घर में, दोपहर को जाओगे तो आपको खाने का जरूर पूछेंगे। घर में अगर 2 रोटी बनी होगी ना तो भी हमारे वहाँ आए हुए मेहमान को 1 रोटी खिलाने की हमारे संस्कार है। लेकिन ये गुजरात के नागरिकों की कोई गलती नहीं है कि मेहमान को हम अगर रोटी का पूछ ले और मेहमान ये मान ले कि ये घर मेरा है, तो ये गलती तो मेहमान की है। मेहमान को हम खाना जरूर से खिलाते हैं, लेकिन हमारा घर नहीं देते। हम बहुत ही इमोशनल लोग हैं, लेकिन हम मूर्ख नहीं हैं। कल गुजरात की जनता ने एक दृश्य देखे हैं। जिस राज्य से मेरे देश की सुरक्षा के लिए सबसे ज्यादा युवा सेना में भर्ती होते हैं, वो राज्य के युवा सेना सैनिकों की माताओं पे जिस प्रकार से कल लाठियां बरसाई है आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार ने, झूठ छुपाने के लिए जिस प्रकार से कोशिश की गई, वो हम सबने देखा है। हम सबने देखा कि किस प्रकार से पंजाब के लोग अपने हक के लिए जो वादे, जो बड़े बड़े वादे जो पंजाब चुनाव से पहले किए गए थे, वो वादे, वो हक के लिए जब मांगने के लिए पंजाब के नागरिक आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, तब जिस प्रकार से सरकार ने दमन किया, मेरी पंजाब की माताओं को, युवाओं पे लाठीचार्ज बरसाए, वो दृश्य गुजरात की जनता भूल नहीं सकती। ये झूठे लोगों को हम जरूर से सबक सिखाएंगे। पंजाब के लोग आज गली गलियों में जिस प्रकार से खून हो रहे हैं, जिस प्रकार से दिल्ली की यूनिवर्सिटी में वहां के शिक्षकों को पगार नहीं मिल रहे हैं, ये देख के दिल्ली और पंजाब के लोग कहीं ना कहीं दुखी हैं। वो सब लोग अपनी भूल को समझ सकते हैं, लेकिन गुजरात के नागरिक उन लोगों के साथ जिस प्रकार से धोखा हुआ है, वो धोखा का जवाब देने के लिए गुजरात के नागरिक तैयार हैं।
राहुल गांधी के द्वारा
देखिए, राहुल गांधी जी की तो मैं क्या बात करूं। भारत जोड़ो है या भारत तोड़ो, वो तो आप राहुल गांधी को ही पूछ सकते हो। मुझे तो कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं पे कई बार दया आती है। मैंने देखा जब राहुल गांधी भारत तोड़ो यात्रा छोड़ के गुजरात तोड़ो यात्रा तरफ आगे आ रहे थे, तब कांग्रेस के गुजरात प्रदेश के कार्यकर्ताओं के चेहरे पे मैंने वो चिंता क्लियरली नजर आ रही थी। मैंने उनकी आंखों में जिस प्रकार का दुख था वो बहुत करीबी से देखा। मैं एयरपोर्ट पे मेरे कांग्रेस के कई मित्रों को जब मिला तो मैंने उनको पूछा कि ये देश तोड़ने वाली यात्रा छोड़ के गुजरात तोड़ने वाली कल सभाओं में आने वाले हैं। उन्होंने बोला, भाई साहब, हम लोग ग्राउंड लेवल पे इतने दिन से रात दिन मेहनत की, ये हमारी मेहनत का कल क्या होगा ये तो अब भगवान ही तय करेंगे। तो कांग्रेस का भविष्य अब मात्र भगवान भरोसे है, ये मैं आपको कह सकता हूँ।
अच्छा, उसमें एक खास सवाल, एक अंतिम सवाल मेरा, 2017 की अगर बात करें,
बाद में 1 to 1 करते हैं।
एक सेकंड।
So a lot of reactions and a lot of images, Abhishek, continue to come in, and I think what you just heard from Harsh Sanghvi there, the State Home Minister in Gujarat, extremely important, where he takes on both the AAP and he takes on the Congress party. And you know, again and again, Abhishek, that's a question that is asked of the BJP, that who is your bigger enemy in the state of Gujarat? Is it the Congress or is it the AAP? You know, we've seen the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and I think that, yes, you want to say something?
Yes, so you have to tell the pictures, tell
Yes,
about the
that's
pictures.
Vijay Rupala's mother.
Parshottam Rupala with his family, Union Minister in Amreli, and let's listen to him.
અમારા ગામમાં એક આજ વરરાજો કોણમાં જાય છે, એ પણ એના આખા પરિવાર સાથે ઢોલ નગારા સાથે મતદાન કરવા માટે આવ્યા. ખૂબ ઉત્સાહપૂર્ણ વાતાવરણમાં મતદાન શરૂ થઈ ગયું છે. અમારા વડીલો, યુવાનો, મહિલાઓ બધા
ઉત્સાહપૂર્વક peaceful voting taking place in the region.
લગ્નની મોસમ ચાલે છે.
And he's asking everyone to come and vote, exercise their franchise.
મતદાન કરીને પછી જાનમાં જાવ. આ પ્રકારનું જે ઉત્સાહનું વાતાવરણ છે એ જોતા ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટી,
he's saying he met many people who said they will first vote and then have breakfast, or first vote and then go to a wedding ceremony.
પૂરેપૂરું 5 સીટ ઉપર કમળ ખીલે એવી અત્યારે મને આગાહી કરવાનું મન થાય છે.
He's talking about Amreli district, where he's saying that in all the 5 assembly segments in the district, good voting will take place. Union Minister Parshottam Rupala, a veteran of the BJP, he has been state party president. And now I think we are back to the Harsh Sanghvi pictures in Surat. Alright, Deepthi, you can take it up from there.
Yes, this is, I think, an image of a little while earlier today, Abhishek, when our colleagues on the ground there were speaking to a lot of people, voters there. What's heartening to see is that people have turned out in good numbers to come and cast their ballot. Lot of reactions that have come in again and again, Abhishek, stress on the importance of everyone to be an equal participant in this, democracy. 68%, Abhishek, was the turnout last time. I'm told Shivangi continues to be with us. But before I go to her, Abhishek, a quick take on this Congress versus the AAP battle in itself.
Yeah.
Because the AAP has been trying, obviously, to upseat the Congress. We've seen them doing much the same in Delhi, the pattern repeated in Punjab. Now they are obviously, eyeing the state of Gujarat. But Gujarat is not a Delhi. Gujarat is neither a Punjab. And is Surat perhaps the only place where you've seen this impact of the Aam Aadmi Party? What about the other areas in Saurashtra and in the South Gujarat belt, Abhishek?
So, Deepthi, Surat in South Gujarat and Gandhinagar in North Gujarat essentially give Aam Aadmi Party a template which, as you rightly mentioned, they have already sort of perfected now in Delhi and Punjab, which is about scavenging on the Congress Party vote and creating a space for itself. Remember, in Punjab, they did not succeed in the first time. Yes. First time they came to the opposition and then, you know, the ruling party. They have tried getting vote share in states like Uttarakhand and Himachal with not much success. Look, interestingly, that Arvind Kejriwal, during the last week of campaigning in Himachal, was actually camping in Gujarat and campaigning there. So it shows the kind of focus that the Aam Aadmi Party has on Gujarat or has had. And the reason could be that they are smelling little more success in their objective of eating into Congress vote back and at some stage replacing the Congress as the principal opposition. That's something obviously which the BJP does not want, does not like the idea, because the Aam Aadmi Party as principal opposition might be a little more energetic and on its feet vis-a-vis a very jaded Congress party which has sort of lost the memory of ever having been in power in the state. It's been 3 decades now. So in that sense, I think the BJP would want that the Congress should remain the principal opposition, with the Aam Aadmi Party damaging it only to the extent that the split in the vote share helps the BJP, as it has happened in Gandhinagar. When we come next, I can explain to you with numbers, both in the case of Surat and in the case of Gandhinagar Municipal Corporation, why the two results would be liked both by the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party to the detriment of the Congress Party.
Interesting. So I think December the 8th is going to be very, very interesting, Abhishek, for these many reasons. You know, it's about the BJP that's wanting to better its record. The BJP wants to touch a 150. Will that be possible this time around, Nupur, considering that, you know, the opposition vote might just split? That's what the BJP hopes. But what about the AAP? Is AAP really a relevant factor on ground zero? Where is the organization? Where are leaders? In a state like Gujarat, that's again a question, Priyanka, Shivangi, that has been asked again and again. Gujarat is a largely urbanized state. What does that mean? What about the women voters, Abhishek? I think that's also going to be an interesting thing we'll just touch upon in a bit. But I want to quickly cut across to Priyanka, who's been reporting for us also live. Then we'll go to Shivangi. Priyanka, talking about women voters, you know, women always have turned out in huge numbers in elections post at least 2014. And you've seen them voting as a bloc for the BJP. Again, this is the Modi factor that comes into play. Now, this time around, whether it's the AAP or the Congress, have put out very specific promises in their manifesto for women. You know, whether it's about education, it's about free travel. But are they even enamored with the opposition promises, Priyanka?
Very important question there, Deepthi, to dissect as far as the opposition is concerned with respect to the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, because we were talking about this in fact earlier as well. As far as the Congress Party is concerned, they do have a loyal vote bank, they do have a loyal few constituencies where they have their followers, and that is not with respect to the Rahul Gandhi factor. But that being said, we do see that the Aam Aadmi Party, even though they had made their mark in the municipality polls here, at least in Surat, we do see that there is not a lot of ground level cadre that has been here trying to carry out this door-to-door campaign at the level of which we have seen BJP doing the same thing. And we have also seen even in Surat, as we have been camping out here in Surat, we have been trailing the campaigns of the Aam Aadmi Party, then be it Gopal Italia, Manoj Sorathia, Alpesh Kathiria, all of the known faces of the Aam Aadmi Party, and also for that matter Ishudan Gadvi in Jamkhampalia there in Devbhoomi Dwarka. So all of these people, in fact, they are going on the ground, but we do see that there is a lack of the ground level cadre that is actually responsible for making a candidate win or lose in any constituency. At the level of which we have seen BJP carrying out the kind of way the BJP is carrying out their campaign in a well-oiled machinery with respect to their cadre being on the ground. And of course, we will be analyzing as far as all of the campaigns are concerned. We are right now on the ground here in Surat, getting you all the breaking updates right after this very short break.
Will smart manufacturing complement traditional manufacturing processes or replace them entirely?
India will be able to contribute approximately 5% of the global market in terms of when we talk about additive manufacturing.
What kind of opportunities does it hold for the BTech students?
Amrita University, I would say, is ideal for students who come into manufacturing, additive manufacturing.
To know more, watch Amrita School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India this weekend, only on Republic TV.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts. Was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why the question is bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken.
Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Gujarat is celebrating Festival of Democracy today. On behalf of Election Commission, my sincere appeal to all 4.9 crore voters of Gujarat to vote today and also on 5th December during the second phase of the elections. There are over 4 lakh PWD voters and 9.8 lakh senior citizen voters in Gujarat. We are giving them all facilitations. This is the occasion to give equity and equality and show respect to them.
मैं लोगों को अपील करता हूं कि अवश्य मतदान कीजिए। लोकतंत्र में मतदान बहुत बड़ा दान होता है और इस पर्व को आप लोकतंत्र की रक्षा के लिए भी मतदान करना आवश्यक है। अवश्य मतदान कीजिए, भारी मतदान कीजिए और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि गुजरात में 7वीं बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने के लिए जा रही है।
फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स भी निकले हैं, सभी उत्साह में है, पहली बार है उनके मन में भी अनेक प्रकार की कल्पनाएं हैं, लेकिन उनका जो सोच है कि विकास हर एक का चाहिए, विस्तार का भी, लोगों का भी, समाज का भी, सबका भला हो, ऐसा उनमें एक अजब विश्वास है।
मुझे जामनगर की जनता पे पूरा भरोसा है कि जामनगर की जनता ने जिस हिसाब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खास करके केंद्र के नेतृत्व के प्रति विश्वास जाहिर किया है, वो विश्वास जामनगરના ઓવરઓલ ડેવલપમેન્ટ અને સાથે સાથે જામનગર મહાનગરને સ્માર્ટ સિટી બનાવવા માટેના જેટલા પણ સંપૂર્ણ પ્રયાસ હશે એ અમારા તરફથી પૂરા जी डेफिनेटली भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार भी बहुत अच्छी लीड के साथ, बहुत अच्छी सीटों के साथ रिपीट होगी।
हमने भी कह दिया है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट करे, वोट जरूर करे।
बिल्कुल। देखिए तो पहली बार ये फ्री पास का सूरत से एंट्री हुई तीसरे पक्ष की पहली बार। भाई अच्छा, तो इस बार क्या लगता है वोटिंग जो बढ़ेगी किसका फायदा, किसको मिलेगा?
की बात नहीं करते।
Viewers, we're getting you unmatched coverage as Gujarat goes to polls. First phase of polling today. I am at Rajkot speaking to voters, and we also spoke to the former CM Vijay Rupani, who says that BJP will come back to power for sure this time. On that note, we'll take a very short break. We continue to get you the top updates as we count down to result day with Arnab on 8th of December.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri pundits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
સંઘવી સાથે અહીંયા આવ્યા છે
સાહેબ વોટિંગ જે રીતે અત્યારે થયું છે કેવો માહોલ સાહેબ કેટલી વધારે
અરે યાર
So, in fact, we were just trying to listen in to both C.R. Patil and Harsh Sanghvi there, who are expected to address the media shortly. You've heard Harsh Sanghvi earlier taking on both the AAP and also the Congress. He again and again, remember, reiterates that Gujarat is a state that is heavily right now with the BJP. That's the claim. He says we will better our record, and this is only because the BJP, he says, has worked for the development of the state. Do remember the Prime Minister has on number of occasions actually evoked the fact that he is the son of the soil, he is a Gujarati. He says Gujarat humne banaya hai. That's what the BJP's pitch really is. Versus a Congress that rather has gone on a muted campaign, versus an Aam Aadmi Party that many believe possibly is just a bubble, and we do not see them on the ground apart from a few constituencies barring Surat and portions of the Saurashtra region. Let's cut across also to Shivangi, who's been reporting live for us. And on the bottom of your screen, remember, we are also putting out more details of the voter turnout till now. It's again and again, Shivangi reiterated, we are also doing this through our channel here on Republic, and we've heard the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, almost every political party there trying to appeal especially to the first-time voters, the youth, to come forward in good numbers to cast their ballot. Where you are, what is the kind of feedback that you have seen? What are the numbers looking like?
All right, Deepthi, we are in Rajkot, Anil Gyan polling booth. That's a polling booth that we are at. We've been here since the morning, since 7 a.m. in the morning. The voting started at 8 a.m. sharp. So right now, you can see that people are coming and going. They're voting and coming and going. A lot of people coming with their family as well. Kids also accompanying them as well. We are seeing elderly people, we are seeing youngsters going in, one more voter going in. So right now, the kind of lines we saw in the morning, it's less also because it's midday almost, or it's almost noon right now. And of course, after 3 p.m, we can expect that the lines will come back because, of course, people are going about the day right now and they're attending to other things, whether it's office or anything else. So we are seeing that the voter turnout right now in this booth specifically is a little less, but we can expect as evening approaches that things are going to change. A lot of youngsters, aapne vote kiya hai abhi?
For a moment, because we have this breaking update. Let's go to this breaking update that's on our screens. The Aam Aadmi Party has made a huge charge against the Election Commission in the state of Gujarat, happening right on the polling day, the first phase that is underway. Now, what the Aam Aadmi Party complains is about slow polling, and we'll try to put out that tweet also of Gopal Itali on your screens in a bit, where he says voting is being done deliberately slow in Katargram constituency. He's asking the Election Commission, in this way, if you have to work only under the pressure of the BJP goons, he says, then why do you get elections done? Now, he goes on to say that on an average, 3.5% voting has been done in the entire state, but only 1.41% has been done in Katargam. He says, don't stoop so low as to beat a small child. Clearly playing the victim card. This is an Aam Aadmi Party that looks already spooked. Remember, the voting actually started at 8. We are close to about 10:55 right now. It's just been a little under 3 hours, and you're looking at the Aam Aadmi Party already spooked. We wonder why. That is the Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat chief, and let's see if we can get Priyanka or our colleague Niranjan, who has more insight into that story for us. The Aam Aadmi Party, they're making a huge charge against the Election Commission in Gujarat. They are saying that there is slow polling. They are alleging that the Election Commission right now is acting under the pressure of the BJP. Shivangi, if you can still hear us. The point is that why Okay, I think we have Niranjan. So we'll go to Shivangi in just a moment. Niranjan, it seems like a rerun of almost every election. When you have parties like the Congress, parties like the Aam Aadmi Party that cry victim and they allege and they make such grave allegations against the Election Commission right in the bang of the polling.
Well, AAP seeming nervous on polling day. AAP seeming nervous on polling day by putting out this tweet. This is Gopal Italia of the Aam Aadmi Party, and he has said in his tweet that voting is being done deliberately. He's saying there's a deliberate slow polling in Katargam Assembly constituency. Now, I'm not so sure that the EC has control of how many people can poll or decide to go to a polling booth in the morning and cast their vote. But he's alleging that the Election Commission is working under pressure. He is alleging that the Election Commission has come under pressure of the BJP. And then he's alleging that on an average, and then he's throwing some numbers there, that 3.5% voting has been done in the entire state, but just 1.5% reflected in the Katargam, which is the constituency that he's fighting from. He's saying he's saying that the Election Commission is beating up a small child. He's referring to the Aam Aadmi Party as a small child, and it's sort of a this crying wolf sort of a strategy that the AAP usually sort of resorts to. I think this is a charge on voting day. Interesting controversies in different parts of Gujarat, because the Aam Aadmi Party seeming nervous. The BJP in the course of the elections has called them a non-factor. So let's see where it goes. Back to you for now. A tweet that just came in, so we thought we'd alert you. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. So as Niranjan is pointing out, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party are laying out another charge against the Election Commission in Gujarat. It's a tweet of Gopal Italia. We slip into a very short break here. On the other side, we will continue to track the first phase of elections in Gujarat. Do stay with us.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker, and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts, was challenged in the...
Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is our special broadcast on the first phase of elections that are currently on in Gujarat. Do remember, this is a two-phase election that will be fought in Gujarat. The second phase, of course, happens on the 5th. The results are out on the 8th. Now, voting is picking up. Even as we speak, till now, about the voting percentage has stood at around 5% in most areas. Do remember that there is a key focus that has been placed on larger number of people coming out to vote. The voting percentage had slipped the last assembly elections. Usually it hovers between 60 and 75% in Gujarat. So pictures on your screen are of candidates as well as voters casting their ballots in this first phase of election. Do remember that in the first phase, there are about 89 constituencies that are going to the polls. They are spread across about 17 districts of Kutch, Saurashtra and South Gujarat. Voting concludes at 5 this evening, and we are also playing out for our viewers the key battles that we are seeing in Gujarat. Reporting live from the ground are our reporters. Priyanka, she's in Surat, Shivangi in Rajkot, and Samiksha will be in Ahmedabad. We'll play out and go across to all these reporters, but first, very, very quickly, let's listen in to what the candidates have been talking about.
कोई एंटी इनकम्पेंसी नहीं है, क्योंकि 6 बार तो हमारी सरकार बनी है और निरंतर बनी है। एंटी इनकम्पेंसी होती तो पहले ही हमारी सरकार नहीं बनती। अब 7वीं बार भी सरकार बनने के लिए जा रही है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है गुजरात की जनता पर, और जिस तरीके से गुजरात के सपूत मोदी जी पर उनको पूरा भरोसा है, विश्वास है, प्रेम भी है। 7वीं बार भी भाजपा को ही वोट देगी और भाजपा की 2/3 से ज्यादा बहुमत से सरकार बनेगी।
कौन सा फैक्टर इस बार सरकार की जीत तय करेगा?
बस वही विकास की जो बात है। गुजरात में पिछले 5 साल में काफी विकास हुआ है, तो और विकास आगे बढ़े, और केंद्र में भी सरकार बीजेपी की है, डबल इंजन से और विकास आगे बढ़ेगा।
कौन आपकी टक्कर में? कांग्रेस अभी भी या फिर आम आदमी?
कोई टक्कर में नहीं है। सब लोग अपने अस्तित्व के लिए लड़ रहे हैं। कोई लड़ाई नहीं है, क्लियर वन वे है।
Mr. Ribani, Hardik Patel has joined the BJP. Do you think that's going to help in the Saurashtra rural region?
No. हार्दिक पटेल तो वैसे भी सौराष्ट्र का नहीं है, वो गुजरात का है। लास्ट टाइम जो पाटीदार आंदोलन हुआ, वो तो पूरे गुजरात में पाटीदारों ने वो आंदोलन में भाग लिया था। इस बार तो वो आंदोलन भी खत्म हो गया। हार्दिक बीजेपी में आ गए हैं। उनका जो प्रश्न था वो 10% रिजर्वेशन इकोनॉमिकल बैकवर्ड के लिए भी हो गया है, इसलिए अभी कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं है। पाटीदार समाज पूरा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है।
मोदी मैजिक हर बार हर जगह काम करता है, तो जब कहने वाले थे उनको अपनी औकात पता चल जाएगी।
Cut across right now to Priyanka. I think she's got the Home Minister over there with you. Over to you, Priyanka. Give us a sense of what he's talking about. Of course, extremely confident in the previous interviews that we've heard of the BJP coming back to power, and with a bang, 150 seats is what they're aiming at.
मैं तो ये सभी विपक्ष के लोगों को भी बोल रहा हूँ कि आप छुप के लीजिए भले नाम, कोई प्रॉब्लम।
We're going to speak to Harsh Sanghvi in just a minute. In fact, we are getting in a word from him. Harsh Sanghvi joining us right now. We are in Surat right now. He's just cast his vote. Harsh, आपने अभी अपना वोट डाला है। सूरत में आप है, आप काफी लोगों से मिले, आपने कई सारी बातें व्यक्त की कि आपका एकदम ये पर्सनल घर पे आके आप अपना यहाँ पे वोट कर रहे हैं। ऐसा कैंपेन जैसा नहीं लग रहा था, पर आप यहाँ पर बड़े हुए। पर उसके बारे में भी हम बात करेंगे। ये जो पूरा इलेक्शन है, जो ये त्रिकोणी इलेक्शन जो इस बार बन चुका है, उसके बारे में आप क्या सोचते?
देखिए, त्रिकोणी चुनाव इसी प्रकार से कांग्रेस ने भूतकाल में भी कई बार गुजरात में तीसरी पार्टी को लाके चुनाव लड़ने की कोशिश की थी। पहले शंकर सिंह जी, बाद में केशुभाई पटेल। ये दुखद बात है, कहीं ना कहीं दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि हर वक्त ये लोग बंद कमरे में इसी प्रकार से गुजरात को तोड़ने की कोशिश के लिए तीसरी पार्टी को लाते हैं, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात की जनता समझदार है। हर वक्त उनके सपने को गुजरात की जनता ने कहीं ना कहीं बिखेर दिया। गुजरात में कई बार इस प्रकार से प्रयास हुआ है, लेकिन गुजरात में कभी भी कोई तीसरी पार्टी आज तक कभी सेट नहीं हो पाई है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और कांग्रेस के बीच के ये चुनाव में गुजरात की जनता और भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक नया इतिहास लिखेगी।
पर इस बार जो हम बात करें, क्योंकि म्युनिसिपैलिटी पोल्स में भी आम आदमी पार्टी का मानना है कि वो ग्राउंड लेवल पे चालू कर चुके थे और सूरत से उनकी फर्स्ट सीट आएगी, वो दावा करते हैं। तो जो म्युनिसिपैलिटी पोल्स में उन्होंने अपना जो नाम बनाया, उसके ऊपर वो विधानसभा के चुनाव भी लड़ना चाहते हैं, वो ऐसा क्या?
देखिए, अगर आप सूरत का इतिहास थोड़ा बारीकाई से देखोगे तो सूरत दिलवालों का शहर है। ये वही शहर है जहाँ पे अंग्रेज, पोर्चुगल, वो लोगों ने भी शुरुआत कहीं ना कहीं ये शहर को लूटने से की थी। और कई और भी पार्टी सपने लेके आ सकती है। जैसे मैंने पहले भी बताया कि मेरे शहर के नागरिक वो बड़े दिलवाले हैं। हम यहाँ पे मेहमान गति में मानने वाले लोग हैं। हमारे मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार में भी अगर जाओगे, आज आप प्रयास करना कोई परिवार में जाके, ना जान ना पहचान, फिर भी अगर उनके घर में 2 रोटी बनेगी होगी ना, तो 1 रोटी जरूर से आपको खिलाएंगे। लेकिन मेरी आपसे विनती है कि आप इन पक्ष की तरह आप ये मत सोचना कि 1 रोटी आपको खिलाई है तो वो घर आपके नाम कर लेंगे। हम लोग मेहमान गति में जरूर से मानते हैं, हम भोले लोग हैं, हम दिल से रिश्ता रखने वाले लोग हैं, लेकिन उसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हम हमारा घर किसी के नाम कर लें। हम भोले हैं, मूर्ख नहीं है।
2017 की अगर हम बात करें तो जो बीजेपी ने टफ फाइट जो देखी थी कांग्रेस की तरफ से भी, एक थोड़ा सा मार्जिन भी कम हुआ था और पाटीदार फैक्टर एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर था उस टाइम पे। सूरत एक हॉटबेड था उसको लेके। किस तरह से उस फैक्टर को भी देखते हैं, क्योंकि जो एक मेन चेहरा था जो एजिटेशन का, हार्दिक पटेल की अगर हम बात करें तो वो भी बीजेपी में आ चुके हैं। तो क्या वो फैक्टर अब आपको लगता है कि सूरत में है या पूरे गुजरात में कहीं ना कहीं एक काम करेगा?
देखिए, समाज के बंटवारे से कभी भी कोई पक्ष लंबे समय तक सफलता नहीं प्राप्त कर सकते। समाज के बंटवारे से छोटी मोटी सफलता आपको हो सकता है कि एक बार मिल जाए, लेकिन उसे कायम रखने के लिए जमीन पे लोगों के साथ दिल के रिश्ते होने चाहिए। वो रिश्ते भारतीय जनता पार्टी और गुजरात के नागरिकों के हैं। मेरा ये मानना है कि आज लोकशाही का सबसे बड़ा पर्व है। आज लोकशाही के ये पर्व को मनाते हुए गुजरात की जनता कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के हित में एक ऐतिहासिक मतदान के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा है।
Harsh, our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is also here. He has a question for you. He's going to repeat that question for you. Sir, please go ahead. What's your question? I'm going to ask that to Harsh as well.
Okay, Priyanka, my question is if you can ask Harsh Sanghvi that this simile that he was giving of sharing bread, roti, एक रोटी हम जो मेहमान आते हैं उनको भी देते हैं. Is he suggesting that Aam Aadmi Party would get some vote share? And if yes, how much vote share? Also, my second question is that GST issue. You know, last time Arun Jaitley, the Union Finance Minister, had camped in Surat for 3 days to assuage the concerns of Surat traders, diamond and textile traders. This time, about a fortnight or a month back, we had GST raids being carried out. Is it a measure of BJP's confidence this time that GST is not an issue and the Patidar factor is taken care of?
That was going to be my next question as well, Abhishek. Harsh, our question is कि जिस तरह से जो लास्ट टाइम आपने एक तो ये जो रोटी वाली बात कही, तो क्या उसका मतलब ये भी है कि आप मानते हैं कि जो एक रोटी वो ले जाएंगे तो क्या कुछ वोट शेयर आम आदमी पार्टी ले जाएगा? क्या आप ये मानते हैं?
रोटी मतलब सबसे बड़ा दान, सबसे बड़ा धर्म है। रोटी खिलाना मतलब वोट शेयर नहीं है। ये लोग गलत फहमी बना के बैठे, उसमें हमारी क्या गलती? अभिषेक knows Gujarat very well. I think he can answer more better than me.
Apart from that, another question is कि जो ये GST का जो इशू हुआ, जो काफी सारी जो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी वाली चीजें भी हुई थी, GST का भी इशू हुआ था और GST के रेट्स भी अब हो रहे हैं, तो किस तरह से इसको भी आप देखते हैं इलेक्शन को लेके और आगे की इसमें?
देखिए, GST नए भारत के लिए एक सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कानून और नींव है। GST के कानून के लागू होने के बाद देश के इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर में बहुत ही बड़ा ग्रोथ हमने देखा है और इसके कारण देश में जो कहीं ना कहीं जो टैक्सेशन के जो कानून हैं उसमें बहुत सिंप्लिसिटी आई है। जीएसटी के वक्त भी इसी प्रकार से मेरे सूरत शहर के नागरिकों को गुमराह करने की कोशिश की थी। मेरा क्षेत्र वो हीरे व्यापारियों से और कपड़े व्यापारियों से भरा हुआ है।
हर्ष, आई ऑल्सो हैव अ क्वेश्चन अबाउट द मैनिफेस्टो जो बीजेपी का है, क्योंकि एक जो यूसीसी की जो बात की है वो काफी बार जो कमेटी बनाई है उसके बारे में बात की है, उसके ऊपर काफी ज्यादा चर्चा हो चुकी है। ऑपोजिशन कहती है कि ये जो टाइमलाइन है इलेक्शन को ध्यान में रख के किया है, और अभी एक हाल में यूनियन मिनिस्टर अमित शाह ने भी एक बयान दिया है जो एंटी रेडिकलाइजेशन सेल जो है जो गुजरात से उसकी तैयारी करनी है, उसके ऊपर आप क्या दोनों चीजों?
देखिए, एंटी रेडिकलाइजेशन सेल ये आज के समय की सबसे महत्वपूर्ण मांग है और गुजरात के नागरिकों के हित में हमने हमारे संकल्प पत्र में इसका समावेश किया है। मेरा जन्म हुआ ना, उससे पहले से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक नारा रहा है कि राम मंदिर हम बनाएंगे, कश्मीर से 370 हम हटाएंगे और यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड हम लागू करेंगे। देखिए, राम मंदिर का काम, निर्माण का काम चालू हो गया है। आप भी भविष्य में अपनी माता पिता के साथ वहाँ दर्शन करने जरूर से जा पाएंगे। कश्मीर में से 370 को हटा लिया गया है और यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लागू करने के लिए कोई पंडित जी से मोहरत लेने की ज़रूरत मुझे नहीं लग रही है, क्योंकि ये सबसे नेकी का काम है और नेकी में देरी क्यों। इसका
दिस मैनिफेस्टो आपने बोला है कि इस टर्म में इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो जाएगा, सो इज दैट द एजेंडा विद व्हिच बीजेपी विल?
देखिए, इसकी एक कमेटी बनी है। कमेटी इसकी पॉसिबिलिटीज़ पे एक रिपोर्ट देगी। वो रिपोर्ट के तुरंत बाद ही मुख्यमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में ये लागू होगा। एक ऐतिहासिक फैसला है। मुझे दुख है कि विपक्ष के लोग सभी समाज को, सभी नागरिकों को एक समान कानून का हक मिलने से क्यों रोकना चाहते हैं। ऐसी तो क्या मजबूरी है। मैं और मेरे जैसे सभी समाज के युवा ये चाहते हैं कि सभी समाज, सभी नागरिकों का एक समान हक होना चाहिए, एक समान कानून होना चाहिए और उसके लिए हम आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं।
जस्ट लास्टली टू रिइटरेट, आखिरी सवाल, तो आप मानते हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी इज नॉट अ थ्रेट एट ऑल, दे आर नोवेयर ऑन द ग्राउंड, कहीं पे भी कुछ भी फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, सूरत में भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, आप मानते हैं?
मैंने ये नहीं बोला है कि वो थ्रेट नहीं है। समाज के लोगों के लिए ये सबसे बड़ी थ्रेट है।
या राजनीतिक तरीके से थ्रेट है?
दूषण आपने देखा, जिस राज्य के युवा मेरे देश की सुरक्षा में सबसे ज्यादा भाग लेते हैं, वो सैनिकों की माता कल अपने अलग अलग हक के लिए जब पंजाब सरकार के पास जाती है, उस राज्य की माताओं पे किस प्रकार से दमन किए गए, किस प्रकार से लाठीचार्ज किया गया। भगवंत मान अपने राज्य के हर एक कोने में खून खराबे के हिसाब से आज राज्य में प्रवास नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, तभी वो कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात चुनाव के बहाने पंजाब से बाहर रहते हैं। दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी यूनिवर्सिटी के शिक्षकों को पगार नहीं दे पा रहे हैं। देश के आज़ादी के बाद पहली बार ऐसा हुआ होगा कि किसी राज्य सरकार ने अपने कर्मचारियों को पगार समय से नहीं दिया। उसका श्रेय जाता है आम आदमी पार्टी की पंजाब सरकार को।
All right, thank you so much for talking to us, Harsh. And we are seeing that Harsh Sanghvi, in fact, had spoken to us about variety of issues, various issues. In fact, he has addressed and made a scathing remark on the Aam Aadmi Party as well, talking about how on the ground the Aam Aadmi Party is not really there. It's not really a threat at all. And he's also reiterated some of the agendas of the BJP manifesto, then be it the UCC or the anti-radicalization cell as well, and has also stated that the BJP is going to be getting a majority in the Gujarat government and that they are going to be implementing all of the promises that they have made in the BJP manifesto as well. Back to you on the studios.
Right, absolutely, Priyanka. Do stay with us. So Harsh Sanghvi over there very expertly fielding all your questions and, giving those answers to Abhishek's questions as well. Abhishek, we'll discuss that with you in just a bit. But quickly dipping into Harsha, who I think has joined the team in Ahmedabad. Harsha, good morning, Harsha. This, of course, is an extremely keenly fought election. It's looking like a three-way fight. Give us an overall sense of the voting percentage that we've seen so far in the first phase of elections. Is it looking like it's picking up now?
Exactly, we got to know that the voting percentage, if we calculate till now, has gone nearly to 20%. And right now, if I talk about Ahmedabad and the first phase, because right today, Gujarat is voting for the first phase of assembly election. 89 seats are being voted today. And if we talk about the Saurashtra and Kutch region, though Aam Aadmi Party has fully fielded many important candidates, and initially in the Surat region also, they performed very well in the municipality. So they're expecting 92 seats, as Arvind Kejriwal stated in his campaigns many a time. But this time Gujarat election is very important for Bharatiya Janata Party. If they win, then this will be the 7th consecutive term of Bharatiya Janata Party. But if we talk about since 2002 to till now, Bharatiya Janata Party's voting share and the graph has been declining, which was 137 in 2002, has now declined to 99 in 2018. So this win is very important for Bharatiya Janata Party. Right now, Ahmedabad. Right. Ahmedabad will vote in second phase, which is December 5. Absolutely. But today, campaigning in full swing by HM Amit Shah, by Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi will all happen in Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar area, which again is a very important western part of this entire Gujarat. So all eyes on this very election, because initially it was a competition between BJP and Congress, but this time it is a three-corner competition, as AAP has managed to push Congress aside and show its visibility in Gujarat campaigning since long. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, do stay with us. You are watching Republic TV's continuous broadcast on the first phase of elections that are taking place in Gujarat. We just had an interview with the Gujarat Home Minister. Now, he did touch upon some very important points, talked about the UCC, also talked about the riots and also in Godhra. So those also very keenly brought about by the BJP in its poll campaign. And we're going to discuss that with Abhishek in just a bit. You are watching Republic TV. We slip into a very short break. We're going to come back with all those things. Stay with us.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker, and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam. Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been And here's a quick look at what else is making news. The Reserve Bank's revised digital lending guidelines, which aim to protect customers from exorbitant interest rates charged by certain entities while also preventing unethical loan recovery practices, will go into effect from today. BJP Chief JP Nadda will be launching the party's Jan Akrosh Yatra in the Congress-ruled Rajasthan today. He will flag off 51 Jan Akrosh Raths at Jaipur to corner the state government on issues related to farmers and governance. The Enforcement Directorate has questioned actor Vijay Deverakonda for more than 9 hours in connection to his film Liger's funding. Hundreds of centrally protected monuments, including UNESCO World Heritage Sites, spread across the country will be lit up for a week starting today. They will also bear the G20 logo as India assumes G20's presidency.
પણ એ જમાના જ્યારે હું આવતો હાલોલ કાલોલ
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts. Was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam. Mr. Malia, why the question is bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's his 6th arrest in the case.
You are watching the nation's election news headquarters, and joining me in our studios from Delhi is our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor. We will also go across to our correspondents on the ground in just a bit. But Abhishek, since this morning, one thing that voters have spoken about, and a large number of them, has been freebies that they are looking at. Now, for the Aam Aadmi Party, that's been something that they are able to get to power in. Be it Punjab, be it Delhi, that was what brought them to power. Now, how much do you think that's going to play a part? Because at the end of the day, the normal voter, Abhishek, does not understand how freebies are actually, don't really work in an economy like ours, and it then pushes back the country to many, many years. So, but that message may not be able to, go down to the voters who are actually casting their ballots. So, do you think this reverie culture, as the Prime Minister has been talking about, will influence voters at all?
Well, Gujarat, Nupur, I would say, is a little different than other states when it comes to understanding of taxpayers' money and how it goes into governance. So, for example, this is not the first time that the voters in Gujarat have a choice between state welfareism as it is practiced and outright freebies. I remember in the 2012 campaign, the Congress party had come out with a scheme called Ghar Nu Ghar, which is essentially for a certain section of population. The Congress party had promised free housing, a 1 BHK kind of accommodation for those people based on a ration card. And I remember there were long queues outside Congress offices in 2012 when Narendra Modi was Chief Minister. People queuing up outside Congress offices to take those forms. Ultimately, what result came? The BJP came back with 117 seats. So I think in that sense, 115 seats. In that sense, people of Gujarat understand the dynamics of, the significance of taxpayer money and how it goes into governance. A and B, the differentiation between state welfareism, about which I believe everyone is open, and the freebies, which can be reverse taxing on the state exchequer in terms of the fiscal situation. So, for example, I remember a vox pop on our Hindi channel, Republic Bharat, when the anchor was questioning these people in Unjha town, which is in North Gujarat. In fact, the same constituency where Prime Minister's hometown Vadnagar is, and the people were saying, see, we understand from where the money comes. So if there is no money, how is any party going to pay for all these freebies? Now, the freebies that the Aam Aadmi Party has promised in Gujarat amount to almost 30,000 rupees a month for the targeted families. It's a substantive figure, and this would be an experiment. I think for the Aam Aadmi Party, in some measure it has succeeded in Delhi. In good measure, it has succeeded in Punjab. If this time it succeeds in giving them a certain vote share, then this would be a serious concern for all those who want to differentiate still between what constitutes state welfareism and the freebie culture, which, by the way, is a debate going on in the topmost court of the country as well. The Supreme Court is seized of the matter, and in fact the Election Commission also. So in that sense, I think, Nupur, this would be an interesting experiment to watch out for. We are not still passing any judgment on this, but the fact of the matter is, with my understanding of Gujarat, the people are a little different. They are entrepreneurial in their spirit, and they understand that if they can earn it they would rather do that with self-respect, and also more importantly, they understand like no one else perhaps in the country that there is nothing called free lunch.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And it's also bad for the political economy of the country. So in that sense, perhaps that message going across, of course, as you said, we'll know only on the 8th of December how much that message has gone across. Stay with us, Abhishek. Let's quickly listen into some of the candidates who we've spoken to. We've also spoken to the Home Minister of Gujarat as well as Rivaba Jadeja. We'll play out those reactions.
बीते 27 साल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने भय और स्वार्थ की दीवार के बीच गुजरात को गुलाम बनाने की साजिश की है। सरकारी विफलताओं के कारण आज गुजरात में मंदी, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी दिन प्रतिदिन बढ़ती जा रही है। गैस का सिलेंडर 1100 के पार है, तेल का डब्बा 3000 के पार हुआ है, घर का बिजली महंगा हुआ है, हमारा परिवहन महंगा हुआ है, शिक्षा का निजीकरण होता जा रहा है, सरकारी स्कूलें बंद है, सरकारी अस्पताल में सारवार की सुविधा नहीं होने के कारण कोरोना में 3.5 लाख से ज़्यादा लोगों को अपनी जान गंवानी पड़ी है। मुझे लग रहा है कि भाजपा की विफलताओं से आज गुजरात में हाहाकार है। तो आज इन समस्याओं से मुक्ति पाने के लिए मैंने वोट किया है। मैंने सुबह उठ के वोट दिया है। मेरा वोट वो महंगाई को हराएगा, मेरा वोट वो मंदी को भगाएगा, मेरा वोट वो बेरोजगार युवाओं के लिए नई सरकार में रोजगार के दरवाजे खोलेगा।
मुझे है कि जामनगर की जनता ने जिस हिसाब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खास करके केंद्र के नेतृत्व के प्रति विश्वास जाहिर है, वो विश्वास तो कंटिन्यू બેન શું માનો છો કયા મુદ્દા મહત્વના રહેશે આ ચૂંટણીમાં? જામનગરના ઓવરઓલ ડેવલપમેન્ટ અને સાથે સાથે જામનગર મહાનગરને સ્માર્ટ સિટી બનાવવા માટેના જેટલા પણ સંપૂર્ણ પ્રયાસ હશે એ અમારા તરફથી પૂરા કરવામાં जी डेफिनेटली भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार भी बहुत अच्छी लीड के साथ, बहुत अच्छी सीटों के साथ रिपीट होगी।
Contestant over there extremely confident. Now we are cutting across to pictures that we are getting right now from Ahmedabad. Do remember that there is a massive roadshow that's planned in Ahmedabad, and we are expecting the Home Minister also to be there very shortly. I'm going to toss across to Harsha. Harsha, take us through the atmosphere that you see around you. Of course, very, very colourful and as always is in terms of the Festival of Democracy that we celebrate today.
The 3-4 kilometers of work will happen today, and this is the area which falls under Ahmedabad, and this area is assembly constituency becomes very important to win for BJP as it came in existence in 2018. And let me tell you that it came in existence in 2012, and after that it has seen two assembly elections. One was in the favor of Congress and the other it was the BJP. And this comes under the Gandhi Nagar Lok Sabha constituency, from which Amit Shah himself is the Lok Sabha member. So this constituency becomes very important as you see so much of images. The roadshow plan has completely been done. All of it is for Amit Shah to arrive
All right, so that's a very poor audio connection that we have with Harsha over there. We will try and go back to her on the ground, but there is a massive roadshow that's lined in Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad, of course, goes to polling in the second phase. That's on the 5th. Pictures on your screen right now are of people casting their ballots. I'm going to go across to Abhishek right now, who's with us in the studios. Now, Abhishek, the other point that I wanted to bring up with you was the Congress party. Now, we haven't really seen any big wigs from the Congress party go down on the ground and campaign. Rahul Gandhi did make one customary visit. But apart from that, what is your sense of why they decided not to have a big campaign? Because it depends on who you talk to. There are a large number of people, who seem to suggest that the Congress wanted this to be a very localized sort of campaign and not have involved big wigs. But is that something that you agree with?
Well, there are many ways of looking at it, Nupur. It's a little perplexing that the principal opposition party, both nationally as well in Gujarat, would conduct itself in this manner where, on the face of it, you are sending across a message to the cadres that the leadership has entirely given up on Gujarat and that they have no ideas, no thought, no strategy to deal with the BJP juggernaut. So for Rahul Gandhi to be carrying out this Bharat Joro Yatra, and if the objective is to rejuvenate the Congress party electorally, then skip exactly the two states where elections are happening, Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh. And for him to come to Gujarat symbolically, as you rightly mentioned, only once, and to South Gujarat, and I think he was there addressing just one rally and then went back. No other national Congress leader, I think, except for Mallikarjun Kharge, who is Congress president now, has campaigned. Again, for him too, it was rather symbolic that he was there only for 3-4 days, where again, instead of helping the Congress cause, he might have harmed it more by making a very personal comment on the Prime Minister, thus in effect rousing the pro-Modi sentiment, son of the soil that he is, insofar as Gujarat electorate goes. Similarly, we had Congress party making a mistake from the word go with their senior leader from the party, Madhusudan Mistry, talking about on the day of release of Congress manifesto that they would try to show aukat of the Prime Minister, or they would try to put the Prime Minister in his place by renaming or renaming the Sardar Patel Stadium back to the Narendra Modi Stadium back to Sardar Patel Motera Stadium as it existed before it was renamed after being refurbished and redone and renovated. So I think in that sense, Congress party has been really missing in action, Nupur. It has seen massive attrition since 2017. Remember the 2017 result, 99 BJP and 77 Congress party. Since then, the BJP increased its strength to 112. And in fact, even after the elections were announced by the Election Commission of India, sitting Congress MLAs continued to move towards the BJP. And that clearly a sign that even those in the second and third rung of leadership of the party in the state think of Congress as a sinking ship, and that's why they have been moving out and going to BJP to sort of salvage whatever is left of their own careers. Irrespective of that, the fact is that for the longest period of time, the Congress party has had a substantial vote share, never going down less than 10-12% vis-a-vis the BJP. In fact, they have narrowed the gap to sometimes 8%, 7% as well, like it happened in 2017. And in that sense, I think the Congress party clearly showing absolute lack of application in terms of electoral strategy to even salvage their vote share. Remember, if the top leadership leaves the second and third rung to their own fate, the cadre mobilization does not happen. The workers do not get mobilized and come out of their homes and get the voters to the voting booth. And also remember, you are facing a juggernaut like the BJP, which is an absolutely killer election machine. Remember, despite the fact that they are so comfortably placed in Gujarat, BJP has fought this election or campaigned in this election like there is no tomorrow. So I think it's unfortunate that the opposition space is not only just fractured, but absolutely demotivated facing the BJP juggernaut. I say unfortunate because in a democracy, it's important that the opposition plays its role, and this absolute relinquishing of its responsibility by the Congress party clearly shows that there is absolutely no brains trust working for the party even in Delhi.
Oh, yes, absolutely, Abhishek. We're going to quickly cut across, I think, to Harsha. She's tracking that rally that's taking place. It's a roadshow in Ahmedabad now. Harsha, if you can hear me and you've been able to fix your audio connection with us, take us through what's happening, where you are reporting from. Of course, very colourful pictures coming in. Right now, we're expecting the Home Minister Amit Shah to be there at this roadshow as well in a bit from now.
Exactly. Exactly, Nupur. I hope my audio is audible right now as I show you the visuals from Sanat and Assembly constituency here in Gujarat, as this constituency will vote in the second phase of Gujarat election when they will vote for the 93 seats. 93 seats will be voted on December 5. Then that day only this Assembly constituency will be voting. And let me tell you about this Assembly constituency. This Assembly constituency, Sanat, came into existence in 2012. 2 Assembly elections has taken place in this Assembly constituency, and this Assembly constituency becomes very important for Bharatiya Janata Party as this Assembly constituency comes under Gandhinagar Lok Sabha constituency, from where Amit Shah himself is the member of parliament. Therefore, today a road show is taking from this Sanat till Ghadia Chowkhadi, and we are showing you the visuals from here as it's sometime now Amit Shah will be reaching here, and it's a 2-kilometer stretch from till where the road show will be done. And if we talk about the development, the job plans which BJP has fielded here, if we talk about the candidate, Kanu Bhai Patel is the candidate who has been fielded second time by Bharatiya Janata Party, who won in 2018. And therefore, these visuals where all the Karyakartas, everyone is waiting for HM Amit Shah to come here and to talk to public, talk to Karyakartas, we'll talk to some. Sir, आप लोग यहीं के रहने वाले हैं, कितना बेसब्री से इंतजार हो रहा है अमित शाह का, HM का, कि वो आए और सबको संबोधित?
बहुत ही अच्छा होगा कार्यक्रम, बहुत भव्याति भव्य रोड शो है। ये अमित भाई शाह साहब का लोकसभा मत क्षेत्र है, उसके अंदर साणंद जो अहमदाबाद जिले के अंदर आता है और अहमदाबाद शहर के एकदम नज़दीक है। यहाँ वो थोड़ी क्षण में यहाँ पधार रहे हैं और बहुत लंबा यहाँ रोड शो होगा, भव्य रोड शो होगा और सब कार्यकर्ता में बहुत ही उत्साह है।
As we show you, the huge crowd has assembled here to see the road show of HM Amit Shah. As we see, tight security also here, the instruments are also here, and all the workers, all the Karyakartas, the Aam Janata are gathered here to catch a glimpse of HM Amit Shah and listen what exactly he is saying for the second phase of assembly elections, for exactly this assembly constituency. इंतजार कर रहे हैं आप लोग होम मिनिस्टर का, अमित शाह जी का, उनको सुनने का। और क्या लगता है चुनाव में, क्या लग रहा है, वोट किस तरफ जाता हुआ दिख रहा है?
कनुभाई साणंद माथी बहुमती जंगीથી જીતીને આવશે। ભારત માતા की जय।
So these are the public of here, Sanat, from where I am reporting right now. As we show you the Rath, from exactly on which Rath Amit Shah will be doing a road show from here to Ghadia Chowkhadi, from this place to till that place today. Important road shows have been planned because Gujarat second phase is going to vote on December 5th. Before that, this constituency becomes very important, and today more than 4-5 constituency road show will take place. Not only male but female voters have also gathered in huge numbers. As we show you, there are so many females who are gathered here to catch a glimpse of HM Amit Shah. Hear exactly what HM is going to say and going to talk to the public of here, of Sanand, of who belong to the Lok Sabha constituency of Gandhinagar and Assembly constituency Sanand. अम्मा इंतजार कर रही हैं आप अमित शाह का?
हाँ, अमित शाह का। हेलो। हाँ, अमित शाह ना।
तो क्या लग रहा है चुनाव में, आज महिलाओं का क्या मूड लग रहा है?
अच्छा लग रहा है।
अच्छा लग रहा है। तो महिलाओं का कुछ विकास हुआ है, कुछ मिला है यहाँ पे? कुछ
हाँ, लेना है।
क्या क्या मिला है?
मिला है, सब मिला है, घर मिला है, गैस मिले है, पानी को मिला है, सब मिला है।
बुजुर्गों को, वृद्धों को पेंशन मिली है?
पेंशन नहीं मिला है।
महीने 1250 विधवा बहनों ने सहाय મળા, પછી મકાન 3.5 લાખ રૂપિયા, 3.5 લાખ રૂપિયા મકાન ના મળે છે, તો શું સહાય હાલે? ખેતીદાર હોય, ખેતી ધરાવતા હોય ને વર્ષે 100,000 રૂપિયા મળે છે।
कौन सी क्लास में पढ़ती हैं आप?
8वीं।
8वीं। तो कैसा लग रहा है आज आप यहाँ पर पहुँची हैं? होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह यहाँ पे आएंगे, कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
अच्छा।
अच्छा। और चुनाव में सब लोग देख रहे हैं, चुनाव में क्या लग रहा है?
अच्छा लग रहा है।
So these are the general public, general voters of here who will vote on the second phase of assembly election. But let me tell you briefly that this election is very important for Bharatiya Janata Party to win, because if they win this election, this will be the 7th consecutive term of Bharatiya Janata Party. But if we talk about the vote percentage share, Bharatiya Janata Party vote percentage share from 2002 to till 2018 have been falling. In 2002 it was 137 seats Bharatiya Janata Party, which in 2018 have gone to 99. Initially it was every time in assembly constituencies election that it was BJP versus Congress, but this time Trikodia election is being seen as AAP has managed to push Congress aside and show its visibility. So we are reporting from Gujarat. We are showing you all the colors of the election as Gujarat. First phase elections are happening today and second phase will vote on December 5. Keep watching Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we've been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's his 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker, and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts. Was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam. Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental...
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us here on Republic. Our focus non-stop is on what's happening in Gujarat. Remember, the first phase polling is underway. And the last that we checked, though, remember again, these are data that get revised by the hour. The Election Commission says that up till 11, the voting percentage already has touched a 20%, which is a healthier, voter turnout. And do remember, if you're a voter and you're voting today, please go ahead and cast your ballot. If your constituency is voting today, 89 of them are voting. We've just heard from the Minister Purnesh Modi a little while earlier as he was also casting his ballot. Quickly listen in to what he said.
पूरे लोगों को मेरी विधानसभा क्षेत्र में, सूरत महानगर के क्षेत्र में और पूरे गुजरात के नागरिकों कि आज हमारा जो प्रथम चरण का मतदान हो जा रहा है उनमें हम अवश्य मतदान करें, हमारा मतदान का उपयोग करें, हमारा जो अधिकार है बंधारणीय उनका हम पूरी तरह से उपयोग करके 100% वोट करें। फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स भी निकले हैं, सभी उत्साह में है, पहली बार है, उनके मन में भी अनेक प्रकार की कल्पनाएं हैं, लेकिन उनका जो सोच है कि विकास हर एक का चाहिए, विस्तार का भी, लोगों का भी, समाज का भी, सबका भला हो, ऐसा उनमें एक अजब विश्वास है।
પોલિંગ બૂથમાં જે જૂના રેકોર્ડ હોય ને બધા તોડવા છે. તોડશો વધુમાં વધુ
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam. Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandits. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage voltage battle which will decide.
Now, this is a quick breaking update. Do remember the Prime Minister is in the state of Gujarat and he's just hit out at the Congress. In fact, he says that the Congress has stooped to another low. This is in response to the Ravan insult that was heaped by the Congress's Mallikarjun Kharge against the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister actually has called out the Congress for that insult and he says that the Congress has stooped to another low. We'll quickly try to listen in also to what the Prime Minister said. But as remember, we've seen over the past few days, one after the other, you've seen a number of insults that have been heaped on the Prime Minister. A lot of these personal, below-the-belt attacks. And the Prime Minister there has responded to the very same. Let's see if we can quickly listen into that. And on the other side of this quick break, in fact, we'll get you how the Prime Minister's very first response has come in to the Congress's Ravan insult.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners.
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam. Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
This is an important breaking news that's just coming in. The Delhi police now has moved the High Court against the discharge of the Congress MP Shashi Tharoor. This is in connection with the Sunanda Pushkar case. Do remember the Patiala House Court earlier in a judgment that was passed in the August of 2021 had discharged Shashi Tharoor in connection with the entire case. Now the Delhi High Court has issued a notice to the Congress MP Shashi Tharoor This on the Delhi police's appeal against this judgment from the Patiala House Court in Delhi. And as we said, it's an important development and a big one in the entire case. The Delhi police has challenged the discharge after 15 long months. What really are their grounds? We'll in fact get in details from our colleague Rhythm, who's just going to join us in a bit. But a big development in the entire case where the Delhi police has moved the Supreme Court, the High Court. This is against the discharge of Shashi Tharoor. This is an order earlier that was passed by the Patiala House Court in Delhi in the August of 2021. The Delhi police now has challenged that very discharge after 15 long months. And following this entire application, we can also now tell you that the Delhi court has issued a notice to the Congress MP Shashi Tharoor in the entire case. In the August of 2021 is where the trial court had discharged Shashi Tharoor in the entire case, and now the Delhi police has gone ahead to move the court, and following which the High Court has also issued a notice to Shashi Tharoor over this appeal by the Delhi police. What really are the grounds and what happens next? We are standing by to get you more details on a story that is just breaking right now. And this is also, in fact, information that's just coming in that senior advocate Vikas Pava had appeared for Shashi Tharoor, and he's actually submitted that the trial court order has been challenged after a delay of about 15 months, is what he says. But the Delhi police there has challenged Shashi Tharoor's discharge, after which a notice has been issued to the Congress MP. Now, the advocate who's appearing for Shashi Tharoor has also submitted that as per Chapter 17 of the Delhi High Court rules, the copy of the record and criminal revisions are not provided to strangers of the entire case. But what really has been the basis of this appeal? Niranjan, I'm told, is joining us right now. Niranjan, what more can you tell us? What are the grounds on which this discharge has been challenged?
Well, this is a big development because Shashi Tharoor had been discharged in the case. It's a case that we have tracked for many years, and we have been a part of the team all along when we've covered the Shashi Tharoor case. And now the Delhi police has challenged. Delhi police has challenged his discharge, and they've gone to the court. And it's a big development because it now shows that the Delhi police will fight the discharge. They've moved the High Court. This is basically the state of Delhi. Delhi moving the High Court against the discharge of Shashi Tharoor in the death case in a judgment in August 2021. The Patiala House Court had discharged Shashi Tharoor in connection with the case, and the Delhi High Court has now also issued as a part of the proceedings. They have now issued a notice to the Congress MP based on the Delhi police appeal against the Delhi High Court order. Not just that. In fact, Tharoor was discharged with the trial court in August last year. Senior advocate Vikas Pava has appeared for Shashi Tharoor, and in court, Pava has submitted that the trial court order had been challenged after a delay of about 15 months. So that's their contention. Why the delay of 15 months before this has been challenged? Pava has also submitted that as per the Chapter 17 of the Delhi High Court rules, copy of the record and criminal revisions are not provided to strangers to the case. And the court has said that the petitioner counsel submitted that she has no objection to the same, and copy of the plea and document shall not be supplied to any person not party to the case. So that's another interesting observation made by the court in the case. The matter will now be heard on the 7th of February. So there's a development in that. The court has now decided to hear the matter next on the 7th of February. That's where it's going to be heard next. Back to you for now, Dipti.
Niranjan, do we have any idea on the grounds on which the Delhi police has went ahead to challenge the discharge? What have they said in their plea?
Very initial details coming in, Dipti. In fact, the story is just breaking. So I think in a few minutes from now, we will cut across to that. In fact, the Home Minister is also live in Gujarat, so we'll cut across to that. Meanwhile, while we cut to that, we will pick up more details, and we'll also get rhythm on the story and should be able to gather more details in just a bit. Dipti.
So we've cut across to these live images right now that are coming in of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's rally. It's a massive rally in Gujarat, and do remember Ahmedabad in fact is going to be voting on the 5th. That is going to be the second and the last phase of the high-pitched Gujarat elections. That's where the large part of North Gujarat and Central Gujarat are voting. But right now that is the Union Home Minister Amit Shah and his rally in Gujarat. We'll try and get in our colleague who's at that very spot right now as Amit Shah takes part in that huge rally, and I think everywhere that you see around you only see the BJP and the saffron flags. It's been a citadel of the BJP for the last 27 years, a state that the BJP is supremely confident about, and the BJP this time, remember, aims to better its record of 127 seats out of the 182 is what the BJP got in the year 2002. This time around, the BJP has put out a slogan of 150 plus. 150 plus is the target of the BJP. And the BJP, remember, again and again insists that there is no anti-incumbency. Rather, what they have is pro-incumbency. On the opposition front, you have the Congress that has largely been out of power in the state for a long time. And this time you also have a player in the Aam Aadmi Party that believes that it will be able to dent the chances at least of the Congress party right now. So will the AAP be able to do that? What about the Congress? Are still questions that will be answered only on the 8th. But right now you're looking at the Home Minister who's campaigning in Ahmedabad. This is, remember, voting. The area is voting on the 5th. That's going to be the second phase of the all-important Gujarat elections. About 89 constituencies are polling today, and through this morning, in fact, you've seen a considerably good turnout there in most of the constituencies that are polling today. And right now on your screen are live images of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who's undertaking that huge rally in Ahmedabad. And I think we'll also be able to get you more details from Ground Zero. Our colleague Nupur also joining us from our Mumbai studios. Nupur, it's the first phase of polling today. You're looking at a high-pitched battle, and the BJP in its own citadel, leaving absolutely no stone unturned to ensure that they're able to better their record.
Oh yes, absolutely, Dipti, and that's the thing about the BJP. They fight every election with equal gusto and fervor, and the pictures that we see on our screens are essentially testament to that. It's a sea of orange as the Home Minister, of course, is holding a Padyatra, a rally of sorts. Large number of people turning out over there. We're going to try and go across to our correspondent on the ground, Harsha. She's covering that rally. Samiksha also there in Ahmedabad. We'll just quickly touch base with both of them in a bit. But as we've been talking about, of course, Ahmedabad will be going to polls in the second phase. That's due for polling on the 5th. I think we've got our political editor, Abhishek Aishwarya Kapoor on the phone line with us now. Aishwarya, good afternoon. Aishwarya, just look at the numbers that have shown up for this rally. The Home Minister and, of course, the Prime Minister's personal popularity in Gujarat cannot be challenged. But the number of people who've turned out for that rally essentially drives home the point how the BJP continues to fight each election, putting out their best faces, always batting on the front foot.
The visuals on your screens right now are from the roadshow of Amit Shah. While this will go on for 40 minutes today, we are going to see back-to-back roadshows of the Home Minister and then the Prime Minister. But this very roadshow of Home Minister Amit Shah is for the second phase. And today, while this is happening, the first phase is going to fold. And the Congress, like always, have been raising this question this time around as well. They have gone to the Election Commission that the roadshows of the Home Minister and then the Prime Minister, which is scheduled for later in the day, should not be allowed. But the Home Minister's roadshow in Sanand is already en route. Our teams are present on ground. Dipesh and Harsha are there. We are going to be speaking exclusively with the Home Minister as well. But if visuals are to be spoken about, they are self-explanatory. The kind of support Amit Shah and then the BJP leadership has been getting across their roadshows and rallies. And as far as the BJP is concerned, they are on a blitzkrieg as if there is no tomorrow. And the complete absence of the campaign of the Congress is giving that feel that there is no opposition. The Aam Aadmi Party, which seems to be trying to push that, yes, they are in presence, but on ground, they are just a new kid on the block at the end of the day. The fight is between the BJP and the Congress. BJP is very quiet, not at all going or rather pushing the pedal as far as the campaign is concerned. But the BJP, and it's not only about the top leadership, even the regional, even the state leaders going on a blitzkrieg kind of a mode, having 6 to 8 rallies, and it's no more just about Prime Minister and Home Minister Amit Shah, but even the smallest leader of the BJP is going out and doing 5 to 6 rallies. So that's the way BJP has been doing campaigning ever since 2014, as if there is no tomorrow, and there is no difference as far as the Gujarat election is concerned. In fact, for BJP, it is not only about victory, it is about the margin this time, keeping in mind that last time around they had just stopped at 99. They are trying to send a message that they are going to create history, going to do better than 2002, that is 127. They would want to achieve 140 marks. But if sources are to believe, somewhere between 120 to 130 is an achievable number as far as the BJP is concerned, according to our sources. But while the first phase of Gujarat, 89 seats go to poll, Home Minister Amit Shah's roadshow in Sanand is on as we speak. Right now, sending out a message that the people of Gujarat are with him. These are not a main road. This is not a main road of Sanand. This is a busy market road. And on both sides, you can see people. The cadre of the BJP is walking right in front. The whole city of Sanand has been basically immersed in saffron, in BJP. And today, right after this, that 40-50 kilometer roadshow of the Prime Minister is an unprecedented one, Deepthi and Nupur. And that is right after Home Minister Amit Shah's roadshow. So this is an hour-long roadshow followed by the Prime Minister's 4 to 5 hour-long roadshow. So today, for at least 6 to 7 hours, the day the 89 seats go to poll, complete of Ahmedabad, and the Prime Minister is covering 15 constituencies. Home Minister is covering three constituencies in this roadshow, which is on, and the visuals are on air right now. Our colleague Dipesh is going to be on that Rath very soon, and we are going to get that exclusive communication with the Home Minister. And while we do this, the Prime Minister has just spoken. The Prime Minister has just reacted, and we are going to play that as well. But on our screens right now, the visuals from Home Minister Amit Shah's roadshow. Yes, back to you, Mr.
You know, Aishwarya, aren't these pictures, fascinating just for the very fact that here is a government, here is a party that has been in power for 27 long years. I mean, beat that. 27 long years you've been in power. The opposition, we do not know who's fronting the opposition at all. And this is the kind of turnout, Aishwarya, that we see today on the streets for that party.
Well, Deepthi, that is the issue, because the absence of opposition, or should we say the absence of campaign of the opposition, because Congress is there. Whether the BJP accepts it or not, but the presence of 20 to 24% vote share of the Congress is there on ground, which even the BJP might not accept on camera, but off camera, even they are basically accepting. Last time around, Congress got 77. BJP got 99, so there was a fight last time around as well.
Yes.
But there is no partidar movement. The Aam Aadmi Party may be a spoilsport for the Congress. They may be cutting the vote share of the Congress in turn, which the BJP is also hoping. But at the end of the day, Aam Aadmi Party on one hand is just a new kid on the block trying to make a mark. The Congress's cadre is very strong, but the absence of a leader, absence of a face, and now absence of a strategist after Ahmed Patel's demise is something which the Congress cadre can feel. And the BJP leadership is pressing the pedal like how? You see an unprecedented long roadshow for the first time in the history of Narendra Modi as a leader of 50 kilometers, covering 15 constituencies, I repeat. 15 constituencies will be covered by the Prime Minister himself. And Home Minister is covering 3 constituencies. So, while we speak to you, the BJP is not letting any stone unturned, not even a minute go to waste. And the Congress leadership and the Congress central leadership is just absent. Absent. There is a big question mark. But the cadre is there, and that's why they are 20 to 24% vote share, which can maximum go to 32. That vote share is constant with the Congress party, which even the BJP strategists understand. That is why you see that BJP is not taking anything lightly. BJP understands that every seat, because it's not only about winnability, this time they want the margin. Last time they had stopped on 99 because that was the worst which BJP did ever since Narendra Modi became the Chief Minister. But this time around, they want to create history. And they want to come up with the highest ever numbers, even more than 2002. But whether they will be able to achieve or not, going by the visuals which are on screen right now from Sanand, Amit Shah's roadshow, it seems that it is possible. But the absence of Congress's leadership is very clear, and even their cadre is now openly accepting. Yes, Nupur.
Right, Aishwarya, I just wanted to quickly bring you to that remark that Mallikarjun Kharge actually made. Now, the Prime Minister's responded to it, but every time the Congress party has made personal remarks against the, the Prime Minister, it's actually worked against them. Despite that, they continue to do that and fall into that trap again and again. Whether it was a remark that Sonia Gandhi made before the elections that actually brought the Prime Minister to power and the BJP back to power, or this one, where Mallikarjun Kharge actually compared him to Ravan. But they still continue to make these personal remarks, even though they don't really work for the Congress at all.
Nupur, the irony is that we as journalists have been able to decipher it, but the Congress party has yet not been able to. That's the problem. Despite knowing
नर्मदा योजना का समाधान लाए, सौनी योजना और सुजलाम सुफलाम योजना बनाई और समग्र गुजरात के पानी की समस्या को उन्होंने मुक्ति दिलाई। इसी प्रकार से हर गांव में 24 घंटा बिजली पहुंचाना, स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं का उन्नयन, एनरोलमेंट और ड्रॉप आउट रेशियो पर कंट्रोल आना, ढेर सारी मूलभूत समस्याओं का निवारण मोदी जी ने लाया है, जिसको जनता अपनी मन की गहराई से बहुत सम्मान करती है, प्यार करती है। इसके कारण सातत्यपूर्ण तरीके से हमेशा भाजपा को वोट मिलते हैं।
अब हमेशा सुरक्षा की बात करते हैं, महिला सुरक्षा की बात करते हैं, तो जो एंटी रेडिकल सेल है अमित भाई, उसको लाने की क्या जरूरत पड़ी इस टाइम?
देखिए, वे प्रोएक्टिव स्टेप है। घटना घटने के बाद इसका निरीक्षण करना एक बात है और घटना होने नहीं देना दूसरी बात है। रेडिकलाइजेशन पर अगर कंट्रोल करते हैं तो अपने आप जो दंगे हैं उस पर और टेररिज्म पर कंट्रोल आया जाएगा।
आप हमेशा बात करते हैं, मोदी मॉडल की बात करते हैं देश भर में। आपको क्या लगता है कि 2017 से अभी भी कांग्रेस अभी भी अक्सर यूज करती है प्रधानमंत्री के लिए रावण की सब यूज करती है?
देखिए, जितनी भी बार गुजरात में प्रधानमंत्री जी के खिलाफ कांग्रेस ने अपशब्द उपयोग किया, उतनी बार हर बार गुजरात की जनता ने बैलेट बॉक्स के अंदर जवाब दिया। इस बार भी इसका जवाब, मोदी जी के अपमान का जवाब गुजरात की जनता जरूर देगी। मैं यही कहूंगा कि विकास के समर्थन में ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट करें और लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के अंदर हिस्सा लें।
हो गया ना?
All right, so you just heard that reaction from the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who's taking part in that huge rally in Ahmedabad in Gujarat. Aishwarya, in fact, has been getting us a lot of that insight. Aishwarya, only for the moment, I thank you quickly and apologies. We just had to cut you short. But I'm told, Nupur, we also have our colleague Harsha standing by to get us a live reportage right now from the epicenter of this entire action. That is in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Harsha, Ahmedabad is voting on the 5th, but I think the issues that you've just heard the Union Home Minister Amit Shah speak about, whether that's the Narmada water whether that's about the anti-radicalization moves, whether it's about peace, security, the law and order. These are issues that you move across the state of Gujarat and you hear a resonance.
Exactly, Dipti, if I talk about the issues, this time we have seen in the campaigns, in the rallies, in the road show, UCC, Hindutva, anti-radicalization, the setups which will be made to completely eliminate the sleeper cells and the terrorists and the security, how it will be enhanced. And majorly the uniform civil code is what hugely talked about by central ministers here when they were campaigning in Gujarat. I'd like to show you the visuals because I am present in the very place which Ashwar, our executive editor, was talking about, Sanand, where the road show rally of HM Amit Shah is happening. The cavalcade of Amit Shah could clearly be seen, and not only this, huge number of Karyakartas could also be seen here. The workers and BJP got a huge win from this assembly constituency in 2018. So this place becomes very important for BJP to win. And also we saw 2 weeks before when the candidate from this assembly constituency went for to file his nomination, Amit Shah assisted the candidate because this assembly constituency fall under the Lok Sabha constituency Gandhi Nagar, from where HM Amit Shah himself is the member of parliament. As you see, the workers, the Karyakartas, these are the general voters here of Sanand who are here to see Amit Shah HM. And right now if you talk about the issues, the development issue, this is entire marketplace. This entire assembly constituency came into existence in 2012. It has seen 2 elections. One was won by Congress, and in 2018 BJP candidate Kanubhai Patel won from this assembly constituency, and he has been fielded again from this assembly constituency. So a busy place, marketplace, major vote share is here of Patidar voters who are majorly also seen as the BJP vote Kadar. And also not to forget that along with Patidar, there are the Patel voters also here, and most of the farmers who do the farming here and the industrial development which took place here in past 10 years is major development which has been done in the Sanand assembly constituency. Let me again give you a glimpse of the road show. As you can see, huge coverage of so many vehicles which are following the road show. Karyakartas could be seen. And one more thing, in this assembly constituency, if you talk about Gandhi Nagar, if you talk about Sanand, if you talk about this majorly assembly constituency, Aam Aadmi Party fielded its candidate much late, and Congress didn't even campaign here. And when Gujarat is going to vote in the second phase on December 5, this assembly constituency will also vote on December 5. It is not much far from Ahmedabad, which is the main city, which is highly populated western part of Ahmedabad, not almost 1 hour distance from Ahmedabad main city. Therefore more of the development also took place in this area, but not much of the campaign was seen from the side of Congress party. Initially till 2018 we saw how it was an election where it was BJP versus Congress, but now it's a 3-Kodia election where Aam Aadmi Party has somehow managed to push aside the main opposition party Congress from Gujarat. Through this election is very important for Bharatiya Janata Party. All the central ministers are in this soil. They are campaigning at different places. Amit Shah himself has a very tight-leg program today from morning 11 o'clock till evening. Many roadshow and rallies will be taken up by him. But let me again show you the entire marketplace here where everyone is watching and seeing HM Amit Shah who is doing a road show here. Sir, आप लोग क्या कहना चाहते हैं? व्यापारी हैं, कैसे देख रहे हैं यहाँ के मूड पर क्या कहेगी आप?
यहाँ की बीजेपी आएगी, वो फाइनल है। हम बीजेपी के फैन नहीं है, पर जो काम कर रहे हैं उसके लिए बोल रहे हैं।
अच्छा, यहाँ पे इलेक्शन आप लोग कैसे लग रहा है कि पहले भाजपा वर्सेस कांग्रेस होता था, अब लग रहा है आम आदमी पार्टी भी कहीं ना कहीं जगह बना पा रही है?
नहीं होगा, बीजेपी ही आएगी।
फ्रॉड पार्टी है, फ्रॉड के सिवा उनको कुछ नहीं आता, झूठे वादे करते हैं गरीबों से और बाद में कुछ नहीं करते। बीजेपी तो हम देख रहे हैं गरीबों के लिए काफी कुछ काम कर रहे हैं।
आपको लगता है व्यापारियों के लिए कुछ किया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इस इलाके में?
हाँ, सब सही चल रहा है। अभी तो रोड बना दिया, सब सही, गटर लाइन सब सही सुरक्षित है।
तो हम ये कह सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे विकास हुआ है इस इलाके में?
विकास हुआ 100%।
So these are the voters of this assembly constituency who are clearly stating that development has been done in this entire area. And if we show you the roads, let me show you the road. This entire cemented road is the visual of what development has been done here in Sanand Assembly constituency, where Amit Shah is doing a road show, a rally, and not only this, the road show is almost of 1.5 to 2 kilometers from APMC in Sanand till Gadia Chokri it will go, and it's a 2-kilometer stretch till where Amit Shah is doing a road show, and he specifically speaking to Republic. He clearly stated yesterday also that security is a major issue, and most of the voters also vote on the basis of security, seeing what sort of law and order have been improved in this entire area. And in Gujarat since 2002, no curfew has been put up. Initially always there was curfew in Gujarat, but right now since so many years Gujarat has not seen curfew. Gujarat has only seen development. If we talk about the development near Sabarmati riverfront, if we talk about Narmada, if we talk about the infrastructure development, if talk about the roads and the electricity and what sort of projects which were central projects, how it has been implemented in these states, all those have been hugely implemented in Gujarat. These are the development point of view which BJP has been talking highly in this Gujarat election. Let me talk to a few more people. Sir, आप लोग क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आज होम मिनिस्टर आपके यहाँ रोड शो कर रहे हैं, रैली कर रहे हैं, कैसा लग रहा है आप लोग को? आप लोग दिसंबर 5 को वोट भी डालेंगे?
अच्छा लग रहा है मेरे को, अच्छा लग रहा है।
विकास हुआ है?
हाँ, विकास हुआ है।
क्या क्या विकास हुआ है?
अभी सब चालू है विकास में।
अच्छा, सब चालू है। आप लोग बताइए भैया, व्यापारी खुश हैं? सब इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की बात की जाए, सड़क की बात की जाए, सुरक्षा की बात की जाए, ये सब पुख्ता है यहाँ पर?
सही है, एकदम सही है, पुख्ता है सब।
इस चुनाव में आपको क्या लग रहा है? बीजेपी वर्सेस आम आदमी पार्टी है या बीजेपी वर्सेस कांग्रेस है?
अभी तो आम आदमी पार्टी लग रहा है, कांग्रेस नहीं लग रहा है, बीजेपी वर्सेस। So these are the voters, but we'll like to show you the visuals of this entire area where the road show is taking place. I'll ask my camera person Anup to show you the huge cavalcade of HM Amit Shah. As till now here we see he is about to reach the road show. The cavalcade is to reach Gadia Chokri, where the road show will stop and HM Amit Shah will move towards another location for the rally and road show, because this assembly constituency, if we talk about Ahmedabad western part and this area, it lies in the second phase, in which 93 seats, the people in the 93 seats assembly constituencies will go and vote in the second phase, which is December 5. Today 89 seats election is happening on 89 seats of Gujarat. 2 phases elections are happening, and therefore apart from Kutch and Saurashtra, if we see the rural area and if we see the city area, a lot of difference. So you're watching Republic TV and I'm showing you exclusive visual from Gujarat campaigning of road show of HM Amit Shah. Stay tuned, keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the
that come up in the G20 agenda. But the G20 naturally responds to the pressing issues of the day. It is also a tradition in the presidency, for the presidency, to flag concerns that are most immediate and seek support of the larger membership. Where India is concerned, some of the priorities are self-evident. Energy security and food security are two such examples. After the pandemic, there is a global expectation that more equitable solutions would be found for health challenges. And as the driver of the widely appreciated vaccine Maitri, the Global South has hopes that India would take forward this cause. Our commitment to climate action and climate justice is again very well recognized. This is even more so in the context of national actions and policies on this subject in the last 8 years. Most of all, our digital prowess and its effective application on the ground, that has really caught the world's attention. While noting all these developments, let me address some specific issues that are likely to come up in the G20 context. As a civilizational state, it was imperative that India is not only conscious of its heritage and culture, but brings those perspectives to bear on contemporary issues. As we currently consider the challenges of climate action, it is natural that we reassert our innate reverence for nature and search for solutions that are not just material but also behavioral. We would seek to encourage a rethink around the world, both on how we produce but equally important on how we consume. Green transition at scale is possible only when climate action is converted into a people's movement. During our G20 presidency, we will spotlight life as in lifestyle for environment, with its associated environmentally sustainable and responsible choices at the level of individual lifestyles as well as national development. Only then will it lead to globally transformative actions, resulting in a cleaner, greener, and bluer future. We will make life a global movement, one that envisions placing the prevalent use and dispose economy with a circular economy. It intends to nudge individuals to undertake simple acts in their everyday life that can contribute to effectively address the challenges of climate change, environment degradation, energy crisis, and rapid sustainable growth. Pro-planet people adopting fundamentally sustainable lifestyles will change the way we do business in the 21st century. India will seek to be a catalyst of that change. When taking over the G20 presidency in Bali, Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about a sense of trusteeship. We want that message also to go out from the G20, that for the sake of future generations, for people like you, every generation should leave the planet in a better shape than it inherited it. After due deliberation, we have therefore taken up Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future, as our G20 presidency theme. Drawing from our cultural ethos, this is a strong assertion of beliefs in shared and common solutions. It may apply to climate action and life, where the power of example, the diffusion of technology, and the spread of best practices can make a decisive difference. The same drivers are even more powerful when it comes to digital delivery, in order to ensure that we leave no one behind. And remember, we have demonstrated it even at a time of extreme stress by undertaking successfully Vaccine Maitri. The G20 is a diverse platform that seeks to forge common ground on key issues among prominent countries. Our endeavor is to make that consensus more relevant through a wider process of consultation. Indeed, our very choice of guest countries is reflective of this intent. Harmonizing various interests is something that is ingrained deeply in India's history and culture. We have long been a pluralistic and consultative society who have debated issues openly before we arrive at a decision. Since this is deeply ingrained in our DNA, we have never been insecure with diversity. Our essential unity is not only the basis for pluralism, but it is also a source of confidence for engaging the world. As the mother of democracy, India's G20 presidency will be consultative, it will be collaborative, and it will be decisive. Having noted that, we must also recognize that the global order today is not truly reflective of the state of the world. Institutions and practices created 75 years ago still dominate global decision-making. A representative and democratic international order must press for change, not just in the United Nations, but in other international institutions as well. While we strive to progress on this broad agenda of issues, the G20 cannot be impervious to immediate developments that have a direct consequence on global well-being. This year, much of that debate has centered around the Ukraine conflict. As you all know, the Prime Minister had declared that this is not an era of war, and that dialogue and diplomacy alone can provide solutions. At Bali, the significance of this position was widely recognized by G20 leaders. In fact, the universality of this message is being appreciated as well. Many of you today would have read in the newspapers that you would have seen in the morning or read on your phones, Prime Minister's own thoughts about assuming the G20 presidency. And that, by the way, has appeared in newspapers across the world. Now, we should reflect on what, to my mind, were the 8 key points that he has articulated in his speech. And those points are: 1, the greatest challenges can be solved not by fighting with each other, but by acting together. 2, technology gives us the means to address problems on a humanity-wide scale. 3, digital public goods that we have created are increasingly perceived by the world as delivering revolutionary progress. 4, India's experiences can provide insights for possible solutions. 5, Our G20 priorities will be shaped by the interests of the global South. 6. We will encourage sustainable and environment-friendly lifestyles based on trusteeship over nature. 7. We will seek to depoliticize the global supply of food, fertilizers and medical products. And 8. We will encourage an honest conversation among the most powerful countries. So, as the youth of India, it is important that you are not only aware of the G20 activities, but also of India's approach that I have just summarized. Under the Youth 20 Engagement Group of the G20, India will focus on skill development, on the future of work, access to quality health, and youth as equal partners in the development agenda. During the year, in the spirit of Jan Bhagidari, I would encourage the youth to conduct and host a wide range of practical activities like university lectures, roundtable discussions, model UN conferences in colleges on G20 agenda, and welcoming G20 delegations, including through cultural performance at various meeting venues. Remember, each one of you present physically here and virtually across, each one of you is an ambassador of India to the G20. I urge you to collectively be the radiant lotus of creative brilliance and generational optimism. Our success in the G20 will surely draw strength from all of you. So thank you again for your attention.
All right, that was External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar taking over on the occasion of India taking over the presidency of G20 for the next year. The Group of 20, the most powerful, decisive body when it comes to shaping global geopolitics, and reiterating what Prime Minister said in a blog in the morning, suggesting that this is not an era of war. India has a lot to contribute. The world should not be thinking in terms of a zero-sum game, and the world's a one family and should think out of the box to come out of its struggles and problems. Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, underscoring also the priorities of Indian presidency, particularly on climate change, on terror, and on what he called digital public platforms where India has a lot to offer. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar in a speech called for everyone to come together and make it a success. Remember, last month, India took over the G20 presidency in Bali, with the Prime Minister taking over the gavel symbolically from Indonesian President Joko Widodo. On that note, we will take a short break. On the other side, we come back with our rolling coverage of the Gujarat elections.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के यशस्वी नेतृत्व की देन है। भाइयों बहनों, आज भारत हर एक रिश्ते मजबूत हुआ है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित हुई हैं। याद करिए, आज से 20 वर्ष पहले गुजरात दंगा मुक्त हुआ था, कर्फ्यू मुक्त हुआ था।
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam. Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication
information about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
All right, moving away from election coverage to a breaking news development coming in. This is about an emergency landing of a Chetak helicopter in Pune district, Baramati airfield. In fact, a Chetak chopper belonging to the Indian Air Force. It carried out a precautionary landing in an open area, as can be seen in the pictures. And there is another one to provide cover. This is in an open area, short of Baramati airfield in Pune. This happened today, and this is due to a suspected technical issue. The crew and the aircraft both are reported to be safe, and the recovery of the helicopter is underway. As can be seen, there is a recovery team that has also reached in the pictures that can be seen. An emergency landing happening in Baramati of Pune district in Maharashtra, where an emergency landing had to take place of an IAF chopper due to some technical issues. But the crew and the chopper, the machine, both are reported to be safe. It was a safe landing, and emergency operations, emergency rescue was pressed into service. These are pictures coming in from Baramati in Pune, Maharashtra, and everyone on board is reported to be safe, and that's something which is to take relief from. Moving on, we're heading back to Gujarat elections.
As the polling for Phase 1 begins in Gujarat, this Amreli Congress candidate has a fresh card to play. In a unique way, the Congress candidate carried a gas cylinder on a bicycle, raising the high fuel prices issue. Dhanani became known as a giant killer after he defeated state BJP stalwart Purushottam Rupala at a young age in 2002. And though he lost in 2007, he once again captured the Patidar-dominated seat in 2012 and 2017. All eyes on 8th of December, whether he will be able to win for the 4th time, especially when the Patidar quota agitation has faded out. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
कांग्रेस ने विरोध किया था। कांग्रेस हमेशा सरदार साहब का विरोध करती रही। कांग्रेस सदैव बाबा साहब भीमराव अम्बेडकर का विरोध करती रही। बाबा साहब भीमराव अम्बेडकर के पंच तीर्थों का निर्माण ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की प्रेरणा से संपन्न हुआ है।
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts. Was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam. Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadha that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Right, a breaking news development coming in, and this is from Belagavi. Okay, it's from Maharashtra-Karnataka border, Belagavi. The row escalates, the border dispute between the two states, and students have attacked another group of students for holding Karnataka flag. These are pro-Kannada organizations who have condemned this attack on a pro-Kannada student, and this incident has happened at the RPD circle in Belagavi's Tilakwadi area. Pro-Kannada organizations have blocked the Belagavi-Goa highway subsequently because it seems that student group leaning towards the Maharashtra side attacked pro-Kannada students, leading to a flare-up of an already tense situation, as can be seen in the pictures. Some arson has also taken place, tire burning can be seen, and blocking of the Bengaluru-Goa highway, the Belagavi-Goa section of the highway being carried out by protesters. Remember, the border standoff between Maharashtra and Karnataka has gone right up to the Supreme Court with the Chief Minister of Karnataka. All right, Prajwal is joining us over the phone, I believe, from Bengaluru. Prajwal, share details of the incident? When did it happen? And did it happen on the Karnataka side of the border, or did it happen on the Maharashtra side? And what has been the police response?
Now, we are getting in details that a boy was assaulted on the 30th of November, that being yesterday, at a college function. And this particular boy was holding the Karnataka flag and was dancing, and he was attacked by his classmates as well as by several miscreants too. So therefore, the boy had gone on to register a complaint earlier this morning in the concerned jurisdiction police station. But now there has been allegations which has been made by the boy as well as his family that he was abused by the police, and they stated that they would not go on to file a police complaint. And therefore, the pro-Kannada organizations also stepped in at this point of time and started arguing with the cops as to why this particular complaint was not being taken. And therefore, now all the blocking that has happened, the traffic which has come to us now is on the Karnataka side of the border between the Belagavi in the Belagavi-Goa highway, and traffic has come to a standstill for over 5 kilometers is what we understand. And this protest has started at 11 this morning, but until now the cops have still not been able to solve the issue. We also get to understand that the Belagavi City Police Commissioner, Mr. Borlingaya, is already present at the spot, and he's trying to reason out with the pro-Kannada organization, stating that a complaint and a case will be registered, and those officials who had not gone on to register the case will also be suspended, and action will be taken against them too. So now we understand that the situation has come under control, but initially there were over 200 to 300 pro-Kannada activists who had gone on to protest here.
All right, protests erupting in an already tense situation in the border standoff between two states of the country, Maharashtra and Karnataka down south. This is along the Belagavi border. Thank you, Prajwal, for sharing us with those details. And I believe Samiksha Shivangi has more on what's happening in Gujarat.
Right. Well, Abhishek, we are here in Rajkot while elections first phase are ongoing. Senior police officials have come to the polling booth 66, Anil Gyan Mandir, to inspect the area and the security. And on that note, we're taking a very short break as elderly, as families come, vote, and then they are practicing their right to democracy. They're practicing their right as an Indian citizen. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls.
All right, phase 1 polling in Gujarat gets underway. Fate of 788 candidates to be seen. Days after Vadra Congress's insult politics, Prime Minister hits out, says abuses won't stop BJP. Now, big rallies, mega road shows and intense campaigning in Gujarat as the countdown to December 8 has now begun. Trouble for Congress leader, fresh twist in the Sunanda Pushkar case. Delhi High Court issued notice to Shashi Tharoor. And with TRS in dock, Liquorgate probe widens. KCR's daughter named in ED demand copy. K. Kavita calls it BJP propaganda. And India takes the global lead, assumes the G20 presidency. All right, on to another breaking news development from Mumbai. A Korean vlogger was molested by two individuals in car area. The incident took place on Tuesday. After the video went viral, Khar police station registered a suo motu FIR and later both the accused were arrested by police. A breaking news development coming in from Mumbai. A Korean vlogger who was molested by two individuals. Subsequently, the video went viral and it was brought to the notice of Khar police station, which registered an FIR, and both the accused have been arrested. We'll try and connect with Alicia on that. Taking a tough posture. The Mumbai police acting based on a video. These are the pictures. To the right of your screen, to the left of your screen, the harassment taking place of the Korean vlogger, even as she's making a video. And those two individuals identified based on the same video, and in the other side, to the right of your screen, you can see those two harassers being arrested. Let's go to Sandeep over the phone joining us over the phone from Mumbai. Sandeep, what more details can you share? Is she a resident vlogger, though of course of Korean nationality, or was she a tourist going around town and harassed by these two individuals who have finally been arrested? Also, what's the identity of the two youth?
See, as far as these youths are concerned, these are the resident of Khar, in fact, and the incident took place on 29th of October while she was, she's a video vlogger, and she had came to India for a visit, and in fact, she shoots several videos as it is her passion. While doing that, these two individuals who were on the scooter, they tried to molest her, they tried to grab her hand, they tried to pull her, and in fact, one of them also tried to kiss her. So definitely, this is a very shocking incident which takes place in Mumbai. And after this, as this video was going live, it got viral on several social media platforms. Several people across social media questioned Mumbai police. And as soon as this came into the light of notice of Mumbai police, a case was registered under section IPC 354. And in fact, after the case was registered, within 24 hours, these two accused named Naqib Ansari and Mubin Sheikh. So 19 years old and 20-year-old individuals, two individuals have been arrested by Mumbai police, and in fact they have been sent, they were produced in the court, and later actions were in fact initiated by Mumbai police.
All right, Latif Ansari and Mubin Sheikh arrested on charges of harassing this Korean national, a video blogger, after the video went viral. Let's listen into police response also on this case.
कल मुंबई पुलिस के ट्विटर हैंडल पे एक वीडियो प्राप्त हुआ जिसमें एक वीडियो ब्लॉगर महिला के साथ दो युवक छेड़छाड़ कर रहे ऐसा दिख रहा था। ये घटना खार पुलिस स्टेशन के अंडर हुई ऐसा जांच में पता चला, जिसके बाद खार पुलिस स्टेशन ने जिस महिला के साथ ये घटना घटी उनसे संपर्क किया, लेकिन वो महिला मनस्थिति ठीक न होने के कारण वो बाद में आएंगी, बाद में शिकायत करेंगे ऐसा उन्होंने बताया। लेकिन ये घटना गंभीर होने के कारण खार पुलिस स्टेशन के निर्भया स्क्वाड के महिला कर्मचारी के शिकायत पे शासन की तरफ से इसमें एफआईआर दाखिल हुई और आगे के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में खार पुलिस स्टेशन में इसमें जो युवक थे उनको अरेस्ट किया और इसके आगे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन खार पुलिस स्टेशन कर रही है।
All right, let's go back to Sandeep on that note. Sandeep, what's the status like of the accused? Have they been produced before a court? Have they been remanded in custody or sent to jail?
See, yes, as far as these accused are concerned, they were in fact produced in the courthouse, and in fact they have been sent to in fact judicial custody by the court, and in fact they were arrested. As soon as they were arrested, they were produced in the court on 1st of December, and they were in fact sent to judicial custody.
All right, they've been sent to judicial custody. Thank you so much, Sandeep, for bringing us up to date about this incident. Mumbai police taking suo motu cognizance of a viral video in which a Korean national, a video blogger, was being harassed, has arrested two accused and sent them to jail. Moving on. All right, now we go back to Gujarat, where brisk polling is being reported from across the regions which have gone to polls today in the first phase of voting in the general elections of Gujarat Assembly, South Gujarat, Saurashtra and Kutch. In fact, Prime Minister, while campaigning in those areas which will go to polls in the second phase, he was speaking in Kalol of Panchmahal's district, took on the Congress party for its abuses that it routinely hurls on the Prime Minister, singling out Mallikarjun Kharge's Ravan jibe. Let's listen to what Prime Minister had to say.
મને આશ્ચર્ય એ વાતનું છે અને કોઈને પણ થાય કાટ આટલું અપશબ્દો બોલવા છતાંય કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી એના નેતાઓએ અધિકૃત રીતે ક્યારેય પશ્ચાતાપ વ્યક્ત નથી કર્યો, દુઃખ નથી વ્યક્ત. ચલો ભાઈ, જુસ્સામાં બોલે ગયું, એવી પણ દિલગીરીની તો વાત જવા દો. મને લાગે છે કે કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી મોદીને ગાળો દેવી, આ દેશના પ્રધાનમંત્રીને અપમાનિત કરવા, એને નીચા દેખાડવા, એને એ પોતાનો અધિકાર સમજે છે. અગર લોકતંત્રમાં એમનો વિશ્વાસ હોત તો કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી આટલી હદે ક્યારેય ન જાત. પરંતુ કોંગ્રેસનો ભરોસો લોકતંત્રમાં નહીં, એક પરિવાર ઉપર છે, અને પરિવારને ખુશ કરવા માટે જે કરવું પડે એ કોંગ્રેસમાં ફેશન થઈ ગઈ છે. અને એમના માટે લોકતંત્ર નહીં, પરિવાર જ બધું છે. કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટીમાં તો કોમ્પિટિશન ચાલે છે, કોમ્પિટિશન, કે કોણ મોદીને વધારે ગાળો બોલે, કોણ મોદીને મોટી ગાળો બોલે અને કોણ મોદીને તીખી ગાળો બોલે, એની સ્પર્ધા ચાલે છે.
So that is the Prime Minister. Earlier in Gujarat, he's actually hit back, Abhishek, at the Congress party for the n number of insults, I think, that have been heaped at the Prime Minister. And there is a long list of it. I think he's speaking live also right now at one more rally. Let's quickly dip in to listen to what he said.
નહીં, એમના કાળમાં ગરીબી વધી, સામાન્ય માનવીની જે આવશ્યકતા હોતી એ પણ એમણે ન કરી. અર્થવ્યવસ્થામાં ગરીબોની જે ભાગીદારી બનવી જોઈએ એ પણ ના બની. કોંગ્રેસના રાજમાં
Okay, Prime Minister is
આપણો
speaking in
ગરીબ, આપણો
Gujarat.
આદિવાસી અલગ થલગ પડી ગયો. એને મુખ્ય ધારા સાથે જોડ્યો જ નહીં. બેંક બની,
This is in
બેંકોનું
Chota Udaipur
રાજ્યકરણ
area of
કર્યું.
Gujarat.
પરંતુ
The Eastern Tribal
ગરીબ
Belt,
માટે, આદિવાસી
a new
માટે
district.
બેંકના દરવાજા ના ખુલ્યા.
He's talking about a welfare scheme for the tribals, for the
કરોડો
poor.
ગરીબોને સ્વાસ્થ્યની સુવિધા જોઈએ. માંદગી ગરીબોને, આદિવાસીઓને આવતી હોય. પ્રસવ પીડા આદિવાસી માને થતી હોય. પ્રસવ
He's
પીડા
talking
વખતે
about the
માના
Ayushman
મૃત્યુ
Bharat
થતા
scheme
હોય.
and how it has helped the poor.
પણ કોંગ્રેસ સરકારોને પેટનું પાણી નહોતું હલતું. ભાઈઓ
If
બહેનો,
poor get sick,
આઝાદીના 75 વર્ષ થવા આવ્યા.
the whole family loses
પીવાનું
money,
સાફ પાણી મળે.
become poor.
ઘરની અંદર
The Congress never bothered about basics like clean water,
રોટલા
which
પકાવવાના
lead to
હોય.
health-related issues, absence of which leads to
વીમા
health-related issues.
યોજના આખી ગરીબને તો એમાં દસાડા દફતરમાં નામે વીમો તો મોટા મોટા લોકોને જ હોય. કોંગ્રેસના રાજમાં શિક્ષણ, રોજગાર, ઉદ્યમ એમાં ગરીબ હોય,
In the times of the
આદિવાસી
Congress,
હોય, બક્ષી પંચનો હોય, એને કોઈ
Poor
પ્રાથમિકતા
were
જ નહોતી
particularly
મળતી.
disadvantaged when it came to
બહેનો, આપે
education,
ભાજપની સરકાર
jobs,
બનાવી.
health.
એવા લોકોને બેસાડ્યા.
But in
જે
BJP government, things have
તમારામાંથી
changed.
આવ્યા હતા.
This is Prime Minister campaigning
તમારી
for his
વચ્ચે
party in
ઉછળ્યા
Gujarat.
હતા. તમારા સુખ દુઃખને એ જીવી જાણતા હતા અને એટલા માટે ભાજપ સરકારોએ એને જ્યાં જ્યાં સેવા કરવાનો મોકો મળ્યો રાજ્યમાં
The BJP
મળ્યો,
governments have been one
કેન્દ્રમાં
of your
મળ્યો.
own. They have reflected your
દિવસ
concerns.
રાત
They have worked on them.
પાછું વળીને જોયા વગર પાકા પાયે ગરીબોનું સશક્તિકરણ થાય. ગરીબીને હટાવવા માટે ગરીબો
The
પણ એક
BJP
મોટી
governments have
ફોજ
worked for the
તૈયાર થાય.
empowerment of the poor.
આપણે સફળતાપૂર્વક કર્યું. માતાઓ બહેનોનું સશક્તિકરણ થાય એના માટે કામ કર્યું. બહેનો શક્તિશાળી બને,
Worked particularly on the
આદિવાસી ભાઈઓ બહેનો
empowerment of
શક્તિશાળી
women,
બને એના માટે કામ કર્યું. કોઈ પણ ક્ષેત્રના વિકાસ
for the
માટે
empowerment of tribals.
અગર જો ડબલ શક્તિ લાગે તો એનો વિકાસ તેજીથી થાય ને
For development of any sector.
આ
If there is double power, double engine,
આ ભાજપની ડબલ એન્જિન સરકાર,
then it works faster.
કેન્દ્રમાં ભાજપની સરકાર, રાજ્યમાં ભાજપની સરકાર, અને
BJP
બંને
government at the
મળીને
center, BJP government in the state acts as a double engine
કરે,
government.
એના પરિણામ કેવા મળે છે એનો
And they
અંદાજ
work
તમે સારી
in tandem with double force.
આપે મને 8 વર્ષ પહેલા
And that gives good governance.
દિલ્હી મોકલ્યો, દેશની સેવા કરવા માટે મોકલ્યો.
You sent me to
પરંતુ
Delhi 8
તમારી
years back.
પાસે હું જે શીખ્યો હતો કે આ તમારી કર્મભૂમિ રહી છે. છોટા
But whatever I learned with you, from you,
બધું મારું રોજનું હતું.
this area was my backyard,
ઘરે હું નહીં,
Chota
હું
Udaipur,
ઘરે
Bodeli.
જપ્યો આવું.
In Pavi Jetpur, there is not a single home where I have not been to.
આવી જેતપુરમાં. એટલે એટલો બધો નાતો હતો મારો તમારા બધા વચ્ચે
Prime
રહીને
Minister
તમારી
recalling the
વચ્ચે
personal
ઉભો
connect
છે.
with the people there.
તમારી સમસ્યાઓનું સમાધાન
I have
શું
lived
હોય?
amongst you, I have
એની
grown up
સમજણ
amongst you.
હતી. તમારી વચ્ચેથી રસ્તા કેમ નીકળે
I know what issues you face.
દિલ્હીમાં ગયો તો એનો જ મેં ઉપયોગ કરવા માંડ્યો. ગુજરાતમાં હતો જે સફળતાપૂર્વક આપણે આગળ વધાર્યું.
And whatever I learned here, I implemented in Delhi.
એના કારણે આજે અમારા આદિવાસી વિસ્તારનો વિકાસ હોય, અમારા આદિવાસી ભાઈઓ બહેનોનું કલ્યાણ હોય, અમારી આદિવાસી માતાઓ બહેનોનું સશક્તિકરણ હોય, એમના શિક્ષણની, સ્વાસ્થ્યની ચિંતા હોય, એક એક પાયાની ચીજોને આપણે હાથ લગાયો. હવે તમે વિચાર કરો, આયુષ્માન યોજના જો તમારી વચ્ચેથી નીકળેલો માણસ ના હોય ને તો એને આયુષ્માન યોજના શું છે ખબર જ ન પડે, એને સૂજે જ નહીં. આપણે તો જાણીએ છીએ પરિવારમાં એક માણસ માંદું પડી જાય ને આખું કુટુંબ 5-10 વર્ષ સુધી બહાર ન નીકળી શકે. ગંભીર માંદગી આવે ને તો ઊભો ના થઈ શકે ભાઈઓ. અને ઘણીવાર તો મેં જોયું આપણી માતાઓ બહેનો ગમે તેટલી માંદગી હોય, જબરદસ્ત પીડા થતી હોય, પણ માં ઘરમાં કોઈને ખબર જ ન પડવા દે કે માંદગી આવી છે. એ કામ કર્યા જ કરે, ખેતરનું એ કામ કરે, ઢોરોનું કામ કરે, ઘરનું કામ કરે, રસોઈ બનાવે, બોલે નહીં. કેમ? પીડા તો એને થતી હોય, શરીરમાં વેદના થતી હોય, બોલે નહીં, કારણ
It's the
એના મનમાં એક જ રહે.
women in the poor households who suffer the most, be it sickness, be it work, be it in the kitchen.
તો દવાખાને
And I understood that. That's why we brought in the Ujjwala Yojana.
દેવાના ડુંગરમાં ડૂબી જશે. મારે મારા છોકરાઓને દેવાદાર નથી કરવા.
And if health remains good,
તકલીફ પડે,
the families don't go under debt. That's what I understood. That's why I brought in the Ayushman Yojana.
થવા દઉં. એના કારણે આપણી માતાઓ બહેનો પોતાની
And the women would make sacrifice. To avoid debt, they would suffer.
એમ થયું કે ભાઈ મારી
And they would
માતાઓ,
not complain
બહેનો
about their health issues.
આ
It was a bad
તમારો
situation.
દિલ્હી શું કરવા બેઠો છે?
I understood that pain.
આ તમારો દીકરો આ બધું
I
કેમ જોઈ
understood what's
શકે?
going on in their minds.
તમારી વચ્ચેથી મોટો થયો તો એટલે મેં
I am
નક્કી
your son.
કર્યું,
I could see it.
જ્યારે ગુજરાતમાં
I have
હતો,
grown up amongst you.
ત્યારે 2 લાખ રૂપિયા સુધી મફત
Prime Minister underscoring repeatedly the personal connect. I grew up in Gujarat. I am your son.
વર્ષે 5
Today I
લાખ
am in Delhi.
રૂપિયા સુધી બીમારી અંગે જો હોસ્પિટલનું બિલ આવે,
But
તો આ તમારો
because I
દીકરો
understood your
ભરશે.
problems, I brought this
કોઈએ
scheme where for 1
બીમારીમાં
year you are insured till about 5 lakh
જરૂર
rupees.
નથી, ઓપરેશન કરાવવાનું ટાળવાની જરૂર નથી, પૈસાની ચિંતા ના કરતા. ગમે તેવી ગંભીર માંદગી હોય,
You don't need to worry about money. If you have to go to hospital, you have to meet a doctor.
દિલ્હીમાં તમારો દીકરો બેઠો છે. આ
Up to 5 lakh rupees you are insured.
આપણા ગુજરાતમાં
I will take care of you. I will be worried about you. You need not bother.
પરિવારોએ આનો લાભ લીધો. આ 40 લાખ
This
પરિવારોના
scheme
મને
has
આશીર્વાદ
benefited
મળે.
up to 40 lakh families in the country already.
એકલા આપણા છોટાઉદેપુરમાં લાભ લીધો. તમે મને કહો કે બધા મને આશીર્વાદ આપે કે ના
About
આપે ભાઈ?
35,000 of them in Chota Udeipur
ઉભો
alone.
રહ્યો. દિલ્હી ગયા પછી પણ એમની ચિંતા કરતો આશીર્વાદ આપે કે ના આપે?
Despite being in Delhi, I intend to stand with you. I have stood by you in your difficulty, in your pain.
ખુશી છે કે આપણા ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલની ગુજરાતની
And that's why I have been blessed.
એક મહત્વનો સંકલ્પ લીધો છે આ વખતે. આ ચૂંટણી ઢંઢેરામાં
And the state government under Bhupendra Patel has taken an important resolve.
સરકાર બન્યા પછી
And the resolve is in the manifesto.
નહીં 10 લાખ સુધી ખર્ચો થશે તો પણ સરકાર
Once we come back to power, not just 5 lakh rupees, the BJP government in Gujarat would in fact double the benefits of insurance, medical insurance to 10 lakh rupees.
અને પાછું નાની મોટી હોસ્પિટલ નહીં, સારામાં સારી હોસ્પિટલમાં. એટલું જ નહીં, તમે મુંબઈ ગયા હો ને માંદા પડી ગયા
And all
હોય,
this not in a
તમને ઉપચાર
small
કાર્ડ હોય ને તમારે
government
આયુષ્માન
hospital,
કાર્ડ,
but any private
મુંબઈમાં
hospital.
મળી જાય. તમે જયપુર ગયા હો, ઉદયપુર ગયા
Just
હો,
bring the Ayushman card and you can get treated even in Mumbai.
ત્યાં પણ તમે
If you are
માંદા
outside
પડી
the
જાઓ,
state, you can get treated in Bhopal, in Mumbai, anywhere.
હોસ્પિટલના દરવાજા ખુલ્લા, તમને તરત જ એડમિશન મળે, તમારી કાળજી લેવાય. આ કામ આપણે કર્યું છે આખા દેશમાં. એક કાર્ડ તમારું આખા દેશમાં ચાલે એની વ્યવસ્થા કરી છે. એટલું જ નહીં, આપણે ત્યાં પહેલા હવે કિડની
And I also made provision that the Ayushman card issued to you here is applicable across the country, relevant across the country.
નુકસાન થઈ જાય.
Is
પહેલા છેક વડોદરા જવું પડતું હતું અને લાઈનમાં લાગો તો 4-4, 6-6 દાડા મોડું થઈ જાય. આપણે નક્કી કર્યું કે જિલ્લે જિલ્લે ડાયાલિસિસના કેન્દ્રો બનાવવા છે, મફતમાં ડાયાલિસિસ કરવું છે. અને આજે 300 જગ્યા પર ગુજરાતમાં ડાયાલિસિસના કેન્દ્રો બનાવી દીધા છે. મફત ડાયાલિસિસની સુવિધા થાય છે. આ જે બીમાર હોય એને બબે દાડા બગાડવા ના પડે, ભાડા ના ખર્ચવા પડે, ટેક્સીઓ ના કરવી પડે અને ડાયાલિસિસનું બિલ ના આપવું પડે. ગરીબ માણસની ચિંતા કેમ કરવી, એના માટે આ તમારો દીકરો દિવસ રાત જાગતો.
how to worry about the poor is my concern, and I have
આપ વિચાર કરો,
designed my schemes accordingly.
મોટો ભયંકર 100 વર્ષમાં આવી બીમારી નહોતી આવી.
Such a huge calamity came, once in a century pandemic.
કોણ કોને બચાવે એ મુશ્કેલ હતું. ઘરમાં એક જણને કોરોના થયો તો આખું ઘર ભરાય ભાગવું પડે એવી દશા.
Who would save whom?
ઘરમાં એક માણસ માંદું હોય ને તોય
That was the difficulty.
આખી દુનિયા માંદી પડી ગઈ હતી. આખું
If
હિન્દુસ્તાન
one got it, everyone in the family got it.
આવડી મોટી બીમારી આપણા ઘર આંગણે આવી હતી.
The entire nation was down with corona.
કે ગરીબના ઘરમાં ચૂલો
Then I thought,
સળગે.
what must be happening in the households of the poor?
સળગશે કે નહીં સળગે? ભાઈઓ બહેનો,
if they can't go out and work in lockdown,
બેઠા બેઠા
what's happening to their home and hearth?
ઘરનો ચૂલો સળગતો
And that's why sitting in Delhi,
ચિંતા કરતો હતો.
I thought of the poor and the
તમારા
kitchen of
સંતાનો
their
ભૂખ્યા ન સૂઈ જાય
households,
એના માટે તમારો દીકરો
and so that
જાગતો હતો.
the poor don't sleep empty stomach.
અને
Their
3
children
વર્ષ થઈ
are not
ગયા.
hungry.
દરેક કુટુંબને મફત અનાજ
I thought of a scheme to provide
3 વર્ષ થઈ ગયા મફત અનાજ.
free food,
કોઈ ગરીબના ઘરનો
free
ચૂલો
cereals.
ના ઓલવા
And it's been
જોઈએ.
3 years we are
કોઈ
continuing with
ગરીબનું
that.
સંતાન ભૂખ્યા પેટે સૂવું ના જોઈએ.
Poor are getting
80
free cereals
કરોડ લોકોને
even now.
આ વિચાર કરો ભાઈઓ, 80 કરોડ
80 crore
લોકોને
people poor
3
have benefited
વર્ષથી મફત
because of
અનાજ
that scheme.
આપીને આ મુસીબતની ઘડીમાં આપણે એની જોડે ઉભા રહ્યા. ભાઈઓ બહેનો, આ કોંગ્રેસની સરકાર હોત ને તો રાશન પણ લૂંટી જાત, એમાંય કટકી કરત, એમાં એમના
During the Congress regimes, the ration would be pilfered, looted,
લાભ લઈ જાત. આપણે તો ભાઈઓ બહેનો
and the middlemen would benefit.
આપને મળે એના માટે ચિંતા કરીએ.
Now 100% benefits percolate down to the poorest of the poor.
વન નેશન વન રાશન કાર્ડ બનાવ્યું. આજે માની લો કે આપણો છોટાઉદેપુરનો
And to make it even more foolproof, we have turned it into one nation, one ration card.
તો એને ત્યાંય અનાજ મળે. એ જામનગરમાં
Ration card issued in Gujarat.
અનાજ મળી જાય, કોઈ તકલીફ ના પડે એની ચિંતા આપણે કરી છે. કારણ અમારા હૈયે
Can be encashed, can be used anywhere in the state, as also anywhere in the country.
ગરીબ છે. અમારા હૈયે
If you are working outside the home state,
અમારા હૈયે
you can
આ દેશના
take benefits of the ration card
અમારા હૈયે
and the public distribution system wherever you are.
અને એટલા માટે આવા બધા કામો અમે કરતા રહીએ. ભાઈઓ બહેનો, આપણા દેશમાં ખેડૂત નાના નાના ખેડૂતો છે. 1 વીઘું 2 વીઘું જમીન હોય, એમાં અમારા આદિવાસી પટ્ટામાં તો જમીન બી બધી ઉબડખાડ હોય, ટેકરાળી હોય, પર્વતના ઢોળા ઉપર હોય, બહુ મામૂલી કમાણી થાય. એનું શું? ભૂતકાળમાં ખેડૂતો માટે વાતો જે થઈ ને, મોટા મોટા ખેડૂતો માટે થઈ, માલેતુજાર ખેડૂતો માટે થઈ, જેના ઘેર ટ્રેક્ટર હોય એના માટે થઈ. ગરીબ ખેડૂત, નાનો ખેડૂત, સીમાંત ખેડૂત, એની ચિંતા તો આપના દીકરાએ દિલ્હીમાં જઈને કરી.
Then I am concerned about the poor farmers also.
દીકરાએ પીએમ કિસાન સન્માન નિધિ શરૂ
Your
કરી.
son,
આ પીએમ
concerned in Delhi, launched the PM Kisan scheme for the poor farmers, where they get cash transfers without any middleman.
3 વાર 2,000 રૂપિયા સિદ્ધા એના ખાતામાં
Thrice a
જમા
year,
થઈ
these
જાય.
poor farmers
વચ્ચે કોઈ વચેટીઓ નહીં,
get rupees
કોઈ કટકી
2,000.
કંપની નહીં, કોઈ કાકા મામા વાળો નહીં, કશું જ નહીં. સીધો સીધો આ તમારો દીકરો ને તમે તમારા ખાતામાં પૈસા આવી જાય.
Thrice a year, without any middleman, they get the money. 2,000 rupees per tranche. Thrice a year, 6,000 rupees
રૂપિયા
indirect,
આ નાના નાના
directly in the accounts.
ખાતામાં આપણે જમા કરી દીધા છે. આપણા એકલા છોટાઉદેપુર આપણો નાનો જિલ્લો છે, અહીંયા ખેડૂતોના ખાતામાં 250 કરોડ રૂપિયા સિદ્ધા આયા છે. 1 પણ રૂપિયાના ભ્રષ્ટાચાર
In a
વગર.
small district like Chota Udaipur alone, 250 crore rupees have been transferred. Lakhs of crores of rupees across the country.
પાણીની તકલીફ હોય, તળાવ બનાવવાના હોય, ચેકડેમ બનાવવાના હોય, કુવા ઊંડા ખોદવાના હોય, એનું એક અભિયાન ચલાવ્યું અને એના કારણે ખેડૂતને પૂરતું પાણી મળી રહે.
In these far-flung areas, in the hills, mountains, forests,
3 પાક લે, ઢોર પણ ઉછેરે, મરઘા ઉછેર પણ કેન્દ્ર ચલાવે.
a lot of work has been done on water conservation, irrigation projects,
એક આખા વિસ્તારનો
so that
સંપૂર્ણ અને
poor
સર્વાંગીણ
farmers
વિકાસ થાય.
and others dependent on agriculture can get more out of the soil, more out of the water,
આજે મારા આદિવાસી
more out of their assets.
આવકની અંદર પણ લાભ થઈ રહ્યો છે. એમનું દૂધ ઉત્પાદન વધી રહ્યું છે, દૂધ પણ ભરવા માંડ્યા છે, ડેરીમાંથી પણ એમને લાભ મળવા માંડ્યો છે. ભાઈઓ,
Tribals, people living here, poor,
જલ જે
they are benefiting through all these schemes.
એને પણ આપણે મિશન અમારા આદિવાસી વિસ્તારમાં ઝૂંપડપટ્ટીમાં રહેનારા લોકો ખેતરે ખેતરે
We are working on getting water through tap to every home in a mission mode. I decided in Delhi,
જે મારો આદિવાસી ભાઈ રહે છે એને પાકું ઘર જોઈએ તો એને જે ડિઝાઇન જોઈએ એવું જ ઘર બનવું જોઈએ. અમે કહીએ ના ચાલે. જે માલ સામાન તેને બનાવવો જોઈએ, વચ્ચે કોઈ કંપની નહીં, સીધા પૈસા જોઈએ.
All right, that's Prime Minister speaking in Bodali of Chota Udaipur district in central Gujarat. But earlier he spoke again in central Gujarat from Kalol, where he took on the Congress party and particularly the Ravan jibe hurled by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge at him. Let's listen in.
મને આશ્ચર્ય એ વાતનું છે અને કોઈને પણ થાય કાટ આટલું અપશબ્દો બોલવા છતાંય કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી એના નેતાઓએ અધિકૃત રીતે ક્યારેય પશ્ચાતાપ વ્યક્ત નથી કર્યો, દુઃખ નથી વ્યક્ત. ચલો ભાઈ જુસ્સામાં બોલે ગયું, એવી પણ દિલગીરીની તો વાત જવા દો. મને લાગે છે કે કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી મોદીને ગાળો દેવી, આ દેશના પ્રધાનમંત્રીને અપમાનિત કરવા, એને નીચા દેખાડવા, એને એ પોતાનો અધિકાર સમજે છે. અગર લોકતંત્રમાં એમનો વિશ્વાસ હોત તો કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી આટલી હદે ક્યારેય ન જાત. પરંતુ કોંગ્રેસનો ભરોસો લોકતંત્રમાં નહીં, એક પરિવાર ઉપર છે. અને પરિવારને ખુશ કરવા માટે જે કરવું પડે એ કોંગ્રેસમાં ફેશન થઈ ગઈ છે. અને એમના માટે લોકતંત્ર નહીં, પરિવાર જ બધું છે. કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટીમાં તો કોમ્પિટિશન ચાલે છે, કોમ્પિટિશન કે કોણ મોદીને વધારે ગાળો બોલે, કોણ મોદીને મોટી ગાળો બોલે અને કોણ મોદીને તીખી ગાળો બોલે, એની સ્પર્ધા ચાલે છે.
We are heading to a quick break right now. When we come back, we tell you more of another twist now in the Sunanda Pushkar case. The Delhi High Court has issued a notice to the Congress MP. Also, the Liquorgate probe now is widening. Kersia's daughter is named in an ED remand copy. K. Kavita hits back. She calls this BJP propaganda. The full story on the other side of this quick break.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri pundits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits.
Phase 1 of polling in Gujarat is underway. Fate of 788 candidates will be sealed today.
એવી કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી મને ગાળો બોલવા માટે રામાયણમાંથી રાવણને લઈ આવી. બોલો.
Days after the Vadra Congress's insult politics, the Prime Minister hits out. He says any abuse will not stop the BJP. Big rallies, mega road shows and intense campaigning in the state of Gujarat as the countdown to December 8 has begun. In more news, this is a fresh twist in the Sunanda Pushkar case. Delhi High Court now issues a notice to the Congress MP. Liquorgate providence, KCR's daughter is named in an ED remand copy. K. Kavita instead is calling this a propaganda by the BJP. And India takes the global lead, assumes the G20 presidency. A very good afternoon. You're with us here on Republic, and this is our non-stop rolling coverage on the big Gujarat elections. The elections, remember, are underway. It's the first phase of polling that is continuing. It's going to go until about 5. And on your screen, you're looking actually images that have come in from another part of Gujarat that is busy with the campaign because the next phase of elections is on the 5th of this month.
Absolutely, Deepti, and all the breaking news that Republic has been getting first on the first day of polling in Gujarat. Those pictures on your screens where the Aam Aadmi Party has also complained of a low turnout. While we see all the bigwigs of BJP campaigning in Gujarat.
Yes, so we are looking at these 5 pictures on our screens. The immediate left is from Morbi, Bhavnagar, Rajkot, Surat, Bharuch. Do remember, it is the South Gujarat and the Saurashtra Kutch belt that is voting today. And you've seen a considerably good turnout till now. On the bottom of your screen, a lot of important details that continue to break. And as Suesha mentioned, there is already that election controversy that has broken from the camp of the Aam Aadmi Party that is alleging slow voting. But as always, where is the proof? Or this is the Aam Aadmi Party literally running scared. No one knows. But also today, what's important is the campaign that we are looking at by the BJP. Earlier in the day, we've seen that road show from the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. And this evening is going to be the biggest road show that anyone has seen as far as the BJP goes. That's the Prime Minister, who will take part in a 50-kilometer road show. But what's happening on ground zero? What's the turnout looking like? What are the numbers? And the key question that's on everyone's mind, is the BJP going to be able to better its record, Suesha? As I said, we'll only know on the 8th. What about the Congress that's fighting for its survival and the Aam Aadmi Party? Does that dent the BJP more or the Congress more?
Absolutely.
Shivangi is reporting from Rajkot for us this afternoon. Shivangi, where you are, what is the kind of turnout? What are the numbers?
All right. Deepti, I'm here at Rajkot polling booth station number 66. This is Anil Gyan Mandir, and we are seeing a considerable amount of turnout right now. It had stopped with a little bit less a short while back because usually people went about their day, but right now we're seeing that after lunch, especially, people are turning up again. The polling will happen till 5 p.m. and people coming in and out right now, and of course a lot of people coming with their families, with the children as well. We are seeing that families are getting their small kids even to the polling station. It's almost 20% turnout in Gujarat overall. But where we are right now, now more people are trickling in for voting. It's very, very important to also mention that Rajkot is a BJP bastion. It's a very important part of Saurashtra region. In Saurashtra, Congress is slightly more strong, but that might change because a lot of events have happened since the last elections took place. So this might change. In fact, BJP will be banking right now on capturing the rural area of Saurashtra. Right now, a lot of people going in. We'll try to talk to some of them as they come out. A short while back, there were senior police officials which had come here at the spot. They were inspecting the area, and when Republic spoke to them, they just said that it has been very smooth. The polling has been extremely smooth. There's no incident of violence reported here in Rajkot or anywhere else in Gujarat. Speaking of that, as we report from here, and as polling continues, let's talk a little bit about Rajkot. Rajkot is very, very important because Prime Minister Modi made his assembly debut from Rajkot itself. Very, very important place here. Number two, Rajkot. The BJP in Rajkot has fielded all fresh faces. All fresh faces. Today in the morning, we spoke to Vijay Rupani exclusively. Vijay Rupani is the former CM of Gujarat. He spoke to Republic TV saying that very important points. Number one, Aam Aadmi Party will not be able to make a dent at all. The people of Gujarat are extremely, extremely wise. They know what's good for them. So that's one statement he made. Number two, he said that anti-incumbency will not be a problem for the BJP. And he also mentioned that he's extremely confident the BJP will come back to power here. So very, very important points being made by Vijay Rupani. Now, Vijay Rupani, I'm speaking about this specifically because Vijay Rupani is not contesting elections this time round. In fact, the BJP is giving a chance to a lot of fresh faces, making way essentially for the new generation to come in, the new generation, because that's very important for the BJP when we talk about the anti-incumbency part. To prevent anti-incumbency, they're fielding fresh faces. A lot of people are coming out after voting as well, one by one. We'll try to speak to them as they come out right now. But when we talk to women, women are also a very, very important part when we talk about BJP's manifesto. BJP has promised a lot of jobs to women. It's a very important part of BJP's manifesto. UCC being one, anti-radicalization cell also being the second thing. Very important points coming out. In fact, there are some voters here. Aapne vote kiya abhi tak? Aap jaane wale. So like I was saying that families are coming, and the future voters of India are also coming as well with their guardians. It's very, very important for them to come and see that taking part in democratic process is so important. Back to the studios, and we are of course getting all the updates from Rajkot.
Absolutely, Shivangi. So all smooth in Rajkot is what Shivangi tells us as she's reporting on the ground. Meanwhile, BJP very confident of a thumping victory. Deepthi saying that there is not an ounce of doubt that their victory is going to be seen on the 8th of December. Meanwhile, Amit Shah, who held that mega rally, also spoke a short while ago, reiterating on the same. Let's listen in.
देखिए, मोदी जी के यहाँ मुख्यमंत्री काल में गुजरात की बहुत सारी मूलभूत समस्याओं का समाधान आया। जैसे गुजरात हमेशा पानी की कमी की पीड़ा से पीड़िता था, मगर मोदी जी ने इसका परमानेंट सॉल्यूशन निकाला। चेक डैम बनाए, तालाब को बहुत गहरा किया, नर्मदा योजना का समाधान लाए, सौनी योजना और सुजलाम सुफलाम योजना बनाई, और समग्र गुजरात के पानी की समस्या को उन्होंने मुक्ति दिलाई। इसी प्रकार से हर गांव में 24 घंटा बिजली पहुंचाना, स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं का उन्नयन, एनरोलमेंट और ड्रॉप आउट रेशियो पर कंट्रोल आना, ढेर सारी मूलभूत समस्याओं का निवारण मोदी जी ने लाया है, जिसको जनता अपनी मन की गहराई से बहुत सम्मान करती है, प्यार करती है। इसके कारण सातत्यपूर्ण तरीके से हमेशा भाजपा को वोट मिलते हैं।
So that is the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who was taking part in again a massive road show that we've seen earlier in Ahmedabad. And as I said, remember the campaigning already is on for the second phase. The second phase that happens on the 5th of December. And do remember, the counting is on the 8th. But, Priyanka, I think you're en route now to Ahmedabad. She's been at Surat trying to get you a lot of insight and reactions. We also see Harsha there reporting from Ahmedabad. So, Priyanka, to you now. You know what we just heard from the Union Home Minister Amit Shah becomes very critical because there is this Gujarat model that the BJP continues to say has been effective, whether it's about the Narmada waters, it's about education, it's about the tourism circuit, and obviously law and order, something again and again that the BJP has reiterated on. Now, on ground zero, has the opposition been effective enough to even counter that kind of a narrative? Do they have an alternative model, Priyanka, that they've even presented and spoken about?
That's a very important point that we must dissect for our viewers as well, because very rightly you mentioned about how the Narmada water, the Narmada canal, in fact, had been the epicenter of the entire campaign for the BJP in 2017 is what we had seen. And even if we look at the rallies of the Prime Minister in the run-up to the elections, he has time and time again mentioned about his tenure as the Chief Minister during the time that he had sat on a fast, on a hunger fast as well for the Narmada Canal as well, and how he had also tried to push for the Narmada Canal so that there can be better irrigation facilities in the entire state of Gujarat. Now, this is something that he himself has stated in several of the rallies, especially there in North Gujarat, when he had carried out those rallies there in Banaskantha as well as in Sabarkantha, where we have seen him reiterating those facts. Now, at the same time, we see that there is no counter as such that is coming to light from the Congress party. In 2017, with respect to this Narmada Canal issue, the Congress had been addressing this. We had seen at the time, Shakti Singh Gohil, in fact, had been also talking about the Narmada Canal, and they were speaking about the issues. But it seems as though the Congress is still busy fighting for their own identity as the opposition. In fact, it seems as though the Congress is fighting the Aam Aadmi Party rather than the BJP. That we have seen the kind of narrative, the kind of counter attack that the Congress has been making is not too much on the BJP, but also towards the Aam Aadmi Party, at least at a local level. If we speak about the hyper-local issues that had been spoken about by the Prime Minister as well. So not just the part of development, but there is also an emotional connect that the Prime Minister has reiterated and tried to remind the people of Gujarat that he is one of them, he is the son of the soil, and he is somebody who has been at the helm of affairs for the development of Gujarat. He was the one who was pushing for the developmental agenda in Gujarat as well. And of course, we have been seeing how these rallies had been also forming the entire campaign narrative, and what really had been spoken by the Prime Minister also gives us a glimpse into what the BJP's narrative has been, how the BJP's campaign has also panned out in the run-up to these elections, Deepti.
I think that is true, Priyanka, when you say that, because the Congress this time has to ensure that it does not cede its, number 2 position to the AAP. I mean, imagine, that's what its battle is all about. Like it happened in Delhi, then it happened in Punjab. So is the Congress going to be meeting much that fate? Again, as I said, these are very, very important questions building up, Suesha, to the big national picture of 2024, the first test of Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra also. But before I come to you, Harsha, and to Shivangi later, Suesha, let's listen in to 2 important reactions that have come in. The first is from the former Chief Minister of the state. This is Vijay Rupani, who says that the AAP is not even a factor. Followed by C.R. Patil, who's an MP of the BJP and someone again very, very close to New Delhi. And he also reiterates much the same charge. And he says we will only and only better our record.
नहीं है, क्योंकि 6 बार तो हमारी सरकार बनी है और निरंतर बनी है। एंटी इनकम्पेंसी होती तो पहले ही हमारी सरकार नहीं बनती। अब 7वीं बार भी सरकार बनने के लिए जा रही है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है गुजरात की जनता पर, और जिस तरीके से गुजरात के सपूत मोदी जी पर उनको पूरा भरोसा है, विश्वास है, प्रेम भी है। 7वीं बार भी भाजपा को ही वोट देगी और भाजपा की 2/3 से ज्यादा बहुमत से सरकार बनेगी।
कौन सा फैक्टर इस बार सरकार की जीत तय करेगा?
बस वही विकास की जो बात है, गुजरात में पिछले 5 साल में काफी विकास हुआ है, तो और विकास आगे बढ़े और केंद्र में भी सरकार बीजेपी की है, डबल इंजन से और विकास आगे बढ़ेगा।
कौन आपकी टक्कर में, कांग्रेस अभी भी या फिर आम आदमी?
कोई टक्कर में नहीं है, सब लोग अपने अस्तित्व के लिए लड़ रहे हैं।
For the moment, we are just shifting our focus from the Gujarat elections and getting our focus on another important development. This is a big breakthrough in the Sunanda Pushkar case. Now, do remember the Congress MP had earlier been discharged. This was the August of 2021. What's happened now is that the Delhi police has put in an appeal. And the Delhi police, in fact, have challenged the discharge of Shashi Tharoor. And we can also confirm to our viewers, Suesha, that the Delhi High Court has issued a notice to the Congress MP Shashi Tharoor on the Delhi Police's appeal against the judgment that came in earlier from the Patiala House Court. And let's see if we can also connect with Rhythm, who has more insight into what really happened, what are the bases on which this appeal actually has been filed by the Delhi Police. But there is more information coming in about what happened in the court. Now, the court has asked the counsel for the Delhi Police to supply the copy of its petition to Shashi Tharoor's counsel, who's actually claimed that this plea was not served to him and it was deliberately sent on a wrong email ID. This is a claim that that side has made. The High Court has also issued a notice and it has sought the response of Shashi Tharoor on this application by the police seeking to condone the delay in filing this revision petition against the trial court's order. This is, remember, dated August the 18th, 2021. Now the next hearing of the case is slated for February the 7th, 2023. Just a quick backgrounder about what we know on the case. Shashi Tharoor was discharged in the case more than 7 years after Sunanda Pushkar was found dead in a luxury hotel in New Delhi. Now, she, remember, has been a prominent face in Delhi circles. She was found dead in a suite of a luxury hotel, this on the night of January the 17th of 2014. And Republic, remember, has fronted that story. Republic has tracked that story very, very closely. Shashi Tharoor was earlier charged under the provisions of the IPC related to cruelty and abetment to suicide, but he was not arrested in the case. Now, what Shashi Tharoor's counsel has also again and again maintained is that there is no evidence against him in the case. But the Delhi police has gone ahead to challenge the trial court's 2021 order that discharged the Congress leader Shashi Tharoor in connection with Sunanda Pushkar's death. And the next hearing of the case now is in the Feb of next year. It's in fact 7th of February 2020. So that's a story that's breaking right now. The Delhi police moved the High Court, and the High Court has now issued a notice to Shashi Tharoor. He's expected to reply soon to that notice that has been sent in. And as we just spoke about the backgrounder on the entire case, it was in the August of 2021 where Shashi Tharoor was discharged by the Patiala House Court. Now, this is a revision plea that was filed by the Delhi High Court. The counsel who's appeared for Shashi Tharoor earlier has actually questioned this delay. He says, why did it take the Delhi police 15 long months to file this revision plea? Shravan also, I'm told, is joining us for more details into what we know. Shravan, first up, what has the Delhi police said in its appeal? What are the grounds for challenging the discharge of Shashi Tharoor? We just have lost that phone line with Shravan. But it's a big development in the entire case, a case that has been tracked very, very closely by the Republic team, and a story again, remember, that has seen a lot of twists and turns. Now, as I said, Republic, because we've tracked this entire case, we've reported the n number of twists and turns. Now, what we can tell you now is the High Court has listed this matter now for February the 7th, 2023. And Shashi Tharoor earlier was discharged in the case. And this is an order that came in from the Patiala House Court in the August of 2021. Shravan, I hope you're there with us now. If you can hear me, please tell us, what do we know about this development so far? What are the reactions? What is the basis of this appeal that was filed by the Delhi police?
Well, in fact, the High Court has essentially now issued a notice and has sought a response from Shashi Tharoor. This was based on an application that was filed by the police seeking to condone the delay in filing the revision petition against the trial court's order on 18th of August 2021. Remember, as far as the trial court is concerned, he was basically discharged from the charges that were leveled against him by the Delhi police. In fact, there were changes that were essentially made in the charges that were leveled by the Delhi police in the Sunanda Pushkar death case. In fact, the Delhi police has now moved the High Court. This is against the discharge that was granted by the trial court. This was the 2021 order discharging Congress leader Shashi Tharoor. This was in connection with his wife Sunanda Pushkar. Now, with regards to the Delhi police's position, remember they've essentially said that there is evidence that they had gathered during their investigation, due to which new charges were basically leveled when the framing of charges was actually taking place. But however, that did not stand the scrutiny of the court, the trial court, and Shashi Tharoor was essentially discharged. But that has now been challenged by the Delhi police, and they have approached the Delhi High Court. It remains to be seen what is the response that is going to come in from Shashi Tharoor, because the High Court has also now issued a notice and a sort of response from Shashi Tharoor.
Okay, Shaban, why don't you hold that phone line with us for a moment, because I quickly want to, get into this conversation. Swapnil Kothari, a senior lawyer, also with us. Swapnil, good afternoon, and thank you for holding the phone line. Why don't you tell us how does a process like this really moves? Now, the counsel of Shashi Tharoor have actually said in the court, and they've asked the Delhi police that why did it take you 15 months to put in a revision plea in the entire case? Now, does this argument even hold merit? Or you believe that if the Delhi police is able to, present valid reasons for filing this appeal, the court can actually go ahead and hear the same?
The simple answer, if I was the counsel of the Delhi police, would be that we are not working for private individuals who can take a quick decision. We are working for a government body, which is the Delhi police, which has to go through several hoops of procedure. And that's the reason why we take our time. And we were celebrating a lot of festivals in between. So ultimately, it's for the court to decide at the end of the day whether we should have been celebrating festivals or whether we should have been filing the revision application ASAP. So basically, all these arguments are absolutely flimsy by any opposing counsel, which is the job of the opposing counsel, that is Mr. Tharoor's lawyer. Even I would ask those questions, that why did it take you so long? But that does not detract from the merit of the case, that an appeal needs to be filed. An appeal does not become infructuous simply because it is filed late. There is a procedure for condonation of delay, which courts condone day in, day out. Very often we do that. Very often it's condoned. There is no question about it. Even written statements which are to be filed within a particular time in a civil case are sometimes accepted after 6 years. So the question is that how quick you are able to convince, because your right may be, as we say that your right may be extinguished, but your remedy isn't. Rather, your remedy may be extinguished, but your right isn't. But here the question is that your both right and remedy are not something too far off. So this aspect will not be entertained by the court. The court will entertain the appeal, despite opposing counsel's arguments as far as this aspect is concerned. The court will say no problem at all. We'll entertain the revision, or rather we'll admit the revision application, and then we'll decide on merits whether or not this case needs to be reinvestigated or whether or not this appeal needs to be dismissed. So it's a very open and shut question as far as this is concerned, and this is a day in, day out kind of an issue.
Okay, and Swapnil, before I let you go, help us understand the significance of this move. How important is this development in the entire case? And when we say that the Congress MP here has been issued a notice by the High Court on this appeal by the Delhi police, what really does that mean in simple legal terms?
In simple legal terms, it means that the Delhi police is convinced of its case. It doesn't want to let it off so easily just because there is a judgment which goes against their way, because they're approaching it like the way lawyers do, that, well, we don't have always all the judgments going against us. We even sometimes lose at the trial court, then we lose at the High Court level, and then we win at the Supreme Court level. So this is just going through the hoops of the tiers that we have within our system. So we are exploring an opportunity that we have to go against an appeal and file a revision application. So this is absolutely fine within the parameters of the law. And sometimes, things can be reversed if you are able to convince. And I'm sure Delhi police has got a lot
of material at its hand. Otherwise, it stands to be, possibly castigated again by the court, saying that you are wasting our time. But I don't think so. I'm sure the Delhi police must be having enough evidence to file an appeal the way that it has, because it's wasting, it's ultimately using public money.
And Swapnil, what really is that evidence? What is the basis of that appeal? I think Rhythm will have answers to that, and I request you to please hold that phone line. I quickly want to get in Rhythm also on that bit. Rhythm, what do we know about this appeal? What are the bases? What are the reasons?
Well, this is clearly coming more than a year after Shashi Tharoor has been discharged and was given earlier a clean sheet by the lower court in the case of the death of his wife Sunanda Pushkar. Now, the Sessions Court in Delhi discharged all charges against Tharoor, which was of abetment to suicide. Today, what has happened, Deepthi and Soesha, is Justice Dinesh Kumar Sharma of the Delhi High Court heard the plea of the Delhi police. The breaking news and the development today in the Tharoor case is that the Delhi police has said, we want the court, I beg your pardon, they want to challenge the clean sheet that had been filed and given to the Congress MP Shashi Tharoor in the case of the death of his wife. Now, in the High Court today, the hearing happened when the court issued a notice to the police on condonation of delay application. To put this simply, it's been more than a year that the Sessions Court had given that clean sheet to him, but now the Delhi police has taken a call to challenge it, so they have to file a legal term called a condonation of delay application before the Delhi court, which was filed today. And when this plea came up, the senior advocate who appears for Shashi Tharoor, Vikas Pava, appeared in the court and said a copy of the plea was not sent to them. He urged the records of the case should not be shared with anyone, including the media, and he cited a 17th October Delhi High Court rules for this. Accordingly, the court has said that the petition and the documents will not be given to anyone who's not a party to the case. We all remember 17th of Jan 2014 when Sunanda Pushkar was found dead under mysterious circumstances at a hotel in the capital, in the national capital. At that time, the cause of the death had been determined to be Alprex poisoning after post-mortem, while the police charge sheet has said she took an excessive amount of alprazolam tablets. There are many who believe that possibly the drug was injected forcefully. That is conjecture, which we shall wait for the courts to decide on. The Delhi police, however, has said they do believe this is a fit case for challenge, and that is the number one breaking news that's coming in, that the Delhi police that's been examining this case now believes that it's a fit case for challenge. The other big point that has to be noted here is the Delhi High Court has issued a notice in this case and has said that even as the Delhi police has moved them challenges, Justice Sharma has said that the Delhi police will supply a copy of their petition to the Tharoor's counsel, which is Vikas Pava, who claimed the plea was not served to him. The High Court, as it issued a notice seeking a response of Tharoor on the application of condonation of delay against the 18th August 2021 order, has also been filed. The High Court today directs the copies and documents related to the case not be supplied to any other person, and 7th of Feb is the next hearing in this case. Remember, Shashi Tharoor had been discharged after more than 7 years after businesswoman, his wife Pushkar, was found dead in a luxury hotel. And we all remember the provisions of IPC relating to 306 and cruelty had been put against him, but he had been discharged by the Sessions Court earlier, and his counsel maintained there is no evidence in the case. In a nutshell, Deepthi, hence what's happened is the big development, the Delhi police is challenging the Sessions Court order that had given a clean chit to Shashi Tharoor. While the documents cannot be shared right now with the media as the Delhi High Court has ordered, it is also very clear that this will be seen as a blow to Shashi Tharoor, which will have to be, he will have to explain and give reasonings for that challenge that the Delhi police has done. And at the same time, the Delhi High Court has issued a notice asking for reasons for condonation of delay from Delhi police as well.
Yes, Rhythm, I think we still don't have much information about the basis for this, appeal that has been put in by the court. But what Swapnil also said is important, that, if the Delhi police at this point is able to satisfy the court that, listen, these are the reasons why we believe that this discharge can be challenged, they can actually go ahead. And I think Swapnil is on the line now. Rhythm, if you want to take a question quickly with
Sure.
him.
Swapnil, absolutely. As Swapnil is there. So Swapnil, when I entered, you were answering a question there. But Swapnil, even though we're not going to get into conjecture on this case, the large question that pertains is, has the Delhi police found evidence, and what is it that they have put in this plea, which would be so interesting to read, which of course right now the media cannot get a copy of, that they've continued after more than a year to challenge the clean sheet that was given by the Sessions Court to Shashi Tharoor.
Rhythm, Deepthi and Suesha, let me tell you, this condemnation of delay is just a procedural aspect. The delay will be condoned, number one. Number two, revision application viability and merits, it will be admitted. Thereafter, it will go on trial again. I'm 99% sure about that. Very simpliciter, a Sessions Court has given a viewpoint in favor of Mr. Tharoor. The Delhi High Court will stand possibly convinced by the prosecution, that is by the Delhi police, that there is enough evidence that this trial needs to be redone. Or there must be some additional evidence which the Delhi police must have, and its lawyers must have gone across and told the court that we need to look at this fresh evidence, or we need to look at this from this particular angle. It is not rare that the High Court does not overrule the Sessions Court. It's very normal. It happens day in, day out. So I'm sure, now obviously we do not have any access to the the pleadings as far as this is concerned, because that's been the direction of the court, that nothing to be shared until they direct so, and nothing to be given to the media at all. So at the end of the day, when this document becomes public, which it has to, when the trial is heard, when the matter is heard on 7th of February 2023, by that time I think a lot of things will be unfolded. And most certainly, it's very simple for the court, for the High Court in this kind of a scenario, to come to a conclusion or to grant the investigation a second chance, if I may say so, saying that the Sessions Court has erred as far as this aspect is concerned. That is what must be the allegation or the assertion or the averment, as we call it in law, of the Delhi police. And the Delhi High Court is not going to say, well, sorry, this is a waste of time. It's over and done with. It's done and dusted. No, that's not the way this works. These kind of cases generally tend to be relooked. They don't need. They're not just refrigerated, or just because the Sessions Court gives the judgment against the investigating agency. The investigating agency, the very fact that it has come out even after a year and a half, must be having some footing, some legs to stand on. That is the way the court looks at it. The condonation of delay is a very simple thing, as I told very facetiously to Deepthi earlier, that I was celebrating festivals, which I'm allowed to. So I'm putting it very facetiously. There's a Latin phrase, Rhythm, you must be knowing, ubi jus ibi remedium. Where there's a right, there is a remedy. So my right remains to be reheard. So if my right remains to be reheard, then the court is supposed to grant me a remedy. It cannot extinguish my remedy as well, saying that, sorry, you've come late. But I have come late, and it's not that I have not come. It takes a while. We are not private individuals who immediately have that kind of money to say to the lawyers that, well, go ahead and do this. It takes a while. There is a certain amount of procedural hoops that one has to go through as far as this is concerned. And Delhi police is not resting with just one case to pursue. It must have taken several approvals as far as this aspect is concerned. So as far as the condonation of delay is concerned, I'm not worried about that at all. It's just the fact that about the admission aspect of the revision application, that also I'm pretty 99% sure that the court will say, well, what's the harm? Let's rehear it. And if again the Delhi police stands on the same legs that it stood on in the Sessions court, and if they find that the Sessions Court was right in coming to a conclusion that Mr. Tharoor needs to be given a clean sheet, then so be it. But I doubt if it's going to be that easy.
Swapnil, you make very, very clear points, and if I could just put this into a picture for the viewers who are joining us, Swapnil, earlier on we've also seen the Delhi police's lapses that were shown on Republic TV earlier when this investigation was going on, and today it seems the Delhi police has possibly either got some evidence or there is some reasoning, like you are saying, Swapnil, that they file this particular challenge to the Sessions Court order against Shashi Tharoor. Now, while we are absolutely going to be respecting the court orders and not going to be speaking on anything, since we don't even have a copy of the petition, Swapnil, the larger point is, like you're saying, Swapnil, if this does move forward, and the Sessions Court order has been come in, but it's been challenged by the Delhi police, it's possible that the trial could re-begin in this case. If you could just explain that to us, because we need to get a sense of what next steps could be taken here by the Delhi police.
Rhythm, let me tell you, the fact is that if the Delhi police, the delay will be condoned, I'm certain about that. As far as the admission of the revision application is concerned, the Delhi police will have to buttress more arguments than it did earlier before the Sessions Court, because to convince the High Court to revisit a Sessions Court order, which it does, I'm not saying that it doesn't do, but ultimately the court will look at it not from the point of view of Shashi Tharoor or the media attention. It will.
All right, for the moment, let's shift our focus to the other breaking development. This is about the liquor gate, and the probe, remember, there is continuing to widen by the moment. Now, KCR's daughter here has been named in the ED remand copy that has been accessed by Republic. And the YSRTP chief, Y. Sharmila, now instead has also slammed KCR and K. Kavita. And she says, and I quote her now, KCR's whole family, she says, is involved in various scams. Hitting out at the BJP, K. Kavita earlier has said that it's been 8 years when the Modi government came to power. And she says, we've been seeing how the government has been trying to bring down other state governments in various states. She in fact alleges that this is cheap politics that is being played. Vendetta politics is what she is crying. And this is after the Enforcement Directorate, in a remand copy, has named the Telangana Chief Minister's daughter, K. Kavita, in the entire case. And let's now first up listen into what we just heard from the YSRTP chief, Y. Sharmila, hitting back at K. Kavita.
You have been raising a lot of questions in regard with the scams. Now K. Kavita's name has come in.
Would you like to report anything said on the Delhi liquor scam, ma'am?
Not only the Delhi liquor scam. KCR's family is involved in all kinds of corruption and all kinds of scams. I implore the central agencies, I implore the central government, I implore the Supreme Court judges also to please make inquiries in every corruption, every kind of corruptions. KCR himself is involved in the corruption of Kaleshwaram in way of contracts to many projects. In many projects. He has his hand, he is siphoned off money.
देश की जनता से मैं एक विनती करना चाहती हूँ। इस देश में मोदी जी का सरकार 8 साल पहले आया है और इन 8 सालों में तकरीबन 9 प्रदेशों में जो डेमोक्रेटिकली इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट्स है उनको गिरा के एक असहज तरीके से वहां उन्होंने भाजपा का सरकार बनाया है। ये हम देख रहे हैं इस देश में क्या हो रहा है और ये आज देश में बच्चा बच्चा जानता है कि किसी भी प्रदेश में इलेक्शन होने वाला होता है वहां मोदी से पहले ईडी पहुंच जाता है। तो आज तेलंगाना में भी यही हुआ है, कुछ नया नहीं है। अगले साल हमारे यहाँ हमारे प्रदेश में इलेक्शन है तो मोदी जी के आने से पहले ईडी वाले आ गए। हमने उनका स्वागत किया, हमने कहा हर तरीके से आपको कोऑपरेट करेंगे। फिर भी ये जो चीप ट्रिक्स भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्ले करती है, मीडिया में लीक दे दो, नेता के रेपुटेशन खराब कर दो, मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ मोदी जी से विनम्रता से, मोदी जी अगर आपको जेल में डालना है तो डालो, कोई टेंशन नहीं है, चले जाएंगे, लेकिन लोगों के लिए काम करना नहीं छोड़ेंगे। बीजेपी के जो फेल्यूर्स है उसको एक्सपोज करना भी नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
We also have Aneri who's joining us live right now for more details into that story. So Aneri, the story is getting bigger because it's not just I think that the BJP that's hitting out now at K. Kavita, and there is this victimhood card that has been used by the TRS again and again in the entire case. But now you also have I. Sharmila who's reiterating those very same charges, Aneri.
Well, that's right. We have been seeing that yesterday, Amit Arora, who was produced before the court, and in that charge sheet, we also see K. Kavita, who is the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, and the TRS MLC K. Kavita's name also being mentioned in the charge sheet, where it is being said that around 100 crores were being invested in the Delhi liquor scam by the South Group, where other accused names are also mentioned, but K. Kavita's name has been emerging in the charge sheet, and now we see K.
Kavita coming out and giving out a statement, hitting out at the center government, says that BJP at the center has not done anything for the state of Telangana, whereas as the state which goes for polls before Modi comes here, it's the ED which comes in ways of various scams or various things. And so we see now the YSRTP chief YS Sharmila also hitting out at K. Kavita, at the TRS government here in the state of Telangana, saying that it's not only K. Kavita but KCR's entire family is involved in various scams, in various project scams, and also she has been urging the central government to investigate into the matter. But now, yes, as the Delhi liquor scam is getting bigger day by day, now we see that Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter K. Kavita is also named in the chart sheet.
All right, Aneri, we'll track that story for the moment. Thank you. I'm sure that's going to be a full-blown controversy very, very soon with those charges versus counter charges. We are shifting our focus to our next breaking update that's coming in from the state of Karnataka now. In Karnataka, you have a BJP leader's son who's been charged for allegedly assaulting staff at an eatery in the Electronic City. I think that's also the first video playing out on your screens. 7 people so far have been detained. A case has been registered against about 15 to 20 people. This is BJP leader KC Ramachandran's son, Dhanush, who allegedly created a scene as he tried to order food for 20 people. And since this restaurant was closing for the day, they refused to serve him. So just look at what happened next. That is where he gets angry at the staff. He starts abusing and berating them. The incident has been captured on camera. It took place on November the 20th. The time is close to about 11:30 p.m. A case now has been registered at the Electronics City Police Station. Let's play out first up the entire sequence. Prajwal is also joining us live for more details. Prajwal, we are looking at this video that's playing out on our screens. Why don't you describe to us what has happened, the entire sequence of event, and why has this goon not been arrested yet?
As it has become quite difficult for the cops to go on and identify the people. And we have also gotten a clarification from the Deputy Commissioner of Police for Southeast Division, where he's gone on to state that irrespective of what the political links would be in this particular case, he will be taken into custody, because now we understand that the person who is one of the main accused, Dhanush, whose name is being doing the rounds over there, is the son of BJP leader KC Ramachandra, who is just a Gram Panchayat member, and he along with 20 people barged into this particular hotel called as Village in Electronic City Police Station limits, and 7 of his accomplices have already been taken into custody, and the case has been registered under sections 143, 149, 323, 324, 341, 354, 504 and 506 of the Indian Penal Code. And apart from that, we are also getting to understand that in a day or two, the other 4 accused who are absconding will be caught in this regard. So now the DCP has also stated, irrespective of the political links or the affiliations with any party whatsoever, he will be taken into custody. And it is also now being understood that the 7 accused who have been taken into custody have already been produced before the court, and they have been taken into judicial custody.
Okay, Prajwal, you're telling us that a few of these people who are spotted in this video now have been detained, they've been arrested. But what about this BJP leader KC Ramachandran's son Dhanush? And why don't you describe to us the entire sequence of event? I mean, all this fracas, all this abuse is happening only and only because they refused to serve them food because they were closing down.
Absolutely, because usually what happens in Bangalore is that post 11:30, you're not supposed to be serving food or liquor. And from what the police have found out at around 11:30 p.m. in the night, Dhanush, along with 15 to 20 of his friends, have gone to this hotel called as Village and has started shouting against the staff, and he's gone on to order food, but the staff have gone on to politely refuse the food and gone on to state that the serving hours are already over and they will not be able to provide him or serve him any sort of food, and therefore this has not gone down well with him, at which point of time he started abusing them verbally, and later he's also physically assaulted. So initially it was Dhanush who's gone on to physically assault the hotel staff, after which a group of around 10 to 12 people who claim to be Dhanush's friends have also gone on to beat up the hotel staff mercilessly. And despite the public intervening over here, they have not stopped, and they've continued beating these restaurant staff as well. So once this particular case was registered, the police had come in for a lot of brickbats, mainly because action was not taken or else no arrests were made. But finally the cops have gone on to crack this case, where 7 of the accused have been taken into custody, who have gone on to reveal the details as to who and where. And now it is being understood that the police, once they interrogated all these 7 accused who have been arrested, they have given information about the whereabouts of Deepak, and the police are quite confident that they will be taking him into custody shortly, and they will be producing him before the court, and action will be taken. We will also be getting in an official reaction shortly from the DCP of Southeast Division regarding this case.
Okay. All right, Prajwal, how soon would that happen? We'll track that story and that case very, very closely. And, just to underscore, not the very first time that you have a Neta, a son, or, someone related to a politician actually behaving in this manner, because they know, Prajwal, they can get away with absolutely anything. So we'll track that story. For the moment, I thank you for filling us in with that information and that video that has come in from Karnataka. Let's shift our focus to get you a quick check of more stories in brief now. The Delhi police has moved the High Court against the discharge of the Congress MP Shashi Tharoor. This is in connection with the Sunanda Pushkar case. The Patiala House Court, in a judgment earlier that was passed in the August of 2021, had discharged Shashi Tharoor in connection with the case. Checks given by the Telangana Chief Minister to the Punjab farmers have bounced. Now, these checks were given to families of farmers who lost their lives, in fact, to their people during the Singhu Kisan agitation. They were handed over by the Telangana Chief Minister. This happened in the presence of the Punjab Chief Minister, Bhagwant Singh Mann, and Arvind Kejriwal. Age-old Karnataka-Maharashtra border row has escalated, with some students now attacking another student. This was a pro-Kannada organizations that have condemned the attack on the student. They protested earlier at the RPD circle. This is in Belagavi's Tilakwadi, and the pro-Kannada organizations also earlier blocked the Belagavi-Goa highway. In a fresh development in the AIMS server hacking case, the server which was hacked now has been sent to the Central Forensic Science Laboratory for investigation. Right now, its Delhi and Ahmedabad teams are probing it, and sources say that so far the source of hacking has not been detected. As the Liquorgate scam gathers pace, the BJP has picked up the ED remand note findings, where the BJP alleges that according to this remand note, Vijay Nair collected cash and the aid of Kejriwal and Sisodia was conducting and operating the scam from the official residence of the minister, Kailash Gehlot. The Delhi High Court has sought a response of the ED on the jailed Delhi minister Satyendra Jain's plea. This plea sought a regular bail in a money laundering case. Do remember earlier his plea was dismissed by the trial court. The AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, in a scathing attack at the centre, says that the world knows the truth about what is going on at the LAC with China. He's gone ahead to say that Indians are being kept in the dark. He's also gone ahead to challenge the government to make a statement on who has entered our territory. We head into a break right now. When we come back, days after the Vadra Congress's insult politics, the Prime Minister has also hit out and he says no amount of abuses will stop the BJP. And India takes the global lead, assuming the G20 presidency.
Will smart manufacturing complement traditional manufacturing processes or replace them entirely?
India will be able to contribute approximately 5% of the global market in terms of when we talk about additive manufacturing.
What kind of opportunities does it hold for the BTech students?
Amrita University, I would say, is ideal for students who come into manufacturing, additive manufacturing.
To know more, watch Amrita School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India this weekend, only on Republic TV.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a roadways bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a roadways bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Battle of prestige for Gujarat CM Bhupendra Patel. As phase 1 of Gujarat polls are underway, CM Bhupendra Patel holds a roadshow in Mehsana district in Gujarat. People gathered in huge numbers to attend CM Bhupendra Patel's roadshow. CM Bhupendra Patel is contesting from the Ghat Lodhia Assembly seat, which is part of Ahmedabad district, and will go to polls in the second phase. All eyes on December 8, when the results of the Gujarat elections will be out. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
We're slipping into a very short commercial break, and the big stories we are tracking for you this afternoon. There's a fresh twist in the Sunanda Pushkar case. Delhi High Court has issued a notice to Shashi Tharoor. Also, Liquorgate probe widens. KCR's daughter named ED Rahman copy. K. Kavita calls it BJP propaganda.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a roadways bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri pundits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
Thank you for staying with Republic, and we are now getting you news from Karnataka of BJP leader's son who has been charged for allegedly assaulting staff at an eatery. This happened in Electronic City. 7 people have been detained and a case has been registered against 15 to 20 people in this incident. This was when BJP leader K.C. Ramachandra's son Dhanush had allegedly created a scene. He tried to order food for about 20 people, and since the restaurant was closing for the day, they could not serve him food. That is when he got angry at the staff and started abusing and berating them. The incident was recorded on camera, and this happened on the 20th of November around 11:30 p.m. A case has now been registered at the Electronic City Police Station. Cutting across to Prajwal, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Prajwal, we stay with these pictures, and clearly what started off as just ordering food got very dramatic. But what more are you learning about this man's behavior and the charges pressed against him as a case has been filed?
Now more information coming in that the waiter, the staff, Imran Khan is the name of the complainant, has gone on to register a complaint at the Electronic City Police Station. So Republic has also gone on to access this FIR copy, and according to the statement of the complainant, the victim in this particular case, he's gone on to state that Dhanush along with a group of 15 to 20 people had arrived at the village restaurant in the Electronic City Police Station limits. And he had gone on to order food, to which the staff have stated that the time was already past 11:30 and they could not serve food to him, to which he is initially started abusing them verbally, and the hotel staff have gone on to ignore this. But later an angry Dhanush along with his friends have started beating up one of the servers, and when the other staff of the hotel joined and asked him not to do that, suddenly a group of around 12 to 15 people have beaten up one server, and therefore a case was registered. Now he is still at large, and this particular case coming to light on the 20th of November, the police had also been under a lot of pressure, and once these mobile visuals were accessed, it was being learnt that the role Dhanush had a larger role to play in this because he is the son of a BJP leader. Now Ramachandra, whom we are speaking about is the BJP leader in question here, and he's a Gram Panchayat member as well. And this particular BJP leader was also called in for questioning by the cops too. And now we also got in a reaction from the southeast DCP stating that no matter which party they belong to or what political affiliation they have, the accused will be taken into custody. And finally 7 people have been detained by the cops on 30th of November, which was yesterday, and they were produced before the court today, and the court has sent them to judicial custody. During the course of investigation and interrogation of the 7 accused who have been taken into custody by the cops, they have revealed about the whereabouts of Dhanush, and the cops are sure that they will go on and crack this case under another 48 hours is what they are stating, and they are this close to going on and cracking this. The DCP also clearly clarified that they were under no sort of political pressure over here, and they will discharge their duties, and Dhanush will be taken into custody soon, and a case has been registered against them under over 11 IPC sections now, and the police have gone on to state that they are preparing a strong case against them so that the accused will not go away scot-free.
Absolutely, action ought to be taken, and a precedent must be set that whosoever's son you may be, this doesn't mean that you take the law into your hands. But most importantly, like you mentioned, Prajwal, that in this particular case, the police is saying that they are under no pressure. So this is not related to whose son he was, but the very fact that he displayed such kind of high-handedness, for what reason? And the kind of brawl that we witness on our screens. These were restaurant workers who were doing their work. They did their work all day. It was time for them to shut down for the day, and they expected the restaurant to move as per his conditions.
Absolutely, because there has been a clear order, there has been a clear statement which has even been mentioned by the law enforcement authorities in Karnataka as well, and all the compliant authorities asking hotels who serve liquor not to operate beyond 11 p.m. That is the deadline which is commonly given by the police, and they make sure that these orders are followed, because they will be in problem with the excise department, who will go on to seize their license and then cancel the operations of the hotel itself. The staff also mentioned this, but then Dhanush has not stopped here. He's verbally abused them. He's displayed his high-handedness. He's also gone on to abuse them and state that he's also a political figure, and his father also has ties with the party. But that was not being heard. But the complainant has mentioned this particular statement in the FIR copy over here, and therefore now initially the cops too, when they did go on and try to search these people, they found it pretty difficult, because majority of the accused are from Hebbagodi and Anekal, which is almost on the border of Tamil Nadu, and therefore they had gone on to take time, is what the DCP claimed. But also there was a political color to this entire to this entire incident which happened, where he had gone on to assault, stating that because the BJP government was in power, there was absolutely nothing which was being done. Over to you in the studio.
All right, thank you for getting us those details, Prajwal. We'll keep coming back to you as the case develops further. And we are now shifting our focus to Mumbai, where a Korean vlogger was molested by two individuals in the Khar area of Mumbai. The incident took place on Tuesday after the video went viral. She is a YouTuber, and the Khar police station registered a suo moto FIR. Later, both the accused were also arrested by the police. This happened when she was vlogging live, and few passers-by tried to molest her and harass her. Republic has also spoken to the victim in this case, the Korean vlogger in question. Let's listen into her version.
My job is live streamer, which is I am traveling other countries and doing the live streaming to show the travel and the new culture to other people. And on that day, I was also doing live streaming, and I was heading back to my hotel. And there was two guys who were standing on the street, and one of them, they yelled at me, "Oh, I love you." And those things happen quite often when you're video filming, because people want to engage and they're interested in what you're doing. So I was just keep heading to my hotel, but I said, "Oh yeah, I love you back." And then he started to say, "Oh yeah, come." And he put his one arm on my shoulder and tried to kiss me, and I was very startled, and I thought, okay, this could turn into some situation that I don't want to be really in, and I want to leave this situation. And I said, okay, I think I was showing my gesture that I don't want to be here. And he grabbed my wrist and dragged me to the motorcycle where his friends also standing, and he told me that, okay, I will give you a ride to your hotel. And I feel very uncomfortable. I don't want them to know my hotel, so I tell them like no multiple times. And then he put his one arm to my shoulder again and tried to kiss me for the second time. At that point, I really don't know what to do. I just try my best not to escalate the situation, because I'm alone. There are two guys. I don't want to, I'm not sure what this could into. And I started to walk very fast towards my hotel, and they started to follow me with their motorcycle, and they stopped in front of me and asked my phone number. And the best thing that I could think of at the time was, okay, let's give them my fake number so that they cannot follow me and they will leave me so that I can go back to my hotel. And I gave them a fake number, and at that point they were not leaving. But luckily, one of my viewers who are watching my stream was watching whole situation, and he was near there. So he came to actually save me and tell them to leave. And I just waited on the street 5 to 10 minutes, and I just ran back to my hotel. But even at that point, I was not fully comfortable, because I don't know if they're watching or they're on their motorcycle. They might just keep following me. So I just ran back to my hotel.
So since how long you are in India, and in fact, if you could tell us that, have you ever, in the past also faced such kind of incidents, and where, if you could just tell us?
Yeah, actually, I've been experienced this type of thing in other country, which was in Egypt. And unfortunately, at that time, I didn't know anyone who can help. So I was just crying on the room by myself. But in India, luckily, I have a couple of friends and the people who wanted to help. So that's why they posted on Twitter tagging the Mumbai police. Yes.
So, I know it is very sad incident that took place. Was there anyone else beside you who came up to help you to get away from them?
No. Sadly, there was no one who are trying to help besides one of my viewers. Maybe there was no one.
So Mumbai is, considered to be a very safe city when it comes to women's safety, in fact. And in fact, as soon as this incident came into the light, Mumbai police also reacted to it. And in fact, the 2 accused have been arrested now. What's your thoughts on that? Are you satisfied? Did Mumbai police call you, or whatever has happened? If you could just elaborate.
Yeah, actually they called me multiple times, and they called me for last time at 2 a.m. last night. They got arrested and they wanted to send a police officer to make the statement, but I felt I really wanted to take a rest more. It was 2 a.m. and I felt sick. So I told them, okay, I will visit them. I will visit the police station tomorrow, which is today. And I have to say that I was very surprised how quickly these things are happening. But I also want to say that I believe the police would have done the same even if I was not foreigner and even if I was not live streaming. And this is happening this could happen in everywhere, to not only foreigner, to Indian, male and female as well. And I want to believe that police would have done the same even if I wasn't me. It was me.
So being an Indian and being a Mumbaikar, I wish that this incident never happens again. And the way you handled the situation was in fact very wise, and in fact you tried to avoid these people. But unfortunately this happened with you. So whenever you visit Mumbai next time, we expect this incident does not happen, not just with you, with any other individual.
Yes. I want to say that this can be the example of this shouldn't be happen, and every people who are visiting India, not only for foreigners, should feel safe when you're walking around alone at night. And I still want to travel and discover India more, because I met so many amazing people here. I want to try pani puri more. I want to try chai more. I heard there's so many beautiful places that I should go from my friend. So I hope this one unfortunate incident will change other people who are planning to travel India.
Sandeep now joins us live on the broadcast. Sandeep, fact remains that she's put out her version, and this incident not just raises questions of safety of foreigners in our country, but women's safety by and large, and that too in a city like Mumbai, which is considered very, very safe for girls. And this has happened now. Also throw light on the action that is being taken against the accused. Like she said that her statement was recorded this morning. What's the procedure from here on?
See, as far as the this case is concerned, two accused in this case, Naqib and one more 20-year-old individual have been in fact arrested. Now, two individuals who molested this woman have been now arrested, and in fact, IPC section of 354 and other IPC sections are also pressed against them. And in fact, they were in fact produced in the courthouse. Later, they were in fact granted one-day police custody, and after the questioning is over by these accused, then they will be definitely sent to judicial custody. See, one of the most important point out here is that Mumbai is a city which is considered to be safest city for any women or any individual. But unfortunately, this has happened, and in fact, which has blown up the mind of Mumbai police also. So definitely a crucial point here for Mumbai police as well to think about women's safety. But yes, within 12 hours, the accused were arrested and they were in fact taken under custody.
Absolutely. Sandeep, I want to thank you for getting us all those details. We come back to you as the story develops. And now we play out this 1-minute report from Battleground Gujarat on the first day of polling, where, remember, BJP candidate had claimed that unidentified people had attacked him just a few hours before polling. All the details in this report.
Just hours before voting began for Phase 1 in Gujarat, BJP candidate Piyush Patel alleged that he was attacked late last night by unidentified assailants. Reportedly, at least 40 to 50 people attacked the Navsari candidate, who now claims it was a politically motivated attack. Watch how miscreants vandalized the car that he was travelling in. The glass of the cars were completely shattered. Piyush Patel allegedly sustained a head injury in the attack. The incident was reported at Vansada police station, where Piyush Patel's supporters raised slogans. The battle for Gujarat is only intensifying and a probe is now underway. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
देश के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी स्वयं नेतृत्व दे रहे थे। फ्री में टेस्ट, फ्री में उपचार, फ्री में वैक्सीन। कितने लोगों ने कोरोना का वैक्सीन लगाया है?
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri pundits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken. Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
the joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89.
Thank you for staying with Republic, and we now shift our focus down south, where this is the news coming in on the Liquorgate probe, where KCR's daughter K. Kavita has been named. Now, remember, Vaya Sharmila has slammed KCR's daughter, saying that as far as KCR and his daughter are concerned, they have been involved in several scams. But K. Kavita has gone on to blame the BJP, saying that it's been 8 years since the BJP came to power. And ever since the Modi government has been reigning, they've been trying their level best to root out other governments in various states and bringing in the ED and IT for these tactics. Listen in to the statements.
You have been raising a lot of questions in regard with the scams. Now K. Kavita's name has come in.
Would you like to report anything said on the Delhi liquor scam, ma'am?
Not only the Delhi liquor scam. KCR's family is involved in all kinds of corruption and all kinds of scams. I implore the central agencies, I implore the central government, I implore the Supreme Court judges also to please make inquiries in every corruption, every kind of corruptions. KCR himself is involved in the corruption of Kaleshwaram in way of contracts to many projects. In many projects. He has his hand, he is siphoned off money.
आज देश की जनता से मैं एक विनती करना चाहती हूँ। इस देश में मोदी जी का सरकार 8 साल पहले आया है और इन 8 सालों में तकरीबन 9 प्रदेशों में जो डेमोक्रेटिकली इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट्स है उनको गिरा के एक असहज तरीके से वहां उन्होंने भाजपा का सरकार बनाया है। ये हम देख रहे हैं इस देश में क्या हो रहा है और ये आज देश में बच्चा बच्चा जानता है कि किसी भी प्रदेश में इलेक्शन होने वाला होता है वहां मोदी से पहले ईडी पहुंच जाता है। तो आज तेलंगाना में भी यही हुआ है, कुछ नया नहीं है। अगले साल हमारे यहाँ हमारे प्रदेश में इलेक्शन है तो मोदी जी के आने से पहले ईडी वाले आ गए। हमने उनका स्वागत किया, हमने कहा हर तरीके से आपको कोऑपरेट करेंगे। फिर भी ये जो चीप ट्रिक्स भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्ले करती है, मीडिया में लीक दे दो, नेता के रेपुटेशन खराब कर दो, मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ मोदी जी से विनम्रता से, मोदी जी अगर आपको जेल में डालना है तो डालो, कोई टेंशन नहीं है, चले जाएंगे, लेकिन लोगों के लिए काम करना नहीं छोड़ेंगे। बीजेपी के जो फेल्यूर्स है उसको एक्सपोज करना भी नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we continue to get to you all the election controversies on the first day of polling in Gujarat. Also, mega campaigning that continues, building up to the second phase of polling just 4 days away.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family
कितना बेसब्री से इंतजार हो रहा है अमित शाह का, एचएम का, कि वो आए और सबको संबोधित।
बहुत ही अच्छा होगा कार्यक्रम, बहुत भव्याति भव्य रोड शो है। ये अमित भाई शाह साहब का लोकसभा मत क्षेत्र है, उसके अंदर साणंद जो अहमदाबाद जिले के अंदर आता है और अहमदाबाद शहर के एकदम नज़दीक है। यहाँ वो थोड़ी क्षण में यहाँ पधार रहे हैं और बहुत लंबा यहाँ रोड शो होगा, भव्य रोड शो होगा और सब कार्यकर्ता में बहुत ही उत्साह है।
As we show you, the huge crowd has assembled here to see the road show of HM Amit Shah. As we see, tight security also here, the instruments are also here, and all the workers, all the karyakartas, the armed janta have gathered here to catch a glimpse of HM Amit Shah and listen what exactly he's saying for the second phase of assembly elections.
Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details of the fresh twist in the Sunanda Pushkar case, where the Delhi High Court has issued a notice to Shashi Tharoor. Also, taking global lead, India assumes G20 presidency.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandits. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore.
Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December. 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Good afternoon, you're watching the news at 3 p.m. I'm Suesha Sound. This is Superfast 50. We get to the top election stories on the first day of polling in Gujarat, and all that has been making news since this morning as polling is underway across 89 seats in 19 districts in Gujarat. Let's begin. These include regions of Saurashtra, Kutch and southern parts of the state. At least 788 candidates are contesting for a seat in the Gujarat cabinet in the first phase, with the polls largely being seen as a three-way contest between the incumbent BJP, Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. While speaking ahead of the first phase for the Gujarat polls, Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar informed how at least 4 lakh voters would be casting their votes for the first time, further stating that Gujarat was celebrating a festival of democracy.
Gujarat is celebrating festival of democracy today. On behalf of Election Commission, my sincere appeal to all 4.9 crore voters of Gujarat to vote today and also on 5th December during the second phase of the elections. There are over 4 lakh PWD voters and 9.8 lakh senior citizen voters in Gujarat. We are giving them all facilitations. This is the occasion to give equity and equality and show respect to them.
Taking to social media ahead of the Gujarat polls, Prime Minister Modi called upon everyone, particularly first-time voters, to exercise their franchise in record numbers. Taking to Twitter ahead of the polls, Home Minister Amit Shah said that Gujarat had become synonymous with development, further appealing to the voters to vote enthusiastically. While commenting on the polling being held in Gujarat, BJP National President JP Nadda called voting the main pillar of progress, stating that participation of voters would play an important role in building a developed Gujarat. While speaking amid the polls in Gujarat, the BJP President C.R. Patil from Gujarat said that those who had criticized or spoken against the BJP would know their place.
हमने भी कह दिया है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट करे, वोट जरूर करे। बिल्कुल। देखिए तो
पाटिल साहब पहली बार ये फ्री पास का सूरत से एंट्री हुई तीसरे पक्ष से पहली बार।
भाई जा दो गाड़ी, जा दो भाई।
अच्छा, तो इस बार क्या लगता है वोटिंग जो बढ़ेगी किसका फायदा किसको मिलेगा?
आज वोटिंग के दिन पार्टी की बात नहीं करते।
Just hours before voting, BJP candidate in Navsari, Piyush Patel, was attacked by at least 40 unidentified men, with his vehicle damaged in the process. The candidate claimed that the attack was politically motivated. While speaking ahead of the polls in Gujarat, BJP leader Rivaba Jadeja, cricketer Ravindra Jadeja's wife, stated that she had placed her trust on the people of Jamnagar and expressed her faith in the victory of BJP.
मुझे जामनगर की जनता पे
पूरा भरोसा है कि जामनगर की जनता ने जिस हिसाब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति, खास करके केंद्र के नेतृत्व के प्रति विश्वास जाहिर किया है, वो विश्वास तो भी कंटिन्यू
બેન શું માનો છો કયા મુદ્દા મહત્વના રહેશે આ ચૂંટણીમાં?
જામનગરના ઓવરઓલ ડેવલપમેન્ટ અને સાથે સાથે જામનગર મહાનગરને સ્માર્ટ સિટી બનાવવા માટેના જેટલા પણ સંપૂર્ણ પ્રયાસ હશે એ અમારા તરફથી પૂરા जी डेफिनेटली भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार भी बहुत अच्छी लीड के साथ, बहुत अच्छी सीटों के साथ रिपीट होगी.
While speaking on the polls as election went underway, Congress leader Arjun Modwadia called the BJP's government corrupt, further stating that the Congress would sweep the polls.
और जनता का संकल्प है कि इस दफा भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हटाना है और ये संकल्प की जानकारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को भी है। इसलिए उन्होंने एक साल पहले पूरी जो एक सरकार थी चीफ मिनिस्टर सहित उसको बदल दी। इतना भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप थे और ये नई सरकार भी इसी तरह चली है। तो ये बदलाव का मूड है और ये बदलाव जनता ने मूड बनाया है। ये मूड को हम आगे ले जा रहे हैं।
A symbolic representation of perceived issues in Gujarat was highlighted by Congress leader Paresh Dhanani in Amreli as he made his way to the voting booth with a bicycle on a gas cylinder, heading out at high gas prices.
भाजपा की विफलताओं से आज गुजरात में हाहाकार है। तो आज इन समस्याओं से मुक्ति पाने के लिए मैंने वोट किया है। मैंने सुबह उठ के वोट दिया है। मेरा वोट वो महंगाई को हराएगा, मेरा वोट वो मंदी को भगाएगा, मेरा वोट वो बेरोजगार युवाओं के लिए नई सरकार में रोजगार के दरवाजे खोलेगा।
Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, while speaking on the Gujarat polls, appealed to everyone to vote for employment, cheap gas cylinders and loan waiver of farmers, further stating that voting in large numbers is what makes a festival of democracy a success. Aam Aadmi Party leader Raghav Chaddha, taking to social media over the Gujarat polls, spoke about the opportunity people of Gujarat had to provide a good education to their children, provide good health services to elders and fight price rise. Former Gujarat Chief Minister and BJP leader contesting from Rajkot, Vijay Rupani, expressed his confidence in BJP's victory in this elections as well, stating how BJP had been in power in the state for more than 27 years.
मैं लोगों को अपील करता हूं कि अवश्य मतदान कीजिए। लोकतंत्र में मतदान एक बहुत बड़ा दान होता है और इस पर्व को आप लोकतंत्र की रक्षा के लिए भी मतदान करना आवश्यक है। अवश्य मतदान कीजिए, भारे मतदान कीजिए और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि गुजरात में 7वीं बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने के लिए जा रही है।
Incumbent Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi, while casting his vote in Surat, said that BJP would script history by bagging most number of seats and that they were contesting elections against those parties who were dividing the state.
देखिए भाई, पहले मतदान फिर सब बात
पोलिंग के बाद।
और मेरा ये संदेशा है पूरे गुजरात के सभी नागरिकों के लिए, मेरे क्षेत्र के सभी नागरिकों के लिए कि पहले आज के दिन में मतदान हो, उसके बाद सब बात हो।
Amid voting for the first phase of the Gujarat polls, Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Italia said that voting was deliberately being undertaken slowly in Katargam and accused the Election Commission of working under the pressure of BJP goons. Even as the first phase of polls went underway, campaigning continues in the state of Gujarat as Prime Minister was seen addressing a rally in Kalol in Gujarati and stating that there was competition over which the party would abuse him more. Union Home Minister Amit Shah on polling day held a mega roadshow with comments on tackling terrorism elaborated upon as he spoke to Republic. While addressing a public rally at the Bayat constituency of Aravali in Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath took on the Congress as the parties prepare for the second phase of the polls to be held on the 5th of December. With voters casting their votes across 19 districts in Gujarat, Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel held a roadshow in Mehsana for the second phase of the campaign. A special polling booth for the first time has been set up in the Gujarati village of Jambur in Gir Forest National Park, home to the Siddhi tribe, people of African origin living in the region for centuries now. At least 100 monuments that are to be lit up with the G20 logo after India formally took up the International Forum's presidency today. India took up G20 presidency as a personal statement was released by Prime Minister on his official website, elaborating on what he calls an action-oriented and decisive agenda to further global good. United States released a statement as India took up the G20 presidency, with the White House statement citing that they look forward to supporting India's presidency on a range of issues, including current food and energy crisis and security concerns, while looking to build a resilient global economy. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar spoke at the G20 University Connect in Delhi, emphasizing on the mantra of the summit, which is One Earth, One Family and One Future.
The G20 is in fact the premier grouping which is devoted to addressing the financial, economic and development challenges of the world. And in these difficult times, it is therefore particularly important that world leaders focus on the right issues that especially affect the more vulnerable sections of the world. Now, the attention obviously needs to be given not just to the problems, but equally, perhaps even more so, to finding viable solutions for them.
Considering the current world scenario and recent developments, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar stated that the current era had not become that of war in the world, and the efforts would be made by the forum to depoliticize global supply system.
After the pandemic, there is a global expectation that more equitable solutions would be found for health challenges. And as the driver of the widely appreciated vaccine Maitri, the Global South has hopes that India would take forward this cause. Our commitment to climate action and climate justice is again very well recognized. This is even more so in the context of national actions and policies on this subject in the last 8 years.
Following allegations of involvement in the Delhi liquor scam, TRS leader K. Kavita alleged that the centre's influence on the ED is what she feels, further stating that the party was ready for any investigation and that they would continue to work for the people even if she was jailed. As a border row brews between Maharashtra and Karnataka, a student was attacked for holding the Karnataka flag. The attack was condemned by pro-Kannada organizations, with a protest carried out and the Belagavi-Goa highway blocked. BJP took to social media to highlight the points of a note of the Enforcement Directorate linked to the Delhi excise policy scam, with highlights made on businessmen Amit Arora and Vijay Nair and their proximity to top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. Kashmiri Pandits at the Relief Commissioner Office in Jammu condemned PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti's comments following Nadab Lapid's statement on the Kashmir files, with the Pandits stating that the comment had been made by her as she was losing political ground in Jammu and Kashmir, and that the reality could not be hidden regardless of what was said. After Poonawalla was taken to B.R. Ambedkar Hospital in Rohini for a narco test by the Delhi police. The test comes after a polygraph test was carried out on the accused in the Shraddha murder case, with Aftab earlier having admitted to planning the murder. A Korean vlogger was molested by two individuals at Khar in Mumbai, with the Khar police station registering a suo motu FIR in the matter, the suspects later being arrested for the incident that happened on Tuesday. President as well as Home Minister took to social media to greet Nagaland on the occasion of its 60th Statehood Day, with the President wishing for a bright and prosperous future for the state, and Home Minister wishing for newer heights of development and progress for the state. Protests broke out at the CMS College at Kottayam in Kerala after a girl and her boyfriend were reportedly attacked by a group of people outside the campus of the college, with the female students putting their hair following the incident. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi today in a scathing attack towards the centre said that the world knows the truth about what is going on at the LSE with China. He added that Indians are being kept in the dark. He went on to challenge the government to make a statement on who has entered our territory. Reports have come about of Telangana Chief Minister KCR's checks given to families of farmers in Punjab having bounced. The checks were earlier handed over to the families of farmers who lost their lives during farmer protests that took place at Singhu border last year in Delhi, with checks further having been awarded in the presence of CMs of Delhi and Punjab. The server unit that was identified as the one that got hacked at AIIMS in the cyber attack, and now as investigation continues, the servers are being changed and AIIMS has asked for help from DRDO. Delhi Police moves High Court against the discharge of Congress MP Shashi Tharoor and Sunanda Pushkar death case. The Patiala House Court, in a judgment passed on August 18, 2021, had discharged Shashi Tharoor in connection with the death case. Recent developments in poaching controversy. Telangana High Court has granted bail to 3 accused in the MLA poaching case with certain conditions like that of paying 3 lakhs with 2 sureties and appearing every Monday before the SIT. Delhi High Court seeks response of the Enforcement Directorate on jailed Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain's plea. This plea sought regular bail in money laundering case. Remember, Jain's bail plea was recently dismissed by the trial court. Days after Y.S. Sharmila Reddy was towed and detained by Punjab Gutta police while sitting inside an SUV, which was allegedly vandalized by the TRS cadre, Y.S. Sharmila today met the Governor Tamilisai Soundararajan regarding the incident. Cuba's Interior Minister published an investigation into the collision between a speedboat carrying migrants and a Cuban Coast Guard vessel last October, where 7 people had died, and reiterated that it was not a ramming by the uniformed officers. US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden dined with visiting French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife in Washington. Macron is in Washington on a state visit to the United States, the first of Joe Biden's presidency. French President Emmanuel Macron was presented with a baguette while speaking at the French embassy in Washington, D.C. The bread is being added to the United Nations list of intangible cultural heritage as a cherished tradition to be preserved by humanity. The world's largest volcano, Mauna Loa, oozed rivers of glowing lava following its eruption. The lava was tumbling slowly down the slope and was about 10 kilometers from the highway known as Saddle Road. It was not clear when or if it would cover the road which runs through old lava flows. The trial of a Hong Kong newspaper publisher who was arrested in a crackdown on a pro-democracy movement was postponed after the territory's leader asked China to effectively block him from hiring a British defense lawyer. Mexican fans were disappointed in Mexico City after watching their team beat Saudi Arabia 2-1, but still falling short of a World Cup miracle. A large crowd gathered at Revolution Square to see their squad finally find the net, again thanks to goals from Henry Martin and Luis Chavez. Thousands of World Cup fans with limited budgets but unlimited love for football have chosen to stay on the outskirts of Doha in a purpose-built fan village made entirely out of containers. The cargo village is equipped with food and merchandise stalls, 2 wide screens and beach chairs where fans can also sunbathe during off hours before the games. Canada complete their schedule in Qatar with a match against Morocco, with the team having a scorecard of 5 losses in the World Cup play, failing to score in its only other appearance in 1986. The South Korean team trained ahead of their final match of World Cup Group H against Portugal. The match with the Portuguese is a must-win game if the team is to have any hopes of progressing to the knockout stages. Argentina won the match against Poland with a score of 2-0 with Lionel Messi not leaving the World Cup just yet. The team advances to the final 16 after taking the top spot in its group with 6 points. Poland also qualifies to the next stage with their match against defending champions France next.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri pundits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadha that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken.
Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's his 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area.
આ ચૂંટણી અહીં બેઠેલા કોઈ લડાવતા નથી. આ ચૂંટણી ગુજરાતની જનતા લડી રહી છે ભાઈઓ. સમગ્ર ચૂંટણીનો દોર આપે હાથમાં લીધો છે. કારણ કે જ્યાં જાઓ ત્યાં જેને મળ્યો એને એક જ સૂત્ર સંભળાય, એક જ નારો સંભળાય, એક જ મંત્ર સંભળાય. फिर एक बार, फिर एक बार, फिर एक बार. चारे तरफ एक ज मिजाज, एक ज आवाज. भाइयों बहनों, आ वखतनी चूंटणी 5 વર્ષ માટે સરકાર બનાવવા માત્રનો હેતુ નથી. આપણે આઝાદીના 75 વર્ષ પૂરા કર્યા, પરંતુ આઝાદીના 100 વર્ષ થાય ત્યારે દેશ ક્યાં હોય એનો નિર્ધાર કરીને આગામી 25 વર્ષ માટેનો પાયો મજબૂત બને એના માટે આ વખતે સરકાર બનાવવાની છે. બધા જ કહે છે કે જો દેશના પહેલા પ્રધાનમંત્રી સરદાર વલ્લભભાઈ પટેલ હોત તો દેશની દિશા જુદી હોત. હવે 75 વર્ષે હરખું કરવા માંડે આપણે માંડ કરીને હરખું લાયા છીએ આઝાદ ભારત થયું ભૂલ થઈ એવી હવે બિલકુલ ન કરાય આપણે ગુજરાતને 25 વર્ષમાં વિકસિત ગુજરાત બનાવવું છે ભાઈઓ અને વિકસિત ગુજરાતનો મતલબ છે દુનિયાના જે સમૃદ્ધ દેશો છે એ સમૃદ્ધ દેશોના દરેકે દરેક માપદંડમાં ગુજરાત જરાય પાછળ ન હોય એવું ગુજરાત બનાવવા માટે આ ચૂંટણી છે ભાઈઓ અને એટલા માટે એનો માર્ગ જ છે વિકાસના માર્ગે જઈને આપણે દુનિયાના સમૃદ્ધ દેશોમાં વિકસિત ગુજરાત બનાવીશું કિસાનોના હિતમાં કેવી રીતે આપણે કામ કરી શકીએ ભાઈઓ બહેનો જ્યારે દિલમાં રાષ્ટ્ર નીતિ હોય દિલમાં રાષ્ટ્ર સર્વોપરી હોય 130 કરોડ પરિવાર દેશવાસીઓ એક પરિવાર હોય ત્યારે અમારે માટે રાજનીતિ નહીં રાષ્ટ્ર નીતિ એ જ અમારો માર્ગ છે અને રાષ્ટ્રનું કલ્યાણ દેશવાસીઓનો લાભ એ જ અમારો માર્ગ છે અને એ માર્ગ ઉપર અમે સૌનો સાથ સૌનો વિકાસ સૌનો વિશ્વાસ અને સૌનો પ્રયાસ આ મૂળ મંત્ર લઈને સુશાસનના માર્ગે ચાલી રહ્યા છીએ ગયા 20 વર્ષમાં ભાજપે ગુજરાતમાં વીજળીની વાત હોય પાણીની વાત હોય સડકની વાત હોય સ્કૂલની વાત હોય સ્વાસ્થ્યની વાત હોય કોઈ પણ એવો વિષય સામાન્ય માણસને સ્પર્શે એવો તમે લઈ લો ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટીની સરકારે પ્રોએક્ટિવલી જનતાને ધ્યાનમાં રાખીને સમસ્યાના કાયમી ઉકેલની દિશામાં લગાતાર કામ કર્યું અને એના કારણે આજે ગુજરાતના લોકોના દિલ દિમાગમાં ભાજપ માટે એક ભરોસો છે અને ભરોસો હોય ને એમાં ક્યારે આશીર્વાદની ખોટ ના પડે ભાઈઓ અને ગુજરાતે ક્યારે આશીર્વાદમાં ખોટ નથી પડવા દીધી 8 વર્ષ થયા આપે મને દિલ્હી મોકલ્યો પરંતુ તમે મને 1 મિનિટ છોડ્યો નથી ભાઈઓ આ પ્રેમ આશીર્વાદ મારા જીવનની બહુ મોટી મૂડી છે દોસ્તો હું તમારો જેટલો આભાર માનું એટલું અને એટલા ભાઈઓ બહેનો આ પ્રેમ આશીર્વાદ એ મને નિત્ય નવી ઉર્જા આપે છે નવી તાકાત આપે છે સમસ્યાઓના સમાધાન માટેના રસ્તા સૂજે છે આપણે ત્યાં ઉત્તર ગુજરાત એટલે 10 વર્ષમાં 7 વર્ષ દુષ્કાળના દિવસો પાણી વગર વલખા મારતા હોઈએ સારો વરસાદ થાય તો એકાદ પાક માંડ મળે એ કઈ દિવસો ભૂલીએ હજુ એ લોકો એ પેઢી જીવે છે જેને જોયું છે સુફલામ સુફલામ યોજના લઈ આવ્યા કાચી કેનાલ દ્વારા પાણી પહોંચાડ્યા અને મારે ગુજરાતના ખેડૂતોને જ્યારે હું હિન્દુસ્તાનના લોકોને કહું ને કે મેં ગુજરાતના ખેડૂતોને 15-20 હજાર ખેડૂતોના સંમેલન કર્યા હતા અને મેં કહ્યું મને જમીન આપો મારે કાચી કેનાલ બનાવી છે એક પ્રકારનો કોર્ટ કચેરી કોઈ પ્રોબ્લેમ થયા વિના 500 કિલોમીટર લાંબી કેનાલ બનાવી દીધી સુજલામ સુફલામ
We have worked tirelessly for the irrigation problems that people used to face in Gujarat, especially in North Gujarat, where the farmers were dependent on the rain. And for this, we have worked tirelessly to establish Narmada Canal so that water can be.
હું ખેડૂતોનો આભાર માનું છું અને એમણે મારી સૂક્ષ્મ સિંચાઈની વાતને સ્વીકારી ટપક સિંચાઈની વાતને સ્વીકારી અને 400 કરોડ રૂપિયા જેટલી રકમ આ ટપક સિંચાઈ માટે સૂક્ષ્મ સિંચાઈ માટે પર ડ્રોપ મોર ક્રોપ આ મંત્રને સાકાર કરવા માટે આપણે લગાવી અને તમે બધાએ મહેનત કરીને ઉગી નીકળી. આજે જુઓ 20 વર્ષમાં આ સાબરકાંઠા અહીંયા મગફળીનું કોઈ નામ ના લે. ભૂતકાળમાં મગફળીની વાત આવે સૌરાષ્ટ્રની જ વાત આવે. આ આપણા સાબરકાંઠામાં 20 વર્ષમાં મગફળીની વાવણી 2 ગણી થઈ ગઈ, 2 ગણી. અને પાણી મળવાના કારણે સાબરકાંઠાની મગફળી પહેલા કરતા 8 ગણી વધારે પાકતી થઈ ગઈ. ભાઈઓ, આ આપણે કામ કર્યું, પાયાનું કામ. મને કહેવામાં આવ્યું કે આ વખતે મગફળીની ખરીદી પણ સારી થઈ છે અને અમારા ખેડૂતોને પણ 5000 ની કિંમત છે. ભાઈઓ બહેનો, 20 વર્ષ પહેલા શાકભાજી બહુ ગણ્યા ગાંઠા ક્ષેત્રમાં થતી હતી ને એ અમદાવાદ કે ગાંધીનગર પૂરતી શાકભાજી પહોંચતી હતી. આજે 3 ગણા ક્ષેત્રમાં શાકભાજીની વાવણી થાય છે અને સાબરકાંઠામાં 5 ગણી જ વધારે શાકભાજી પેદા થાય છે. અને હું પહેલા કહેતો હતો ગુજરાતના દૂધની ચા પીવે. આ દિલ્હીના લોકો ગુજરાતનું મીઠું ખાય અને પાછા અહીંયા ગાળો બોલે ગુજરાતને. કોઈનું નમક ખાધું હોય તો કઈ ભાઈ નમક હલાલ હોય, કોઈ કદા કરે કઈ પણ કરે છે આ લોકો. એમ આજે દિલ્હીમાં તાજી શાકભાજી આ મારા સાબરકાંઠાની પહોંચતી હોય છે. ભાઈઓ, બટાકાની ખેતી, કોલ્ડ સ્ટોરેજ, આજે અહીંયા મોટું નેટવર્ક ઉભું થઈ ગયું. ભાઈઓ, એટલું જ નહીં, સાબરકાંઠામાંથી બટાકામાંથી બનેલી જે ફ્રેન્ચ ફ્રાઈઝ હોય છે એ આજે એક્સપોર્ટ થવા માંડી. આ મારો સાબરકાંઠા ગૌરવની વાત છે ભાઈઓ, અને તમે બધા અભિનંદનના અધિકારીઓ છો. ફૂડ પ્રોસેસિંગ ઉપર જે કામ થયા, કેન્દ્ર સરકાર આજે ફૂડ પ્રોસેસિંગ ઉપર કામ કરી રહી છે. મૂલ્ય વૃદ્ધિ માટે આજે સરકાર 1 લાખ કરોડ રૂપિયા એના માટેનું એક ફંડ બનાવ્યું છે, જેથી કરીને ખેડૂતો જે પેદાવાર કરે છે એની વેલ્યુ એડિશન થાય. તાલુકે કોલ્ડ સ્ટોરેજ બને, ફૂડ પ્રોસેસિંગ હાઉસ બને, એના માટે નવી નવી સુવિધાઓ પેદા થાય, એના માટે આજે કામ કરી રહ્યા છે. એટલું જ નહીં, કિસાન ઉત્પાદક સંઘ FPO ગયા બજેટમાં તમે જોયું હશે, એના માટે નાના સમૂહ બનાવવાના ખેડૂતોના, એના માટે ભારત સરકાર FPO માટે પૈસા આપી રહી છે. અને એના કારણે આજે દેશમાં 10,000 ખેડૂતોના આવા સમૂહ બનાવવાનું અભિયાન સફળતાપૂર્વક આગળ વધી રહ્યું છે. અને એનો લાભ મારા ગુજરાતના જાગૃત ખેડૂતોને મળી રહ્યો છે અને મારા સાબરકાંઠા જિલ્લાના ખેડૂતોને મળી રહ્યો છે. આજે ખેડૂતના ખિસ્સામાં વધુમાં વધુ પૈસા આવે, ખેડૂતોની આવક વધે, ખેડૂતો એમના જીવનમાં અન્નદાતા, ઉર્જાદાતા બને. એક નવું કામ આપણે ઉપાડ્યું. આપણા ખેતરના શેડે 1 મીટર મારી જમીન બગડે, 1 મીટર પડોશીની બગડે. કેમ? આપણે પેલી થોરની વાડ કરી દીધી હોય. મેં કહું ભાઈ આ થોરની વાડ કાઢો, આપણે ત્યાં સોલાર પેનલ લગાવો અને ખેતરમાં જ વીજળી પેદા કરો. જોઈએ એટલી વીજળી તમે વાપરો અને વધારાની વીજળી સરકારને વેચો. એક જમાનો હતો આ મારો ઉત્તર ગુજરાતનો ખેડૂત વીજળી લેવા ગયો, કોંગ્રેસ વાળાએ ગોળીએ દીધા હતા આપણા સાબરકાંઠાના જવાનિયાઓને. આજે આ એવી મોદી સરકાર છે કે એમ કે છે કે તમે જેમ ખેતીમાં પેદાવાર કરો છો, વીજળી પણ ખેતરમાં પેદા કરો અને સરકાર તમારી વીજળી ખરીદશે. એ આજે વીજળીના પૈસા આપવાના નથી, વીજળીમાંથી પૈસા કમાવાના છે, એવી નીતિ લઈને આપણે ચાલી રહ્યા છીએ. પહેલાની સરકારો માલેતુજાર ખેડૂતો માટે ઘણું બધું કરવા, ટ્રેક્ટર હોય, ટ્રોલી હોય, બધું મોટા મશીનો હોય, એવા ખેડૂતો લાભ થાય. નાના ખેડૂત તો કોણ ભાઈ? આજે 85% ખેડૂત નાના છે. 1 વીઘું, 2 વીઘા, 2.5 વીઘા જમીન હોય, એનું ભરું કોણ કરે ભાઈ? આ તમારો દીકરો દિલ્હીમાં બેઠો ને, એને ખબર હતી કે કે ગામડાના ખેડૂતની સ્થિતિ શું છે અને એટલે આપણે પીએમ કિસાન સન્માન નિધિ કરી અને દર વર્ષે 3 વખત 2,000 રૂપિયા સીધા એના બેંક ખાતામાં જમા થાય. એને ખાતરનો સમય હોય કે બિયારણનો સમય હોય, એને જરૂર પડે પૈસા એને મળી જાય અને પાછા સીધા એના ખાતામાં જમા થાય. એકલા સાબરકાંઠામાં દિલ્હીથી મોકલેલા 480 કરોડ રૂપિયા સાબરકાંઠાના ખેડૂતના ખાતામાં જમા થયા છે. બોલો. અને વચ્ચે કોઈ કટકી કંપની નહીં, કોઈ કાકા મામા વાળો લઈ જાય એવું નહીં, સીધું જ. નહીં તો દેશમાં એક પ્રધાનમંત્રી તો એમ કહેતા હતા કે હું દિલ્હીથી 1 રૂપિયો મોકલું તો 15 પૈસા પહોંચે છે. આ એવો દીકરો છે તમારો કે 1 રૂપિયો મોકલે 100 પૈસા પહોંચે. રૂપિયો ક્યાંય ઘસાય જ નહીં. દેશભરમાં પીએમ કિસાન સન્માન નિધિ તહેત લગભગ 2 લાખ કરોડ રૂપિયા આ દેશના ખેડૂતોના ખાતામાં જમા કર્યા છે. આપણી પેદાવાર જે હોય એની વધુમાં વધુ કિંમત મળે એના માટે કિસાનોને પૂરતી મદદ કરવાનું કામ આજે ભારત સરકાર અને ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈની ગુજરાત સરકાર કરે. કોંગ્રેસ સરકાર જ્યારે હતી ત્યારે 8 વર્ષમાં આંકડો યાદ રાખજો, કારણ કે આપણા નાના ખેડૂતોની પેદાવાર આજ હોય છે. 8 વર્ષમાં 600 કરોડ રૂપિયાના એમણે દાળ ને કઠોળ ને તેલીબિયા આ ખરીદ્યા હતા આખા દેશમાં. 8 વર્ષમાં 600 કરોડ રૂપિયા. આ તમારા દીકરાએ 8 વર્ષમાં 60,000 કરોડ રૂપિયાના તેલીબિયા કઠોળ દાળ આ ખેડૂતો પાસેથી ખરીદ્યા છે. આ 60,000 કરોડ રૂપિયા ખેડૂતોને મળ્યા કે ના મળ્યા ભાઈઓ? કામ કેવી રીતે કરાય એનો આ નમૂનો છે. એક જમાનો હતો આ સાબરકાંઠામાં કપાસ, એનું બિયારણ, એના ઉપર ટેક્સ, સેલ ટેક્સ, વેટ આ બધું લાગતું હતું. આપણે આવીને બધું બંધ કરી દીધું. એ બધું હટાવી દીધું અને ભાજપ સરકારે બિયારણ પરના બધા ટેક્સ હટાવી દીધા. આનો લાભ ખાસ કરીને અમારા કપાસનું જે બિયારણ છે એમાં ખાસ કરીને અમારું ઈડર, ખેડબ્રહ્મા, અમારું પોશીના, વિજયનગર, અમારું હિંમતનગર, આ બધા વિસ્તારને એનો લાભ મળ્યો. ભાઈઓ બહેનો, ખેતીની સાથે ગુજરાતમાં પશુપાલન જોડાયેલું જ છે. ખેતીને પશુપાલનને જુદું ના કરી શકો, ગામડાના પશુપાલન જુદું ના કરી શકો. થોડા મહિના પહેલા હું અહીંયા સાબર ડેરીના કાર્યક્રમમાં આવ્યો હતો અને ત્યારે મેં અનેક બધા પ્રોજેક્ટનો શિલાન્યાસ કર્યા, એનું લોકાર્પણ કર્યું. 2 દશક પહેલા આપણી આ સાબર ડેરી એનું ટર્નઓવર 350 કરોડ રૂપિયા હતું. 350 કરોડ. આજે ડેરીનું ટર્નઓવર 6,000 કરોડ છે. બરાબર? 6,000 કરોડ ક્યાંથી ક્યાં પહોંચ્યા? પહેલાની તુલનામાં વધુ પૈસા સાબરકાંઠાના પશુપાલકોને અમારી બહેનો પાસે પહોંચ્યા. એ કામ થયું છે. ગયા 8 વર્ષમાં પશુપાલન સેક્ટરમાં ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટીને સરકારે અનેક નિર્ણય લીધા. ઇવન માનો કે આ કોરોનામાં તમને બધાને વેક્સિન મળી જ ભાઈ? બધાને વેક્સિન મળી છે? જરા ગરમી બતાવો, જરા ખબર પડે મને. મળી છે? બધાને વેક્સિન મળી છે? મફતમાં મળી છે? આ ટીકાકરણનું તમને મહત્વ સમજાણું છે ને? આની ચર્ચા તમને બધાને ખબર છે, પણ મેં બીજું પણ એક કામ કર્યું છે જેની ને છાપામાં કોઈ દાડો આવે છે ને તમને ખબર હોય. આ દેશના પશુઓને ખર પગની જે બીમારી થતી હોય છે, ફૂટ માઉથ ડિસીઝ જેને કહે છે, એના નિવારણ માટે આખા દેશમાં પશુઓને મફત ટીકાકરણનું કામ ચાલી રહ્યું છે અને લગભગ 14,000 કરોડ રૂપિયા આ સરકાર ખર્ચી રહી છે, જેથી કરીને આપણું પશુ માંદું ન પડે. અમારા પશુપાલકોને નાના ખર્ચા, એના માટે જે પૈસા જોઈએ, આજે તે પેલા વ્યાજખોરો પાસે લઈ આવે પૈસા, અને વ્યાજખોરો તો બરાબર ચમડી ઉધેડી લેતા હોય છે. આપણે કહ્યું નહીં, મારો પશુપાલકને પણ બેંકમાંથી પૈસા મળશે. કિસાન ક્રેડિટ કાર્ડ જે પહેલા ખેડૂતોને મળતું હતું એમાં ઓછા વ્યાજે પૈસા મળતા હતા. આ કિસાન ક્રેડિટ કાર્ડ આપણે પશુપાલકોને આપ્યું અને એને પણ બેંકમાંથી લોન મળે, ઓછા વ્યાજે લોન મળે અને આના કારણે અમારા પશુપાલકોને એક આર્થિક તાકાત મળી છે. ગુજરાતની અંદર પશુપાલન સાયન્ટિફિક રીતે આગળ વધે, નવી પેઢી એમાં આગળ આવે. ભાજપ સરકારે અહીંયા કામધેનુ યુનિવર્સિટી બનાવી, ઓર્ગેનિક યુનિવર્સિટી બનાવી. આ બધા ભવિષ્ય માટેના મોટા કામો લઈને આપણે કામ કરી રહ્યા છીએ. અને ડબલ એન્જિનની સરકાર હોય ને એટલે ડબલ બેનિફિટ થતા હોય છે, ડબલ મહેનત પણ થતી હોય છે અને ડબલ પરિણામ પણ મળતા હોય છે. આપણા ગુજરાતમાં મુખ્યમંત્રી અમૃતમ યોજના, ચિરંજીવી યોજના, બાલભોગ યોજના, ખિલખિલાટ યોજના, આ કદાચ નામો તમને યાદ હશે કે નહીં મને ખબર નથી. આ બધું પરિવારના માતા માટે અને સંતાનો માટે, નવજાત શિશુ માટેની બધી આપણા યોજનાઓ ચાલે છે. ગર્ભવતી મહિલાઓ, બાળકો સુરક્ષિત, એનું બંને માતા અને ગર્ભની અંદર જે બાળક છે સુરક્ષિત રહે, એની સુવાવડ સુરક્ષિત થાય, પ્રસૂતિ સુરક્ષિત થાય. આના માટે જનની શિશુ સુરક્ષા કાર્યક્રમ આપણે ચલાવીએ છીએ. આનો લાભ ગયા વર્ષોમાં ગુજરાતને ખૂબ થયો છે. આદિવાસી જિલ્લાઓમાં એનો વિશેષ લાભ થયો છે. અને શિશુ મૃત્યુદર ખૂબ તેજીથી આપણે ત્યાં ઘટી રહ્યું છે. બાળકોની જિંદગી બચી રહી છે, માતાઓની જિંદગી બચી રહી છે. અને ગુજરાતમાં જે આપણે પ્રયોગ કર્યો એ પ્રયોગ હવે આપણે આખા દેશમાં લાગુ કરી રહ્યા છીએ, કારણ કે ગુજરાતના સફળ પ્રયોગનો લાભ આખા દેશને મળે. આયુષ્માન ભારત, આજે આયુષ્માન કાર્ડ, કોઈ પણ ગરીબ, પહેલાના જમાનામાં રાશનનું કાર્ડ હોય ને એટલે એમ માને કે ભાઈ મારી પાસે કાર્ડ છે. આજે આયુષ્માન કાર્ડ કોઈ પણ ગરીબ, કોઈ પણ મધ્યમ વર્ગનો માનવી આયુષ્માન કાર્ડ લઈને આમ ગર્વ અનુભવે છે. કારણ આયુષ્માન ભારત યોજના પહેલા ગુજરાતમાં આપણી મા યોજના હતી, હવે આયુષ્માન મા યોજના બની ગઈ અને 5 લાખ રૂપિયા સુધી મફત ઈલાજ. આપણે ત્યાં ખબર છે, માતાઓ બહેનો ખાસ કરીને ઘરમાં માંદગી આવી હોય અને મા બીમાર હોય, પીડા થતી હોય, દર્દ થતું હોય, કોઈને ખબર જ ના પડવા દે કે આટલી ગંભીર તકલીફ થઈ રહી છે. કેમ? કારણ એના મનમાં એક જ વિચાર હોય કે હું માંદી પડ્યું છે, જો ઓપરેશન વગેરે કરવાનું થશે, આ છોકરાઓને દેવાના ડુંગરમાં ડૂબી જશે, છોકરાઓ વ્યાજે પૈસા લાવશે, પછી ક્યારે બહાર નીકળશે. મારે છોકરાઓને દેવાદાર નથી બનાવવા, હું બીમારી સહન કરી લઈશ, હું માંદગી સહન કરી લઈશ. આપણા દેશમાં માતાઓ બહેનો સહન કરે પણ કોઈને કહે નહીં. હવે તમે મને કહો, આ તમારો દીકરો દિલ્હી બેઠો હોય, મારી આ માતાઓને પીડા થવા દેવાય? થવા દેવાય? આ મારી માતાઓનું દુઃખ દૂર કરવાનું હોય કે ના કરવાનું હોય? આ માતાઓનું દૂર કરવાનું હોય કે નહીં દુઃખ? આ માતાઓની વેદના દૂર કરવાની હોય કે ના કરવાની હોય? કરવાની હોય. આયુષ્માન યોજના દ્વારા 5 લાખ રૂપિયા સુધીનો ખર્ચો આ તમારો દીકરો સંભાળે છે. તમારે માંદગી હોય, તમે કોઈ પણ હોસ્પિટલમાં કાર્ડ લઈને જાઓ, તમે અર્ધવાર ઋષિકેશ ગયા હો, માંદા પડી ગયા તો એક કાર્ડ ચાલે. તમે છોકરાને મળવા માટે મુંબઈ ગયા હો તો એક કાર્ડ ચાલે. તમે જગન્નાથપુરી ત્યાં દર્શન કરવા ગયા હોય અને ત્યાં માંદા પડી ગયા હોય તો એક કાર્ડ ચાલે. આવું કાર્ડ આ દેશના નાગરિકોને આપણે આપી રહ્યા છીએ. અને અત્યાર સુધીમાં દેશમાં 4 કરોડ નાગરિકોએ માંદગીમાં એનો લાભ લીધો છે. અમારા સાબરકાંઠામાં પણ 1 લાખ કરતા વધારે લોકો એનો લાભ લીધો છે. ભાઈઓ, તમે મને કહો કે જેને દુઃખના દિવસોમાં મોદી પહોંચી ગયો એને મોદીને લોકો આશીર્વાદ આપે કે ના આપે? આપે કે ના આપે? તમારું કામ છે એના સુધી પહોંચો, એની જોડે વાત કરો. પ્રધાનમંત્રી માતૃવંદના યોજના દેશભરમાં જે પ્રસૂતા માતાઓ છે એમને 11,000 કરોડ રૂપિયા સુધીની મદદ, જેથી કરીને એનું સ્વાસ્થ્ય સારું રહે. પ્રસૂતિ દરમિયાન પ્રસવ સમયના સામે પૂરતો ખોરાક હોય, 10 લાખ બહેનો એનો લાભ લીધો, જેથી કરીને એના ગર્ભનું જે બાળક હોય એ તંદુરસ્ત બાળક જન્મે, એની ચિંતા કરી છે. 10 લાખ બહેનોને એનો લાભ મળવાની વાત આપણે આ કરી શક્યા છે ભાઈઓ. શહેરમાં ગરીબ હોય, મધ્યમ વર્ગનો માનવી હોય એની ચિંતા, ગામડામાં ગરીબ હોય, મધ્યમ વર્ગનો માનવી હોય એની ચિંતા, શહેરમાં રહેનારા ગરીબોની ચિંતાને પણ આપણે પ્રાથમિકતા આપી છે. કેટલા એવા લોકો છે ગામ છોડીને સારું જિંદગી જીવવા માટે, રોજીરોટી કમાવા માટે શહેરમાં આવે, પણ શહેરની અંદર વ્યવસ્થાની ન હોય, તકલીફો હોય, ઝુંપડપટ્ટી જેવી જિંદગી જીવવાની હોય. આવા કઈ કારણોસર અને આના પરિણામે આવે કે ગામડાની અંદર ગરીબની આ ઝુંપડપટ્ટી આ જીવનની એક વિકૃત અસર પેદા થતી હોય છે. એમાંથી બચાવવા માટે આપણે પાકા ઘર, શહેરની અંદર ઘરો બનાવવાની વ્યવસ્થા, જેથી કરીને શહેરમાં આવે તો એને કામ કરવા માટે વ્યવસ્થા મળી જાય, બહેતર જિંદગી જીવી શકે, એના માટે આપણે કામ કરીએ છીએ. કોંગ્રેસ સરકારે શહેરી ગરીબ કે શહેરના નિમ્ન મધ્યમ વર્ગ પરિવાર માટે ક્યારેય કોઈ યોજના નથી બનાવી. આટલા બધા વર્ષ આપણે રાજ કર્યું, આપણે શહેરમાં આવનારા જે લોકો વસે છે એમની પણ ચિંતા કરી. શહેરોમાં રહેવા વાળા ગરીબો, મધ્યમ વર્ગના, મધ્યમ આયુ વાળા લોકો હોય એમને આવાસ યોજના, દરેકનું સપનું હોય પોતાના ઘરનું ઘર બને, અને ગરીબ માટે શહેરમાં પોતાનું મકાન બનાવવા માટે આજે આપણે કામ કરી રહ્યા છીએ, અને એ સપનું પૂરું થાય એના માટે કામ કરી રહ્યા. આ સાબરકાંઠામાં 21,000 કરતા વધારે આવા ગરીબોના મકાનો બનાવ્યા છે. 21,000. એટલું જ નહીં, મકાન ખાલી 4 દિવાલો નહીં, એમાં વીજળી હોય, ગેસનું બાટલો હોય, એમાં નળમાં જળ હોય, એને આયુષ્માનનું કાર્ડ હોય, એને મા યોજનાનું કાર્ડ હોય, એને જનઔષધિ કેન્દ્રની અંદર સસ્તી દવાઓ મળે એની વ્યવસ્થા હોય, એક પ્રકારે જીવનની પૂરી સુરક્ષા. આ રીતે આપણે કામ કરીએ છીએ. અને એટલા માટે ભાઈઓ બહેનો, તમે વિચારો કરો, કોરોના આવી ગંભીર માંદગી આવી, કોઈ કુટુંબની અંદર એક માણસ સાહેબ ગંભીર માંદગી આવી ને, તે કુટુંબ 5 વર્ષ સુધી ઊભું ના થઈ શકે. આ આવડા મોટા દેશ ઉપર આવડી મોટી ગંભીર માંદગી આવી, આખી દુનિયા ઉપર આવી, આપણા દેશ પર આવી, એના કેટલી બધી અસરો થાય તમે અંદાજ કરી શકો છો. પરંતુ આ દેશને બચાવો, આ દેશને આ ગંભીર માંદગીમાંથી પણ ટકાવી રાખવો અને જીવન ચાલુ રહેની ચિંતા કરી. અને એના માટે થઈને મનમાં એક ભાવ હતો, કારણ હું તમારી વચ્ચેથી મોટું થતું થયું છું. તમારા શિક્ષણમાંથી મને તમે મને જે શીખવાડ્યું એમાંથી મારું જીવન ઘડાનું છે, અને સાબરકાંઠાની ધરતીમાં તો વિશેષ તમારી વચ્ચે રહ્યો છો ભાઈ. અને એના કારણે આજે જયારે ભ્રષ્ટાચાર સામેની લડત લડીએ છીએ ત્યારે એક મહત્વનું કામ, રાશન. કોઈ એક જમાનો હતો રાશનની દુકાનોમાંથી માલ ચોરી થઈને વગે થઈ જતો હતો. અમે 80 કરોડ લોકોને આ કોરોનામાં 3 વર્ષ મફત અનાજ પહોંચાડ્યું, મફત અનાજ પહોંચાડ્યું. ગરીબના ઘરની અંદર ચૂલો ઓલવાય એની ચિંતા કરી, અને ગરીબના છોકરાઓ ભૂખ્યા ન સુઈ જાય એની અમે વ્યવસ્થા કરી, અને એના જીવનની ચિંતા કરી. આજે ગરીબોના નામે પહેલાના જમામાં રાશન આવે, ભ્રષ્ટાચારીઓ કઈ વગે કરી જાય, પેલા ભરે બીજે વેચી જાય. અમે દેશમાં આ વ્યવસ્થા પારદર્શી બનાવવા માટે ટેકનોલોજીનો ઉપયોગ કર્યો. આજે રાશન નીકળે એના ટ્રકનો નંબર, એનું બધું ટ્રેકિંગ થાય છે, ક્યાંય પણ એક કાણી પાયની ચોરી ન કરે એના માટેની વ્યવસ્થા. અને કેટલા લોકો મારી સામે જે બબડાટ છે ને, એનું કારણ એ છે કે એમની દુકાનો બંધ થઈ ગઈ છે. અત્યાર સુધી જે મફતનું બધું ખાધું છે ને બંધ થઈ ગયું છે, એટલે કેટલાક લોકોને તકલીફ પડે છે. અમે 20 કરોડ રાશન કાર્ડ એવા હતા, જે 20 કરોડ રાશન કાર્ડને અમે ડિજિટલ રાશન કાર્ડ બનાવી દીધા ભાઈઓ. અને જ્યાંથી રાશન નીકળે, જે દુકાને જાય અને જ્યાં વેચાય, આ બધું ટેકનોલોજી જોડે ટ્રેકિંગ થાય. કોમ્પ્યુટરની અંદર સાથે એની બધી વિગતો આવે. આના કારણે ભ્રષ્ટાચાર પર લગામ લાગી અને લોકોને સમય પર રાશન મળે એની વ્યવસ્થા થઈ. ગરીબોને બોલના માર્યા હોય કે આજે આ ખાલી થઈ ગયું છે, પેલું ખાલી થઈ ગયું છે, એને રાશન મળે જ અને પેલો જો ના પાડે તો પકડાય. આની વ્યવસ્થા કરીએ. ભાજપ સરકારે રાશન કાર્ડના આધાર કાર્ડ જોડે અને એના કારણે પણ ખોટા લોકો લઈને જાય, ખોટા રાશન કાર્ડ ના હોય એ પણ પકડાઈમાં આવી ગયા. સાચા માણસને જે એના હકનું છે એનું મળવું જોઈએ. આપ તમને અંદાજ લગાવી શકો, કોંગ્રેસના રાજમાં 4 કરોડ ફરજી રાશન કાર્ડ હતા. ભૂતિયા કાર્ડ 4 કરોડ. આ બધો માલ ક્યાં જતો હશે તમને અંદાજ આવી જતો હશે ભાઈ. બધું આપણે બંધ કરાવી દીધું અને બધું વ્યવસ્થિત કરવાની દિશામાં કામ કર્યું છે. અને જે લોકો ગરીબ પાસેથી છીનવી લેતા હતા એને સાચા લોકો સુધી પહોંચાડવાની અંદર આપણે સફળ થયા છે. સાચો જે રાશન કાર્ડધારી હતો એને આપણે પહોંચાડી રહ્યા છીએ. ઈમાનદારીથી અભિયાનને આ કોરોના કાળમાં પણ આપણે વધાર્યું અને મહામારીના સમયમાં ગરીબોને મેં કહ્યું એમ મુફ્ત અનાજ પહોંચાડીને આપણે એની ચિંતા કરી. તો કહેવાનું તાત્પર્ય એ છે ભાઈઓ બહેનો કે ગરીબ કલ્યાણ અન્ન યોજનાએ આ દેશને એક મોટી તાકાત આપી છે. સામાન્ય માનવીને આના માટે તેને ભારત સરકારે 3 લાખ કરોડ રૂપિયાથી પણ વધારે રકમ ખર્ચી છે. ભાઈઓ તમે અંદાજ લગાવી શકો છો કે માત્ર રાશન જેવી વ્યવસ્થા એમાં પણ અમારા આટલા બધા સુધારા કરવા પડ્યા અને એની તરફ આટલું બધું ધ્યાન આપવું પડ્યું. એવા તો કેટલાય કામો છે જેને ઝીણવટપૂર્વક કર્યા છે. ભાઈઓ બહેનો, વિકસિત ગુજરાત બનાવવા માટે ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચરનું પણ એટલું જ મહત્વ છે. માળખાકીય સુવિધાઓ, સબકા સાથ સબકા વિકાસ, આજે મંત્ર લઈને હું ચાલુ છું ને એનું ઉત્તમ ઉદાહરણ છે. ગરીબ હોય, મધ્યમ વર્ગ હોય, દલિત હોય, પીડિત હોય, શોષિત હોય, આદિવાસી હોય, પીછડો હોય, લાઇટનો થાંભલો નાખલે ને બધાને કામ આવે. રોડ બને બધાને કામ આવે. રેલવે સ્ટેશન બને બધાને કામ આવે. રેલ હોય, એરપોર્ટ હોય, બધા માટે કામ હોય. એના માટે ભૂતપૂર્વ નિવેશ થઈ રહ્યું છે. હમણાં મહિના પહેલા જ અમદાવાદ ઉદયપુર ટ્રેન ચાલુ કરી છે. હિંમતનગર સેન્ટરમાં આવી ગયું. એના કારણે અમદાવાદ ઉદયપુર ટ્રેન ચાલે એટલે હિંમતનગરને આર્થિક રીતે બહુ મોટો લાભ મળતો હોય છે. એ કામ આપણે લાઈનને બ્રોડગેજ કરી દીધી. બ્રોડગેજ કરી તો લાભ વધવા નવી ટ્રેનો આવશે. આખો પટ્ટો તમારો ધમધમતો થવાનો છે. સમગ્ર નોર્થ ગુજરાતને લાભ મળવાનો છે. હિંમતનગરમાં દૂધના કામ માટે, ખેતીના કામ માટે આ નવી રેલ લાઇન જે બ્રોડગેજ કરી છે એનો લાભ થવાનો છે. ભાઈઓ બહેનો, અમે લોકો એવા છીએ જેને વિરાસત પર પણ ગર્વ છે, વિકાસ પર પણ, પર્યટન પર. વિરાસત માટે ગર્વ કર્યું એના કારણે તમે જુઓ પર્યટન વધી રહ્યું છે. આજે અંબાજીનું પર્યટન કૂદકે ને ભૂસકે વધી રહ્યું છે. ધરોઈથી અંબાજી આખો પટ્ટો આપણે ડેવલપ કરવાના છીએ. એનો લાભ આખા દાતા પટ્ટાને મળવાનો છે, ખેડબ્રહ્મા પટ્ટાને મળવાનો છે અને અમદાવાદથી અંબાજી સુધી આખા રસ્તાને મળવાનો છે. અને પર્યટન વધે એટલે રોજગારના અવસર વધતા હોય છે. ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટી સાબરકાંઠાની અંદર પર્યટન વિકાસના કામ માટે પણ ધ્યાન કેન્દ્રિત કર્યું છે. એના પણ આપણું સામ્રાજ્ય, આપણો કાળિયો ઠાકોર કેવી દશા હતી એક જમાનામાં. આ મારો કાળિયો ઠાકોર આજે કેવો આમ ખુલ્લી ફાલીને બેઠો છે ને. આવતો જતો માણસ ગમે તે રાજસ્થાન જતો હોય ને તો એ કાળિયા ઠાકોર ભાઈ ગાડી ઉભી રાખે અને 2 મિનિટ કાઢીને જાય. રોજી રોટી લોકોને મળે, કમાણી થાય. હાથમતી નદી, હાથમતી નહેરનું સુંદરીકરણ આ પણ ટુરિઝમને લાભ આપવાની સંભાવના વાળું છે. એ જ રીતે આપણે ત્યાં 5 ચિતરિયા આઝાદીના જંગમાં અમારા આદિવાસીઓએ શહાદત વોરી હતી. મોતીલાલ તેજાવતના નેતૃત્વમાં 5 ચિતરિયાની અંદર આદિવાસીઓએ અંગ્રેજોના દાંત ખાટા કરી દીધા હતા અને જલિયાવાલા બાગ જેવી ત્યાં સ્થિતિ પેદા થઈ હતી. એને કોંગ્રેસના લોકો ભૂલી ગયા હતા. આપણે એને જલિયાવાલા બાગની સામે જ એવું જ મોટું સ્મારક બનાવીને અહીંયા એ અમારા આદિવાસીઓના શહીદ સ્મારક બનાવીને લોકો નમન કરવા આવે એની વ્યવસ્થા કરી. ભાઈઓ બહેનો, આદિવાસીઓ એના યોગદાનને કોંગ્રેસે ક્યારેય સ્વીકાર્યું નહોતું. આ ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટી છે કે જેને સ્વીકારે છે.
Contributions of the tribals were never recognized by the Congress party. It is us who took it up.
નક્કી કર્યું કે અમારે કોંગ્રેસની બધી ભૂલો સુધારવી છે, પણ સાથે સાથે આગામી 25 વર્ષની અંદર ગુજરાત વિકસિત બને, દુનિયાના સમૃદ્ધ દેશોની તોડીમાં ગુજરાત ઉભો રહે, એના માટેનું કહ્યું છે. અને એના માટે ભાઈઓ બહેનો, આ સરકાર વધુ તાકાત સાથે બને એના માટે સાબરકાંઠા જિલ્લો મક્કમ સંકલ્પ કરે. આ વિરાટ સભા એના સબૂત છે ભાઈઓ. આ મંડપની બહાર પણ હજારો લોકો હું જોઈ રહ્યો છું ઉભા રહ્યા છે. આવડા મોટા સભા મંડપની અંદર જ્યારે બેઠા છીએ ત્યારે એક જ કામ અમે ધ્યાન કેન્દ્રિત કરીએ, પોલિંગ બૂથ ઉપર ધ્યાન કેન્દ્રિત કરીને વધુમાં વધુ મતદાન કરાવીને બધા રેકોર્ડ તોડી નાખવા છે. જૂના બધા રેકોર્ડ તોડશો ભાઈઓ? બે હાથ ઊંચા કરીને જોરથી બોલો તો ખબર પડે.
We have to make sure that we are working on each and every polling booth.
દરેક
And we have
પોલિંગ
to make
બૂથમાં
all
ભાજપને
efforts
જીતાડશો.
of voting as well.
પોલિંગ બૂથમાં જીતવું છે આપણે. એક પણ પોલિંગ બૂથ એવું ના હોય કે જેમાં આ વખતે ભાજપ ના જીત્યું હોય. આ કામ કરશો? 100% કરશો. હવે હું હેમનગરમાં આવ્યો છું તો મારું એક અંગત કામ કરવું પડે. તમારે કરશો? મારું અંગત છો, કરશો? જરા હાથ ઊંચા કરીને જોરથી બોલો તો ખબર પડે. કરશો? કરશો પેલા? એક કામ કરજો. હજુ આ 2-4 દિવસ તમે લોકોને મળવા જશો, ઘેર ઘેર જવાના છો, બધા વડીલોને મળશો, મતદાતાઓને મળશો, મળવાના ને? તો પછી એમને કહેજો નરેન્દ્રભાઈ હિંમતનગર આયા હતા. શું કહેશો? શું કહેશો? એવું નહીં કહેવાનું કે પ્રધાનમંત્રી આયા હતા, એવું નહીં કહેવાનું પીએમ સાહેબ આયા હતા. એ બધું દિલ્હીમાં. અહીં તો આપણા નરેન્દ્રભાઈ. શું કહેવાનું? આપણા નરેન્દ્રભાઈ હિંમતનગર આયા હતા અને એમણે તમને પ્રણામ પાઠવ્યા છે. આ ઘેર ઘેર મારા પ્રણામ પહોંચાડજો ભાઈ. આ પ્રણામ ઘેર ઘેર પહોંચાડજો અને કહેવાનું કે આપણા નરેન્દ્રભાઈ હિંમતનગર આવીને તમને પ્રણામ પાઠવ્યા છે. આ વડીલોને મારા પ્રણામ પહોંચે એટલે મને એમના આશીર્વાદ મળે. અમને એમના આશીર્વાદ મારા માટે ઉર્જા છે, મારા માટે એક શક્તિ છે અને એ શક્તિ દ્વારા દિવસ રાત આ દેશનું કામ કરી શકું, ગરીબોનું કામ કરી શકું, દેશના વિકાસનું કામ કરી શકું. એટલા માટે મને મારા સાબરકાંઠાના પ્રત્યેક વડીલ મા બાપના આશીર્વાદ જોઈએ. એટલા માટે મારો સંદેશ પહોંચાડજો કે આપણા નરેન્દ્રભાઈ હિંમતનગર આવ્યા હતા અને આપણે પ્રણામ પાઠવ્યા છે. પહોંચાડજો, પહોંચાડજો. બોલો ભારત માતા કી, ભારત માતા કી, ભારત માતા કી. ધન્યવાદ.
You're watching Republic TV. We are showing you live the rallies and the Jan Sabha of PM Narendra Modi, and today the longest road show ever which PM Narendra Modi is going to do from Naroda Gam till Chand Kheda in Ahmedabad. So the visuals from Gujarat straight away. You keep on watching Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's his 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a roadways bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls.
Viewers, we have big breaking developments coming in the Shraddha murder case. 5 big disclosures have been made and accessed by Republic TV after Aftab's narco test that was conducted earlier today. Remember, viewers, it was a narco test that was successfully conducted after 4 back-to-back days of psychoanalysis tests, and we have 5 big disclosures coming in. Among these 5 big disclosures, Aftab confessed to Shraddha's murder in the narco test, and also he admitted to using multiple weapons. He also said during the narco test that he had disposed of Shraddha's clothes, also saying that he doesn't remember where he disposed of Shraddha's head, and he has also confessed to killing Shraddha by strangulation. These are breaking details coming in from what Aftab has said during his narco test that was conducted earlier today. According to sources, in the narco test, he has confessed to murdering Shraddha. He has admitted that he used multiple weapons. Remember the weapons that he used, the hammer, the saw, things of that nature that we've been hearing about. It appears that Aftab during his narco test has said that he used multiple weapons to do the deed. He also said that he does not recall where he has disposed of Shraddha's severed head. And apart from that, he does know, and he has revealed where he threw her clothes, and he has also confessed that he had killed her by strangulation. These are breaking details that are coming in right now, just a couple of hours after Aftab's narco analysis test was completed. Remember, the police had sought the court's permission to conduct this test. The court had granted said permission. The police had then done 5 days of psychoanalysis tests, part of which was also facing a delay because Aftab had claimed that he was unwell. However, now today, finally, the narco test has been completed, and Aftab has admitted not only to killing Shraddha, not only to killing her by strangulation, but also that he used multiple weapons consequent to that. Remember, viewers, he had chopped up her body into 35 pieces in one of the most gory crimes that has come across the Delhi police's desk in many years. He also scattered these remains across different parts of the Mehrauli forest area. The search is still on for a number of her body parts. The DNA matching of those body parts with her relations is ongoing. I'm told we have Piyush Ori joining us with more details. Piyush, if I can come across to you, what can you tell us about what Aftab has disclosed in his narco test?
So, Ankit, some very startling revelations have again come forward from the narco test of Aftab, and the most pertinent being that Aftab has once again confessed that he was responsible for killing Shraddha. He did confess that he did kill her by first strangulating her and then cutting her through several pieces by several weapons. So all these points have been admitted by Aftab. However, this can still not end the dilemma of Delhi police, because Aftab has still not confessed that he has disposed the severed head of Shraddha, and there are still several questions which he has still not admitted. So yes, he may have confessed to several questions which again he had confessed in the polygraph test, but there are still several questions, several answers which Delhi police needs to take out from Aftab, from narco test as well as polygraph test. Yes, back to you.
Absolutely. There is still a lot that Aftab has not revealed that hopefully the Delhi police will be able to get out of him. He is, remember viewers, now in judicial custody. However, there are a number of admissions that he has made, which is what we have broken for you just now from the narco test. And so viewers, we are tracking this very, very closely. 5 big admissions by Aftab from his narco test, including of murdering Shraddha, something that he has also admitted to before. The fact that he strangled her, that he used multiple weapons, that he does not remember where her severed head he threw, but he does apparently have a knowledge of where he disposed of her clothes, viewers. Viewers, the political fate of 768 candidates will be sealed in the first phase of the Gujarat Assembly elections as voting began at 8 a.m. for the first phase. Now, in this first phase, 89 constituencies are going to polls. These are spread across 19 districts of areas such as Kutch, Saurashtra, and in South Gujarat. We have been tracking the polling as it has gone on right from the morning, and what we are told is that the voter turnout has been steadily rising. The latest figure that we have accessed is about 34.65%. That is the kind of voter turnout that is at least a couple of hours old. Remember, deferred voter turnouts come in a little bit. Here it is updated, 48.48% is the latest voter turnout. We've also seen how in the phase 2 areas, the Prime Minister has been campaigning. He's addressed 2 rallies and he's about to address a roadshow. Let's listen in now to what the Prime Minister had to say on the Congress party continuing its run of hurling abuses at him, most notably with Mallikarjun Kharge calling him a Ravan. Let's listen to this.
મને આશ્ચર્ય એ વાતનું છે અને કોઈને પણ થાય કાટ આટલું અપશબ્દો બોલવા છતાંય કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી એના નેતાઓએ અધિકૃત રીતે ક્યારેય પશ્ચાતાપ વ્યક્ત નથી કર્યો, દુઃખ નથી વ્યક્ત. ચલો ભાઈ, જુસ્સામાં બોલે ગયું, એવી પણ દિલગીરીની તો વાત જવા દો. મને લાગે છે કે કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી મોદીને ગાળો દેવી, આ દેશના પ્રધાનમંત્રીને અપમાનિત કરવા, એને નીચા દેખાડવા, એને એ પોતાનો અધિકાર સમજે છે. અગર લોકતંત્રમાં એમનો વિશ્વાસ હોત તો કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી આટલી હદે ક્યારેય ન જાત. પરંતુ કોંગ્રેસનો ભરોસો લોકતંત્રમાં નહીં, એક પરિવાર ઉપર છે. અને પરિવારને ખુશ કરવા માટે જે કરવું પડે એ કોંગ્રેસમાં ફેશન થઈ ગઈ છે. અને એમના માટે લોકતંત્ર નહીં, પરિવાર જ બધું છે. કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટીમાં તો કોમ્પિટિશન ચાલે છે, કોમ્પિટિશન, કે કોણ મોદીને વધારે ગાળો બોલે, કોણ મોદીને મોટી ગાળો બોલે અને કોણ મોદીને તીખી ગાળો બોલે, એની સ્પર્ધા ચાલે છે.
So you just heard that, viewers. That was just a couple of hours ago in his first rally. We have Harsha joining us, who is on the sidelines of where the Prime Minister will drive past during his 5-hour-long 30-kilometer Ahmedabad roadshow. Harsha, PM Modi, he has recounted various times when Congress leaders abused him, even in the past, even before Mallikarjun Kharge entered the fray. What do you make of what the Prime Minister said? What was he talking about? It was in Gujarati. If you can offer our viewers a glimpse of what the PM's rebuttal was.
Exactly, Ankit. If he initially go into the zest and the calculative speech of PM Narendra Modi, he clearly has hit hard at Congress, where Mallikarjun Kharge subjected PM Modi as the Ravan. He used the word Ravan for PM Narendra Modi. Now PM Narendra Modi particularly seeing himself as the Gujarati, as this soil, the son of this soil, and literally emphasizing on what Congress is actually doing. Because before these days, we also heard several words from Congress before also, when PM Narendra Modi responded that how Batla encounter was entire the act of terrorism by Congress party. But right now here I am where the road show will start, will show you the glimpse of the entire colorful visuals which we are showing you from the Naroda Gam area, because this is exactly the place from where the road show PM Narendra Modi will start and go till Chand Kheda. It is the longest ever road show, let me tell you. It is the stretch of almost 40 to 44 kilometers till where the entire road show will go, starting from Naroda Gam going till Chand Kheda. And in this entire road show, PM Narendra Modi will also be garlanding Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay, Subhash Chandra Bose. He will be garlanding the statue of Sardar Patel as well. And these are the pictures where we are showing you children, women, everyone from every part of the society have come here to just catch a glimpse of PM Narendra Modi, to actually listen what PM Narendra Modi will be speaking to the voters of this entire area. Because as we are learning that in the second phase, Gujarat is going to vote in this area on December 5. There are a total number of 93 seats which will vote on December 5. Therefore, these visuals become very much important. Let us talk to some female voters who are here. मैम, आज आप सब लोग खड़ी हैं, आज प्रधानमंत्री का रोड शो होगा, आप सब कितनी एक्साइटेड है बतौर महिला वोटर के तौर पे, क्योंकि आप लोग दिसंबर 5 को वोट करेंगे?
मोदी के जैसा पावरफुल कोई नहीं है इंडिया में। इंडिया बेस्ट, मोदी बेस्ट।
इस बार का महिलाएं इस बार का चुनाव कैसे देख रही हैं? बीजेपी वर्सेस कांग्रेस या बीजेपी वर्सेस आम आदमी पार्टी है?
बीजेपी वर्सेस मोदी।
So these are the female voters of this constituency. As we show you, the children are also here wearing the cap of BJP. So these are the colorful visuals which we are showing you. नाम क्या है आपका?
प्रीशा।
तो प्रीशा, आप यहाँ पे कैसे?
मोदी जी को सपोर्ट करना।
अच्छा, ये मोदी जी की सबसे छोटी फैन गर्ल है, ऐसा कहा जाए प्रीशा?
यस।
बोल गुजराती
એટલે ભાજપ।
So these are the visuals just showing you from Naroda Gam area. Let me give you the view of this entire visuals which are showing you the entire stretch. The entire road has completely been cleared, because the road show will be starting from this point and will be going till Chand Kheda. It will be going through Naroda Gam, Naroda Patia and Thakar, Bapa Nagar till Bapu Nagar, Nakol and various areas. It will be crossing in total it is 35 locations and almost 13 to 16 assembly constituencies being covered in this entire road show. So PM Narendra Modi have been talking highly in the entire speech and campaign about UCC, about Hindutva, about security, about how BJP has been very particular about the law and order in the state. As after 2002, if we talk about 2002, since 2002, no curfew has been imposed in this state. Eventually, before 2002, the state has seen never-ending curfew before that. But BJP says that the security and law and order is one thing that BJP has developed in this entire state. The law and order development
infrastructure, the problem, the crisis of water and electricity all have been solved in so much of years in the many rules of BJP since 2007 when BJP has been ruling. If BJP wins this election, this will be the 7th consecutive win of Bharatiya Janata Party in this Gujarat state. Therefore, the winning of BJP becomes very much important. Ankit, let me again show you the
we
visuals.
Also just want to cut across. We have Samiksha also with us, who's not very far from you. Samiksha, if I can come over to you, if you can also show us what are the scenes around you as Gujarat and Ahmedabad gets ready for the Prime Minister's roadshow. Clearly, there is plenty of love and admiration on the ground for him, isn't it?
Well, absolutely. As you see, people are waiting with bated breath to catch the glimpse of Prime Minister Mody's cavalcade past this place in just a while from now. But behind me, as you can see, there is Dhol, there is Nagara, the colours here. People here waiting to catch that glimpse of the Prime Minister. Of course, this is the longest ever roadshow of the Prime Minister, almost 50 kilometers that will be covered by the Prime Minister today. He's all set to pass by this place, but lot of people.
Yes, you are, Samisha. Go on. We can hear you. We'll just try and get Samiksha back online with us. You can see, viewers, in our frame that there is a lot of presence on the ground, a lot of support for the Prime Minister and anticipation for his rally. We still have Harsha with us. Harsha, over 2 crore people are eligible to vote. About 5,000 almost of them are even in the range of being centenarians over 99 years of age. Clearly, this is a huge festival of democracy. I'm told we have Samiksha with us. Samiksha, once again, over to you to tell us. We'll get her back online soon, viewers. Clearly, there is a lot of crowd present there to welcome the Prime Minister on his near 40-kilometer road show. This will be a road show that will crisscross a number of different constituencies as well. And we'll try and go across to Samiksha. We can see her. We're just trying to get her audio back up. We've seen how Harsha has also been reporting. She spoke to a couple of people there on the sidelines. I'm told we can now go across to Samiksha. Samiksha, over to you. Tell us what's happening. Viewers, these are the live visuals coming in.
As you can see, there is Dhol, Nagara, there are colours here. People who gathered in large numbers to catch that glimpse of Prime Minister. Hundreds of people, as I can see. People here who've gathered in large numbers to catch that one glimpse of the Prime Minister. People are seen there waving. There are banners that have been put up. Dhol, Nagara, of course, Prime Minister's biggest ever roadshow that is all set to happen. Almost 3 kilometers that will be covered by the Prime Minister today. His campaign is all set to pass by this place. Behind me, as you can see, people who are in fact shouting and even dancing. Some people singing for their voices. His cavalcade, the Prime Minister's cavalcade, will also stop here short right away. Sardar Vallabhbhai Memorial just right there. So yes, his cavalcade will stop for a while to be introduced to Sardar Vallabhbhai Memorial, after which he will proceed. His cavalcade, we understand the...
So that's Samiksha reporting for us, and not far away from her is Harsha. Now Harsha, you are at the place from where this roadshow is going to start off, is it not? And will you tell the viewers how long it's going to be, how historic it is almost, and what a little bit they can expect from what you can see around you?
Exactly, Ankit, as my camera person, my video journalist Anup is showing you the visuals of exactly the place where I'm standing, where the roadshow will start. And this roadshow, this entire place becomes very important because not to forget, if we talk about Ahmedabad, if we talk about Gandhinagar, the stretching areas where this roadshow will go till 44 kilometers. This is a place where the political campaign of Prime Minister Narendra Modi started. And in this Ahmedabad only he will vote on 5th of December at his polling station. The excitement amongst voters could clearly be seen. Be it youth, be it female voters, be it the youth voters, be it the male-female voters, all have a lot of excitement as they are containing their excitement to meet and catch a glimpse of PM Narendra Modi, the longest ever stretch of this road show of almost 44 to 50 kilometers, which will start from Naroda Gam and go till Chandkheda. There will be many assembly constituencies which will be falling in this entire stretch, and it is a very benefited area for BJP as well because this is a city area. Let me tell you about this entire area. This is the Ahmedabad city area in which this all assembly constituencies fall in, and the city voters have always been in the favor of BJP for so long. They have been said as the BJP voters. Therefore, you can clearly see the mass admiration for PM could clearly be seen. A lot of people have gathered here, leaving their work and everything, standing in queue because this entire place roadshow will start from this place and go. And security deployment have also been increased in this entire area. Several BJP leaders have already reached to the spot. Be Ravi Shankar Prasad, Manoj Tiwari, and the local leaders. If we talk about Ahmedabad leaders, all have come here. So this is a very important road show which we are talking about. Let us talk to Shalabh Tripathi also because he is also here. Shalabh, sir, if we ask about this entire road show, entire stretch, what do you have to say about the deployment and the excitement?
आप देखिए ज़बरदस्त उत्साह है लोगों में. आप देखिए कितनी बड़ी संख्या में लोग यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं. चारों तरफ आपको जन सैलाब नजर आ रहा होगा. एक बार आप लोगों से बात करेंगे तो उनका उत्साह आपको साफ नजर आएगा.
Shalabh Tripathi, like Shalabh Tripathi, many other BJP leaders have also gathered here looking at the preparation of this entire BJP road show. And let us tell you that the Nicole area will also come in this road show. That is the area, Ankit, where the riots happened in 2002. So that area also becomes very important because Gujarat has seen lot of curfew imposed in different places of Gujarat. But once BJP came in power, several places curfew was completely removed. Curfew was not imposed since 2002 in Gujarat. Therefore, Gujarat people highly talk about the development in this area, the infrastructure, the kind of development which infrastructure have been developed and people of Gujarat have been given. You are watching Republic TV. We are showing you all the visuals straight from Gujarat Assembly Elections PM Road Show, which is going to start in some while. Keep watching Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam. Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer?
The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken.
Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score?
So viewers, the phase 1 of voting in the Gujarat Assembly elections is ongoing apace. These are the last few hours left for voting. Now remember, in the first phase, there are 89 constituencies that are going to polls out of 182. The Prime Minister is currently in locations where phase 2 will go to polls, notably Ahmedabad, and over there he's going to begin a 5-hour-long road show. We have Samiksha standing by and reporting. Samiksha, tell us what you see around you. What is the mood on the ground in Ahmedabad?
Well, absolutely, Ankit. As you can see, I'm barely audible, and that's primarily because there is whole Nagara here. People dancing and shouting. I'll ask my camera person to show you around how people are shouting and dancing here. People who are dancing, hundreds of thousands of people who have actually gathered to catch that glimpse of Prime Minister Modi. This cavalcade is all set to pass by this place. It's even stronger for a while to pay tribute to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Yes, colorful visuals here, as you can see. There is Dhol, there is Nagara, and absolutely.
So viewers, you can get a sense of the atmosphere around where Samiksha is. We also have Harsha reporting on the ground there. Now Harsha, apart from clearly the support that is evident around you, what has the Prime Minister been saying today to the people of Gujarat from his election rallies? You've been listening in. Tell us about that as well.
Exactly, Ankit. Now, so we have been hearing Prime Minister Narendra Modi's speeches in several rallies. Since morning, he was in northern area of Gujarat, where he has been speaking about how BJP has done the development, be it the Narmada project, or be it the kind of the security and the safe environment which the people of Gujarat have got, and how Congress has been trying to terror angle in this entire state. Therefore, the Batla encounter thing, which PM Narendra Modi said few days back also in his speech. Therefore, we are seeing in this entire road show what PM Modi will exactly say to his voters is what we are waiting for. You are watching Republic TV. Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back after a short break. We'll show you all the visuals and colors of this very long road show of PM Narendra Modi. We'll be right back. Stay tuned with us for a short break.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadha that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken.
Delhi High Court has said the
visuals here coming in right now of how people have gathered in large numbers, hundreds of thousands of people on the left, right, behind me, everywhere people have gathered to catch that glimpse of Prime Minister. This cavalcade will stop here for a while to be introduced to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, in fact behind me. And behind me and also there, right before me, you can see there is Dhol Nagada, people dancing to the tunes. They are holding banners, they are waiting for Prime Minister Modi, whose cavalcade is all set to pass by. This place, this of course as voting to come to a close, but take a look at these visuals around how people have gathered left, right and center everywhere to catch that glimpse of the Prime Minister. They are waving, they are in fact, they have banners with the notice and Prime Minister. So yes, hundreds of thousands of people gathered to catch that glimpse of the Prime Minister.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandits. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls.
An emergency landing of a Chetak helicopter in Pune. It carried out a precautionary landing in an open area due to a suspected technical issue.
In Karnataka, you have a BJP leader's son who's been charged for allegedly assaulting staff at an eatery in the Electronic City. 7 people so far have been detained. A case has been registered against about 15 to 20 people.
Korean vlogger was molested by 2 individuals in car area. After the video went viral, Khar police station registered a suo motu FIR and later both the accused were arrested.
Phase 1 of polling in Gujarat gets underway. The fate of 788 candidates to be sealed. The stage is set. Gujarat dons a saffron hue. All eyes are locked on Prime Minister's mega roadshow. Liquorgate probe widens. KCR's daughter named in the ED's remand copy, K. Kabita, calls it BJP's propaganda. A fresh twist in the Sunanda Pushkar death case. Delhi High Court issues notice to Shashi Tharoor. Will the case be reopened next? Bengaluru hotel assault video shocks the nation. Arrest the VVIP brat, demand grows. South Korean YouTuber harassed and molested on the streets of Mumbai on camera. Accused now under arrest. Viewers, we have just a couple of hours to go for voting to finish in phase 1 of the Gujarat Assembly elections. There are 89 constituencies that are going to the polls today, and very importantly, in the constituencies that will go to polls on phase 2 on 5th of December, the Prime Minister will be conducting a very large road show. We've seen how from the morning our reporters on the ground have brought you visuals of all the voting that has taken place, the key contenders that have gone to the polling booths to cast their votes, how there are so many people who are so happy to be a part of the festival of democracy. 2 of our reporters who have been on the ground there, Harsha and Samiksha, now join us, and we are about to kick off the Prime Minister's road show in just a short while. Samiksha, there are dhols around you, I believe. There are a lot of people there. What is the sense that you are getting on the ground before this road show begins?
Well, absolutely. Any moment from now, Ankit, the roadshow is all set to begin, which will be approximately 50 kilometers, is what we are given to understand. But I want to give you a sense of, the following the Prime Minister has. Just take a look at these people here who are waiting with bated breaths to catch that glimpse of the Prime Minister. His cavalcade is all set to pass by this place. In fact, the Prime Minister will also be stopping for a while to pay tributes to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel at this memorial. People here gathered. Look at the following the Prime Minister has. There is, of course, heavy security behind me. But people gathered not just here, behind me, in front of him, in front of me, left, right and centre, everywhere, as far as my eyes can see. It is a sea of people here who've gathered in large numbers to catch that one glimpse of the Prime Minister. They are waiting to, even waiting for that moment. If the Prime Minister would make a stop, he would shake hands, because in the past we've seen that the roadshows that the Prime Minister has held, he stops by to shake hands with the people and, even take those small tokens that these people offer with so much love to the Prime Minister. Just take a look at these people who are waving, waiting for the Prime Minister's cavalcade to pass by. In fact, if my VJ can also show you the visuals right before me, people there also waving and waiting for the Prime Minister with banners in Patel. Yes, Ankit, stay with us. Harsha is also there at one of those focus points. The Prime Minister's cavalcade is all set to pass by that area. Harsha, what is the sense of that you are getting on the ground as we report live from the area? All right, we'll go across to Harsha as well. But look at the following. The Prime Minister has people are waiting for the Prime Minister's cavalcade to pass by. They're waiting. In fact, they have that in mind that Prime Minister will stop by. He will wave to them. He will shake hands with the people. But as far as my eyes can see, there are people here. There is dhol, there is nagara. People are dancing to the tune of the dhol there. There is the statue of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Prime Minister will be stopping by to pay tribute to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. But see, take a look at these fans who have been waiting for hours and hours since early morning to catch that glimpse of we've seen how Prime Minister has really stopped in all such rallies and roadshows that he's had to receive those tokens with so much love and adoration. So yes, there is of course a lot of following covered in saffron as we speak. People wearing shawls, people covering, people holding those banners with lotus and the pictures of the Prime Minister really shows that how ecstatic the people are here. There is heavy barricading, of course, tight security in the area. The roadshow we understand will be approximately 50 kilometers, the longest we've seen in years now. Yes, so lot of fan following here. Harsha is also getting those visuals to us, those lively visuals in which you can see the fans there waiting to catch that glimpse of the Prime Minister. In fact, if I can show you the visuals just before me also, where are people who are waving to catch that glimpse of the Prime Minister. They are holding banners, they are holding those pamphlets of the Prime Minister of the Lotus. There is sloganeering, they are chanting slogans, there is a dhol, there is nagara. People are also dancing there. They are dancing to the tune of the dhol. The Prime Minister, of course, will make a stop to pay tributes to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel as well. The area, of course, coloured in saffron. Harsha also reporting live. Harsha, what is the sense that you are picking from the ground as we speak? Because as far as my eyes can see, there are people here in large numbers, hundreds and thousands of them, to catch the glimpse of the Prime Minister. Satisha, you rightly stated, because where you are standing, a lot of crowd, a massive crowd is there. But if I show you the visuals from here, you can also see a massive crowd over here. Exactly the place, the starting point from where Prime Minister Narendra Modi's roadshow will start. The kind of excitement completely be seen amongst the voters. There are female voters, there are youth voters, there are people from all sections of the society who are waiting excitedly for Prime Minister to come here so that they can greet and they can catch a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Everyone in saffron caps can clearly be seen here. This is the mood of Gujarat right now, because as we are stating, Gujarat's second phase is going to vote on December 5th, and today is the first phase, which is already going on. 48.48% voting has happened till now, but everyone is waiting here eagerly to catch a glimpse of PM Narendra Modi. Let me show you all the visuals, because the entire market area, and we are completely seeing people who are there, who are there in the second floor, third floor, waving, standing to catch a glimpse of PM Narendra Modi, because they clearly know that this road will entirely be shut. They will not be allowed to come down, so they are upstairs. They will catch a glimpse of PM Narendra Modi from up. Therefore, we are showing you the visuals from here, because it becomes very important when you are in Gujarat and the place from where the soil of son Narendra Modi belongs to. This place only. Since morning, he has been campaigning in the northern part of Gujarat, but right now he'll be in Ahmedabad, the longest ever road show which will take place in Gujarat. 44-kilometer stretch. More than 13 to 16 assembly constituencies will be covered, 35 to 40 locations, and in between Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel garlanding will be done. Subhash Chandra Bose and Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay statue will also garlanding will be done. So these are the pictures. Excited voters could clearly be seen. So they are very excited. They are waiting, because this place is the place where Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi belonged to. He started his political campaign from this very place.
Therefore, this road show becomes very important. So, if we talk about the road show, these are the visuals where the massive deployment by Republic has been done, where Samiksha is standing, from where I am reporting. Everywhere, the huge crowd could clearly be seen. Ankit, back to you.
There in Ahmedabad, it's Thursday evening, about an hour to go before the normal quitting time, but the roads are packed with people who have come not even to vote, just to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister 4 days before they vote. We have Samiksha once again reporting on the ground. Now, Samiksha, clearly the Prime Minister has an extremely strong connect with the people of Gujarat over there. What have you heard from him from his rallies today? What are the people saying on the ground in your day reporting from on the ground in Ahmedabad?
To me, I'm just going to show you the visuals here. Look at the people who've been waiting for Prime Minister since early morning. आप कब से वेट कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे? कब से वेट कर रहे हैं सुबह से? बहुत टाइम से वेट कर रहे हैं हम। So that's exactly, you know, the sense we are picking here. The loud, the chants, the sloganeering, the chanting is getting louder by each minute. The dhols are getting louder with each passing minute. The Prime Minister's cavalcade is all set to arrive here in a short while. I can hear nothing but Modi, Modi chants here. The area, of course, is colored in saffron. There are banners that have been put up. People are also waiting to give that souvenir they've made for the Prime Minister. Some of them even have those tokens they've made with love and affection to give to the Prime Minister. We've seen in recent past how Prime Minister has stopped by in those rallies that he's held, in the road shows that he's held. He's stopped by to receive those tokens with so much love and adoration, and that's what many of these people in fact are waiting with bated breaths, that they will get that time, that moment to have that conversation, in fact just to have that handshake with the Prime Minister, which would mean a lot to them. As I said, they've been waiting since early morning for Prime Minister's cavalcade to pass by. Prime Minister, I'm sure I'm not audible as well because of the chanting that is happening here as we speak, left, right and center, everywhere as far as my eyes can see. Anybody can see for that matter. There are people here who've gathered in hundreds and thousands of numbers. In fact, there is of course a heavy police presence as well here. The Prime Minister's cavalcade will stop by here for some time to pay. The Prime Minister will be paying tribute to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel here. In fact, this road show, which covers approximately 50 kilometers, will cover 19 constituencies that will go to polls in phase 2, which will happen on 5th of December. Remember, there has been massive campaigning. BJP has deployed top guns in the state of Gujarat, be it the union ministers, be it Smriti Irani, Anurag Thakur, the chief ministers of various states, including Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Himanta Biswa Sarma, and several other chief ministers, Shivraj Singh Chauhan for that matter, all have been here for that massive campaigning. The Congress, on the other hand, has had a very, very muted campaigning, which has only had precisely the Chief Minister of Rajasthan and merely the Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge campaigning for Congress. But as we speak, my voice is absolutely not audible, I'm sure, because it is only, the area is only roaring with Modi, Modi chants. Ankit.
Minister's convoy getting ready for the road show. We also have Harsha reporting. And Harsha, just a little while ago, you had asked a woman, do you think it is a BJP versus Congress election or BJP versus AAP election? And I believe she just said, no, it's a Modi election. What are you now picking up? What have the people told you as you've spoken to them on the ground there?
Ankit, the atmosphere, the entire feel of this Ahmedabad is certainly like that. The mood of BJP could clearly be seen. If we ask people that who they think BJP has a competition with, either it is Congress or Aam Aadmi Party, they say there is no competition of Bharatiya Janata Party because they feel that the city voters are the strong voters of the Bharatiya Janata Party. If we talk about Patidar voters, if we talk about the Patel community voters, all are the strong vote bank of Bharatiya Janata Party. And the city voters, especially the businessman, the people, the working class, the service class people, they vote for BJP since long. But this time, this election is not going to be easy for BJP, as if we have seen in the southern part of the Gujarat how Aam Aadmi Party has managed to do good in municipality election. So you're watching Republic TV. We are showing you all the visuals and colors straight from the roadshow of Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi. We'll be right back after a short break, but stay tuned and be with us as we'll show you all the colors of Prime Minister 44-kilometer long road show. Stay tuned, right back after a short break.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken.
Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquor Gate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89...
Viewers, a pivotal moment, it appears, in the Gujarat Assembly elections. We are an hour away from polling ending in phase 1, and we are about a few minutes from the Prime Minister's mega roadshow in the phase 2 constituencies to begin. From Ahmedabad, we have Samiksha reporting for us on the ground with multiple dhols and a sea of people around her. Samiksha, once again, what is the atmosphere now? There are so many people around you. What are they expecting? Just to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. Viewers, we'll bring Samiksha reporting to you very soon. We also have Harsha there, and Harsha has been speaking to us now. Harsha, it is said that if you were a student in school during the time that Narendra Modi was Chief Minister of Gujarat, there's a good chance he would have met you at some point. The people over there in Ahmedabad right now, they seem to be rekindling that memory again. There is a chance now to see the Prime Minister up close. Is that what they're there for? Viewers, we'll get you our on-ground reporting as the Prime Minister commences his long 50-kilometer road show. It will go on for a number of hours. In just a short while from now, we'll be back in just a few seconds. Stay with us for a lot more.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a roadways bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you?
In just a few seconds from now, viewers, the Prime Minister's mega road show will commence in Ahmedabad. It's about to go on a long and winding road that will take him through multiple constituencies from phase 2 over about 50 or so kilometers. The convoy is ready. We have visuals of the convoy on screen, and we've been showing you how from a number of hours now, from the locations at which the roadshow will pass, our reporters have been bringing you the sights and sounds. Samiksha is in a place where she is completely surrounded by dhols and a sea of people on either side of a pretty heavily used main road. Meanwhile, Harsha has been reporting from the place where the roadshow will go through in its initial phases, and there are people there where they're wearing Narendra Modi masks. When she asked a lady there whether this was a BJP versus AAP election or a BJP versus Congress election, the response was that it is a Modi election. The people of Gujarat have seen the Prime Minister campaign there, even in the last election, in the Lok Sabha elections as well. They've seen him campaign there multiple times for the state elections when he was the Chief Minister. And it has been over 20 years now that Narendra Modi has been the head of a state like Gujarat or India. We'll be coming back for more in just a short while. For the meantime, in just a few seconds, stay tuned to Republic for the PM's Roadshow.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi Liquorgate. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now, remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
Now, we all saw the video that was shot on Tuesday where a Korean vlogger was sexually harassed on the busy streets of Mumbai by 2 louts. After this video went viral, the two predators are now behind the bars. This video has shocked everybody, and we have Yo Jong Park joining us live here in our Mumbai studios, and I'm joined by my colleague Alisha, and we will be asking some questions to Yo Jong Park. Welcome, Yo Jong Park. If as per your convenience and your comfort, if you can, tell us what happened at that moment on Tuesday night when you were live streaming and when this incident took place.
I do the live streaming. I started recently live streaming to show people about the travel. And on that night, I was also doing my live streaming and walking back to my hotel. It was around 11:50 and I was almost there. But there was 2 guys standing on the street, and one of them yelled, "I love you!" And when you're making the content, sometimes people want to engage on conversation or they show the interest. So I was still walking through my hotel, but I tell them, "Oh yeah, I love you back." And then one of the guys started to come to me, and he put his one arm on my shoulder, and he tried to kiss me one time on my cheek. So I felt, okay, this is not right. I want to leave this situation as soon as possible without escalating the situation. And so I was trying to leave the conversation, but at that time he grabbed my wrist and dragged me to the place where his friend and motorcycle is. And he told me that I'm gonna give you a ride. I told him, no, my home is it's over there. I'm not comfortable. I said no multiple times with very firm, strong voices. And when people say no, you have to understand that as a no. But apparently he didn't at all. After that, he put his one arm over my shoulder again and tried to kiss me again. I already told him that I filmed the video, but he didn't care at all. After that, my brain was just panic because I already told him no multiple times, but he's doing the same thing. And I felt like, okay, this situation could lead to something that I don't really even imagine. So I tried my best to just not trigger him because there's 2 guys and I'm alone. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna walk towards my hotel as fast as I can. But then they started to follow me with their motorcycle, and they blocked me on the way, and they stopped in front of me and asked about my phone number. And at that time, I thought the best way that I can escape this situation is giving my fake phone number so that they can just leave. So So I gave my fake number, but after that, still they were like, oh, come on my ride, I will take you home. But luckily, there was one viewer who was watching my stream on live, and he already watched the whole situation, and he was nearby. So he came to help me and told them in Hindi. I didn't really understand the conversation, but after he said something, they started to keep distance. But even after that, I feel not comfortable at all, like fully, because they are on their motorcycle, they might be watching. So I was just waiting on the street 5 to 10 minutes, and I ran back to my hotel.
So you were saying that you were forced to give them your fake number just so that they could go away?
Yeah, because the best thing that I could do is not make this as a big incident and just leave as soon as possible. And that was what they're asking. So yeah, at that point I thought that's the best thing that I could do.
Ms. Parker, right after the video went viral, Mumbai police has taken a suo moto and the accused has been arrested. But how safe you feel? And what was the response of the others in the aftermath?
Actually, after what happened, I was just crying in my bed. I didn't really know what to do because I'm foreigner. I don't know how this thing will turn into. But luckily, one of my Indian friends told me, we have the video footage. How about like posting on the Twitter, and I will tag the Mumbai police. They might help you or take an action. So after I posting that, actually that video got viral. And they approached me to get my number details and stuff. But sad part was after that happened, I got some of people saying, oh, because you shouldn't walk alone at that night as a female. Oh, because you travel India, what did you expect? There was some people who are putting blame on me. And the main reason why I yes to all the interviews to show. And the answer is I wanted to tell them it's not my fault at all.
Absolutely.
Nobody should feel like that when you're in the street alone, not only for female or male as well.
Yeah, you know, that's absolutely sad that you had to face this regressive commentary. So was this when you put up your video on Twitter? Is that when this entire action was? Is that when the action was taken? And you know, this regressive commentary that followed, was it when you put it on Twitter? And what was it like facing this sort of criticism for something horrific that you faced on the streets?
Oh, actually before, because I was doing the live stream, some of people said you shouldn't have visited India, and yeah, that was also before.
So during your live streaming as well, you were getting these comments.
Yeah, during and after. Yeah.
Will you be speaking to the police, or have they approached you?
Actually, they have approached me quite quickly. It was faster than I expected, actually. And they called me. That last night, I also got the call around 2 a.m. that they arrested two guys, and they wanted to send a female police officer to my hotel room to make it as a case. But I was sleeping and I was sick. So I told them that, can I visit you later and in the morning?
So when did you exactly file the police complaint, and when was the action taken? Like, are you satisfied with the entire police action that has been taken so far?
I do have, like, it's very tricky question to say, oh yeah, I am satisfied or not. But I've been experiencing this kind of thing in other countries, and compared to that experience, yes, what I've seen how the police is taking care of this, I do have to say I am happy with it. But one thing is, like, I want to believe that police would done the same thing even if I was not foreigner or even if I was not filming as well. I want to believe that they are doing it because it's the right thing to do, not because the video got viral.
Yeah. So, you know, you've been traveling in different parts of India. You're a vlogger, you've been shooting, and you've been traveling in different parts of India. So has this been a recurring experience in India as well? And, you know, how has this one incident changed or shaped your perception of this country?
It won't change at all, actually. This it's very unfortunate thing to happen, but I don't want to put any frame on it's because of India. This could have happened in everywhere in the world. And I really hate people started to say, oh, it's because it's India. No, it's not. You guys are just judging India with a video of 5 minutes me being harassed. But if you watch full of my video, 99% of time I'm meeting amazing people who are inviting me to their wedding. I met amazing gentlemen who bought me free pani puri on the street. I get free chai tea on the street. It's full of amazing experience, and I'm so sad people is just gonna know one video about me being harassed. I'm very sad, and I want to tell them it's not about India. It's just people who've done something wrong.
So, where else have you traveled in India, and which part of India do you feel the safest, like so far?
I arrived in New Delhi, but right after I arrived in India, I got sick because I think I ate something wrong. So I couldn't really travel Delhi. I've been to Varanasi, and Mumbai is the third city that I'm traveling. But sad part is I was sick and almost like 2 weeks in Mumbai, so I didn't really get the chance to discover amazing place in Mumbai. I hope that I will have that chance still.
And if you were talking about your followers, you had so many followers, and one of the followers rushed to help you on Tuesday night. If you could also explain in detail, like what really happened when you were live streaming, like did you try, like how did you try to ward off those two people who were harassing you, and like if you could also explain in detail how that entire thing panned out.
Well, I already met that guy when I was streaming a couple of hours ago, and I know that he was watching my stream, and he was nearby. He was, I think, at the nearby there, and he just came out to help me out. And the conversation they had, I couldn't really understand because it was in Hindi, but it was pretty clear he said something to keep a distance, because after that they started to just keep a distance.
I think Alicia wants to ask.
So as you mentioned that there are some people who came to you and said that it's your mistake. Is the people who were present there at that point of time, and like did they saw what has really happened to you? And we even saw that video the time you were streaming live. So we can even see the crowd people, but there were no people who came around and like helped you.
Sadly, no, there was not the people. There was a couple of people on the street, but yeah, there was no people who are really trying to help besides the one viewer who are watching entire situation. And I totally understand, because he could help me because he know all the situation, what's happening. But if you don't know anything what's going on, you really don't want to get involved something that you don't even know. So I don't put any blame on people who didn't help me on the street at all.
So the travel time you've been saying, because right after that you just thought that you should go back to your hotel. So did you seek help from the people, because this is something, the situation you were into it was really even not safe for you?
Yeah, I think the best thing that I could do was like posting the video, and hopefully they could help out, because I really didn't have my mental capacity to go to the police station right after, because it was midnight. I was feel terrible, and I don't know how to create the case. Like, do I have to give them evidence? I don't know them, so yeah.
You're incredibly strong, to come out and tell your story, how you were, how you fought these louts who were, harassing you on the streets of Mumbai. But, we've grown up in India, we've grown up in this city, and we know a lot of times there are many women like you, even those who are not foreigners, the people who are from India, they too get harassed a lot. And a lot of times these people don't speak out or don't file a complaint due to fear, and also because they don't have enough evidence. So what would your message be to such women who face sexual harassment on regular basis but are afraid to speak out?
Actually, that's a very good question, because if I didn't have any help from my Indian friends who are willing to post on Twitter, I would have not done anything as well. A similar thing happened to me in other country. At that time, I couldn't seek any help from local, so I didn't do anything. I just let it happen. And I want this to be an example for people, not only for female, everyone, who if you got harassed or mistreated, that you have to walk out and speak your voice. Luckily, I got the chance to come here and have an interview, but I believe a lot of people won't get this opportunity, right?
Ms. Parker, Republic would really want to know the guy who came out and helped you. Because Republic gives a shout out loud at the Mumbaikar. So if you can describe about that person, because it's something who really just saw your video and came and helped you.
I know his, not the contact, but I have his social information on my phone. So after that, I can give it to you, because now I don't have my phone. And he's so this is about not framing as a India. People think that it's about India. Actually, it's not. The guy who helped me is also from India.
Yes.
So it's not about the country at all. It's about people. That's what I wanted to say. And I really want to say thanks to him again.
So would you like to take this take this opportunity and platform to thank the person who came to your help?
Yeah, sure. And we already messaged through the social media as well.
Yes. And what would be your message to the people who who probably witness this on regular basis, who would witness a person getting sexually harassed on the streets, but they don't act, they just watch and they're like, I have nothing to do with this, so I'll just walk off. What would you like to say to such bystanders?
That's really hard to say about something, because even when I'm traveling, you sometimes face the situation, there might be something is going on, but as a stranger who doesn't know anything, it's really hard to engage or to interrupt the situation. But I do still believe that if you feel something is going wrong, you need some courage to try to help other people from the situation. Yeah, that's it.
So and how about going forward? What are the how are you going to look at this horrific incident and the support that you've been getting in India because of this? How are you going to view this entire support going forward?
Actually, hopefully I can turn into very positive move, because the only video got viral is me being harassed on the street from the stranger. And I don't want other people, especially from the other country, to think that, oh, that's India, I'm not gonna travel there. I hope that this video got viral, and then I can turn into very positive opportunity to show, no, that is not from the India, it's from just the people. And in India, there's so many beautiful places, amazing people, delicious food that you can try. And the guy who helped me, he's also from India. So India is not such a bad place for a female traveler, or just in general for people to travel alone.
And what have been the responses back home in South Korea when, now that this incident has come to light? What has been the response of the people in South Korea?
Actually, I have no idea. I'm not even sure if my family knows about this. I called my mom yesterday, but I couldn't tell her what happened because she's also having a hard time. Yeah, but I really don't know. I don't even know South Korean media knows it's happening.
Yeah. Yo Jung Park, thank you very much for joining us in our studios in Mumbai and sharing, speaking out about this incident. Thank you very much for, taking a voice and taking a stand against the people who openly harass women on the streets of Mumbai. And we wish you all the best and great travels in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and now we're cutting across to this live broadcast coming in from Ahmedabad. Prime Minister Modi there, starting his roadshow, a grand roadshow, a 10-kilometer roadshow in Ahmedabad that has just kick-started. Prime Minister Modi is in his car right now. For the next few hours, he'll be traversing across Ahmedabad, 10 kilometers, the last mile push of the BJP in this campaign. We have Harsha joining us live. She's at the spot where Prime Minister will be, carrying out this roadshow. Harsha, over to you if you can tell us the mood of the people there.
Exactly, people here exactly everywhere. The barricades are there, people here are there. Common man and voters could clearly be seen through my camera visuals. My video journalist Anup showing you the visuals of the very area where the Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi's roadshow has started. We'll show you as the Scott vehicle. As you can clearly see, the Scott vehicle is here, and right behind the Scott vehicle are these two more cavalcades of PM Narendra Modi. The shouting, the screaming, the chanting of Har Har Modi could clearly be heard here, as we are right now reporting from very area Naroda Gam, from where the road show is starting. These are the visuals. The entire area have been cleaned for traffic. There's no traffic over here. The traffic route have completely been diverted. Only and only so PM Modi can directly come and wave for his voters here. A huge chanting, sloganeering could clearly be heard here as you see there. First glimpse of PM Narendra Modi here in Ahmedabad, Naroda Gam area. That's PM Narendra Modi in a saffron vehicle. Prime Minister Narendra Modi coming towards the area where I'm standing, Naroda Gam, which is the starting point. The vehicle is entirely covered with the flowers, and there's the starting point of the road show where everyone is waiting desperately to catch a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Every voter, common man with phones in their hands to click a photo or selfie of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. These are the pictures. Heavy security deployment can clearly be seen, as no one is allowed to step in between the roads. These are the visuals right from our camera, where we are seeing Prime Minister Narendra Modi starting the campaign for the second phase. Morning he was in northern Gujarat, and right now in Naroda Gam area, 44 kilometers of a stretch Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to do from here. You see the visuals? These are the visuals as you are seeing Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the saffron vehicle, waving hands, the showering of petals can clearly be seen. Petals are being showered by the voters.
Harsha, as you keep giving us, as we keep beaming these live visuals from Ahmedabad on the road show that is taking place right now, a 50-kilometer long road show in Ahmedabad. We also have Samiksha joining us from another vantage point. Samiksha, over to you. Please give us the live sense of what's happening on the ground there.
Well, absolutely, Sanika. There is dhol, there is nagara, people waiting with flower petals that will be showered at the cavalcade of Prime Minister as he's about to arrive in just less than half an hour from now, is what we're given to understand, because the roadshow has just begun from that vantage point. Here I am. As you can see, people are roaring with Modi, Modi chants, people holding those banners and have those flower petals in their hands that will be showered on that cavalcade of the Prime Minister. In fact, I'm barely audible. I can barely hear myself in this echo and the chants that I can hear of Modi, Modi. As far as my eyes can see, I can only see people, hundreds and hundreds of them, waiting to catch that glimpse of the Prime Minister. As you can see, there you have people waiting to catch the glimpse of the Prime Minister. Not just here, take a look at the visuals on that side as well. People waving and just waiting to catch that one glimpse of the Prime Minister. That's the following the Prime Minister has as they wait with bated breaths to catch that one glimpse of Prime Minister. His cavalcade is about to arrive in roughly about less than half an hour from now. In fact, he will stop here as well, as what we are given to understand. He will pay tribute to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Memorial, which is there just before me. So yes, people gathered at every corner. There is dhol, there is nagara, people even dancing to the tunes of the dhol and the nagaras. people chanting. They expect the Prime Minister to be here at any moment from now. In fact, at every sound that we are here, they are waiting in anticipation, thinking that it is Prime Minister's cavalcade that has just arrived, but it's just in half an hour from now. I can barely hear myself, Sanika, because you can hear people roaring and chanting Modi, Modi. They cannot contain their happiness. They are ecstatic, to say the least. You know, as you see, there is so much happiness in the air, waiting to catch that glimpse of the Prime Minister, Sanika.
You know, Samiksha, I request you to please keep giving us, beaming those live visuals and, you know, getting the ground mood, because I think all eyes this evening is going to be, or are going to be on Ahmedabad, you know, watching PM's road show, a 50-kilometer road show that is traversing across Ahmedabad. Samiksha, so just keep speaking and tell our viewers about what's happening on the ground there.
Well, absolutely, Sanika. As you see, people, they're roaring and shouting. They have flower petals in their hands. They are waiting. They just cannot contain their happiness, you know. It's the longest ever road show. It's going to be almost about 44 kilometers of road show that will be undertaken by the Prime Minister. The road show, of course, has begun. We are waiting at this vantage point. Prime Minister will also be stopping here to pay the tributes to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. In fact, if my VJ can show you that memorial as well, where Prime Minister will stop by to pay his tributes to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. There is heavy barricading, there is police presence, security of course heightened, but people, as far as our eyes can see, are there in every corner of this place. They are waiting to catch the glimpse of the Prime Minister. They are waiting with flower petals in their hands. They have banners and pamphlets on their hands. They are holding and putting up those banners and pamphlets which has Lotus and Prime Minister there on those banners. So yes, that really gives us a sense of the kind of following, the art following that the Prime Minister really enjoys. Take a look at these visuals. We have those cavalcades arriving there. We have BJP workers also who've gathered in large numbers to welcome the Prime Minister. And there you have, in fact, dhol and nagaras being played just in full form. There are people, some of the people are even dancing to the sound of those dhols which are being played as we speak. I can barely hear myself, barely hear anything right now, but right now from the studio, but this place is totally echoing with chants of Prime Minister Modi as we speak, Sanika.
You know, yeah, Samiksha, as you keep giving us these live visuals, we're also telling our viewers about the 30-kilometer long road show that the Prime Minister is holding in Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad is going to go to polls in the second phase of elections on the 5th. And this road show is extremely important for the BJP in its last mile push for the elections, a very prestigious battle, 2022 elections in Gujarat. So, you know, Samiksha, if you can tell our viewers from where is this road show going to pass and how the mood is?
Sanika, what we understand as of now is that this roadshow will be approximately 44 kilometers, about 2 to 2.5 hours. The roadshow, of course, has begun. It will pass through 18 constituencies that will go to polls in phase 2 of Gujarat. The polling for phase 1 has, of course, ended. But as you can see, people there gathered left, on my right, on my left, on my right. I can only hear people shouting top of their lungs, waiting to catch the glimpse of the Prime Minister. They are roaring with Modi, Modi chants. They have flower petals in their hands. Some of them have even been waiting since early morning to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. In fact, there you have the memorial of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel as well, where Prime Minister is most expected likely to stop by and pay tributes as well. But just to take our viewers through the kind of campaigning that the BJP has had over the past few days in Gujarat, it has been a very terrific campaigning, to say the least, because from the chief ministers, from the union ministers, from Smriti Irani to Anurag Thakur, to the chief ministers, including the likes of Yogi Adityanath, including the likes of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and several other chief ministers have been here to campaign in full form for the BJP like never
she's
before
there.
in Gujarat. So definitely a high-stakes battle. On the other hand, Congress has had a very muted campaign where they've had nothing less than just the Chief Minister of Rajasthan and Mallikarjun Kharge campaigning. But there you have, that is the result, that is the kind of, following that the Prime Minister has. People gathered on my left, on my right and just in front of me in large numbers, waiting to catch that glimpse of the Prime Minister, Sanika. That's the only thing I can say right now, that this place is buzzing, it's ecstatic, in fact it's quite overwhelming to say the least, because these people, many of them have been waiting since early morning, since the wee hours, to take a look and even waiting if the Prime Minister would stop by to shake hands with him.
So these are the live pictures that we are getting from the Pushpanjali Yatra that Prime Minister Modi is carrying out in the city of Ahmedabad, a 30-kilometer long roadshow traversing the length and breadth of Ahmedabad, a very important state also for the state, for the BJP, the elections, a prestige battle for the BJP. A long roadshow which could pan out to more than 4 to 5 hours, called the Pushpanjali Yatra. During the Yatra, Modi will offer floral tributes to statues of leaders including Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay, Subhash Chandra Bose is what also we are getting to know. Just before this roadshow, Prime Minister Modi also held 3 public meetings. He addressed 3 rallies before coming to starting this roadshow in Ahmedabad. We have Priyanka also joining us live. She's at another vantage point from where this roadshow will pass. Priyanka, over to you if you can give us a sense of what's happening on the ground.
Well, that's right, Sanika. We do see how the roadshow has started, and we are here at a very important vantage point of this entire rally. We are in the Maninagar constituency, where in fact the Prime Minister had been fighting the elections for as an MLA. In fact, he had resigned as an MLA in 2014 after he had been elected as the Prime Minister. And we do see that here in Maninagar, the workers in fact have also gathered here. The kind of welcome that we are expecting that the Prime Minister will also be getting with respect to how he is in his home constituency, and of course the workers who have gathered here, all of them waiting for the Prime Minister to come here, and they are holding the placards of the BJP, they are holding the placards of Narendra Modi, and that's what we are seeing right now with respect to how the scenes are here in Maninagar, and of course a very, very important constituency when it comes to Narendra Modi. And you can see the chants. By the chants, we get to see the kind of love that the Prime Minister really garners from this particular constituency as well. We'll get a word from some of the supporters, because the mood is set for the road show to be carried out in the entire constituencies of Ahmedabad. Of course, goes into polls in the second phase. Let's get a word. आप लोग यहाँ पे खड़े हुए हैं, प्रधानमंत्री का वेलकम करने के लिए खड़े हुए हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल वेलकम करने के लिए, वोट फॉर बीजेपी, दैट्स इट।
और ये मणिनगर उनका घर होता था, उनका
यस, मणिनगर उनका घर है और मणिनगर तो आना ही है वेलकम करने के लिए, 100 का। यस,
तो एक बहुत अलग सा एक होम फैक्टर भी है कि आप घर के सन ऑफ द सॉइल जो घर के हैं वो उनको वेलकम करने,
घर के वडील आ रहे हैं, यहाँ के
घर के वडील आ रहे, घर के नेता,
घर के लीडर, बड़े सबसे लीडर है। अभी हम घर के जैसे बड़े होते हैं ना, उसके सबसे बड़े हैं हमारे यहाँ।
तो एक फैमिली जैसा नाता भी है आपका,
फैमिली जैसे हमारे दादा है।
So you see the kind of personal connect that the Prime Minister really has in Maninagar, because the worker is talking about him as the vadil of the family. That's what they say in Gujarati, the leader of the family, the leader of the family as well. So this is something that the BJP cadre on the ground is in fact saying right now about the Prime Minister, saying that they are waiting for the Prime Minister to come here so that they get a glimpse of the Prime Minister as well. Let's tell our viewers as to what's really expected here today. We do see that a massive road show that is being conducted of the Prime Minister, as we do see that these constituencies where he's going to be passing by are going to go into polling in the second phase of voting. That's on 5th of December. And that is why we see that in the last few days of the campaigning, where the Prime Minister is going to be arriving here and will be meeting with the BJP cadre as well. Apart from that, this is being called a Pushpa rally, Pushpanjali rally, in fact, a road show that is being conducted of the Prime Minister. There are at least 4 vantage points where he will be going and also offering flowers to the various statues of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel and of course Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay as well. Some of the leaders that the Prime Minister has time and time again mentioned in his rallies as well, and that is what we see here today, that a massive road show in his home state, in his bastion, that is Maninagar as well, that he will be passing through by, and we can expect that the Prime Minister will be arriving here in perhaps 30 minutes to 40 minutes. And you know, we have been seeing about how the kind of following that the Prime Minister also garners in the women voters, and that's what we see right now here. Let's get in a word from them, and we are seeing how they have been in fact waiting here to meet with the Prime Minister, to see the Prime Minister. In fact, he's just going to be coming from here and going towards this statue, offering flowers as well, and then passing by from here. But while we show these visuals, let's speak to them and understand. आप लोग मोदी जी का वेलकम करने आए हो? हाँ, yes. इलेक्शन में आप लोग ग्राउंड पे काम कर रहे हो, वो बार बार ये बोल रहे हैं कि ग्राउंड पे हर बूथ पे काम करना है, ये सारी बातें वो बार बार बोल रहे हैं। हाँ। बताइए, आप लोग भी इलेक्शन में काम कर रहे हो, ग्राउंड पे बीजेपी के लिए बूथ लेवल पे काम कर रहे हो?
यस।
और मोदी जी के लिए आप यहाँ पे मणिनगर में आए हुए हो, मोदी जी का घर माना जाता है, गढ़ माना जाता है।
यस, ये मोदी जी का घर ही है। अपना हम मोदी को बहुत चाहते हैं। ये छोटा बच्चा भी साथ में भी आया है, मोदी को देखने ही आया है।
अच्छा, आप भी आए हो, मोदी जी को देखने आए हो? So, all right, so this is the kind of atmosphere that we see. This is more of a home event for them. All of them saying that this is a leader of their own house. This is a family member of their own house, and that is who they are waiting to welcome. This is not just the Prime Minister. And remember, this is something that he had reiterated in the rallies as well, that he had addressed today. The Prime Minister speaking about how in Himmatnagar just an hour ago, before the roadshow there he had stated that we tell the booth level workers that Narendra Modi had come and not that the Prime Minister had come. So this kind of personal connect that we see of the Prime Minister here on the ground, very much apparent when we speak to the ground level cadre of the BJP. These are the booth level workers, in fact, here in Maninagar, who are going to be working for the Prime Minister, for the BJP, in fact, in the second phase of elections. And time again, we have seen in this particular campaign where the Prime Minister has been talking about how every booth is important, how each and every booth level worker is important. And we have seen this being said by the Prime Minister in several rallies, including the ones that he addressed here today, where he said that each and every booth needs to be functioning and needs to win 100%, and each and every booth is important. And he had also mentioned how in each and every door-to-door campaign as well, the people should be talking about how their own son of the soil, Narendra Modi, had been here, and he stated very categorically in Himmatnagar to the booth level workers that don't say that the Prime Minister had come, say that your own Narendra Bhai had come. That's the kind of personal connect that we see that the Prime Minister really has here in his home state, and specifically here in Maninagar as well. And this is, of course, to reiterate, the constituency where the Prime Minister had been contesting elections from in 2012 is the last elections that he contested, and that was from this particular constituency as well. And that is why we see the kind of welcome that the Prime Minister is also getting. And we are seeing how some of the issues, in fact, have also been mentioned. You can see the placards of BJP, and you can also see the kind of developmental work that the BJP has done is also on these placards. This is, of course, the Metro and the Vande Bharat Express, followed by the leaders, that is C.R. Patil, Bhupendra Patel, Narendra Modi, Amit Shah and J.P. Nadda as well. बताइए, आप ये सारे जो डेवलपमेंटल के काम हुए हैं उसका पोस्टर लेके खड़े हैं, ऐसा काम हुआ है, मानते हैं आप ग्राउंड?
जी मानते, हुआ है, क्यों नहीं हुआ है, बहुत किया है मोदी जी ने हमारे लिए, इसलिए हम सब अपना काम छोड़ के मोदी जी को देखने इतने दूर से आए यहाँ पे।
आप भी बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं?
हाँ जी।
किस तरह से काम हो रहा है ग्राउंड पे, क्योंकि मोदी जी ने बार बार कहा है कि बूथ लेवल पे हर बहुत ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट काम होता है, हर बूथ एक इम्पोर्टेंट महत्वपूर्ण होता है।
सब काम हो रहा है इनके राशन, ऐसे कोई बात नहीं, काम नहीं हो रहा है। इस बार मोदी सरकार आएगी, बस ये फिक्स है, यहाँ मोदी आना है, मोदी जी आना है।
मोदी जी लास्ट टाइम यहाँ पर आए थे तो उन्होंने यहाँ से ही इलेक्शंस कंटेस्ट किए थे। ये उनका घर माना जाता है, उनका गढ़ माना जाता है। यहाँ पे किस तरह से उत्सुकता है बीजेपी काडर में उनको वेलकम करने?
आप देख ही सकते हैं कि कितनी उत्सुकता है, पब्लिक दूर दूर से देखने आ रही मोदी जी के लिए। मोदी मोदी।
What you see is once again the kind of welcome that the Prime Minister is of course getting here, the kind of waiting in fact the
Yes,
BJP
Priyanka.
cadre is doing here, the kind of placards that they're holding. There are masks of the Prime Minister as well. So this really goes to show the kind of reception that he is getting here on the ground in the massive road show that he's going to be conducting here today. In fact, he started from a very crucial point, that is of the Naroda Patia area, and of course going from there he's going to be coming towards Thakkar Bapa Nagar and then Maninagar, and finally ending this entire route at the RTO circle as well. And also that comes at the last point of this road show. It comes in the Gandhinagar South constituency as well. So tomorrow what we can expect is part 2 of this road show, where he is going to be covering constituencies in Gandhinagar, not just in Ahmedabad, and that's what we are expecting in the last run-up to the elections, the last few hours of the campaigning that we have seen that being undertaken by the Prime Minister. The kind of heavy lifting that we had been talking about is something that we will see in person in this massive road show that is going to be conducted by the Prime Minister. Back to you in the studios.
Yes. All right, Priyanka, do catch your breath. You know, a lot of, I think, action, Abhishek, as I also thank you for joining us in our non-stop rolling coverage. You know, when it comes to Gujarat, Abhishek, there is a lot of action, there's a lot of color, and there is a lot of sentiment. And I think on the 8th of December, Abhishek, when the results will be out, there is going to be this new lexicon that I think political analysts will have to study, that here is a state that has been repeatedly won by the BJP. They've changed chief ministers, they've changed the entire cabinet, but it's that Modi factor, it's that Modi phenomena which draws people on streets like this.
Well, I mean, absolutely. Goes without saying. This is Prime Minister's home state, and he has campaigned in Modi style like there is no tomorrow. Like, you know, every election is contested in a manner that this is your last election to lose. And we have seen the BJP putting its might to the level where, for example, we saw number 2 in the Union Cabinet, Rajnath Singh, doing door-to-door campaign. Almost a dozen odd Union Cabinet ministers, the entire top brass of the BJP, you know, dividing work constituency-wise, region-wise, and camping there for months. Despite the fact that there has been no opposition, the Congress party has absolutely surrendered to the BJP juggernaut. Absolutely no fight shown by the Congress, except for some flicker here and there by the Aam Aadmi Party. Initially, that too, even the Aam Aadmi Party gave in the second half of the campaign or towards the fag end of the campaign. So obviously, this has been Prime Minister's election like it was 2017, like of course it was before he became Prime Minister. Those are very polarized, personality-centric elections, and why not? If he is the USP of the party, he is the leader on whose name the voting happens. He is the vote catcher. He is the leader who has oratory on his side. He is the leader who has record on his side. He is the leader who has governance on his side. So obviously, he becomes the showcase leader, and he is someone who's leading from the front, so to say. And that's what we are seeing in the pictures. I would say, Deepti, this is almost 12th or 14th perhaps roadshow, dozen odd roadshows Prime Minister has done in the last 2 months, 3 months. And he increased his visits to Gujarat as a build-up to Gujarat election almost from the beginning of the year. And he has been going almost twice every month and, you know, inaugurating projects, programs, just generally going and meeting people. And that's what gives you dividends electorally. Essentially, what is politics? Politics is about connect.
Yes.
Politics is about meeting people. Politics is about understanding people. And that's what Priyanka was. I found it very good on the part of Priyanka to be picking that up, despite the fact that she was traveling from Surat to Ahmedabad. She picked up that line from Prime Minister's address in Himmatnagar, where he said, when you go back home to those people who were in the rally, don't tell everyone in the family that you met the Prime Minister. You met your own brother. You met your own Narendra Bhai. Tell them. And that they should strengthen him to serve the country and the cause and the BJP, obviously. So in that sense, I think the one aspect is Narendra Modi. The other aspect is the electoral machine that the BJP is. So it's coming together of both a leader and an infrastructure which supports the leader to a level where the opposition just behaves as if they are a hare caught in a spotlight. They just can't match it, and they don't know how to react to it. And I think in that sense, what we are seeing in these pictures is essentially an iteration of what we have seen the BJP doing across the country in so many states. So Gujarat, of course, that additional aspect that it is the home state of Prime Minister, home state of the Home Minister, half a dozen odd top-level ministers, including not Smriti Irani now, but External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, for example. He's a Rajya Sabha member from Gujarat. The same pattern we have seen Prime Minister or BJP led by Prime Minister doing in Uttar Pradesh, doing in Bengal. Remember, Bengal they were not winning. Bengal they were not the principal opposition. Bengal they were just rising. Bengal they only have cadres. And yet they fought as if they are coming to power. That hunger for power, that wish to come to power at any cost, to give it all so that they can come to power. I think that's what we are seeing in Gujarat, of course. And remember, like in Bengal, where there was absolutely no clarity whether they would even increase their vote share to the extreme east of the country, to the extreme west of the country in Gujarat, where they are absolutely sure they'll come to power, there is no difference in the campaigning. It's the same. Narendra Modi goes out, carries out the road shows, campaigns hard, and remember, between today and tomorrow, Prime Minister is addressing 8 rallies, 2 road shows of this level, where in fact this is the road show which is going to go on for anything between 40 to 50 kilometers, covering 16 assembly segments. Now that's something. In few hours, you are covering 16 assembly segments on the road on your home turf, in an area where you are familiar with this. In fact, Prime Minister is passing through Maninagar, I believe. This is the area where he learned the basics of his politics. He was an RSS pracharak, and the RSS offices there in Maninagar, where he spent years, as the legend goes, mopping the floors and making tea there, and that he will pass through that office perhaps, and then he would be paying respects to...
Just for a moment before I take it to Samiksha, I think it's important to just talk about these pictures, because I think their entire security entourage is having such a tough time helping the way, that to move out, I think, of this entire rush, because there are people on the road, literally spilling on the roads. Ravi Shankar Prasad also, I think, has just spoken to us at Republic, so why don't we quickly listen into what he says. We'll stay live with these pictures. Remember...
And the Congress. There is no place for the third. And by the way, Mr. Kejriwal is a freelancer leader. Goa election, he will land there, defeated, come back. Uttarakhand, he will go there, defeated, come back. He has gone to Himachal Pradesh, again will be defeated. What is happening in Delhi, you all know. From Sharab Khan to what is happening in the jail of the minister, not resigned. And what is happening in Punjab is too well known. Secessionist forces are rising. Today, people of Gujarat know the reality. And the reality is, development agenda of BJP, leadership of Narendra Modi, on today when India has formally become the leader of the G20 nation.
So one more thing, if development plank is there and BJP has been pitching the development plank, then why in every speeches UCC, the anti-radicalization center will be set up to eliminate terror?
Radicalization is a threat to India. What was Popular Front of India doing, PFI? Are terrorists through internet is spreading radicalization or not? Therefore, if one innocently get involved, he need to de-radicalize. His parents need to be involved. That's a larger issue. BJP does everything in a constructive way. But yes, we are for peace, we are for amity, we are for brotherhood. But if anyone from across the border try to show the face, then he will be giving a befitting reply, as was done in Balakot and also Uri.
One more thing, how you see the words like Aukat, like Ravan being used by Congress leaders for PM Narendra Modi?
Unfortunate, regrettable. It shows their desperation. They are desperate. And why Ravan? What did Sonia ji say? Maut ka saudagar. What did Rahul Gandhi say in 2019? Chaukidar ... They lost. 7 lost, 12 lost, 17 lost, 14 lost, 19 lost. You will lose in 22 also. The larger issue is Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi ji don't recognize Narendra Modi.
How many numbers BJP is expecting in this election?
Number you decide. It will be a historic win. Because the people of Gujarat love Narendra Modi ji. They have seen the work of BJP and they are firmly behind BJP.
So this is Ravi Shankar Prasad. This is Ravi Shankar Prasad speaking exclusive to Republic, talking about the road show and the entire political happenings in Gujarat and how the tough competitor is Aam Aadmi Party nowhere, and how the remarks being used by Congress, the abuses, the which they are hurling on PM Modi, how this will be the making of their own loss in Gujarat Assembly election. This was clearly stated by Ravi Shankar Prasad, along with video journalist Anup Sasangi, Harsha Chandwani reporting for Republic TV.
All right, Harsha there in conversation with the BJP's Ravi Shankar Prasad. Abhishek, we were just back to these pictures, and I think just the sea of people that you see all around is important to talk about that. But before I come back to you, let's quickly see if we can get in Samiksha. She remembers reporting live from one of the vantage points of this entire road show. Samiksha, where about you at this point in time? What do you see?
Well, Deepthi, as you rightly mentioned, sea of people around me. In fact, if my VJ can show you, there's a portrait that one of these people who have made for Prime Minister Modi. In fact, there are children who've been waiting since early morning to take a look, to just catch that glimpse of the Prime Minister. There you have that kid also waving and waiting for the Prime Minister's cavalcade to pass by. And these are the scenes, we are seeing not just here. In fact, to my right, to my left, everywhere, I can see people there waiting for the Prime Minister's cavalcade to pass by. We can expect the Prime Minister's cavalcade convoy to arrive any moment from now. He also will be paying tribute to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Memorial that is there right before me. As you can see, that is a memorial. Prime Minister will be stopping to pay his tributes there. And people, of course, a sea of people here who've gathered waiting to catch that glimpse of the Prime Minister. These are scenes, in which you can see, of course, colored in saffron, people sloganeering, people shouting and roaring with Modi, Modi chants. That's precisely what I can hear around me, Deepthi. But yes, in fact, the place is only roaring with chants of the Prime Minister as his cavalcade is to arrive any moment from now. It's going to be a very, very long road show, approximately 44 kilometers, will culminate near Gandhinagar. But yes, he is expected to arrive here any moment from now. People who are holding banners, pamphlets of Prime Minister and the Lotus, they are cheering for the Prime Minister, roaring for the Prime Minister. All I can hear is Modi, Modi chants. We'll try and speak to a few people also here. They've been waiting since the wee hours, since early morning, waiting to catch that glimpse of the Prime Minister. Let's try and get in a word from the people here. आप लोग कब से वेट कर रहे हैं Prime Minister के कॉन्वॉय का आने?
Prime Minister साहब का 2 घंटे से वेट कर रहे हैं और पूरे मार्केट के जितने भी व्यापारी है सारे लोग आए हुए हैं।
कितनी देर से वेट कर रहे हैं?
3 घंटे से वेट कर रहे हैं और भी 2 घंटे वेट करना पड़ेगा।
And you know, Deepthi, take a look at that portrait also. If my VJ can show you here again, that's a portrait that one girl has made for the Prime Minister. She's waiting to really give this to the Prime Minister. She's waiting, in anticipation if the Prime Minister will stop by and take a look at all these portraits and these souvenirs that these people have been working on for days now. Because remember, this roadshow is something which has been one of the longest we've seen in the while, almost 44 kilometers long roadshow, which is happening as we speak. Second phase, of course, of Gujarat polls that is set to happen on December 5th in Ahmedabad, and this is one of those vantage points where Prime Minister will be arriving in just a very short while from now. Of course, you see those heavy barricading, security beefed up. We've been asked to remain at this point and not to move beyond this. Of course, people there trying to... You can see people spilling over to the roads as well. They're waiting to my left, to my right. Everywhere I see, people are only chanting Modi, Modi slogans. In fact, from what I can sense, Prime Minister's convoy is about to arrive any moment from now, and that's exactly the kind of feeling I get from the chants and the roaring I hear
the dhols and the nagaras that are being heard, for over 2 hours now. So yes, these are precisely the scenes around me. In fact, if my VJ can pan and show you the dhol and the nagaras that are being played in anticipation of Prime Minister's convoy that will be arriving in just about 10 minutes from now is what we are given to understand. So yes, there you have people wearing saffron shawls, holding pamphlets and banners with lotus, with the Prime Minister posters, waiting to take a look at the Prime Minister, even waiting in anticipation if the Prime Minister will stop for a moment and shake hands with some of them. That's precisely why they've been waiting, even if he is not able to stop by and stay there for some time. They are just waiting for that to have a look at that convoy of the Prime Minister. So yes, that's exactly the kind of feeling, as you can see those visuals also, that clearly indicate the kind of following that the Prime Minister enjoys, the kind of love and admiration he enjoys from across the board. This in comparison to the kind of muted campaigns of the Congress we've seen in the past. And remember, it's been BJP, of course, has deployed top guns in Polbang, Gujarat, be it the union ministers, be it the chief ministers of all the states, and we can get the feeling that people are there in hundreds and thousands to catch that glimpse of the Prime Minister. So high stakes battle there, people waiting with bated breaths to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister there. The roaring and shouting is only getting louder with each passing moment. The dhols and the nagaras are getting louder with each passing moment as we speak. Some of them are even seen dancing, as my PJ can show you, pan and show you those people who are even dancing to the tune of the dhols and the nagaras there, waiting to welcome the Prime Minister's convoy, waiting for Prime Minister's convoy to pass by. There are people who are dancing for over 2 hours now to the tunes of the dhols and the nagaras there. Just right to my left, to my right, everywhere there are people in large numbers. Everywhere my eyes can see, anywhere I can see. I see people on top of their roofs. I can see people in their buildings waiting to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. That's the scene. That's the feeling I get here. Quite overwhelming also. Many of these people who are also waiting since 4 hours now, waiting for Prime Minister to come here to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. People waiting to shower flower petals on the Prime Minister's convoy. People have flower petals on their hands, waiting for the Prime Minister's convoy to pass by, which is all set to arrive in roughly about 5 to 7 minutes from now. Prime Minister will also be stopping to pay tribute to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Memorial that is right in front of me. Again, if my VJ can show you, to my left, to my right, behind me, people waiting for Prime Minister's convoy in large numbers.
Oh yes, Samiksha there getting us all that action. We also have Priyanka. Let's see where she is and what she can see around herself. And Abhishek, we must tell our viewers that, in the span of these 3 hours, the Prime Minister is covering a journey of about 50 kilometers, Abhishek. And we are told 35 stops. He's taking 35 stops. He's actually also going to be remembering the contribution of a lot of important personalities, including Pandit Deendayal Upadhyay, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose on the way. So there is a personal collect, Abhishek. There is a lot of symbolism. There is that outreach. There is that, going that extra mile. And there is that Modi factor, Abhishek, written all over these pictures. Before I go to Priyanka, Abhishek, quickly.
Well, obviously, and it's not just personal connect, Modi factor, it's also governance delivery. Remember, BJP has given 27 years of stability to Gujarat. People understand that. BJP has given governance and people know what to expect, what not to expect. Also, of course, this muscular nationalism, which found its mention towards the last part of the campaign, clearly suggests that for the electorate, this combination of development politics, which Prime Minister Modi presented as Gujarat model, and muscular nationalism gives or keeps that appeal intact, as can be seen from the crowds.
Oh yes, Priyanka, can you hear us? Where are you and what can you see around where you are? Because I don't think there is a different response in any part of the city that the Rath is moving from. But the Rath this time, Abhishek, we must note a fact, is moving a little faster. You know, it's moving a little faster this time, considering it has a lot of ground to cover, 50 kilometers. Priyanka, we haven't ever seen such a long road show. Not sure if Priyanka can hear us.
We'll go to Samiksha.
Yes. Samiksha, if you can hear us.
Yes, Deepti, the convoy.
Samiksha, if you can hear me, you know, you've been talking to a lot of people. Go on, please.
It's euphoria that has gripped the air. Flower petals all set to be showered on Prime Minister's convoy. That is all set to be arrived. Well, that's the mood, as you can hear the audio. Deepti, that's the sense. People waiting, they are shouting, they are roaring with Modi chants. Prime Minister's convoy about to arrive any moment from now. Of course, euphoria that has completely gripped the air. You can see the convoy that is set to arrive in just very shortly. But people there, it is the scenes I'm seeing right now are overwhelming, because people here have been waiting to catch the glimpse of the Prime Minister, waiting to just have the look at the convoy of Prime Minister. People waiting to shake hands for the Prime Minister. Heavy security here, convoy there passing. We have convoy of Prime Minister all set to arrive in just very shortly. But if I can show you around, people there now just waiting for the moment for Prime Minister's convoy to arrive here any moment from now. As you can see, there is heavy security. Security is being tightened even further. People waiting at their places to wait for that convoy to have that one look at the Prime Minister. Many of them are even waiting with some of the souvenirs they have in their hand. Some of them have even made portraits of the Prime Minister. A 44-kilometer road show, which is all Prime Minister is. That is happening as we speak. The convoy is all set to arrive. From the sense I'm getting, the people here are waiting now for that very moment when the convoy will arrive in just about a minute from now. You can see there is heavy security. The toll nagaras also there being played, songs being played for Prime Minister's convoy as he's all set to arrive here.
Okay, so Abhishek, why don't you give us an overview of what such images mean? Because the last time around, Abhishek, I remember in 2017 you had the Prime Minister. We saw him specially, going for that extra mile when you had that entire seaplane at the Sabarmati riverfront. And this is again, I think, a trademark of the BJP under Prime Minister Modi, because he will not just surprise you. I think there is an extra effort by the party and by the leader himself to reach out to you, to perhaps portray an image of the fact that again and again he's with you, no matter, he's sitting in Delhi, but he never forgets the fact that he's a son of the soil.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, before I go to that, Deepti, I would want the fitness of these SPG guys. They're going to run all the way.
They're literally running. They're going to be running 50 kilometers.
I'll ask the SPG chief if he can give me some training. But, coming back to the conversation we were having, you asked what these pictures mean. These pictures really mean to me, as as an observer of politics, that the popularity of Narendra Modi as a leader is intact. This is obviously his home state, so you would see that extra numbers, extra crowd. But if you go back last 1 month and look at all the places he has travelled to, Himachal Pradesh in the campaign, he has travelled down south to Karnataka, to Chennai, to Madurai, to so many places, to Kerala, to Kochi, and all these road shows. Whenever he gets out of the airport and travels to the venue where he is having the event, these turn into impromptu road shows. The kind of mass connect, the kind of people who come, it really shows that he is a pan-India national popular leader. And that's number one. Number two, his popularity is not waning. So, if these two things come together, in Narendra Modi, BJP has an asset which gives the party a kind of edge which no other party seems to have as in the present politics in the country. So, there are 8 national parties in the country, and every party has some pockets of influence. Congress, typically you would assume, is a pan-India party, but who's their leader? Who can really lead from the front like this and carry out road shows? For example, we are having this Bharat Jodo Yatra going on by the Congress party. Now, if you look at the buzz it's creating, if you analyze the people it's getting, it's more or less the cadres coming in to support a leader whose presence at the helm is really important, or who's sustaining the leadership of Rahul Gandhi is so important for the second, third, fourth rank leader. So they really bring in their own set of people, supporters. But here what we are seeing is Narendra Modi directly in connect with the masses. These crowds are not because the local MLA has arranged people. Yes. These crowds are not because the state president of the BJP has passed a diktat, oh, the roadshow would be there, please come. Let's go back to the ground, and if you can connect with Samiksha. Samiksha, if you are getting us, over to you, where you are standing, how far from the roadshow has the Prime Minister passed by, and what's the sense of the people around you?
Yes, Abhishek, there we have the Prime Minister who's there paying tribute to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. People roaring and chanting with Modi chants. There you have the Prime Minister paying his tributes. There you have him, Prime Minister waiting. Prime Minister there paying the tributes. People roaring and chanting. Dhol and Nagada saying full form. Many of the people even chanting, dancing there. The Prime Minister waving to the people there. Hundreds of thousands of them who've gathered in every corner that I can see. People there at it from the buildings. At the spectacle what it is. The Prime Minister waving to the people there with wearing a saffron cap there as he paid his tributes to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Bowing down to the people for the love and affection that he's been getting. That's the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister waving to the people, bowing to the people and thanking and expressing gratitude for this unprecedented love and affection that he's getting. Abhishek, as you see, there are the chants of Modi roaring, people chanting Modi, and Dhol and Nagaras, of course, playing in full form. And there you have the sound, the music here, which is overwhelming. People there watching as the Prime Minister expresses his gratitude to the people, bowing down to the people to show his love, to show his affection, to show the to express the gratitude for the love he's received from the people of Gujarat. The people of Gujarat there shouting petals at the Prime Minister as this convoy is there. The Prime Minister just paid tribute to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Prime Minister there having some water. The Prime Minister just a short while back after paying tribute to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Expresses love and affection. And the Prime Minister waving to the people as the
All right, that's Samiksha reporting from the ground. I believe Prime Minister just garlanded and paid his respects to the statue of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and this is at the Shyam Shikhar Char Rasta in Ahmedabad, which is in the Thakkar Bapa Nagar constituency. As per the original plan, Prime Minister was supposed to reach here at around 4 p.m, starting the roadshow at around 3:30 p.m, but it seems he's running exactly 2 hours late, which means that the end time, which was officially at 6:30 p.m, might stretch up to 8:30 or 9 p.m. There are massive crowds present on both the sides of the roads, and the vehicle, though moving swiftly, still has to slow down to acknowledge people, and we have seen so many times people coming out on the roads giving tough time to the SPG commandos who are running. And remember, this is Ahmedabad in Gujarat, so it's not particularly cold as yet, and with all this running it can get warm. Let's go to Priyanka. She's there on the ground. Priyanka, please tell us where you are, and from where you are, what you are seeing, and how far from the roadshow has it passed, or is it going to come to you?
Well, Abhishek, we are in fact reporting from Maninagar, and we are expecting that the roadshow will be passing through here in probably 20 minutes from now, because we are learning that he is passing by from Thakkar Bapa Nagar, as you pointed out, and he will be going towards Shivranjani, Charasta and all of the other vantage points as well. 35 vantage points, in fact, where the Prime Minister is going to be welcomed by the BJP cadre. Not very different from the kind of images that we are showing you here right now, where the Prime Minister is going to be welcomed by the BJP cadre on the ground. These are the booth level workers who are holding flower petals, they are holding placards, they are holding masks of the Narendra Modi. And remember, this is the constituency of utmost importance, since this was the constituency that he had been contesting from as the MLA in the last 2012 elections, and in fact in 2014 this is the constituency from which he had as an MLA resigned to then take on as the Prime Minister of the country. And that is what we see, that is why we see this kind of a reception of the BJP cadre here. Abhishek, let's get in a word from them, because we do see that a lot of them have been excited to be here. We have been here for at least 2 hours and they have been standing here with the same kind of energy. आप लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं नरेंद्र मोदी को वेलकम करने के लिए।
हाँ जी, वेलकम करने के लिए आए हैं साहब के लिए। मोदी साहब आ रहे हैं, इसके लिए उनका वेलकम करने आए हैं। बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं देश के लिए, बहुत अच्छे आदमी है। अपने इंडिया के प्रधानमंत्री जो है बहुत गुड आदमी है।
मणिनगर उनका घर है और गढ़ भी माना जाता है। पिछली जो लास्ट इलेक्शन उन्होंने लड़ा था गुजरात से, वो मणिनगर से था, उनका घर माना जाता है। आप यहाँ पे वर्कर है बीजेपी के भी, तो किस तरह से आप देखते हैं नरेंद्र मोदी?
नहीं साहब, बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं और वापस जीतेंगे। बीजेपी वापस आएगी, सरकार बनेगी बीजेपी की गुजरात के अंदर।
आप बूथ लेवल पे काम करते हैं यहाँ पे बीजेपी के लिए?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी, बिल्कुल।
तो नरेंद्र मोदी, आज हम पूरे दिन उनकी रैलीज देख रहे थे, उन्होंने बार बार ये कहा है कि बूथ लेवल का जो वर्कर है वो सबसे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण होता है, हर बूथ पे काम करना सबसे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हाँ सही।
ग्राउंड पे आपको किस तरह से लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे जो आम आदमी पार्टी का फैक्टर है वो काम करेगा?
उनका कोई चलने वाला नहीं है, बीजेपी आएगी, बीजेपी ही आएगी। बीजेपी की काम जो कर रही है सही काम कर रही है।
Alright, so of course that last question might have been something that would have been a little biased, because of course we have in Maninagar and this is the bastion of the BJP, and we do see over the last few elections, Abhishek, in this constituency as well, as you would also know, that the candidate of the BJP has been winning with the massive margins, and this is considered of course the constituency where which is the bastion of the BJP and of Narendra Modi as well. And what we see is the kind of reception that the ground level cadre is in fact giving to them, in terms of saying that they are welcoming somebody who is a part of their family. We had been speaking to several of the workers earlier as well, and they had said that this is not the Prime Minister, this is the Vadil of our family, in fact, who's coming. As you know, the leader of the family, in fact, who's coming. This is the kind of sentiment that we see from the BJP cadre here on the ground as they wait to welcome the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's get in a word from several other workers as well who have been standing here since quite some time, waiting to get a glimpse as well. आप बताइए, आप लोग यहाँ पर कब से खड़े हुए हैं मोदी जी को वेलकम करने के लिए?
आधे घंटे से खड़े, 4 बजे से खड़े, आधे घंटे से खड़े।
यहाँ से निकलेंगे प्रधानमंत्री, उनका रोड शो होगा, पूरा अहमदाबाद कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी को वो कवर, पूरे अहमदाबाद शहर को कवर कर रहे हैं। किस तरह से देख रहे हैं ग्राउंड लेवल पे? ये
सभी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में जो सबसे ज्यादा लीड से जीतने वाली कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है, वहां से हम आ रहे हैं। तो मोदी जी ये सर्वे कर रहे हैं, अहमदाबाद की 16 की 16 सीट जीतने वाले हैं।
This is the kind of confidence that the BJP cadre at this day today in the run-up to the election also has, as far as the Prime Minister Narendra Modi factor is concerned. And we see how the kind of excitement of the BJP cadre here on the ground, and we do see how these are the workers, these are the booth level workers that Abhishek, the Prime Minister, has been addressing in various rallies that he has addressed in the day, and even through the run-up to the elections. He has time and time again mentioned that this is the booth level worker who is going to win this election. In this entire campaign, we have seen every time in that rally, he has reiterated the fact that the booth level worker needs to be giving their 100%, and that is the kind of management that we see of the BJP as well, and that is the kind of that we also see from the Prime Minister as well. And of course, right now we are waiting that the roadshow will be passing by from here. And to also remind our viewers, the first phase of voting in fact has culminated today. But these are the constituencies that are going to be polling in the second phase of elections as well. That also includes Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, and of course we are being told that the second part of the roadshow, this seems to be a prequel of the roadshow, a 2-day roadshow that we are being told that today, of course, he is going to be covering several of these constituencies, 35 vantage points, and tomorrow we are being told that in Gandhinagar, several of the constituencies will be covered there as well. He will be carrying out a massive roadshow tomorrow as well. So this is the last few hours of campaigning for the second phase of elections that we are seeing, that the Prime Minister is passing through all of these constituencies. A similar roadshow that we had seen, Abhishek, in Surat as well, just to the run-up to the first phase of elections, where we had seen that massive roadshow where the Prime Minister had taken part in. In fact, he had stayed the night in Surat. He'd had several meetings with the state-level leadership as well. And the similar sites that we see here in Ahmedabad as well, especially here in Maninagar, where we are being told that he will be passing by from here in perhaps 20 to 25 minutes, Abhishek.
Yeah, I would ask you to, take some breath, Priyanka, and be there and bring us those pictures. Prime Minister carrying out the roadshow. Huge crowds have come out to greet the leader, greet their own Narendra Bhai, and someone who has been Chief Minister of the state for 13 years before becoming Prime Minister, and then in the Prime Minister's chair for 8 years plus now. And the numbers of crowds seem to be increasing as the roadshow gathers its steam and passes through various areas of Ahmedabad. I believe as of now it is passing through Thakkar Bapa Nagar, where Prime Minister paid respects to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel at one of his statues, and that was at the Sham Shikhar Char Rasta, or Square as it is called in Gujarat. I think now he has entered Bapu Nagar, which is another constituency. He began with Naroda and then went into Thakkar Bapa Nagar, now in Bapu Nagar, and then he would be passing through Nicole, which is another constituency, then Amraivadi, then Mani Nagar, about which Priyanka was mentioning, then a few more constituencies. In fact, there are a couple of minority-dominated constituencies, including Dani Limra and Jamalpur Khadia. And then he goes to Ellisbridge, and then on to Vejalpur, Ghatlodia, and ultimately ending with Gandhinagar South. And in between Naranpura, which is the area where Union Home Minister Amit Shah's ancestral home was there, and then Sabarmati. Naranpura was also the constituency the Union Home Minister Amit Shah held, and before that Sarkhej, all those areas. And Prime Minister passing through the roads of Ahmedabad, and this should take a while. In all, he would be covering about 40 kilometers, between 40 and 50 kilometers, and all 16 assembly segments in Ahmedabad, including in Gandhinagar, in fact, Gandhinagar South, though of course in terms of municipal limits. I think we're getting some audio. All right, a short break.
उस हिसाब से अंधेरे में बहुत ज़्यादा लोग नहीं दिखाई देंगे, लोगों की डिटेलिंग नहीं दिखाई देगी, लेकिन इससे पहले जो दृश्य थे वो जो मैंने नोट किए, और मेघना हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगी, मैं मेघना से उस पर बात भी करूंगा। मेघना खुद भी गुजरात से। मेघना, आप जुड़ चुकी हैं हमारे साथ?
जी अशोक,
जी। मेघना, मैं आपसे, क्योंकि आप खुद भी गुजरात की हैं, मैं यहाँ पर अब तक देख रहा था कि सड़क के किनारे 50, 60, 70 साल की महिलाएं, और हम ये अक्सर बात करते हैं चुनावी विश्लेषक, अभी भी देखिए आपको जो दृश्य दिखाई दे रहे हैं वो उसमें भी महिलाएं दिखाई देंगी। अब राजनीतिक विश्लेषक अक्सर ये कहते हैं कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की लोकप्रियता जो है, महिलाओं में जो लोकप्रियता है, वो दरअसल जीत का एक बड़ा फैक्टर बनती है, और हमेशा जो है चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश हो, उत्तराखंड हो, बाकी राज्य हो, वहां 2 से 3% महिलाएं पुरुषों के मुकाबले बीजेपी के पक्ष में ज्यादा मतदान करती हैं। और यहां भी मैं देख रहा हूं महिलाओं की हुजूम देखिए आप, ये हुजूम देखिए आप, महिलाएं, ये लोगों का हुजूम आप देखिए। सड़क के किनारे आपको दूर दूर तक जो है लोग दिखाई देंगे। ये हुजूम आप देखिए, इसको आप एंजॉय कीजिए। तो जो महिलाएं हैं 50, 60, 70 साल की महिलाएं, वो अपने घर से निकलकर सड़क के किनारे खड़ी है नरेंद्र मोदी की रोड शो को देखने के लिए, उसका स्वागत करने के लिए। ये जो महिलाओं के साथ कनेक्ट है, ये क्या है, इसको कैसे आप देखेंगी मेघना?
देखिए अशोक, जिस तरीके से आपने कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का जो एक तरीके का कनेक्ट है वो बहुत साफ तौर पर नजर आता है। और जिस तरीके से रोड शो, अगर हम कहें अशोक, साफ तौर पर 50 किलोमीटर का ये रोड शो, आप बहुत समय से पत्रकारिता में हैं और आपने कई चुनाव देखे होंगे, लेकिन ये बात गलत नहीं होगी कि ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के पॉलिटिकल करियर का भी सबसे लंबा रोड शो हो सकता है, या सबसे लंबे रोड शोज में से एक हो सकता है। और आप जिस तरीके से देखिए, ये जो सड़कें हैं अहमदाबाद की, ये सड़कें काफी चौड़ी सड़कें हैं, ये कोई गलियां नहीं है, ये छोटी सड़कें नहीं है, ये काफी चौड़ी सड़कें हैं। BRTS के भी लेन हैं इन सड़कों पे। और वहां पर भी जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को हाथ से इशारा करके लोगों से गुजारिश करनी पड़ रही है कि जो काफिला है उसको पास होने के लिए रास्ता दे, तो बहुत बड़ी बात है जिस तरीके का जो हुजूम लोगों का उमड़ पड़ा है। और हर बार प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अपने संबोधन में माताओं बहनों के साथ खास तौर पर कनेक्ट करते हैं। जब वो हीराबाग की बात करते हैं, जब वो हीराबाग में
दिखा रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री की भी तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं आप, और देखिए कैसे लोग एक झलक पाने के लिए सड़कों पर उमड़े हुए हैं। ये तस्वीरों में हम दिखा रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री लगातार हाथ वेव करते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, और तस्वीरों में आप वो मुस्कान भी चेहरे पर देख पा रही हैं जो दिखाई दे रही है कि कैसे एक एक चेहरे पर वो खुशी, वो पल नजर आ रहा है जिसका शायद वो इंतजार कर रहे थे। एक झलक पाने के लिए तस्वीरों में हम दिखा रहे हैं, लगातार हाथ वेव करते हुए, अभिवादन करते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और ये देखिए ऊपर की भी तस्वीरें दिखाई है हितेश, ये फुटओवर ब्रिज पर देखिए, ऊपर से लोग पुष्प वर्षा कर रहे हैं, नीचे काफिला और ऊपर से पुष्प वर्षा करते लोग ये बता रहे हैं कि उनके लिए प्रधानमंत्री क्या है, विकास पुरुष ही नहीं, इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री ही नहीं, बल्कि गुजरात के वो मेहनत कश नेता हैं जिन्होंने ये मुकाम हासिल किया। और यही वजह है कि गुजराती उन्हें उसी नजर से देखता है। और गुजरात गृह क्षेत्र है तो गृह क्षेत्र की जनता प्यार लुटा रही है अपने गुजराती बेटे पर, जो देश का प्रधानमंत्री बन चुका है। तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, चुनावों का ये दृश्य बताता है कि 8 साल जरूर हो गए हो, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री आज भी उतने ही यहाँ पर प्रचलित हैं, पसंद किए जाते हैं। और वर्ल्ड लीडर के तौर पर जब उनकी छवि उकेरी जाती है तो वो यहाँ पर भारत से जो समर्थन मिलता है उससे और बल उस छवि को मिलता नजर आता है। मैं बार बार कह रही हूँ कि 27 साल एक लंबा वक्त होता है। बहुत से लोग ऐसे हैं जो शायद 1 साल से 27 साल के हो गए हैं, लेकिन उन्हें बीजेपी ही पसंद है, उन्हें मोदी ही पसंद है। और ये उनका स्टाइल है, ये उनका तरीका है अपनी जनता के बीच पहुंचने का, जो उन्हें और जनता के करीब ले जाता है। और यही वजह है कि जब लोग सोचते हैं कि आखिर उन्हें नेता कैसा चाहिए, तो एक ही आवाज आती है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जैसा चाहिए, जो जनता के बीच भी पहुंचे, जनता का काम भी करे, जनता की आवाज भी बने और विश्व पटल पर अपनी आवाज बुलंद करने का एक जरिया भी बने, भारत को मजबूत दिखाए। और ये सब कुछ कर दिखाया है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने। और यहाँ पटाखे बज रहे हैं, हितेश वो तस्वीरें दिखाएं अगर आप दर्शकों को, पटाखे बज रहे हैं स्वागत में।
Well, right now, of course, we are in Maninagar and we are expecting that the road show of the Prime Minister is going to be passing by from here. The Pushpa Varsha road show, the Pushpa Varsha rally that we are seeing at several vantage points, that the Prime Minister is going to be paying his respects at various statues of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay and several other statues, in fact, where he is going to be paying his respects. And then, of course, passing through this route of 35 vantage points, most of the constituencies of Ahmedabad that he will be passing by through. And of course, all of these constituencies go into polls in the second phase of the voting as well. And what we see right now in Maninagar is how the booth level workers, the karyakartas, the ground level cadre of the BJP has been standing here waiting for the Prime Minister to greet him, to see him, to get a glimpse of him. Because remember, this is the son of the soil factor that we see, that this is what they are really working for, the booth level workers. This is who they are really working for. Because as we have seen, that this is not just about the state leadership, this is not just about the MLAs or the state level leaders, but this is in fact about the prestige and the kind of familiarity and the kind of love that we see that the Prime Minister is in fact garnering from the ground level cadre who are chanting Modi, Modi. In fact, they are waiting for him to be passing by from here. And we are here on the ground getting you all the updates as far as this mega road show is concerned. We'll be getting you all the breaking updates, all the latest visuals right now, slipping into a very short break. We'll be back with these images again.
Will smart manufacturing complement traditional manufacturing processes or replace them entirely?
India will be able to contribute approximately 5% of the global market in terms of when we talk about additive manufacturing.
What kind of opportunities does it hold for the BTech students?
Amrita University, I would say, is ideal for students who come into manufacturing, additive manufacturing.
To know more, watch Amrita School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India this weekend, only on Republic TV.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a road-based bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Bahraich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners?
89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's Election News headquarters
as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute
all day today on Republic.
Bajrang Dal staging protests over the comment made by the Israeli filmmaker and anger that is growing across the nation over the insult to Kashmiri Pandits.
Bilkis Bano has now moved the Supreme Court over the release of 11 convicts was challenged in the Supreme Court. Bilkis demanded to send everyone back to jail.
From Dibrugarh University, case of ragging had shocked the entire country.
The report exposes how Robert Vadra and Huda's family conspired together in a multi-crore scam.
Mr. Malia, why are the questions bothering you when I'm not getting a single answer? The entire disputed land will be handed over to the Hindu parties to make a Ram temple.
The mental torture of Jadhav that is consistently happening there, it's a very clear indication about how these confessions are actually doctored and taken.
Delhi High Court has said the riots in 2020 evidently did not happen in the spur of the moment.
We see a split verdict in the Supreme Court. The one thing that needs to be understood is what is going to happen ahead.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi liquor gate. Now the enforcement.
All right, we are back to the pictures of Prime Minister's roadshow in Ahmedabad. In fact, it seems he's passing through his constituency, which he once represented, that's Maninagar. And it's been on for about an hour now. It started late, and it seems that the speed at which it's going, it might end up late. The original plan was between 3:30 to 6:30 p.m., but now it might go right up to 8 or even 9 p.m. But swift movement happening as huge number of crowds there on the streets of Ahmedabad. Prime Minister to cover 16 odd constituencies. Republic, of course, bringing you all updates live with 6 crew on the ground. A short break on that note.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, as we'd been reporting earlier, is set to visit Belgavi on the 2nd of December. Bommai will visit the bordering village of Belgavi.
The Delhi liquor gate. Now the Enforcement Directorate has now arrested Amit Arora. Now remember, it's the 6th arrest in the case.
The joint operation for the BSF as well as the Punjab Police, as they have recovered 5 AK rifles, 5 pistols and 9 magazines that have been recovered from the Firozpur area. These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December,